In her previous life, Huang was manipulated and betrayed by her closest kin. Despite being a celebrated film emperor, she met a tragic end without a burial ground. By chance, she is reborn, returning to the starting point, and acquires a peculiar inheritance. Huang contemplates with a thoughtful expression. This is indeed splendid in this life. She must repay debts and avenge grievances. Reclaiming her throne in the entertainment industry, she is publicly perceived as the quintessential male idol adored by women. Meanwhile, she secretly commands the dark forces, orchestrating everything from the shadows. With a mere word, she influences the stock market. Regarded as a mysterious financial deity by business magnates with a single punch, she is viewed as a formidable force by the military. Moreover, she is cherished as a treasure by a certain individual. However, one day, when the world discovers that this figure is a woman, chaos ensues. In the face of an overwhelming tide of admirers, a certain man scoffs. Who dares to snatch away my wife whom I have protected for so long? Report, Chief. The young master of the Li family requests that Si Shao join him for dinner. Seal off his family's hotel. Report, Chief. Si Shao and Si Huang jolted awake from her slumber, her fingers gripping the sheet until they turned white, veins at her temples bulging slightly. The dim light filtering through the curtains signaled that it was likely early morning. A pair of dark eyes, hidden beneath damp black hair, emitted raspy breaths akin to a cornered beast struggle. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, her rough panting morphed into laughter. Initially, it sounded joyful, but combined with Si Huang's hand covering her eyes and her neck arched back, it appeared eerie. Eventually, the laughter turned into a painful cough, resembling sobs of despair and madness. Until laughter ceased, leaving only faint breaths. She swept her damp hair away from her eyes, revealing a smooth, full forehead and the hidden depths of her gaze. Had anyone been present, they would be taken aback by the absence of tears in her eyes, replaced instead by a chilling calmness of darkness imbued with an almost demonic allure. How much longer will you evade? The voice that suddenly echoed in her mind did not alter Si Huang's expression. She silently twitched the corner of her mouth and threw off the covers, rising from her bed. In the bathroom, a full-length mirror reflected her image. Si Huang stood before it, observing the youth reflected back at her approximately 16 or 17 years of age, with slender limbs and graceful lines. Her skin, illuminated by the bathroom lights and tiles, appeared as white as porcelain. Most striking was her face, with a prominent forehead beneath long, naturally shaped eyebrows that framed her half-closed eyes, their corners elegantly arched, complemented by long, thick eyelashes. At this moment, her pupils stared back with a cold, unfeeling gaze, rendering her youthful visage both chilling and striking. This was a face kissed by divinity, beautiful beyond the confines of gender, androgynous in its allure. Yet, if one were to overlook her physique, the tousled short hair would lead them to mistake her for a boy. In truth, her current identity, even her identification card, was male. Si Huang gazed at her reflection with inscrutable intensity for a while, then suddenly closed her eyes. After 2 seconds, when she opened them again, the darkness within her eyes transformed into a clear blue sky following a storm, her brows unfurling, and a modest smile blossomed. Innocent, untainted, akin to an angel. Yet, as swiftly as the angel appeared, it vanished, the curve of her lips twisting subtly into a disdainful sneer. Si Huang turned and caught sight of the myriad of whip scars crisscrossing her back in a mirror. For 3 days, she had remained confined to her room, only rising to eat or lie in bed nursing her wounds, while reliving scenes from her previous life. Summarizing her 28 years, she realized she had always lived for others, exploited until her worth was exhausted upon her demise. She was discarded, her body violated, eventually devoured by beasts and overrun by insects, becoming nourishment for nature. For 3 nights, she had experienced the same dream, each time reliving the prolonged, despairing agony of her death. You have 10 days left to live. The voice in her mind echoed with an air of frustration. This time, Si Huang responded, I know. She turned to activate the shower, her words blending into the sound of water. This time, I will cherish my life more than anyone else. Reborn, Si Huang is merely 16 years old, yet stands at a height of 172 centimeters, placing her among the taller individuals in her age group. She opened her wardrobe, selecting a gray-blue t-shirt from a collection of dark-hued clothing, layering it with a black knitted cardigan, and pairing it with matching black casual jeans. Glancing at her reflection, the slightly long black hair obscured half her face, casting a shadow over her countenance. Si Huang reflected on how she had embodied this introverted and somber image before turning 18. A mere shadow of Si Hua, meant to amplify Si Hua's brilliance without overshadowing him. It was only after turning 18, when her worth was uncovered, that she was permitted to present herself, yet she had become a more pitiful puppet. A smirk graced her lips as Si Huang pushed her bangs back, revealing her perfect visage. Seemingly dissatisfied, she struck a pose in the mirror, arching her brows, and in that instant, the gloomy youth vanished, revealing a radiant supermodel. Knock, knock. The door was rapped twice, and a stoic woman entered, bearing breakfast. Initially intending to place the meal down and leave as usual, she was startled by the sound of the curtains being drawn open. Instinctively looking up to see the tall youth who had just released the curtain, taking a deep breath before turning to face her. Good morning. Bathed in morning light, he wore an elegant smile and spoke with a melodious voice. Thud. Si Huang watched the plate fall to the floor, her leisurely pace exuding an indescribable grace as she approached the stunned Zhang Ma, leaning down to whisper in her ear, "Did your little lover take good care of you last night?" Zhang Ma froze, her typically stern expression shifting to one of disbelief as a powerful hand suddenly pressed down on her head, forcefully pinning her to the ground. Her face landed pretty, descending the staircase with deliberate grace was a figure poised delicately between youth and adolescence, their tousled hair, styled with a hint of gel, effortlessly swept back, revealing a carefree brow that refrained from obstructing their gaze. Their half-closed eyes sparkled with a languid charm, and a subtle smile danced upon their lips, exuding an aura of serene contentment that suggested recent repose. With a leisurely yawn, they radiated an air of innate nobility, as if sculpted from the lineage of ancient aristocracy. Unconsciously, Si Hua's fingers clenched, the steel fork scraping against the porcelain plate, producing a jarring sound that jolted Bai Qinglan back to reality. It also drew Si Huang's gaze, her pupils shimmering with an exhilarating light, as though she had encountered something profoundly joyous. With a buoyant step, Si Huang approached the table, her brows elevated, transforming her demeanor into that of an innocent beauty, unacquainted with the world's harshness. Suddenly, with a swift motion, the tablecloth was upended, sending the dishes crashing onto the bewildered duo of mother and son. Si Huang, what madness has overtaken you? Bai Qinglan exclaimed in shock. Ah. Si Huang's face lit up with mischievous glee as she seized the fallen wine bottle, hurling it towards the still dazed Si Hua's forehead. Bai Qinglan stared in disbelief at her daughter, clutching the shattered bottle. You have lost your mind. You have truly lost your mind. She quickly commanded the stunned servants. What are you standing there for? Quickly, seize this lunatic. Si Huang poured the crimson liquid from the broken wine bottle onto Si Hua's face, watching with a crescenti delight as he writhed in agony, his expression contorted. Do not approach, or I shall slit his throat, she warned. Her voice, as enchanting as her visage, seemed to be favored by the divine, rich enough to ensnare hearts. When she slowed her speech, it caressed the soul like a feather, inducing a soft, pleasant sensation. Aware of this charm, Si Huang had often spoken in a deliberately dull manner in her past life, to avoid being misconstrued as seducing others and inciting unnecessary troubles. Yet now, she revealed her true self, her tone light and gentle as she spoke to Si Hua, halting everyone in their tracks upon witnessing the sharp glass pressed against his neck, blood beginning to flow. The hall fell into an eerie silence, and Wang Ma, bloodied at the staircase, stood frozen. She had intended to report on Si Huang's behavior, but the scene before her was overwhelming. At that moment, aside from Si Hua, no one could discern Si Huang's expression. Her smile was one of reckless joy, her eyes flickering with a predatory gleam, akin to a beast poised to pounce upon its prey. A hoarse sound emerged from Si Hua's throat for the first time. He felt the palpable aura of death, realizing with chilling clarity that Si Huang truly contemplated his demise and possessed the audacity to act upon it. He could hardly believe his eyes. Had he been dreaming? In just 3 days, how had his reflection morphed into this? Si Huang blinked. The fleeting darkness that had instilled terror in Si Hua vanished. She scrutinized his state with a smile. Now this is more like it. Wasn't it said that I nearly caused your ruin? Straightening herself, she adjusted her clothing with an air of nonchalance. With a smile, Si Huang stepped out. The servants surrounding her did not dare to obstruct her exit. Si Huang, if you have the courage, do not return. Bai Qinglan's shrill voice echoed, betraying a tremor beneath its surface. Si Huang nodded gently, fully aware that her actions today would provoke another beating from CG Han should she dare to return, likely leaving her half alive at best. As she quickened her pace, she sensed that once Bai Qing Lan and the others regained their composure, they would summon bodyguards to apprehend her. Yet, even with this understanding, Si Huang's swift strides did not convey a sense of panic. Rather, she moved with the buoyancy of a bird freed from its cage, or a beast liberated from its chains, undeterred by the potential for injury, racing toward a more liberated existence. She had no regrets for her reckless abandon, not a single one. In her previous life, she had endured enough, been foolish enough, and suffered enough. In this life, she vowed to live for herself, to repay debts and avenge wrongs, to pursue any endeavor that ignited her spirit. This had been her resolution since her return 3 days prior. Ha 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 ha. The moment she stepped through the iron gate of the sea residence, her smile burgeoned into a raucous laughter, a release of pent-up emotion. Have you vented enough? This is merely the beginning. If you continue this way, 10 days won't suffice for your survival. Fear not. I have no intention of meeting my end, she retorted. Then hurry and gather your faith. You slothful wretch. The calm voice erupted in exasperation. Do you wish to survive? Withered, decaying leaves lay strewn upon her exposed, fragmented body, dirty insects crawling through the crevices, while maggots grotesquely burrowed into her festering wounds. Pain had dulled into numbness as Si Huang awaited the final embrace of death, when a voice resounded in her mind. Why should she wish to continue living? From the moment of her birth, she had been denied her own name. Though she shared blood with CG Han, she was forced to bear the identity of a deceased child, all to preserve his reputation. Before turning 18, she was merely a shadow of her half-brother. After, she appeared as a top-tier film star in the public eye, while covertly acting as the familial pawn to appease others, ultimately left without even a grave marker to mark her end, her body so sullied that even she abhorred it. Why should she persist in this existence? Si Huang kept her eyes open, gazing at the dappled light filtering through the leaves of the trees, her throat constricting with effort. I want to. The word escaped her lips, raspy and indistinct. Tears of murky sorrow streamed from her eyes as the realization struck her. Indeed, her physical being could not be deceived by her thoughts. Despite the unfortunate and painful reality of her existence, she yearned to live. She wanted to survive, come what may, to witness with her own eyes and take vengeance upon all who had wronged her, to ensure they tasted the suffering she endured. And there was so much more she longed for a true existence, to pursue the dreams she had once deemed unattainable. When Si Huang's eyes, once filled with light, dulled and lost their luster, she awoke once more, back at the age of 16, enduring lashes and fever. Over the past 3 days, her fever had subsided, and her wounds had begun to heal slightly. The voice that had accompanied her continued to urge her to accumulate faith. My energy can only sustain your life for 10 days. Within that time, if you fail to gather faith, not only will you perish, but I too shall vanish. The voice, self-identified as Wu Bao, pressed on in her ear, had you not fortuitously bled upon me. Si Huang interrupted. If not for this, you would have waited countless years for a suitable inheritor. Do you have any idea how difficult it is to obtain faith? You have only 10 days. 10 days. Wu Bao was nearly devoid of hope. Yet, as Si Huang had said, it had waited for hundreds, perhaps thousands of years, to find someone capable of inheriting the legacy of the 5 absolutes. It could not bear to relinquish this chance, nor did it wish to fade away. Your current situation is dire. Anyone with a modicum of power could easily extinguish your life. Do you not desire strength? As long as you amass faith, not only will you prolong your life, but you will also gain invaluable rewards. Just secure that faith. Buffed. Si Huang squinted her eyes in delight. Wu Bao, in a childish exasperation, continued to spout its promotional spiel, yet instead of feeling annoyed, Si Huang reveled in it. This was the sensation of rebirth. She found herself at an age where change was still possible, and she felt yes. She felt so very clean. A fervent obsession flickered in her eyes that on the bustling streets, the throngs of passers-by unconsciously directed their gaze towards the leisurely strides of a young boy. Many young individuals even discreetly raised their phones to capture his image, whispering amongst themselves, speculating whether he was an idol star. The focal point, Si Huang, was well aware of the attention she was garnering. Instead of feeling any discomfort, a subtle smile graced her lips, amplifying the charm of her expression as she cast a sidelong glance at 3 girls who were stopped at the roadside, snapping photos of her. The trio of girls, caught in the act of surreptitious photography, found themselves momentarily entranced by the visage of the young man captured in their phone's lens. The radiant sunlight paled in comparison to his flawless smile, his gentle brows and eyes, dark and crescent-shaped, seeming to contain a spring of sunlight, gazing deeply and tenderly at them. The arc of his smile exuded an air of nonchalance mixed with a hint of pride. Dressed in an ensemble of black, gray, and blue autumn attire, the simple three-piece outfit accentuated his perfectly proportioned figure, rendering him even taller than his actual height. The backdrop was a thriving street, with towering buildings and people turning their heads to follow his presence. This did not resemble a mere candid shot. It could easily be mistaken for a model street photography. The three students, appearing to be of similar age to Huang, stood frozen in place. When they finally regained their senses and lowered their phones, eager to catch a glimpse of their idol in person, they realized he had already vanished into the crowd. Who is this fresh-faced model? Or is he an actor? How come I've never seen him before? Avdesadeta is my ultimate crush, exclaimed one girl, initially disheartened but quickly engrossed in repeatedly viewing the photos, her excitement reddening her cheeks. Quick, send me that photo. I must post it on Weibo. We need to track him down. There's no way someone with such looks could go unnoticed. Another chimed in. I want it too. I want to make him my phone wallpaper to gaze upon daily. He's utterly captivating. As Huang moved further away, the voice of Wu Bao echoed in her mind, shrieking, "What did you just do? I can't believe I missed such an important moment. Why did your faith value increase? Even if it's slight, it could vanish at any moment, but it increased. It truly increased." Wu Bao felt the world had turned fantastical, desperately trying to recall every moment Huang had just experienced, yet she found nothing remarkable had transpired. Huang calmly inquired, "By how much did it increase?" 3 points, Wu Bao replied honestly. Huang nodded. Why? Tell me. Wu Bao pressed. Huang smiled. You once said that faith is the fervent admiration and adoration people have for me. The more genuinely they wish for my survival, the longer I can endure. Exactly. That is faith, the most pure and mystical form of spiritual energy in the world. Those 3 points of faith came from those 3 girls. What did you do to them? Huang smirked slightly. I smiled. Just that. Wu Bao was on the verge of a breakdown. The creator of her existence, Master Wu Ju, had endured countless trials and tribulations to earn a meager amount of faith value, meticulously managing its use. Before Wu Bao could ponder further, another surge of faith value struck her like a thunderbolt. What did you do? Why did your faith value increase again? 10 points, 11 points, 20 points. Huang contemplated and speculated. There's something in this world called the internet. What is the internet? Some terrifying magical artifact? Huang's destination was her school, the renowned Huang Art School in H City. Both she and Huang were students there. However, while Huang majored in film performance and management, Huang focused on dance and calligraphy. For a girl to study dance and calligraphy is indeed a means of enhancing her poise and grace, particularly for someone from a wealthy family unburdened by concerns of living standards. Yet, it seemed everyone had overlooked the fact that Huang's identity on her identification card was male, and to the outside world, she had always been perceived as such. What benefit could a man derive from studying dance and calligraphy for his future? Bai Qinglan had enrolled her in this class with ulterior motives, and Jihan, fully aware of this, had likely already devised plans to use Huang as a tool. In her past life, the young Huang had still harbored a longing for familial affection, striving to excel in the path laid out by her parents, hoping to earn Zihan's acknowledgement. She believed that Zihan's indifference stemmed from her own lack of excellence. As for why Hua was also at this school, it was because the primary industry of the Xi family was in film and entertainment, with Fenghua Entertainment being one of the giants in the industry. As Huang walked through the campus of Huang Art School, not a single peer recognized her. Even though those passing by couldn't help but steal glances, comparing her to others in their minds, they were inevitably struck by admiration, envy, or jealousy. Even amidst the sea of handsome and beautiful faces at Huang Art School, Huang's beauty stood in the upper echelons. Could she be a transfer student? Is she auditioning for director Liu's upcoming film? Wait, didn't the auditions already confirm the roles? I believe it was Hua from Class A. That's true, but until the final day of auditions, and until Director Liu announces the results, nothing is truly confirmed. Huang overheard snippets of conversation around her, piecing together vague memories and directions until she finally located the audition room. Even though it was the last day of auditions, many people still filled the classroom. Aside from the auditioning candidates, everyone else had to sit quietly in the audience seats, forbidden from making any noise. Upon entering the audition registration room, the staff initially marveled at her looks and demeanor before shaking their heads resolutely. The students auditioning have already registered and received their numbers in advance. Today's numbers have long been distributed. Even if I let you in, by the time it's your turn, the auditions will be over. Upon hearing this, Huang did not argue or plead with the staff. Calmly, she turned and walked towards the performance classroom. The male staff member watched her retreating figure, a slight smirk forming on his lips as he muttered, "With looks and charm like that, even if she can't act, she'll surely rise to fame." Some individuals are perpetually fortunate, born with an enviable exterior, effortlessly obtaining what others toil for a lifetime to achieve. At that moment, the discontented male staff member had no inkling that, in the near future, he would come to truly understand what divine favoritism entailed. This favored child of the gods would soon become a beloved figure in the hearts of the masses. Chapter 003. The god of acting Huang treaded lightly as she entered the rehearsal room. The ambience was dim, save for the spotlight illuminating the stage, and her arrival went unnoticed. All eyes were fixed on the stage, where the previous performers had exited, leaving behind an empty wooden wheelchair, which was soon occupied by another young man stepping forward. The role required for this audition was that of a noble scion with disabilities in both legs. Given the passage of time, Huang could not recall the lines from this play, yet she vividly remembered how in her past life, she had missed the opportunity to audition due to a fever induced by a beating from Han. Ultimately, this character, who appeared sparingly throughout the 30-episode drama, played a crucial role in the overarching narrative known only as the Son of 1,000 Machines, referred to as a Xiong by the female lead, and eventually secured by Hua. During the celebratory banquet for the tremendous success of the drama titled The Imperial Path, director Liu candidly expressed to the cameras, Hua is a remarkable actor. Yet merely an actor, his portrayal does not embody the Son of 1,000 Machines as I envisioned. Perhaps my expectations were too lofty, considering he is still a boy yet to reach 20, ultimately lacking the understanding and essence of the Son of 1,000 Machines. Furthermore, director Liu remarked that while the leading roles were held by others, in terms of personal charisma, none could rival the Son of 1,000 Machines. Indeed, even though director Liu claimed Hua fell short of his ideal, the character's immense success paved the way for Hua's subsequent career. Huang leaned towards the girl seated beside her and softly said, "Excuse me." Though her viewing of the audition was interrupted, Lu Ningning felt no irritation. Instead, she was momentarily captivated by the rich timbre of Huang's voice. "What?" She turned her head. With a sincere smile, Huang requested, "Could you lend me your script for a moment?" The script was promptly placed in her hands as her request concluded. "Thank you," Huang expressed. And after a brief interval, Lu Ningning suddenly came to her senses, realizing she had been staring blankly at Huang, feeling utterly infatuated. A warmth rushed to her cheeks, and after a few moments of silence, unable to contain her curiosity, she discreetly glanced over. Huang was absorbed in reading the script, standing quietly in the shadows, one hand casually tucked into her pants pocket while the other cradled the script. Her long, fair fingers, which seemed to belong on the black and white keys of the piano, were poised at angles that Lu Ningning found remarkably beautiful. As her gaze followed those fingers upward, it fell upon the slight curl of Huang's lips, and Lu Ningning, unaware of the involuntary swallow in her throat, forced her gaze away from those enticing lips, only to become entranced by her lowered eyes. Huang's expression was earnest, her eyelids and lashes fluttering in rhythm with the words on the pages, engrossed as though reading her most cherished text. Time slipped by silently until she completed the section pertaining to the Son of 1,000 Machines. Huang returned the script to the still-dazed girl beside her, saying, "Thank you. Gulp. Ahem. Lu Ningning stammered, only to be choked by her own words, due to the sound of her cough. Several judges in front turned their heads with disapproving glances. Flushed with embarrassment, Lu Ningning quickly covered her mouth with her hand. Perhaps her prompt attempt at remedying the situation saved her from being asked to leave. A gentle hand patted her back, and when Lu Ningning looked up, she was met with the smiling face of a boy whose eyes seemed to convey a silent apology and comfort, making her feel a sudden wave of happiness that caused her cough to subside involuntarily. Huang, ever the gentleman, retracted his hand, mindful of his role. More importantly, he noticed that Director Lu's figure shifted, indicating a waning interest and patience in continuing to observe. Indeed, as a renowned director, his presence at the audition until the very last day, especially with Hua already predetermined for the role, was quite remarkable. At that moment on stage, a student in simple white ancient attire sat in a wheelchair, reciting his lines, "What do I care for the rise and fall of the world? You have mistaken the person. As you can see, I am merely a mere cripple." The young man was strikingly handsome, embodying the essence of a classical beauty. For this audition, he had made considerable effort, donning a simple costume and applying light makeup. He sat in the wheelchair, his head slightly bowed as scripted, obscuring the emotions within his eyes. Yet, the slight furrowing of his brows and the pressing of his lips betrayed an inner turmoil that was anything but tranquil. The youth, still in his teens, appeared somewhat slender, and the self-deprecating tone, coupled with a stoic expression, evoked a poignant melancholy. Indeed, how could one not feel sympathy for him? The character of Qinji Gongzi, the last scion of the secluded Qinji sect, was born into a tragic fate, having lost all kin, crippled in both legs, and deaf in both ears. In the dim lighting, no one noticed the furrowed brows of Director Lu in the judging seats, his expression revealing an inability to endure the unfolding scene, prompting him to stand and prepare to leave. His movement drew the attention of everyone present, but soon a loud, impatient laugh redirected their focus, including that of Director Lu. "Where do you find the time for such nonsense? If I tell you to leave, then leave." Following the impatient laughter was a clear voice, rising in tone, conjuring an image of someone domineering and proud in the minds of the audience. The rhythmic sound of measured footsteps echoed from the aisle of the audience. The atmosphere fell silent. The auditioning young man, startled by the outburst, turned to look towards the source of sound. The indistinct figure approached, first revealing a pair of long, straight legs. Observing this pair of legs striding forth from the light evoked an indescribable sense of peculiar unease among the onlookers. Only Director Lu, who had just stood, brightened his eyes momentarily before his expression turned serious. The cadence of those footsteps was reminiscent of the ancient royal stride, a manner of walking reserved for the nobility, not only dictated by royal etiquette, but also necessitated by the cumbersome and opulent attire, making it essential to walk both elegantly and conveniently. This child Director Lu fixed his gaze on Huang, who was finally fully illuminated under the stage lights, and even he, with his vast experience, was taken aback by the beauty before him. Immediately, his attention was captivated by the other person's demeanor and expressions, his eyes widening in astonishment, never straying from Huang. At that moment, Huang flicked her hand and cast an impatient glance at the boy on stage. Then, she reached down to tease the air around her waist, before stepping up onto the stage's steps. The crowd gaped in disbelief as they suddenly realized that Huang had lifted the non-existent hem of an ancient robe. What does that gaze signify? Upon seeing the crown prince, do you not kneel in reverence? Huang halted abruptly 2 meters away from the boy, as if detecting an unfavorable glimmer in his eyes. Her brows knitted together, forming a formidable mountain, before she broke into a wicked smile. "Ah, I almost forgot you. Being crippled, cannot even kneel if you wish to." Shut up." The boy instinctively responded to the lines he had recited countless times before, his voice filled with a mix of anger and humiliation, perfectly aligning with the image he portrayed. Huang appeared to be struck hard, her face suddenly flushing, as she swallowed back the blood that threatened to surge forth. Her body swayed slightly, then she raised her head, her expression devoid of emotion as she fixed her penetrating gaze upon the boy, her eyes dark and profound, brimming with murderous intent. He was the crown prince of Fengchao, and despite his reckless demeanor, he bore the innate nobility and pride of royalty. Thus, he would not allow himself to bleed before a cripple, nor permit a cripple to offend him. If offended, death was the only consequence. The boy in the wheelchair was subjected to Si Huang's inscrutable gaze, and he found himself turning pale with fear. In that moment, he was grateful for his wheelchair. Otherwise, he would have surely collapsed, appearing even more pitiful than he currently did. Illusions danced before his eyes, the vivid scenes described in the script materializing before him. The youth who could command his death at any moment was none other than the crown prince of Fengchao. Feng Tsang, adorned in a luxurious purple-black robe embellished with dragon patterns, crowned with a feathered headdress, exuding an air of royal dignity and unyielding pride. Suddenly, a round of applause erupted, breaking the silence. The crowd awakened from their stupor, their eyes now scrutinizing the crown prince on stage. Oh no, just a young boy. Wow, how handsome. I didn't even notice his face before. Did I really think he was about to kill someone? Or was that just my imagination? I too had such an impression. It is no wonder they perceived it as an illusion. For as the applause from director Liu resounded, Si Huang's brows unfurled, and no one could reconcile the tranquil demeanor of the youth before them with the overwhelming aura of murderous intent that had just been displayed. Yet, Si Huang's current position and reality confirmed that they were indeed the same person. Chapter 004. The Chosen Idol. Despite your commendable performance, Director Liu's gaze remained fixed on Si Huang, who seemed as though she was born to stand beneath the spotlight, attracting the attention of the masses. Yet, Feng Tsang could only be at ease in his own realm. Si Huang bent slightly to Director Liu, straightened her posture, and smiled as she spoke. I understand. In truth, I came here for young Master Qinji, but I did not receive an opportunity to audition, prompting me to take this bold approach. I regret breaking the rules of the audition, but I genuinely need this role and am confident I can embody him. Not merely playing him, but truly becoming him. Director Liu's expression deepened as he regarded this earnest child on stage, whose eyes sparkled with sincerity and fervor. In that moment, she resembled a 16-year-old student, filled with passion for her dreams and an innocent heart. Young Master Qinji was not Feng Tsang. Si Huang beamed radiantly, her voice rising with emotion. Yes, I understand. You have only 3 minutes. Director Liu settled into his seat. Turning to the boy who still occupied the wheelchair, Si Huang declared, "This stage now belongs to me." Director Liu, upon hearing her words, could not help but chuckle silently. This child was truly intriguing. The boy paused, his face flushing slightly, his gaze towards Si Huang a mix of reluctance, resentment, and mockery, as if anticipating her downfall. He stood from the wheelchair, intentionally bumping into Si Huang as he left. Yet she deftly sidestepped, causing him to stumble and fall, which elicited a wave of laughter. Si Huang showed no inclination to assist the boy sprawled on the floor. Although such an act would earn her a reputation for magnanimity, was it really necessary? Her eyes flickered with disinterest at the thought of extending kindness towards someone who harbored animosity towards her. Once the stage was cleared of excess individuals, she gracefully took her place in the intricately crafted wooden wheelchair. She relaxed, reclining her entire body, while the audience awaited her performance. The protagonist, however, closed her eyes. In the darkness behind her closed eyelids, the harsh lights above could not be concealed. Si Huang sighed inwardly, having returned to the stage once more, a place where, in her previous life, she could truly relax and feel free. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 10 seconds, 20 seconds passed, and whispers began to ripple through the audience. Could it be that he has forgotten his lines? I think he was just putting on a show. Silence. If he plays young Master Qinji, I will definitely follow the series. His eyes are about to open. Upon noticing Si Huang's movement, the students in the classroom instinctively fell silent. Yet, on stage, Si Huang seemed to awaken from a reverie, slowly opening her eyes. However, they only opened halfway, remaining lazily still as she glanced toward a certain spot, her lips moving slightly. What is all this noise about? What is that voice? It's so tantalizing. Her naturally gifted voice carried a hint of sleepiness, languid and gentle, penetrating the ears and sending shivers throughout the body. Si Huang tilted her head slightly, her gaze still fixed on the empty space before her. Her expression was understated, bordering on emotionless. Yet it evoked in the audience a vivid impression that she was addressing someone with utmost respect, listening intently to their words. After 5 seconds, she averted her eyes and gently brushed her hands over her legs, as if brushing away fallen petals. Indeed, the audience comprised students who had read the script countless times. It dawned on them that this scene unfolded in the courtyard of young Master Chinji, who was napping beneath a snowflower tree, making it entirely plausible for petals to rest upon his legs. Before the audience could marvel at Huang's mastery of the scene, her subsequent nonchalant remark captivated their attention. "What do the rise and fall of the world have to do with me? You have mistaken the person. As you can see, I am merely a cripple." The same line, delivered in such an indifferent tone, was akin to speaking of the clear weather of the day. How could young Master Chinji, who had been disabled since childhood, be unconcerned by this? The onlookers initially thought Huang had faltered, but her expression left them speechless in awe. The youth in the wheelchair casually acknowledged his greatest flaw and pain, his head bowed, so that his eyes were obscured, revealing only the faint curve of his lips, a smile. Indifferent to the world's tribulations, disinterested in those who approached, he half lowered his gaze, fixated on a distant point, smiling softly. As his gaze shifted ever so slightly, it was as if a butterfly danced in pursuit of floral fragrance, his attention and smile ignited by this minute creature. Was that earlier comment merely a pretense to dismiss the outsiders seeking his aid? Young Master Chinji had never required the pity of others, nor did he feel shame for his disability. His very existence was a distant dream for many, inspiring admiration from afar. He stood independent, confident, resilient, proud, and dignified. Why should he elicit sympathy? At that moment, the young man in the audience seemed to materialize beneath the snowflower tree, adorned in a wide-sleeved robe patterned with plum blossoms against a backdrop of snow. Not yet of age to bind his hair, his long, lustrous black locks cascaded lazily over his shoulders. His unparalleled beauty and unique mechanical prowess were enchanting, yet he bore a beguiling laziness and love for food. Suddenly, the fingertips of his outstretched right hand twitched inadvertently, as if gently tugged by an invisible thread. The audience once again came to a realization. Young Master Chinji was not only disabled his legs, but also deaf in both ears. He relied on an imperceptibly fine thread of internal energy that enveloped his surroundings, woven around his fingers. Should someone approach and disturb that arc, it would alert him. He turned his gaze towards the staircase leading to the stage, the shift in his attention as if someone were indeed approaching him. "It is His Highness the Crown Prince," someone in the audience exclaimed excitedly. Many were awakened by this revelation, quickly understanding that, according to the plot, the individual approaching was none other than Prince Fengxiao. On the stage, the Prince of all mechanisms remained oblivious to the cries, his gaze lifting to the face of the non-existent crown, Prince Fengxiao. Given his seated position in a wheelchair, it was evident that he was indeed looking at the face of an adult. The Prince of all mechanisms was deaf. How could he hear spoken words? He relied solely on observation, discerning the shapes of lips and the motions of speech. Silence. This tone stood in stark contrast to the earlier exasperated outburst of the young man. Far from being indignant, he exhibited no trace of anger at all. Rather, he appeared mildly annoyed, akin to swatting away a bothersome fly. Time passed. Neither too early nor too late, Director Liu's voice resonated. The crowd awoke from their reverie, their expressions peculiar, their thoughts lingering on the final scene portrayed by Huang. According to the script, at this moment, the Crown Prince Fengxiao had indeed been struck and was valiantly suppressing the urge to cough up blood. Huang on stage was likewise momentarily stunned, as if still ensnared in a dream. In the span of 2 seconds, her eyes lost the brilliance that belonged to the Prince of all mechanisms, reverting to the unabashed demeanor of a modern youth. Director Liu observed the transformation in Huang's expression, his heart racing so fiercely that a flush crept across his dark complexion. His voice was hoarse as he inquired, "What is your name?" "Huang," she replied, rising to face Director Liu. In this lifetime, she would no longer be the puppet Huang. Instead, she sought to seize this name for herself, ensuring that anyone who heard or saw it would think solely of her, erasing the memory of the deceased eldest son of the C family, ensuring that no one would recall his existence. She would no longer exist because of the name Si Huang. Rather, it was the name Si Huang that would attain its reality through her. With a smile playing on her lips, Si Huang knew that not only the name, but many other things that belonged to her would gradually be reclaimed. Excellent, Si Huang. You are the one, Director Liu exclaimed, unable to conceal the excitement in his eyes. Hey, Director Liu, this, wasn't it originally supposed to be C? The assistant director anxiously stood up. Director Liu shot him a glare. The prince of all mechanisms is my decision. This was agreed upon from the beginning. The assistant director was rendered speechless by his stare. In the audience, the students erupted in a frenzy. Si Huang, he is the twin brother of Si Hua. The one who shares an egg with him? How could it possibly be him? This is impossible. A real-life, splendid transformation. Amidst the clamor, Director Liu motioned to Si Huang. Come with me. Chapter 5. The God of Negotiation in the lounge. Si Huang sat alone on a single sofa, facing Director Liu and a middle-aged lawyer. Director Liu took the initiative to speak. Why not call your agent to join us? Si Huang shook her head, paused for a moment as if gathering her thoughts, and then replied, Director Liu, I have not signed with Fenghua Entertainment. Director Liu was taken aback. It was evident that Si Huang was the scion of Fenghua Entertainment, a young man with a passion for acting. It was perplexing that he had not formalized a contract with his own company. Si Huang offered a disarming smile. To be frank, I plan to establish my own company, and in due course, I will be represented under its banner. While Director Liu maintained a composed demeanor, the lawyer beside him visibly reacted, as if the words on his face read, Are you joking? Si Huang's expression grew more earnest as he continued. I wish to sign in my personal capacity first. Director Liu furrowed his brow. What about your assistants, makeup artists, and branding? How do you intend to manage all that? Being astute, he quickly discerned from Si Huang's few words that he did not intend to utilize the resources of Fenghua Entertainment. Yet, Director Liu did not possess a strong curiosity to pry into others' private matters. I can manage on my own, Si Huang asserted. You haven't even made a name for yourself yet. How much is your assurance worth? I have faith in you, Director Liu. Si Huang returned the ball to him. Director Liu's expression tightened, his gaze lingering on Si Huang's smiling face for several moments before he finally gritted his teeth and said, I will reduce your remuneration. Thank you. Si Huang sensed her victory. She understood Liu Shu, the man behind Director Liu. He harbored an unwavering passion for directing and filmmaking, exhibiting a blend of obsession and discernment. Governed by his own set of rules and boundaries, he pursued perfection, yet when faced with the unattainable, he was willing to compromise. For instance, in her past life, when the ideal character of Qianji Gongzi eluded him, he settled for Si Hua, unwilling to abandon the entire production over a single miscast. However, once he encountered his envisioned perfection, no obstacle would deter him from seeking a resolution, ready to contend with anyone who dared to challenge him. Si Huang constantly asserted that she embodied the flawless Qianji Gongzi, and she was supremely confident that she surpassed Si Hua and others by a considerable margin. In her previous life, she had garnered multiple Best Actor awards and was hailed as a natural talent. With 10 years of experience in the entertainment industry, not only the youthful talent still in art schools, but even the established superstars would struggle to rival her. At present, as the epitome of the perfect Qianji Gongzi, Director Liu would surely be reluctant to let her go. In the underground parking garage of Huang Art School, Si Huang personally escorted Director Liu from the elevator to the car door. With a smile, Director Liu stepped into the vehicle she had opened for him, seemingly appreciative of the young man's respect for his elders. However, the next moment, his smile faltered. What are you doing getting in? Si Huang offered a shy smile. I'll hitch a ride. I forgot to bring my wallet. Director Liu's eyelids twitched, yet he ultimately did not eject Si Huang from the vehicle. Despite having encountered many handsome men and beautiful women, the allure of this young man was simply extraordinary, further accentuated by his remarkable temperament. Even if one is 80% certain that the bashful expression is feigned, few can truly bring themselves to refuse it. Sitting beside Director Liu, Si Huang turned to the driver in front and said with a smile, Please take us to Jinglan Shijia on Coral Road. The driver, after waiting for a moment without hearing Director Liu speak, started the car and proceeded to the destination as instructed by Si Huang. Jinglan Shijia is a prime location in H City, where land is as precious as gold. The estate boasts lush greenery and stringent security measures, with numerous celebrities and affluent individuals owning properties there. Huang's presence is due to a modest villa that belonged to her late mother, Li Lizi. The name Li Lizi is well known not only in H City, but across the nation. A superstar from over a decade ago, she was fluent in 5 languages and possessed an ethereal beauty and enchanting voice that captivated many. Had she not passed away so young, few would doubt that she would have emerged from Z country, achieving even greater heights in her musical career. Even today, many still cherish her as a goddess in their hearts, reminiscing about her glory days. Her timeless hits continue to generate wealth for Fenghua Entertainment, further enhancing its prestige. The external narrative suggests that Li Lizi succumbed to drug addiction, choosing a path of self-destruction. In her previous life, Huang too was misled by these claims, only uncovering the truth later on. Her mother did indeed die from drug overdose, but it was due to being forcefully administered drugs, occurring when Huang was merely 1 year old. The tragedy stemmed from Li Lizi's attempt to confront the patriarch of the C family, seeking to secure a rightful identity for Huang. This Navi woman remained oblivious to the fact that Jihan was exploiting her for his own gain while secretly courting the daughter of the Bai family. It was unforeseen that while Li Lizi withdrew from the public eye for her pregnancy and recuperation, Bai Qinglan too was expecting and quickly announced a relationship with Jihan, hastily marrying him under the pretense of their impending parenthood. Li Lizi only discovered this news 3 months after giving birth to Huang. And it was only when Huang reached 1 year of age that she found the opportunity to approach the patriarch of the C family to request a legitimate status for her daughter. The elderly patriarch, having a soft spot for his grandchildren, promised to safeguard Huang once it was clear that Li Lizi would not be entering the C family. However, Jihan was reluctant to have a love child, especially one that could tarnish his reputation if the public became aware of his liaison with Li Lizi. Thus, he devised a plan for Huang to assume the identity of her deceased twin brother, Hua, who had tragically passed away shortly before. Just half a month after Huang's arrival in the C family, Li Lizi met with her untimely demise. After disembarking, Huang walked for several minutes until she reached the small villa. With a thoughtful gaze, she crouched down to excavate a specific corner of the wall. Not digging very deep, she soon uncovered a small copper box. A smile tugged at her lips. Torn between playful curiosity and concern that her mother might have hidden a key card and key in such an accessible place. Remarkably, even after all these years, the contents of the copper box remained unchanged. In Jinglan Shijia, property owners typically pay in full upfront, ensuring that utilities continue uninterrupted for decades, even if the house lies vacant. As for the key card and key, they remain unaltered unless the owner personally requests changes from the property management. With the newly acquired access card and key, Huang entered the villa. She began to lift the dust covers from the furniture one by one, and in an instant, dust filled the air. A cough escaped her lips as she chuckled helplessly, hastening her movements. An hour later, Huang plugged the recently discovered USB drive into the wireless television and languidly sank into the sofa, squinting at the stunning woman appearing on the enormous high-definition screen. She was a breathtaking beauty, with emerald green eyes and raven black hair, her features slightly more defined than those of an East Asian, hinting at mixed heritage. As she adjusted the camera, causing the image to sway, she eventually smiled, resembling a pure and noble princess. Especially when she spoke, her voice flowed through the superior sound system, cleansing the listener's soul, truly deserving of the title The Song of the Elfin Spirit. Huang listened intently as the woman recounted her identity and experiences, devoid of the anger, sorrow, and confusion she had previously felt in her past life. All that remained was an overwhelming tranquility until the woman, in a gentle yet resolute tone, concluded, "I am sorry, my child. Following me will leave you without an identity. You are the child of Jihan and deserve your own identity and the paternal love you ought to receive. Mother cannot accompany you, for it would only bring you trouble, but I will watch over you and your growth." As the scene ended, Huang sat motionless on the sofa. In her past life, When she was sent into this villa and discovered this video, it was during her most tragic and desperate moments. At that time, the video had only inflicted further wounds upon her already battered soul, even fostering a hatred for this woman, wondering why she had abandoned her in the fiery pit of the C family and left. It was only after enduring much more that the woman's tender, clear green eyes became one of the few sources of solace in C Huang's later life. This woman had loved her deeply, but her educational philosophy seemed to belong to a foreign realm. As she narrated her deception by C Jihan, her tone was devoid of hatred. Instead, it bore the weight of accountability. She frequently mentioned identity, indicating that within her educational ideology, identity was of utmost value and significance. Without a doubt, she believed that as C Jihan's bloodline, C Huang would surely receive paternal love. A man may not love a woman, but he would undoubtedly cherish his lineage. For this reason, Li Lizi was willing to depart, seeking neither to disturb nor covet the C family. Throughout, Li Lizi's gaze remained clear and resolute. "Fool!" C Huang murmured, shaking her head, her half-closed eyes gradually widening, revealing an increasingly intense hue, not merely black but imbued with an enchanting deep green, captivating in its brilliance. Fenghua Entertainment was co-founded by Li Lizi and C Jihan, but to speak truthfully, the true architect of its success was Li Lizi. During the most challenging times for Fenghua Entertainment, it was Li Lizi alone who propelled both its reputation and performance. Furthermore, she invested all her earnings back into the company. "Mother, you mentioned that returning to the C family was for me to attain the identity I deserve. You also believe that Fenghua Entertainment should rightfully belong to me, do you not? Although I may not cherish it, it is mine by right, and what I desire shall not be taken from me, even if it means destruction." Chapter 006. The online deity C Huang felt as though she had barely slipped in a slumber when a cacophony in her mind roused her. She turned over with a thud. Ouch! It dawned on her that she had dozed off on the sofa. Sitting on the floor, C Huang rubbed her head in vexation. "Wu Bao, hush!" Wu Bao recoiled at her tone, sensing the perilous undertone. C Huang retrieved her phone to check the time, realizing she had not slept long, merely past 1 in the afternoon. "What do you mean not long? Look at the date." "The date." "Wu Bao, refrain from prying into my thoughts when I do not wish for you to know," C Huang replied coolly, glancing at the date on her phone. September 25th, 2016. She distinctly recalled that the audition day was September 24th. "Indeed, you have slept an entire day." No wonder she felt so famished. C Huang was grateful for the extensive slumber, especially after 3 consecutive nights of tormenting nightmares. She dialed a number from her phone, and upon connection, instructed, "Please send a caretaker with dinner to 21 Jinglan Mansion. And do remember to bring card reader." "C Huang." Wu Bao's voice was low, reminiscent of a jealous maiden. C Huang chuckled. "Go on, what is it?" As she made her way to the bathroom, under the shower, Wu Bao's excited voice resonated. "The faith value has surged. It has risen, and there is a shining golden faith within. Is this the miraculous internet you spoke of?" "What is the internet? Enlighten me." C Huang retorted. "Does faith value even come in colors?" Wu Bao beamed with pride. "Of course, look." In C Huang's vision appeared a semi-transparent object resembling a crystal ball, within which floated a multitude of pink specks of light. One golden glimmer standing out amongst a dozen black points. Her gaze lowered, noting the quantities inscribed beneath the crystal ball. Gold, 1, pink, 16, 205, black, 13. How is this possible? C Huang reached out, her finger piercing through the crystal ball. Wu Bao exclaimed, "This is the advantage of faith value. Seeing how vigorously you are accumulating it, I need not hesitate to use my modest abilities." C Huang turned off the shower and shook her hair, donning an unpackaged bathrobe from the cabinet. As she tightened the belt and stepped outside, she mused that gold represented stability, pink signified fluctuations, and black denoted a desire for demise. Wu Bao stammered, "How do you know that?" C Huang shook her head, opting not to elaborate, igniting Wu Bao's boundless curiosity. Just as Wu Bao was about to inquire further, C Huang's next words diverted all thoughts. "Come, let me introduce you to the miraculous artifact." The desktop computer was an antiquated model from over a decade prior. Despite its dated appearance, its internet speed was satisfactory. Huang opened a search engine, contemplating that a day's time would suffice. Indeed, upon searching for Huang, a series of entries appeared on the screen. With fingers distinctly articulated, she absent-mindedly tapped on the keyboard, the glow from the computer screen illuminating her fair visage, which bore droplets of moisture. She was primarily monitoring the happenings on the Huang Art School forum, where she noticed several sensational gossip threads pinned by the administrator at the top, eliciting a smile from her crimson lips. The greatest dark horse auditioning for the Emperor's path. The most perfect Qianji young master in history. Dare you challenge? An unparalleled beauty emerges on campus. Male deities, I beseech you to worship. I wish to bear your children. A modern-day account of the brothers of a prestigious family in fierce competition. Huang undergoes cosmetic surgery. Men, you have lost face. Huang perused the threads with keen interest, clicking on the first one, which revealed a monologue of excitement filled with exclamations, aptly conveying the poster's emotional state and evident disarray, clearly indicating that the poster was indeed female. Below was a video of Huang auditioning for the role of Qianji Young Master in the rehearsal room yesterday. Perhaps due to the less-than-ideal position from which the girl was filmed, the footage was slightly shaky and not flawless. However, the high-pixel quality of the smartphone captured the young man on stage with remarkable clarity. Even the subtle tremors of his fingertips were visible. Huang scrolled the mouse and discovered that the comments had exceeded 1,000, with the first page featuring: First floor, how dare you challenge? Second floor, how do you dare to compete? Third floor, you are nothing. Fifth floor, go cool off. 10th floor, have a look at yourselves. Huang, momentarily taken aback, she surmised what had transpired and promptly clicked to access a later page of comments. As she suspected, the source of this wave of how dare you sentiments stemmed from a few alt accounts disparaging her performance in the video, dismissing it as mediocre yet winning by virtue of her looks. A lofty observer remarked, terrified, women are truly formidable beings. Upon encountering something beautiful, they lose all reason and judgment, sweat. However, within a short span, a new comment refreshed in the comment section. Upon seeing the ID, Huang's brow arched. Her fingers deftly logging into her campus forum account, she leisurely typed a response. Feng Huang, I find girls rather charming. Smile. In the next moment, her ID prompted a fresh comment below. Caramel pudding, heart. Thank you, Your Majesty, for the compliment. Animated expression bowing, Huang smirked. Feng Huang, someone, toss out the barking mutts below. Proud. This time, the comments refreshed even more swiftly, appearing quite lively, or so it seemed to Huang. Caramel pudding. Yes, Your Majesty. Heart cake. At your service, Your Majesty. Blueberry juice. Certainly, Your Majesty. Wingless angel. Reporting to Your Majesty. The mutt has been disposed of. Would you prefer it braised or steamed? Caramel pudding. Off topic. Angry. Heart cake. One juicy cucumber. Have you noticed Your Majesty seems to have disappeared? The comment section was in utter disarray, and as the architect of this chaos, Huang had already vacated her seat to open the door. The visitor was a middle-aged woman, appearing to be in her 40s, with a delicate and amiable countenance, holding a takeout box. Hello, I am Zhao Limei, a maid from the Jinshin housekeeping company, she said somewhat awkwardly, her gaze fixated on the young man's shoulder, never meeting his eyes since the moment she laid eyes on him. Please come in. Huang gestured for her to enter. The polite and soft timbre of her voice momentarily startled Zhao Limei, who intended to change her shoes before entering, only to realize that there were no spare slippers available. A slightly exasperated voice floated to her ears. I just moved back, so let's proceed like this. Place the food on the table, and I will leave the rest to you. Zhao Limei complied with her instructions, her mind racing in circles. At first glance, she had assumed this young man was a celebrity. She had heard from her colleagues that such high-profile individuals were often the most difficult to please, with notoriously volatile tempers. Yet, this young man was remarkably courteous and quite charming. Sir, once Zhao Limei completed the tasks Huang had assigned, she produced the card reader and the invoice for the meal. Our company's rule is to settle the payment first. Before she could finish her sentence, the young man had already placed his card in her hand. I understand. This house is quite spacious. There is no need for you to clean it all in one day. The master bedroom and study on the second floor do not require tidying, nor should you enter them. The password for this card is 336,688. After deducting these expenses, you may keep the remaining amount for future grocery shopping. Huang, feeling quite famished, began to unpack the food, only to notice that Zhao Li Mei was still standing idle. Turning her head, she caught a glimpse of the woman's somewhat conflicted expression and smiled. There isn't much money on this card. If you doubt it, you can verify it at the bank later. So, there is no issue in taking it. Besides, I am somewhat familiar with Jinshin Housekeeping Company. I'm hungry. Please proceed with your tasks. The final statement emboldened Zhao Li Mei, dispelling any lingering hesitation. Though desperately hungry, Huang's eating pace was unhurried, as she pondered various schemes for profit in her mind. The card she had given to Zhao Li Mei was discovered in Li Lizi's room. It had been previously mentioned that Li Lizi had invested most of her money into Fenghua, yet she would still keep a small amount for personal expenses. Indeed, it was merely pocket change. Given Li Lizi's wealth, the funds on that card could only be described as pitifully meager. Perhaps it was due to an understanding of Li Lizi's nature that after her demise, Jihan had refrained from pillaging the estate she left behind. Huang had unearthed 2 cards in total, both with the same password. She had entrusted one to Zhao Li Mei, while the other remained tucked in her pocket, where she recalled there being approximately 60,000. This sum would be her means of generating income moving forward. Once Huang had finished her meal, Zhao Li Mei was still diligently working. Nodding to herself, Huang retreated to the study. The comments section she had left open had likely been refreshed countless times, and lacking the interest to sift through it all, she clicked on the second most popular post on the forum's homepage. This post was far more detailed than the first, as the original poster recounted their encounter with a campus heartthrob, followed by an effusive declaration of affection spanning 1,000 words, ultimately accompanied by a candid photograph of Huang, evidently taken surreptitiously with a mobile phone. This post holds little allure, and the comments section is a cacophony of chaos. After dismissing the distractions, Huang's gaze settled upon the most significant post, titled A Modern Account of the Brothers of the Mansion's Great Duel. Huang's cosmetic surgery, a total loss of face for men. The audacious post bore the true name of its creator, whose ID is the overlooking canine of humanity, commonly referred to as Dogmaster. Chapter 007. The male idol of Emperor Chung in the realm of campus forums. The identities of active participants are generally known, unless cloaked in anonymity. For instance, the audacious ID Wind Emperor is readily associated with Huang. As for the instigator, the overlooking heir Huang is well aware that this individual is Sun Heir, a close companion of Hua. He frequently frequents the forum, adept at stirring controversy and shaping public opinion. From Huang's later recollections, it became apparent that Sun Heir had long been contracted with Fenghua Entertainment, consistently promoting Hua across various forums, ultimately becoming one of the orchestrators manipulating Huang. His torment is not physical, but rather a psychological assault through public discourse. With a mere tap of his fingers, he crafts a series of exaggerated or fabricated gossip about Huang, garnering widespread attention and plunging her into tumultuous waves of public opinion. Akin to a solitary sailboat battered by raging seas, only to be pieced together again by those with ulterior motives, presenting a facade of glamour. The Xi family did not intervene in Sun Heir's actions as long as he ensured Huang's fame remained intact. Although many in the campus forum referred to him as Dog Lord, a faction of detractors disdainfully labeled him Mayor Guzi. Huang, however, did not belong to either camp. From the moment the ID appeared before her, she had already resolved Sun Heir's fate in her mind, with a detached air, as if observing another's life. She clicked on the post authored by Sun Heir, finding great satisfaction in the detailed depiction contained within. Just days prior, the incident where Huang deceived Hua into attending a lively gathering had resurfaced, described with such vividness that one might believe the writer was present at the scene. Even more ludicrous to Huang was Sun Heir's audacity to delve into her and Hua's thoughts. Did he fancy himself a mind reader or a novelist? As she skimmed through the post, she noted that it insinuated suspicions of Huang undergoing plastic surgery. while the wording suggested mere doubt. A closer examination revealed a tone of unwavering certainty, bolstered by a comparison of an inconspicuous photo of Huang obscured by her hair with a recent image taken during a performance. The conclusion regarding her alleged surgery was drawn with professional terminology. It culminated in a lamentation of not a real man, truly bringing disgrace to us men. The comment section was already in uproar, with some expressing skepticism, others reveling in schadenfreude, and numerous young women standing up for Huang. Among the most ardent defenders were a few familiar IDs that elicited a sense of recognition and silence from Huang. Carame pudding, gutsi. Spare me your nonsense. Do you even understand plastic surgery? You speak as if you're a professional, but perhaps you are the one in need of surgery. No wonder your psyche is so dark and unbalanced. Heart cake, pudding speaks the truth. Blueberry juice, from a unique perspective of an arts student. His Majesty's divine visage is a gift from the heavens, with such smooth lines that there isn't a hint of artificiality. If you could achieve such beauty through surgery, I would kneel before you and call you your Majesty. Caramel pudding. I believe in His Majesty. Long live His Majesty. Perhaps they were unaware of the true circumstances surrounding the revelry, which is why they refrained from mentioning the matter of harming their brother. Your Majesty. Huang's drifting thoughts were interrupted by Wu Bao's peculiar and obsequious voice. She raised an eyebrow, awaiting Wu Bao's next statement. Another shiny gold coin has been added. Huang, what benefits does this shiny gold coin confer? Your Majesty is indeed wise. It appears you have taken an interest once more. To speak of shiny gold coins, they are. Huang, speak plainly. Wu Bao, one shiny gold coin can equate to 10,000 little pink coins. Yet 10,000 little pink coins cannot be exchanged for a shiny gold coin. This is the crux of your advantage and survival. Currently, if you amass 5 shiny gold coins, you shall earn an opportunity for physical enhancement. Just 5, merely 5. How could you possibly miss out? Don't you wish to heal the whip scars on your back? After the initial enhancement, your skin will be utterly smooth, devoid of scars. Additionally, it will strengthen your body and enhance your memory, dear. Huang cast a glance at the treasure-hunting advertisement on the computer screen, silently commending Wu Bao's linguistic prowess. Understood. Her gaze returned to the 3 charming ID numbers. In a rented apartment within the vicinity of Huang Art School, 3 vibrant young women sat on the sofa in varied postures, each with a laptop resting on their laps. Ning Ning, salve continue. Dressed in a cute pink hoodie and blue leggings, Zhou Xiaowen tilted her head to the left. Lu Ning Ning, resolutely defending the reputation of the emperor, did not lift her head. To her right, Lu Yin, with long black hair and an expression of icy detachment, remarked monotonously, too deeply immersed. Yet her fingers moved faster than the other two. At 6 in the evening, Huang descended to pour herself a drink. Casting a glance at the now considerably cleaner and brighter hall, her spirits lifting as well. Madam, Zhao Limei seemed to have been waiting here for some time. While pouring water, Huang stated, I am Huang. Speak your mind. Zhao Limei replied softly, I have 2 children to care for at home, so I would like to discuss the timing with you. Huang smiled. This is also what I wish to convey. From now on, you need only to prepare lunch and dinner. Please arrive before noon and depart by 6 in the afternoon. In the event of special circumstances, I will inform you via message. I have yet to arrange for a spare access card, but I will be home for the next few days, so you need not worry about gaining entry. Her words flowed smoothly, her low, velvety voice akin to the allure of fine red wine, presenting no sense of coercion. Although Zhao Limei instinctively acquiesced to her directives, she did not voice a single objection. After finishing her drink, Huang poured another cup to take upstairs, expressing her satisfaction with Zhao Limei's thorough cleaning and organization of the daily necessities. The next task for Huang was to purchase clothing and essential daily items from local online shops. When she departed from the C family, she had taken nothing but her identification card. At that time, she had no intention of packing her belongings from the C household, nor did she possess anything of significant value to pack. Moreover, her allowance card, which she had held as the eldest son of the C family, was under the control of Zhang Ma, leaving her powerless to reclaim it. The Majesty's faith value reverberated in her mind. Huang, having just completed a shopping spree on the treasure hunting website, subsequently opened the stock market, meticulously perusing its contents. Is it true that money can indeed make the devil do his bidding? While it is improbable for her to recall every detail of the forthcoming decade, she retains a vague recollection that guides her. After several minutes of diligent searching, Huang finally unearthed a few stocks that promised modest profits, though the sensational opportunities for substantial gains were not to be found this year. Undeterred, Huang felt no disappointment. These modest stocks were sufficient to sustain her lifestyle and to pursue her myriad aspirations. Chapter 008. The Reinforced God for 3 consecutive days. Huang spent her time at home indulging in delightful meals and restful slumber, her complexion appearing notably more radiant than in previous days. The fervor surrounding Huang on the Huang Art School forum did not wane with the passage of time. Rather, it intensified. Leaving her idle at home while the data in the belief sphere fluctuated, challenging the heart function of Wu Bao, if it possessed a heart, that is. The most gratifying news for Wu Bao was the golden sparkle rising to 3 coins. Like a little miser, it frequently murmured within Huang's mind, marveling at the ease with which one could acquire belief values in this era, envisioning a future brimming with promise. Huang chose not to disillusion its innocent and naive spirit. While it was indeed easy to gain blind adoration in this age, the speed at which such ardor could turn to disdain was unparalleled. The phone on the table vibrated with a low hum. Upon seeing the caller ID, Adeptlis gaze enveloped Huang. Huang? Wu Bao's cautious voice echoed in her mind, jolting her back to reality. The tension in her expression dissipated, replaced by a calm demeanor and a captivating glimmer in her eyes. This radiant gleam was not merely sunlight. It bore the predatory sharpness of a ferocious beast, excitement causing her nostrils to flare with subdued sounds. The more intense the situation, the more nonchalant Huang appeared. Her half-closed eyes now glistened with a deep, verdant hue, more enchanting than emeralds, shrouded in mystery. Faced with this calm exterior that concealed a tempest of madness, Wu Bao fell silent, a flicker of fear igniting within. Who could foresee what reckless act Huang might commit in such a state? The phone on the table vibrated a few more times before ceasing. 2 seconds later, it buzzed again. This time, Huang decisively pressed the speakerphone button. "Why are you only answering the phone now?" The first words that emerged were a stern reprimand. Huang crossed her long right leg over her left and calmly fabricated an excuse. "I just went to refill my glass. Can you not cause trouble for even a single day? It seems my previous lesson was too lenient, allowing you to forget your place and act out at home. I heard from your mother that Huang was struck in the head with a bottle by you and is still bedridden. What sin did I commit in my past life to deserve a child like you? Are you even listening?" Huang merely tugged at the corners of her mouth. "Yes, I'm listening. What kind of tone is that? I'll be home soon. And if I don't see you?" Presumably, the speaker was confident that Huang would not dare to evade her return, hence refraining from voicing any threats that follow the if. Huang lightly tapped her fingers on the armrest, her gaze unfocused, her calm tone exuding an irresistible elegance as she replied, "Before you reprimand me, perhaps you should inquire what Huang has done. I shall refrain from intruding for the next few days." "Return? That is not her home." To use the word return seems rather peculiar. Not wishing to ponder the expression on the other end of the call, Huang ended the conversation. "Wu Bao, I'm here. What level of enhancement for the body can you achieve?" Wu Bao grasped the essence of Huang's inquiry with remarkable acuity. "Your Majesty possesses exceptional flexibility and explosive power. However, the sole deficiency lies in strength. Upon initial enhancement, your strength may attain that of an adult male, allowing for a more profound exploration of your flexibility and explosive capabilities. Consequently, your speed, leaping ability, and sharpness will significantly improve. Additionally, your memory, sensory perception, and mental fortitude will also be enhanced, the extent of which will depend on your inherent potential, a latent capacity that I am unable to detect. Please proceed with the enhancement," Huang requested. Wu Bao explained in a tone that was both grave and mildly coaxing. "The condition for initial enhancement requires 5 shimmering gold tokens. Not necessarily, Sifong replied, a hint of amusement in her gaze, her emerald pupils partially veiled in shadow, rendering her expression inscrutable. Were there others present, they would undoubtedly be entranced by the mysterious and perilous aura she exuded. Yet, to Wu Bao, she resembled a demon from the abyss. Beneath her stunning exterior lay the calm before a tempest. Wu Bao dared not conceal its thoughts, yet refrained from articulating them directly. How do you know? Sifong chuckled lightly. The little pink tokens must have some impact. Wu Bao felt quite vexed, pondering that having a too astute successor could be troublesome, making discipline a challenge. You are correct. The shortfall of 2 shimmering gold tokens can be temporarily substituted with 20,000 little pink tokens, allowing you to undergo the initial bodily enhancement ahead of schedule. However, such a course of action comes with dire consequences. You must acquire double the amount, 4 shimmering gold tokens, within 20 days. Otherwise, you will perish, and I shall be dragged down with you. Upon hearing the last statement, Sifong envisioned a petulant child, and after a brief chuckle, the danger in her eyes dissipated. Once Sifong made a decision, no one could dissuade her, a realization Wu Bao had come to understand deeply. After futile attempts at persuasion, Wu Bao ultimately acquiesced to Sifong's wishes. Before proceeding with the enhancement, Wu Bao cautioned Sifong. The initial enhancement is foundational for you, Your Majesty. Thus, it is of utmost importance. You must endure as long as possible. Despite the pain, Wu Bao was unaware of the true extent of the pain, having never experienced it firsthand and could not comprehend what very painful entailed. Listening to Wu Bao's youthful voice repeatedly address her as Your Majesty amused Sifong, as she did not deter its eagerness to learn about the formidable power of the internet, often mimicking what it found regarding Sifong online. To avoid any surprises, Sifong first called Zhao Limei to inform her not to come the following day. The subsequent ordeal made Sifong grateful for her precaution, as the pain was excruciating. The initial warm current coursing through her body was akin to attempting confection. But before she could savor it, an agonizing sensation akin to bones abruptly growing and flesh reversing coursed through her, creating a feeling of ruptured veins restoring themselves. This experience caused Sifong to collapse onto the ground, convulsing, and soon she was drenched in sweat. Yet, Sifong did not cry out. Compared to the physical agony, the torment of her spirit felt far more unbearable. The urge to scream was overshadowed by the ferocious beast lurking within her soul, roaring in fury. Time gradually passed, though the duration remained elusive. The encouraging voice of Wu Bao lingered in her mind, yet it grew increasingly indistinct with the passage of time. Ultimately, Huang found herself smiling wryly. The sensation of pain was indeed terrifying, so much so that it induced a morbid sense of exhilaration within her. She recalled the numbing despair she had faced in the face of death, as though her consciousness had been punctured by a gaping hole, leaving her in a vast emptiness that expanded ever further. This torment transformed into a sweet kind of agony, allowing Huang to clearly perceive the glimmer of hope amidst her suffering. Chapter 009. The beating of Huang was unaware of when she fell into a state of unconsciousness. By the time she regained her senses, it was already the following evening. Her attire lay crumpled against her body, emanating an odd scent of sweat and blood. Without needing a mirror, Huang knew her appearance was far from presentable. She shook her head, interrupting the excited murmurs of Wu Bao, who had been chattering incessantly since her awakening, and requested a moment of respite for her mind. Wu Bao fell silent. After indulging in a 20-minute aromatic bath, Huang emerged feeling invigorated as never before, acutely aware of the changes within her body. A flicker of surprise danced in her eyes as she approached the full-length mirror. Even with her discerning eye accustomed to the beauty of handsome men and striking women, she could not deny that the reflection before her was indeed exceptional. Her elongated figure showcased a harmonious golden ratio. Her skin, now fairer and more supple than before, radiated a lustrous quality reminiscent of cold jade, evoking awe merely by its sight. One might be tempted to touch it, yet felt a profound respect that deterred such a trivial act. Her visage seemed unchanged, yet subtly transformed. Huang squinted, finally discerning the reason. Her complexion had improved, rendering her already exquisite features even more radiant. The contrast between her irises and sclera appeared strikingly clear, as though freshly cleansed, with only a close inspection revealing a hint of deep green encircling her eyes. Even she, as a woman, could not deny that stepping out in such a form would render her akin to a captivating enchantress, devoid of any malevolent aura. Your Majesty, you are truly remarkable. You managed to endure until the end. Thanks to your outstanding performance, the results are exceptional. You have also received a special reward. During this brief moment of silence, Wu Bao bounced forth once more. Huang turned slightly, taking delight in the smoothness of her unblemished back, and casually inquired about the special reward. Wu Bao announced in a grandiose tone, "Your beauty has been enhanced." Amused by Wu Bao's newfound modern vocabulary, Huang replied, "Is that all?" As she donned her bathrobe and prepared to step outside. "What do you mean, is that all?" The 5 exceptional young masters are renowned for their unparalleled beauty. This is of utmost importance and will greatly assist you in mastering your subsequent skills. After a brief pause, Wu Bao's voice softened. Though your beauty has already reached astonishing heights, the enhancement appears to be minimal. Huang took note of the remark regarding mastering skills and beauty, her expression slightly puzzled, but she refrained from inquiring further. Halfway through putting on her pants, she suddenly halted. "Wu Bao, have I grown taller?" "Indeed, you have grown 5 centimeters." With a soft sigh, Huang realized that the discomfort she had felt the previous day, akin to the stretching pains of growth, stemmed from this change. She removed the partially worn pants and chose a longer pair of black casual trousers, pairing them with a long-sleeve white t-shirt and a black-collared sweatshirt. This simple ensemble was transformed into an international brand supermodel effect by Huang's presence. Just a few days had passed, and she already needed to acquire new clothing. Shaking her head lightly, Huang grabbed a black baseball cap and stepped outside. During this period, she noticed several missed calls from yesterday on her phone, raised an eyebrow, and chose to ignore them, setting her device to silent mode before slipping it into her pocket. To discuss these missed calls, one must rewind time to a day prior. The emotions of Han, who had been abruptly hung up on by Huang, were quite complex. More than anger, there was an inexplicable feeling. It was the first time he had ever heard Huang speak to him in such a manner, openly defying him. Nevertheless, Han had not anticipated that Huang would dare to resist his authority by not returning home, even upon arriving home to find Huang absent. He rationalized it as her having a long journey back. As soon as Bai Qinglan saw Han return, she lamented about Huang's transgressions. Hua only made her appearance at dinner, her face pale and a bandage wrapped around her forehead, looking frail and pitiful. This sight naturally redirected Han's irritation, initially provoked by Bai Qinglan's complaints, towards the still absent Huang. By the time the 3 finished their dinner, Huang had yet to return, and Bai Qinglan seized the opportunity to continue disparaging her. Han's grim expression revealed his dissatisfaction with Huang. Hua placed a tablet in front of Han, saying, "Dad, take a look at this." The screen displayed the 3 most viral posts from the Huaxing Art School forum, which had spread even wider over 3 days. Hua, oblivious to the sudden shift in Han's gaze, complained, "It turns out Director Liu's role has already been decided to be mine. I don't know what means Huang used to snatch it away. She has never studied acting. Even if she pretends, how could she perform well? I hope she doesn't end up ruining our reputation." Suddenly, Hua was stunned by a sharp slap. Bai Qinglan let out a shriek and rushed over to check on her. Han, his face flushed with fury, stood up, pointing at the mother and daughter with gritted teeth, declaring, "Huang is still a minor. Any shameful acts she commits reflect on our parenting and the family's reputation. We can discipline her at home, but we absolutely cannot let the outside world laugh at us. And cosmetic surgery? If the rumors spread, what value will that fake face hold?" Bai Qinglan, Hua is still young and impetuous, but can't you comprehend this principle? Hua, still wearing a face of resentment and confusion, remained perplexed, while Bai Qinglan suddenly awakened to the reality, her expression turning regretful. Han refrained from further reprimanding them and made a phone call. "Hello, Secretary Wang?" "Yes." I need you to promptly eliminate any online news regarding Si Huang's alleged plastic surgery and family discord. I do not wish to see any negative reports on this matter. As for the rest, leave it be, just focus on the negative news. Good, I expect to see results by tomorrow. After hanging up, Si Jihan glanced again at the still bewildered and resentful Si Hua. From now on, think before you act. I will ensure Si Huang relinquishes the role to you. However, upon hearing that the role would return to her, Si Hua could not muster any joy. The word relinquish only deepened her sense of shame. As time passed, Si Jihan awaited Si Huang's return, yet as night fell, she remained absent. After several unanswered calls, it dawned on the enraged Si Jihan that Si Huang's words during their previous conversation had been entirely truthful. Chapter 010. The singing idol, the sign of night, gleamed vibrantly in the darkness. Si Huang chose not to enter through the front, but rather made her way to the back entrance. The dim alley was not devoid of people, yet she filtered out the sticky and ambiguous sound around her. As she approached the rear door of night, a man clad in hip-hop attire stood there. Upon catching sight of Si Huang, he furrowed his brow, his tone impatient. Why are you only showing up now? Do you have any idea how precious my time is? Never mind, take this. Time's almost up. I've already spoken to the manager. Whether you seize this opportunity is up to you. As the man tossed the guitar toward her, Si Huang deftly caught it. Move. Why are you just standing there? Si Huang was beginning to grasp the mix-up. She adjusted her cap, the brim casting a shadow over most of her face. A subtle smile forming at the corners of her lips as she followed the man's lead. The man, Zhou Li, found himself momentarily taken aback, pondering. This kid isn't bad-looking at all. Just the chin and lips reveal he's quite handsome. He couldn't help but linger on the shadow cast by the brim of her hat, wondering if her entire face is this stunning. As long as she doesn't sing particularly poorly, she should definitely leave an impression. Night was a world apart. The exterior was tranquil, while the interior buzzed with frenetic energy. Describing it as a cacophony of wails and chaotic revelry would not be an exaggeration. Suddenly, the vibrant music ceased, and the crowd erupted in confusion. What's happening? Is a machine jammed? Ha ha ha. Is it Ali's turn to perform? Ali. Ali. The women's shrill screams drowned out the men's complaints. The stage lights illuminated, and without any preamble, Zhou Li gave Si Huang a gentle push from behind. For an average young person experiencing such a situation for the first time, nerves would likely be a common reaction, especially with no one to warm up the crowd. Zhou Li harbored a mischievous curiosity. However, as he observed Si Huang's confident stride toward the stage, tall and poised, her long legs straight and elegant, an aura of charisma emanated from her, leaving no trace of nervousness. When Si Huang, donned in black casual attire, ascended the stage and took a seat on a high stool, the cacophony of shouts for Zhou Li subsided, replaced by murmurs of intrigue. A newcomer? She looks impressive. Those legs are absolutely stunning. Hey, singer, take off your hat. Si Huang lifted her chin, realizing this was indeed the best vantage point to observe the crowd below, making it simpler for her to locate certain individuals. Your Majesty, are you about to amass faith points again? The cheerful voice of Wu Bao echoed in her mind. In Wu Bao's perspective, Si Huang's previous windfall of faith points had stemmed from performing in front of the masses. Indeed, Si Huang chuckled softly, finding the dual benefits quite appealing. Her voice, transmitted through the condenser microphone, emerged low and languid, exuding a nonchalant elegance. Perhaps due to the ambience, it seemed to transform what should have been a regal timbre into something seductively intoxicating. Oh my goodness, my ears are about to be impregnated. A boisterous shout from a female audience member resonated throughout the venue. As the scene descended into chaos, Si Huang momentarily paused, her slender fingers deftly plucking the strings of the instrument. She had dabbled in various modern musical instruments, with the piano being her forte, while her proficiency in others could only be described as slightly better than amateur. A gentle melody began to resonate, not an explosive anthem suited for the occasion, but rather a soothing tune imbued with a hint of melancholic depth. Most were aware that what is often termed healing music can also be regarded as profoundly sorrowful, and the heart-wrenching songs epitomized deep emotional resonance. Si Huang chose to sing an English song, and her opening notes elicited astonished expressions from many. The purity of her tone, combined with her exceptional vocal gift, was utterly breathtaking. Numerous listeners recognized the song, a poignant ballad that conveyed the original artist's sense of nonchalance regarding heartbreak. The lyrics narrated a tale of betrayal, where the protagonist resolves to forget his unfaithful girlfriend, asserting to himself and others that such a woman is unworthy of his sorrow, vowing instead to lead a better life. Since its release, this song has been repeatedly associated with heartbreak and infidelity, serving as a sardonic commentary on the betrayal of lovers. Yet, when sung by Huang in her soft, husky timbre, it evoked a profound sense of being deeply loved in every listener, a bittersweet pang intertwined with envy directed toward the non-existent girlfriend. Ah, he must have loved her dearly. Even as he sang, "Let all end, tear everything apart like a tempest." The depth of his pain and helplessness transcended mere irony, his voice breaking slightly, revealing the struggle within. He reminded himself that chasing after her was futile, for even if he tried, he could never reclaim what was lost. The audience fell into a hushed silence, captivated by her singular voice, their gazes riveted upon the soulful performer on stage. Due to the height and lighting, his hat obscured half of his face, yet in the dimness, his slightly narrowed eyes shone with an undeniable brilliance. Though his visage remained shrouded in mystery, it radiated an alluring charm, particularly those eyes, which seemed to gaze directly into the souls of onlookers, pouring forth an infinite well of emotion through his song. How wonderful it would be if this man loved me. Many found themselves thinking, not only women, but men as well. Huang remained oblivious to the thoughts swirling in the minds of the crowd, undistracted by the jubilant echoes of her inner voice. She kept her eyes open, searching for a particular figure amidst the throng, and fortune smiled upon her, as her heightened senses guided her to her target amidst the sea of heads. A smile curved her lips. As the lights brightened and the guitar surged, the chorus reached its zenith once more. That fleeting smile struck the hearts of all who beheld it, causing a collective tightening of breath. The sensation was indescribable, a flavor so rich that words failed to encapsulate it. Suddenly, amidst the crescendo, a woman's ecstatic scream pierced the air. "I want to be your girlfriend." This was soon followed by a chorus of enthusiastic cheers, a cacophony of ahs from both men and women alike. In the air, one could faintly discern the sound of stifled sobs, echoing a plea. "Beloved, do not be distressed. Her betrayal will undoubtedly be her greatest loss in this lifetime." Regardless of the chaos below, the enchanting Huang remained unfazed, effortlessly soaring to unprecedented heights with her soprano, elevating the fervor of the audience to a fever pitch. This stark contrast to the earlier tranquility astonished a few hidden observers. Yet, being present to experience Huang's live performance with all senses engaged, they found it utterly inevitable. This adolescent, not yet of age, emanated an innate, formidable aura that could drive one to madness. As the song approached its conclusion, the concealed Xia Qitong finally withdrew her profound gaze and instructed her manager beside her, "Sign him." Chapter 011. The Savior God, Xia Qitong's voice, gentle yet imbued with an air of authority, conveyed a sense of habitual decisiveness, indicative of his stature as an individual accustomed to issuing commands. Just as the manager was about to acquiesce, he heard Xia Qitong continue. He could make requests. A flicker of alarm crossed the manager's mind. It seemed the boss held this young man in high regard, intent on acquiring him at any cost. Before he could ponder further, Xia Qitong's tall silhouette, comparable to that of a star, vanished around the corner. The manager immediately turned to the still-dazed Zhou Li and remarked, "This promising talent was introduced by you. You must have a good rapport with him. Remember to speak favorably when he returns." Though he sensed the young man was eager to join, the presence of the major boss left no room for negligence. Zhou Li, snapping back to reality, responded absently, "Oh." Suddenly, his phone vibrated in his pocket. Still somewhat disoriented, he retrieved it and, upon seeing a text message, instinctively opened it. Upon reading, Zhou Li's eyes widened in shock, his expression twisting into one of bewilderment. He immediately looked up at the stage where Huang had just completed a song, the beams of light above vanishing, plunging the scene into darkness. This was customary at night. After each performance, the venue would dim for a few seconds to prepare for the next act. If the upcoming performance was not a grand affair, a mere second of darkness sufficed. For the audience, this fleeting moment felt brief. Yet no one anticipated that when the lights returned, the figure they had been yearning for would be conspicuously absent. Where is he? Where is he? Uncle, did he go backstage to prepare? Why is the guitar here? Yet he is not. Am I seeing things? Got him in. Where are you? I want to bear your children. The atmosphere was rife with chaos and confusion. The stage was left with a solitary guitar, while Huang had already seized the opportunity of the fleeting darkness to leap off the stage, hastily concealing herself in search of her quarry. Not only were the audience anxious, but the manager was also distressed, shouting at Jolie, "Where is he? Call him immediately." Jolie, his face contorted, stammered, "Mr. Manager, you got the wrong person. I don't have his number." In his hand, the phone displayed a message. "Brotherly, where are you right now? Why aren't you at the designated place to meet me? I've called you several times, and I can't get in without you. The guard 1T let me through." The series of questions revealed the sender's impatience, yet they dared not express anger. The signature at the end was that of the very individual Zhou Li intended to bring in. The précis Huang sought was a local ruffian, somewhat notorious on this street, known by the moniker Poison Eye. In his 30s, he served as a minor squad leader for a gang in the area. Individuals of his ilk were often overlooked by those truly entrenched in the underworld, but to ordinary thugs, he was a figure of authority. Poison Eye had long frequented this street, with night being his favorite haunt. Thus, Huang felt no surprise at the prospect of finding him so readily today. As she neared the conclusion of her song on stage, she spotted the notorious figure in the crowd, taking advantage of the chaos to forcibly seize a waitress and drag her toward the back exit. Although she couldn't immediately follow the shadowy figure, with her enhanced hearing and faint memories guiding her, Huang managed to track down the group led by the infamous villain. They were in a desolate warehouse, illuminated only by a flickering streetlight within a 100-meter radius. Apart from the 8 individuals present, consisting of the villain and the trapped waitress, no one else would dare venture into such a dreary place. Even from a distance, Huang could discern the movements and conversations among them. She recognized this clarity as a result of her enhanced physical abilities, a wave of satisfaction washing over her. "Little girl, your fortune lies in the fact that Brother Du has taken a liking to you. If it weren't for him shielding you, do you think you'd still be able to remain at night?" sneered one of his underlings. Huang could see the glee in his eyes. But what surprised her was the waitress's calm demeanor despite her predicament. "It has only ever been you who causes me trouble," the girl retorted, her voice youthful and steady. "Brother Du, are you truly determined to not let me go today?" Du's lips curled into a smirk. "Ling Ling, it's precisely this resilience of yours that I admire. Unlike other girls who act like frightened little birds. You're right, I have little patience today. I pursued you for so long without any sign of reciprocation. It seems there is no alternative." His words implied that the fault lay with the girl for her lack of affection. Du continued, "If you behave today, you will become my woman. If not, well, misery loves company." The earlier speaker's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Brother, your eloquence is unmatched." The waitress fell silent for a moment, and Du assumed her silence indicated acquiescence. He signaled to his lackeys, who dispersed reluctantly, clearly eager to witness the unfolding drama. At this moment, Huang finally had the opportunity to observe the girl who had piqued her interest. With fair skin and dark hair, delicate willow-like brows, and captivating almond-shaped eyes, she was a striking beauty, her youthful visage complemented by a resolute and composed expression. It was no wonder she had caught Du's eye. Yet, despite her alluring appearance, the girl seemed scarcely past her teenage years, leaving Huang to ponder why she found herself working as a waitress at night, leading to such dire circumstances. "She looks somewhat familiar," Huang murmured to herself, just as the girl suddenly whispered, "Du, the way you treat me today will not go unpunished, regardless of what the future holds." Rather than inciting caution in Du, her words only fueled his excitement. "You will come to love me." His insinuating tone, coupled with the ominous bulge in his trousers, finally twisted the girl's expression into one of distress. Du crouched down, reaching out to tug at her clothing, while a few of his underlings laughed and jeered. A figure approached with the speed of a 100-meter sprint, leaving the younger brother no time to react. Accompanied by a male scream, the world fell silent. Chapter 012. The god of insect extermination, Huang discarded the stone in her hand and delivered a swift kick to the abdomen of the fallen poison eye. A mouthful of blood and foam erupted from his lips. Confident that poison eye would not rise anytime soon, she swiftly dispatched the other 6 minions with a flurry of punches and kicks. Her speed was astonishing, and the force behind her strikes belied her slender form. A single punch could leave an opponent dazed, while a well-placed kick could shatter bones. Remarkably, none of the 6 managed to escape. Huang was taken aback by the extent of her newfound abilities. In her moment of surprise, she nearly delivered a fatal blow. Yet, even if she had inadvertently killed him, individuals like them, who dwelled in the shadows, often met with untimely ends, and the police would scarcely investigate. Returning to stand over Poison Eye, she crouched down to gaze at his contorted, pained visage. "Is it you?" he stammered, recognizing the enchanting soul singer from the stage, who had captivated him until the performance's conclusion when he remembered to pursue her. "Young man, not everyone can play the hero and rescue a damsel in distress. You do not understand." His threatening words trailed off as he beheld Huang's beautiful face revealed when she removed her hat, his pupils contracting in fear. Huang smiled lightly. "It seems you remember me, which is delightful. I am here to request something from you." Her presence transcended the boundaries of gender, and her smile was breathtaking, momentarily disorienting Poison Eye. Yet, before such exquisite beauty, he felt a peculiar dread rather than desire, a sensation he had not experienced during their initial encounter, leaving him unnerved. "Tell me, what do you seek?" Huang replied. "The recording of your conversation with Hua, specifically the part where he instructed you to frame me." "Are you jesting?" Poison Eye chuckled nervously, his eyes trembling violently. Huang fell silent for a moment, a smile gracing her features as she elegantly stood, then placed her foot upon his palm, slowly applying pressure. "Ah!" Poison Eye's face paled suddenly, and he desperately attempted to withdraw his hand, only to discover it remained immobile. The sound of cracking bones was discordant with Huang's gentle movements as she smiled. "Consider it a jest, if you will." She effortlessly removed her foot from his now useless hand, but before he could exhale in relief, he felt an overwhelming pressure at his core, causing him to break into a cold sweat and spasm violently. "I said it's on my phone, but it's not with me at the moment. I will retrieve it for you later." Huang nodded with satisfaction, then decisively pressed down. In that instant, the excruciating pain caused Poison Eye's one good eye to nearly burst from its socket. He could not even scream before his breath ceased. Huang swiftly retracted her foot and turned to one of the minions among the fallen, instructing, "You, search him." The summoned minion struggled to his feet, wordlessly retrieving the phone from the deceased Poison Eye's pocket. He then pulled out a pack of tissues from his own pocket and meticulously wiped the phone before handing it to Huang. His actions were not born from a belief that the phone was toxic, but rather from a presumption that Huang possessed a penchant for cleanliness. He executed the task with natural ease, and Huang accepted the phone with equal grace. In truth, she indeed loathed the thought of touching the body of the poisonous eye. As she rummaged through her belongings, she soon found the item she sought. The poisonous eye had managed to reach such a state through a modicum of cunning. However, it was merely a trivial cleverness, lacking in true vision. She recalled how, in her past life, she was betrayed by Hua and forced by the poisonous eye to consume a substance that ensnared her. This precipitated a series of events that rendered her incapable of revenge, and by the time she acquired the means and opportunity, the poisonous eye had already met his demise. His death stemmed from his insatiable greed, as he incessantly extorted from Hua using a recorded confession, ultimately leading to Hua seizing the chance to eliminate him. Naturally, that recording was also destroyed by Hua. As for how she came to know this, it was partly due to Hua's taunt meant to provoke her, and also due to the words of the young subordinate before her. After transferring the recording to her phone, she handed the belongings of the poisonous eye to the young boy in front of her. He was merely a youth, even younger than she, with unremarkable yet delicate features. His skin a dull yellow from malnutrition and exposure to the elements. His hair was akin to that of a hedgehog, uneven and likely a result of scuffles that had left his scalp torn. Who would have imagined that this unassuming boy would, in the not-too-distant future, rise with fierce determination and a cunning intellect to become a renowned figure in the underworld, creating a legacy of brilliance? Even if he ultimately faced defeat, rumored to have either been incapacitated or met his end, the boy, known as Zhou Jun, felt a flicker of anxiety under the gaze of the seemingly refined nobleman before him, who, in truth, was an exceptionally terrifying youth. He was far more composed and calculating than his peers, handling the poisonous eye with ease. Yet, he could not maintain his calm under the scrutiny of this slightly older boy. Huang observed Zhou Jun, the once mighty King Zhou of her past life, lowering his head, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, inducing a sense of disorientation in her. Everything had changed since the moment she was reborn. In her previous life, at the tender age of 16, the poisonous eye loomed over her like an immovable mountain, a source of frustration and powerlessness. Yet now, just moments ago, upon encountering the poisonous eye once more, she found herself devoid of any hatred towards him, viewing him instead as a mere pest, easily crushable, even lacking the interest to torment him further. Indeed, after experiencing far more in her past life and acquiring greater knowledge and skills, her perspective towards the poisonous eye and his ilk had transformed. Regardless of her tragic circumstances, she diligently absorbed knowledge to protect herself and encountered individuals of considerable power and terrifying methods, leading her to realize that the mountain she once feared at 16 was, in reality, no more significant than a rat in a gutter, unworthy of her disdainful gaze. Such is the nature of humanity. Standing at different heights allows one to behold diverse vistas. It becomes apparent that the experiences once etched in memory with pain and hatred are, in truth, quite feeble. Yet, in those moments, she had lacked the understanding of self-protection and adaptability. By the time she faced genuine tragedies and acquired strength, the petty resentments of the past faded, revealing their insignificance. Chapter 13. The Gentleman's Deity. You owe me a life. Huang withdrew her thoughts and addressed Zhou Jun with indifference. Zhou Jun was taken aback. What? As he raised his eyes, he met a pair of clear, luminous eyes amidst the dimness. Had he not witnessed this individual effortlessly eliminate the venomous threat, he would never have imagined that such a pure and beautiful gaze belonged to someone capable of such actions. I intend to keep you, but the price is that you will take care of the aftermath here. And remember, you owe me a life and an opportunity, Huang explained with a smile. Upon hearing the word opportunity, Zhou Jun's pupils constricted, and after a moment of silence, he replied, I will remember your kindness. Her delicate, exquisite fingers appeared like jade in the darkness, contrasting sharply against Zhou Jun's sallow skin. As her grip tightened, his complexion turned pale, fear flickering in his eyes. It is a life, Huang stated slowly. Understandably, Zhou Jun's fleeting hope dissipated, and he nodded with great difficulty. Huang released her hold. Turning, she noticed the young girl still crouched on the ground, who happened to be gazing in their direction. Upon realizing Huang's eyes were fixed on her legs, she suddenly remembered that her attire had been torn by the venomous thread and was still hanging from her limbs. Her cheeks flushed, and she hurriedly attempted to cover herself. However, the tragic reality was that the zipper of her pants had been damaged, leaving her in a state of embarrassment and frustration, unsure of how to proceed. As her gaze fell, she caught sight of a black hoodie and, unable to resist, looked back up to meet that exceptionally handsome face. Huang remarked, if you tie it around your waist, no one will notice. Thank you. After the girl managed to secure her clothing, she saw Huang still standing quietly before her. Her lips moved, but she struggled to find the right words. Thank you, she blurted out, feeling foolish and blushing furiously. Huang smiled briefly. I will escort you out. Zhou Jun remained silent as he watched them depart. In the alleyway, Huang and the girl walked approximately half a meter apart. After 2 or 3 minutes, the group led by Zhou Jun vanished from sight. Suddenly, a soft voice came from behind. I know you. You are Si Huang. My name is Yuling. I've seen your videos. You are truly remarkable. More handsome in person than in the videos. I actually wanted to say, thank you so much. In her flustered state, she resembled a naive 16 or 17-year-old girl, a stark contrast to her earlier composure when facing the venomous threat. Si Huang's thoughts shifted, and a subtle smile graced her lips. Yuling, it is indeed Yuling, she mused, recognizing her now. Little did she expect to encounter the future renowned makeup artist, known as the Magical Hand, in such a setting. Si Huang halted her steps and turned to look at the slightly awkward Yuling, contemplating why she had failed to recognize her earlier. The difference was simply too great. When Si Huang had first met Yuling, she was already famous, with a cold and aloof demeanor, entirely unlike her current innocent and delicate self. At first, Yuling could maintain eye contact with her, but after 5 seconds, she faltered and shifted her gaze. Did you really intend to kill that person? As soon as the words escaped her lips, she panicked. Although she had genuinely harbored doubts about that question, she had not intended to voice them. Alas, caught off guard by Si Huang's intense gaze, she spoke without thinking. Caught in a whirlwind of trepidation over Si Huang's potential anger while simultaneously yearning for an answer, a sudden light laughter danced in her ear. This laughter, tinged with a hint of nasal quality and emanating from Si Huang's unique voice, stirred a tantalizing sensation within. Yuling cautiously raised her gaze, only to find Si Huang leaning down, their faces alarmingly close. The sight of such a resplendently handsome visage breaking into a smile was enough to cause anyone's heart to race. Of course, it's all a ruse, Si Huang remarked with a playful grin. Yuling's face betrayed her confusion. Si Huang placed a finger against her rosy lips, sporting a mischievous smile as she winked. I was quite nervous myself just now, but shoo, let's keep that between us. Yuling's eyes widened, and then she burst into laughter, unwittingly swept up in the atmosphere Si Huang had created, her entire being relaxing. You truly are remarkable. By the way, I saw that audition video of yours and thought you were exceptional. Si Huang merely smiled in response. In Yuling's eyes, her smile resembled that of an angel, pure and invigorating, lifting one's spirits. Yet, she completely forgot that the true danger lay in the hands of this angelic youth, who had once brought her laughter in another life. The title of Best Actor that Si Huang had earned in her past life was no mere fluke. It was a testament to her undeniable talent. As a top-tier actress, she commanded an effortless presence, her magnetic aura capable of influencing those around her. After seeing Yuling off in a car, Si Huang took a taxi back to the Jinglan family estate. Your Majesty, you are truly impressive, echoed in her mind. The voice of Wu Bao mimicking Yuling's flattery. Si Huang chuckled. What's the matter? Wu Bao's enthusiasm was palpable. Ding, ding, ding. Congratulations, Your Majesty. You've earned a golden star. Si Huang raised an eyebrow, still 3 stars short. Are you not afraid I might drag you down with me? Wu Bao dismissed it lightly. For you, 3 stars are hardly a challenge. Si Huang mused. Who is it that initially nagged me like a desperate warrior, doubting my capabilities? Truly a capricious little fool. Yuling exited the vehicle near her home, her eyes immediately catching sight of a figure standing beneath a streetlight. Brother, she called out, her voice trembling as she clutched her waist. The figure strode several paces forward, grasping her wrist with a cold, low tone. Something has happened. Yuling gritted her teeth in silence. The declarative tone left no room for her fabrications. An uneasy silence enveloped them, and suddenly, Yuling embraced him, gently ruffling his hair. Let us go home. Mother is worried. She tightened her grip on his sleeve. She doesn't know anything, does she? I told her you were celebrating a birthday with friends. He released her, moving ahead. According to our agreement, you can no longer go there. I want to allow it this time. Yuling instinctively bit her lip, Si Huang's image flashing through her mind, her heart pounding fiercely. Yet, as she looked up and down, she found herself unable to counter her brother's words. Both she and her brother shared an obstinate nature. Once a decision was made, they would not relent. He had promised to help her keep secrets from their mother, but any unforeseen circumstances had rendered that agreement null and void. Originally, following the incident with the toxic eye, Yuling found herself unable to continue. Suddenly, A thought crossed her mind. Would Fong misunderstand the situation? Would he perceive her as a rebellious, wayward girl for working there? Yet, what relevance did that hold? What justification did she have to offer him an explanation? Yuxian sensed her sister's preoccupation, but she knew that if her sister chose to remain silent about her troubles, no one could compel her to speak. Thus, it was better not to pry. As the siblings walked through the dilapidated alley, strewn with filth and disorder, they soon came to a halt before a worn-down bungalow. They both concealed their inner turmoil, exchanging a glance before Yuling called out cheerily, "Mother, I'm home," and stepped through the door. "Ah, Lingling has returned. Dinner is ready and waiting. Come and eat." If Fong had been present, he would undoubtedly have recognized the woman who emerged to greet them, none other than the nanny he had hired, Zhao Mei. Chapter 014. The charismatic idol. After completing her morning run, Huang received a call from Han. When the phone rang, she was in the shower, and upon answering, she was surprisingly met not with his usual reprimand, but she could discern his displeasure. He conveyed in a somewhat unclear manner that she must return today, or he would send someone to fetch her. Although he framed it as a request, everyone knew it was a veiled threat. Unfazed by such intimidation, Huang calmly replied, "I'm going to school." Their conversation ended on an unpleasant note, with Han clearly irked, while Huang remained indifferent, even in good spirits. Everything was unfolding as she had anticipated. He had just informed her that the negative news surrounding her online had been thoroughly eradicated. Upon returning to Huang Art School, Huang, as the focal point of discussions on the school's forum, naturally became the center of attention among her peers. Dressed in a pristine white shirt paired with a dark green British-style casual blazer and matching trousers, her long legs were perfectly accentuated. She wore leather boots, the laces loosely tied, giving her an air of relaxed nonchalance. Undeterred by the myriad gazes cast upon her, the 16 or 17-year-old walked confidently along the campus path, radiating youthful vitality, yet exuding a sense of composure and grace that belied her age. Her formidable presence caused onlookers to watch her retreating figure, none daring to approach her for conversation. Huang chose not to return to her classroom, but instead made her way to the painting department. "Ah, Your Majesty!" In Class B of the painting department, just after the bell rang, Yuling, seated by the window, was lost in thought about the previous night's events when a commotion outside jolted her heart. The term Your Majesty had been frequently encountered on the forum lately. As the shrill screams of girls filled the air, she instinctively stood up to peek out the classroom door. At that moment, Huang was assisting a girl who had nearly tripped, gently asking if she was all right. She then looked around, her gaze clear and gentle, as if imbued with the essence of a serene, moonlit spring. "Your enthusiasm delights me, but if it leads to harm, then I bear the blame." Her melodious voice carried a hint of vexation, yet there was no trace of reproach, only an enveloping warmth that made one feel cherished. The previously fierce girls transformed into bashful lambs, their excitement more palpable than before. Some even covered their mouths with their hands, winking at Huang as if silently communicating, "Idol, I'm being good. Shouldn't you reward me for this?" Huang chuckled softly. Ah, this was undoubtedly a reflection of every girl's inner thoughts. "Your Majesty, how can you look at someone with such a helpless yet affectionate gaze? How can you smile so enticingly? I might faint. If I become dizzy, will you catch me?" After soothing the girl, Huang turned her head and noticed the young lady standing at the classroom door. With a gentle smile, she inquired, "I have a matter to discuss with you. Do you have a moment for a private chat?" The phrases "find you, alone," and talk reverberated strongly in the minds of the girls nearby. As soon as Huang finished speaking, Yuling inexplicably sensed a wave of malice from those around her. Yet she could not suppress the flutter of excitement in her heart. With all eyes upon her, she nodded to Huang, saying, "Yes, yes, of course." The two exited the gates of Huang Art School. Huang glanced at the girl beside her, who was looking down, and initiated the conversation. "Do you happen to have an older brother named Yuxian?" "Huh?" Yuling looked up, puzzled. "Yes." Realizing her mistake, she corrected herself. Your Majesty. "No, I'm in Huang. Are you looking for my brother?" Huang smiled. "I know him, but he may not recognize me." Yuling, captivated by her dazzling smile, silently mused that statement should be reversed. Then she heard Si Huang's cheerful voice. I would like to ask you, Xian, for a favor. And perhaps I may need your assistance in speaking on my behalf. Once again influenced by her demeanor, Yuling replied lightly, as long as it's not something bad. I will definitely help you. Though a hint of disappointment washed over her. Yu Xian was not at Huang Art School. He was attending another prestigious institution in H City, Jingfu University. Under Yuling's guidance, the three convened at the library of Jingfu University. They chose a secluded corner, devoid of any other patrons. Si Huang and Yu Xian sat across from each other, both clearly sizing one another up. To Si Huang, Yu Xian bore little difference from his past life. Possessing the visage of a societal elite, a somewhat frail physique, and piercing eyes that reflected his rigid and sharp character. What is your purpose in using my sister to approach me? Yu Xian's words sliced through the air like a knife. Brother. Yuling's expression shifted. She remembered that she had yet to inform Yu Xian about yesterday's events. Otherwise, he would not be so brusque. She sought to explain. But Si Huang interjected with a hand. In truth, Si Huang was not offended by Yu Xian's bluntness. Rather, she admired him more. In her past life, although Si Huang was not closely acquainted with Yu Xian, she was aware of certain aspects of his character and experiences. He was ruthless yet deeply affectionate, especially towards his only sister. His current lack of courtesy was merely a manifestation of his concern and protectiveness for her. I would like to ask you to be my manager. Si Huang's smile and tone were earnest and sincere, finding no trace of jest in her expression. Yu Xian swallowed the words. Are you joking? After a brief silence, he indirectly declined. I am merely a junior in college, lacking both the credentials of a manager and the requisite experience. You are of age, and with your talent, obtaining certification is merely a matter of time. A glint of wariness and doubt flickered in Yu Xian's eyes. You seem to know me quite well. Your words make it sound as though you possess more confidence in me than I do in myself. The sarcasm in his tone was evident enough for even Yu Ling to perceive, and Si Huang was certainly not oblivious to it. For those genuinely talented individuals of integrity, Si Huang has always held a deep respect. Not only did she refrain from engaging in any debate, but she also continued to echo his sentiments. Indeed, I have great confidence in you, and I sincerely hope you will assist me. Conversely, I am equally confident in my own abilities and can bring you considerable benefits. Yu Xian was momentarily taken aback by her earnest demeanor, as Si Huang's voice resonated once more. Should you agree, I can arrange for you to receive a manager's certificate in advance, and we can negotiate the commission. By the way, Director Liu has confirmed my role in the upcoming television drama Imperial Path, which means that if you agree now, you will soon receive a handsome remuneration. Yu Xian remained silent. Si Huang continued. During this period, you can accompany me to the theater and observe my worth firsthand. If you find it unsatisfactory, you may terminate the agreement immediately. However, should you choose to continue after your observation, there will be no further opportunities for you to walk away. Yu Xian pondered in silence. Si Huang smiled. There is no detriment to you in this, so why not agree? With a deep sigh, Yu Xian met Si Huang's gaze earnestly. You are correct, therefore. I accept. However, there's one thing I wish for you to clarify. What do you truly seek from me? Offering such seemingly unreasonable advantageous conditions while disregarding abundant resources. Why would you choose me, a mere law student? Si Huang extended her hand. It is, of course, your unique talent that I desire. Yu Xian found it difficult to believe her words, yet apart from that, he could scarcely fathom what else might render him worthy of her attention. A spark ignited in his heart, warmed by Si Huang's gaze, prompting him to rise and clasp her hand. Thank you for the compliment. It was the first time in his life someone had acknowledged him in such a manner. The young Yu Xian could hardly contain the swell of emotions within him. Once Si Huang and Yu Ling departed, having arranged their next meeting, Yu Xian gazed down at his hands in confusion. Lost in thought, it's one thing to be strikingly handsome, but how is it that my skin is so smooth and tender? Chapter 15. The willful deity. As Si Huang escorted Yu Ling back to school, she could no longer contain her curiosity and finally inquired, Si Huang, what made you consider my brother for that role? Though he studies law, he hardly pays any attention to the entertainment industry. Si Huang glanced at her, a smile breaking across her face after a brief pause. What one studies does not necessarily indicate what they are suited for. A slight shift may lead to unforeseen delights. Yuling found her words rather profound, but refrained from probing further. Suddenly, Huang instructed, "Master, please stop the car by the roadside. If anyone at school inquires about me, concoct any excuse to brush it aside." As she exited the vehicle, Huang cautioned Yuling, sensing the underlying tension. Yuling nodded repeatedly. They were merely 100 meters from Huang Art School, and Huang had already spotted several figures loitering at the entrance. If her memory served her correctly, those were a few bodyguards from the Si family. It seemed Si Jihan had indeed come to fetch her home. Yet she was reluctant to return, not out of fear, but rather due to the hassle and her desire to avoid facing the Si family, lest she succumb to her emotions and retaliate. As Huang strolled along the street, she pondered whether it was time to acquire a vehicle. Otherwise, her travel plans would become quite cumbersome. "Your Majesty, what are you planning to do now?" Wu Bao piped up. Huang shook her head and mused. "Simply need to finalize the contract for you, Xian. That will suffice." Wu Bao, exasperated, coaxed her further. "How can that be enough? Glittering gold awaits. With such splendid weather, one must seize the opportunity to earn." Huang envisioned Wu Bao as a playful, tumbling hamster and smiled, choosing not to respond. Upon returning home, Huang commenced drafting the contract and sought covert channels to obtain an agent's credentials for Yuxian. Having spent considerable time in Fenghua, she had become acquainted with various connections, and securing an agent's license was a trivial task given her current status as Fenghua's young master. By the time she completed her tasks, Zhao Limei had prepared lunch, but unfortunately, an unexpected guest disrupted their mealtime enjoyment. When Zhao Limei first encountered the somber expression of Si Jihan, she intended to pour tea, but Huang halted her with a single remark. "Sister Zhao, you may return home for the day. There is no need for you to come back this afternoon." "Understood," Zhao Limei replied, tidying up before departing quietly. The living room was left with only Huang and Si Jihan. This marked the first time Huang had seen her father since her return. Now 40, Si Jihan appeared to be in his early 30s, possessing a refined and handsome visage. Time had not eroded his charm. Rather, the years spent in a position of power had bestowed upon him a maturity and allure that young men lacked, qualities characteristic of a successful man. Huang could not deny that her own exquisite features, though largely inherited from Li Lizi, bore a hint of Si Jihan's resemblance. While Huang was lost in contemplation, Si Jihan scrutinized the son he had not seen in some time. His last memory of Huang was the image of his son, beaten into unconsciousness and convulsing, a haunting recollection that left him momentarily disoriented. The elegant young man seated before him seemed almost unrecognizable as his son. Certainly, this fleeting moment was but a blink, yet the resemblance between Huang and Li Lizi's features led Si Jihan to recognize his own flesh and blood. No, his daughter. Frowning, Si Jihan realized he had been misled by Huang's appearance. Why not return? In a foul mood, his tone naturally lacked warmth. Huang observed his demeanor, particularly noting how he cast disdainful glances at his surroundings, as though repulsed by something abhorrent. She smiled, understanding that Si Jihan would abhor this place, for it belonged to Li Lizi, reminding him of his own past hypocrisy and the manipulation of a woman's affections to attain what he currently possessed. Reluctant to return, Huang leisurely poured herself a glass of water, responding without raising her head. Such a dismissive attitude nearly ignited Si Jihan's anger. Yet upon witnessing Huang's radiant presence, he unexpectedly restrained himself, his eyes glinting with calculation. It seemed he had underestimated the value of his own child. Contemplating the potential benefits her face and form could bring him, Si Jihan felt a pang of regret for the harsh treatment he had inflicted on Huang that day. Had her wounds healed? Before Huang could respond, he anticipated the consequences of his actions and paused, then added, "I will have my secretary procure the finest scar removal ointment. Ideally, no trace should remain." Huang mused that had this been in the past, she would have perceived this as concern from Si Jihan. But now, a cold glimmer passed through her lowered gaze as she lifted her head, responding to Si Jihan with a nod. Very well. Silence enveloped them again. Huang maintained her composure, while Si Jihan could not hold back. No longer beating around the bush, he stated, I know you secured a role in director Lu Shu's television drama. Give it to Sihua. You are not even a professional actor. It was merely a stroke of luck, and if your performance falters, it won't only be your issue. Rarely did Si Jihan elaborate, but Si Huang interjected, no. What? The role I obtained, even if discarded, will not be bestowed upon Sihua. What do you mean by that? Si Jihan slammed his hand on the table and stood up. Si Huang replied slowly, in plain terms. Si Jihan raised his hand, but halted midway, coldly staring at Si Huang's fearless, even indifferent countenance. Very well, since you wish to take the role, the contract matter will be handled by Fenghua. Si Huang shook her head, stating, I have no intention of signing with Fenghua. This is my own career. Do you comprehend what you are saying? Si Qian, now more composed in his fury, retorted with your status. Whatever you do will be inseparable from the Si family and Fenghua. You are free to pursue whatever you desire. Si Huang seemed unfazed by his threat, responding, I will also do what I wish. Si Jihan nearly questioned if this person before him had been swapped. After pondering, he suddenly turned, declaring, I am your guardian. Without my consent, you will achieve nothing. A mere adolescent, no matter how cunning, could not stir up trouble in his presence. As Si Jihan forcefully slammed the door, Si Huang exhibited no sign of fear or concern. Her eyes shimmered with contemplative brilliance as she suddenly drained the glass of water and swiftly made her way towards the door. The independent villa where Si Huang resided was nestled in a rather tranquil area of the Jinglan family estate, seldom graced by the presence of others. Si Jihan's vehicle was parked in a temporary garage, a fair distance away. He ambled along at a leisurely pace, oblivious to the shadow of Si Huang trailing silently behind him. As she rounded a corner, Si Huang's footsteps quickened, akin to a lightning strike. As she darted behind Si Jihan and deftly placed a shopping bag she had casually grabbed upon exiting over his head. Who? Si Huang swiftly tied a knot around his neck, tugging at his suit collar to drag him into the nearby verdant thicket. In the enveloping darkness, Si Jihan, filled with astonished fury, soon realized that the assailant possessed a formidable strength. His struggles bore no fruit. Meanwhile, Si Huang, after unceremoniously depositing him on the ground, began her methodical assault with a black baton, her expression devoid of emotion, save for her strikingly bright eyes. Cough. Who are you? What is your purpose? Who sent you to do this? How much were you paid? How did you know I was here? Were you lying in wait? Regardless of Si Jihan's desperate inquiries, Si Huang remained resolutely silent, inflicting pain without crossing the line into fatality. It was only when Si Jihan was too exhausted to speak, reduced to gritting his teeth in muffled groans, that Si Huang flicked away a strand of hair that had fallen across her forehead and joyfully turned to leave. Your Majesty. A cautious voice from Wu Bao broke the silence. The rising inflection eased Wu Bao's tension. Why not just kill him outright? Si Huang replied with a smile. Why take his life? His demise now would create quite the hassle and only benefit Sihua. Moreover, dying in such a manner would be far too fortunate for him. Wu Bao remarked, I had thought. It felt a tinge of fear when Si Huang wore that impassive expression, revealing a certain glint in her eyes. Thought what? Si Huang's current smile resembled that of an innocent young man. I was merely feeling a bit stifled in our interactions, just letting off some steam. Wu Bao responded, Your Majesty, you are being willful. Chapter 16. The enigmatic male deity, no matter how diligently Si Jihan investigated, he would never associate the matter with Si Huang. Not only did he believe that Si Huang lacked the audacity, but he also doubted her strength, thereby failing to uncover the true culprit. These past few days have been rather unfortunate for him, whereas Si Huang experienced the complete opposite. She handed her agent certification and contract to Yu Xian, and just as they reached an agreement, Director Lu happened to call. You little rascal. The president of Fenghua just contacted me, claiming that your health is poor and you cannot perform. What does that mean? He mentioned that you could invest in the production as compensation and even recommended more suitable actors. Director Lu's tone was quite ungracious, tinged with ire. Si Huang cast a glance at the Yu siblings and slowly replied, I recall that the contract was signed in my name. Fenghua does not have the authority to represent me. Director Lu quickly grasped the situation. Upon learning that Huang had not relinquished her role, his anger diminished significantly. Your personal matters are not my concern, but I must inform you that this drama is backed by Tai Lao, and anyone who dares to disrupt the production will face dire consequences. Though this statement sounded like a threat towards Huang, its underlying meaning did not escape her notice. Director Liu was essentially assuring her that as long as she stood her ground, no one could force her to abandon the role, nor would anyone dare to act against her before the completion of Huang Tuesday. Huang had long been aware of this, which was why she dismissed Jihan's threats. Nevertheless, she felt grateful for Director Liu's veiled concern and smiled, saying, "I understand. Thank you, Director. That's good to hear. By the way, how are your studies going? I just received news that the filming of Huang 2 will commence earlier than expected." Never mind. It's too complicated to explain over the phone. Are you free the day after tomorrow? Come to the Jinhua building at 9 in the morning, and we can discuss it in person. All right. After hanging up, Huang turned to Yu and the others. The day after tomorrow. Yu replied, "Sure." Yuling added, "Can I come too?" But before she could finish her sentence, Yu shot her a look, and she pressed her lips together. "I understand. I will take care of Mother." Huang raised her eyebrows in surprise, recalling that in her previous life, both of these siblings had lost their parents. It seemed that their mother was still alive at this point. However, she did not dwell on this matter and left after treating the two to lunch. On the morning of the day after tomorrow, at 8 o'clock, Huang drove to the entrance of Jingfu School to pick up Yu. When Yu saw the understated silver-gray sedan come to a halt before him, he was somewhat taken aback. It wasn't until the window rolled down, revealing Huang's handsome face, that she beckoned, "Get in." Although Yu made every effort to conceal his excitement upon entering the car, the youthful man's fondness for vehicles was hard to disguise. Huang noticed the glimmer in his eyes and teased, "Do you like it?" Yu replied. Huang continued, "This car is not expensive, only about 100,000. It's just for casual use." Her slightly elevated tone was enough to stir one's curiosity. "With me as your financial benefactor, I assure you, you'll be able to purchase something even better." However, Yu remarked, "The young master of Fenghua only drives a 100,000 yuan car?" Huang shot him a sidelong glance and casually replied, "Who said it belongs to Fenghua? I bought this with my own stock trading profits." "Indeed. Allow me to remind you that if you truly follow me, henceforth Fenghua shall become your adversary." The weight of this statement left Yu momentarily stunned, grappling with its implications. Subsequently, a wave of guilt washed over him for his earlier sharp tongue, accompanied by a tinge of self-doubt. Others, still in their youth, could earn their own living and purchase vehicles, whereas he could only strive to earn his tuition, striving not to burden his mother, yet feeling inadequate in making significant contributions. Yet, as the heir of Fenghua, how could he ever be at odds with Fenghua Entertainment? Before long, they arrived at the Jinhua building. Fang retrieved a bag from a back seat and handed it to Yu stating, "These are garments tailored to your dimensions. Please change in the restroom." She swiftly interjected, preempting his protest, "Do not refuse. A manager is not merely an intermediary in transactions. The cost of these clothes will be deducted from your commission once you officially sign." In truth, Yu had made a special effort to present himself well today, donning a suit. However, the attire was ill-fitting, and both its quality and style were rather outdated, though his elite visage lent him considerable charm. Leaning against the bathroom door, Fang turned her gaze as she heard movement after about 4 or 5 minutes. In her line of sight stood a 21-year-old man clad in a well-fitted grayish-blue suit, exuding an air of refinement and vitality. His hair was neatly styled, his complexion fair, and his piercing gaze, obscured by silver-rimmed glasses, commanded attention and respect. Fang nodded with satisfaction, remarking, "Very good." However, Yu felt a touch embarrassed by her praise. He had also taken a moment to scrutinize Fang, noting her seemingly casual attire which, in reality, was impeccably tailored, never appearing disheveled. Her innate elegance radiated from within, and her flawless features, especially when she smiled, were indeed captivating. In that fleeting moment, Yu conceded the truth of Fang's earlier assertion. She was undoubtedly a veritable treasure, a born star worthy of fervent admiration. Fang declared, "Let us depart." Yuxian replied, indeed. He was acutely aware of the path he walked, and Sifong observed him with keen interest, thinking, no wonder this former Gold Star manager was renowned for his sharp tongue. Like Yueling, Yuxian would later gain substantial fame in the entertainment industry. Renowned for his cunning and eloquence, any artist under his guidance would be as fortified as if encased in armor, making it nearly impossible for invasive entertainment reporters to breach their defenses or launch disparaging attacks. What Sifong desired was precisely Yuxian's formidable prowess. Even if he had not yet matured to the stature he would achieve a decade hence, she was confident he would rapidly develop into her trusted ally, allowing her to pursue other endeavors. As they entered the elevator, just as the doors were about to close, they heard a voice call out, "Wait! Hold the doors!" Sifong lifted her lashes to see a throng of individuals rushing toward them, one leading the charge, who at the last moment managed to block the doors from closing. "Did I not instruct you to hold them? Are you incapable of understanding human language?" He glared at Sifong, but upon catching sight of her face, his expression froze. Such a visage could not belong to anything less than a major superstar. Following closely behind, Guo Li, surrounded by admirers, halted momentarily upon spotting Sifong, then nonchalantly positioned himself in the center of the elevator. Others cast sidelong glances, as usual, surrounding Guan Li like stars encircling the moon, cornering Si Huang and her companion. Yuxian quietly stole a glance at Si Huang, only to discover that her face bore no trace of negative emotions. The assistant, drenched in sweat, pressed the elevator button and casually inquired, "Which floor are you on?" Si Huang signaled with her eyes that it was the same. At that moment, Guan Li spoke up, "Are you heading to the Royal Path film set?" Si Huang's gaze wandered across Guan Li's exquisite and ethereal features, her eyes devoid of any unusual glint, filled with pure admiration and a gentle smile. She was not one for many words, yet she did not come across as dull. That smile even captivated Guan Li, who was accustomed to handsome men. Indeed, none had ever struck her as so pristine. Undoubtedly, it was that very purity. From her eyes to her demeanor, there was a cleanliness that evoked warmth in others, reminiscent of a boy who had yet to leave the confines of academia for the tumult of society, devoid of the restlessness typical of youth. "I haven't seen you before. Are you a newcomer?" Guan Li's lips curved slightly upward. The surrounding assistants widened their eyes in astonishment. Guan Li, known for her icy demeanor and inherently cool nature, was seldom heard speaking gently to a stranger, let alone smiling. Even if someone possessed extraordinary looks, such exceptional treatment was rare. The assistant wore a face of silent grievance, while Yuxian's eyes flickered with a hint of surprise that quickly vanished. Yet her perception of Si Huang deepened. She appeared far too enigmatic to be merely a 16-year-old child. Chapter 017. The examined idol the image of the clean and composed young man. Si Huang evidently caught Guan Li's attention. As the two emerged from the elevator and made their way to the set, they engaged in light-hearted banter, maintaining a comfortable yet not overly intimate distance. However, upon fully entering the production, both sensed an unusual atmosphere. The moment they spotted the elderly gentleman seated next to Director Liu, the reason became apparent. Guan Li's previously relaxed demeanor instantly vanished, her brow furrowing in confusion. Si Huang, however, raised an eyebrow subtly, continuing to walk over with an air of poise and decorum. "Old Tai, this young man is Si Huang," Director Liu remarked, glancing up to see Si Huang and Guan Li approaching. The elderly figure was the most formidable supporter of the royal path and a veteran of the entertainment industry, possessing unimaginable influence and power. His silver hair framed a forehead etched with 3 layers of wrinkles, yet his skin retained a healthy sheen, and his spirit appeared vibrant. Dressed in a loose-fitting deep blue tang suit and leaning on a cane, he turned his gaze towards Si Huang and Guan Li upon hearing Liu's words. Though his eyes lacked sharpness, they were imbued with a profound wisdom accrued over the years, profoundly impacting Si Huang's spirit. Unlike Guan Li, who stiffened momentarily, Si Huang met Old Tai's gaze with unwavering confidence, unburdened by guilt. As they reached Old Tai and Director Liu, both Si Huang and Guan Li respectfully greeted them, their demeanor humble. Old Tai's scrutiny remained unwavering. How old are you? Uncertain whether he referred to Si Huang or Guan Li, they both responded in unison. Guan Li, 24. Si Huang, 16. Old Tai. Both are still children. A flicker of embarrassment crossed Guan Li's eyes, although she was indeed young compared to old Tai. The presence of the underage Si Huang rendered the comparison different. Si Huang smiled and remarked, Chiong is merely a child. At her words, old Tai's gaze sharpened like a blade, fixating on Si Huang as he stated, Chiong is Shu Lan's greatest treasure, a gift I bestowed upon her. I will not permit this gift to bear any flaws. Rather than instilling fear, these words brought Si Huang a sense of reassurance, affirming that all she had learned from her previous life was indeed true. The Shulan mentioned by old Tai was his late wife, and their bond had been profoundly deep. Yu Shulan was a musician, and The Royal Path was the only book she had ever penned, infused with her emotions. The characters within were inspired by her real-life experiences, particularly the character of Qianji Gongzi, which represented her utmost dedication. Originally, this book was not intended for the world. However, as Yu Shulan's health deteriorated in recent years, old Tai sought to fulfill her wish by bringing her heartfelt creation to life. The significance of this production intertwined with many factors, which is why Si Huang was determined to secure her involvement, confident that Si Jihan would be unable to thwart her. Moreover, as an actress, she genuinely cherished the role of Qianji Gongzi. Since you are here, let us capture this scene, old Tai commanded, tossing the script towards them. He did not seek Si Huang and Guan Li's opinions. Given his status and their roles as actors, they were compelled to comply with his directive. Lu Dao promptly instructed, quickly, go change into your costumes. The others should arrange the scene. While others perceived Tai Lao's decision as a sudden whim, Lu Dao was well aware of the preparations he had made, ensuring the scene's props were meticulously organized in advance, thus maintaining composure amidst the chaos. He discreetly cast a glance at Si Huang, urging her to remain vigilant. Although he had witnessed her acting prowess, the thought of her being merely a minor made him anxious. The pressure from Tai Lao could easily overwhelm her. Si Huang and Guan Li were ushered into the makeup room, where Guan Li had a dedicated team of makeup artists, while Si Huang had to rely on the crew's assistance. The artist assigned to her, a young woman appearing to be in her mid-20s, held a powder puff and hesitated momentarily before applying foundation. Ah, youth is indeed a blessing. Your skin resembles that of an infant. What skincare products do you use? It's so smooth and radiant. Applying powder would only make it too pale, she remarked. Si Huang responded with a bashful smile. The makeup artist, momentarily taken aback by Si Huang's charm, seemed to experience a burst of inspiration, deftly transforming her appearance. Rather than enhancing her beauty, the makeup subtly accentuated an air of fragility, befitting the character of the ailing Master Qianji, who had long been confined to a wheelchair and should not exude vitality akin to Si Huang's. After completing the makeup, the artist mused internally. I have only ever heard of makeup beautifying individuals, never of it making them look ill. Yet, the allure of a delicate beauty is indeed captivating. Si Huang opened her eyes and inquired, Is it done? The artist replied, Yes. Go change your costume and put on the wig. Thank you, Si Huang said as she stood and walked toward the changing room, pausing to express her gratitude. Unable to restrain her excitement, the artist exclaimed, Si Huang, after you change, can we take a photo together? Of course, Si Huang replied with a smile, enchanted by the gentlemanly warmth of her smile. The artist eagerly pulled out her phone to post on Weibo. I just saw Si Huang in person today. She is utterly adorable. I wish I could hold her and shower her with affection. The makeup artist, having gained her position in the imperial path, undoubtedly possessed considerable talent and had garnered a substantial following on her verified Weibo account, often sharing glimpses of celebrity happenings. The sudden post, infused with an eccentric enthusiasm, triggered a flurry of responses from fans. Initially, some questioned, Si Huang? Which one is this? I haven't heard of her. Is there a new star emerging in the industry? Calm down, let me have that adorable creature. Before long, someone unearthed videos of Si Huang, while others were already familiar with her existence. Grandma is not a grandma. My new male idol. Why didn't I see her? I can't handle the pressure from Huang art school. Penguin egg, run fast. Do you need assistance? The kind that has graduated and speaks English? A cabbage named Jun. I demand a photo. No photo, no happiness. Little princess or little devil. What about your integrity, blogger? The emperor is meant to be revered. Dare to ravage? I'll bite you to death. The makeup artist scrolled through Weibo, her mind filled with astonishment. She had initially believed that Huang, the young lad yet to officially debut, would not be widely known. However, as she read further, she found an increasing number of replies centered around him, with fans even beginning to share video links. Your Majesty? Was this truly the affectionate title bestowed upon Huang by his admirers? Unable to resist, the makeup artist clicked on a link to delve into Huang's information. Wow! The piercing screams of girls interrupted her engrossed viewing, and as she looked up, she found herself spellbound by the sight of an ancient gentleman emerging from a nearby booth. The production of the Imperial Path, backed by a formidable team, boasted exquisite props and costumes. The protagonist, Huang, held a pivotal role in the narrative, his attire on par with that of the leading characters. The youth stepping outside donned a pristine white long robe, its fabric draping elegantly and smoothly. A slender dark green belt cinched his waist, adorned with a piece of dark jade and a jade bell. Over this, he wore a gossamer outer garment that added an air of grace and elegance. His jet black hair was meticulously gathered at the back with a silver hairband, revealing a smooth and full forehead. His straight nose and striking eyes formed a harmonious visage, while his softly tinted lips hinted at a casual smile, exuding an ethereal charm that seemed otherworldly, an innate nobility evident in his demeanor. At that moment, he cast a sidelong glance, devoid of any ostentatious arrogance, yet radiating an aura of unattainable grace, a presence not to be trifled with. Your Majesty! The makeup artist snapped back to reality, her voice brimming with excitement. Even Huang was momentarily taken aback, casting a puzzled glance her way, as if unsure where she had acquired such an endearing title. Feigning shyness, she asked, Your Majesty, might I take a photo with you? Blink, blink. Huang chuckled, having already agreed to such a request. He gallantly approached her and inquired, How would you like to pose? The makeup artist, initially pretending to be bashful, felt her cheeks flush at the gentle inquiry from the towering young man. Your Majesty, you may simply stand as you are. Huang acquiesced. Yet it was evident he would not merely stand stiffly. With a gentle smile, he posed as the makeup artist raised her phone, capturing the moment with a click. During the photo, she couldn't quite see Huang's expression, and it was only after he was called away by the staff that she and her friends could review the photographic results. The moment they saw the picture, her friends squealed, clutching their hearts. Quick, show me. I want to make this my screen wallpaper. Oof, you can get your own. The makeup artist triumphantly reclaimed her phone, ignoring her friends' playful protests, and eagerly returned to scrolling through Weibo. Don't ask me why my phone is broken. Squee, long live your Majesty. My bed is warm and ready. Accompanied by a photo, she was delighted to see the fans going wild in the comments below, with several familiar usernames appearing first. Grandma is not Grandma. Mom asked why I'm on my knees, and I cried, Long live your Majesty. A cabbage named me, Blogger V587. Keep soaring. Are there more revealing photos coming? No revealing photos. Then I'm not happy. Caramel pudding. Your Majesty. Your Majesty. Your Majesty. Your Majesty. Oh, Your Majesty. Behold, dear audience, the enchanting presence of His Majesty. The heart cake exclaims, Your Majesty is utterly mesmerizing. I humbly request your favor. Meanwhile, the blueberry juice inquires, What is the meaning of this, dear blogger? His Majesty is solely accompanied by the knights. The caramel pudding interjects, Goodness, I am truly captivated by His Majesty's divine visage. What on earth have you done, dear blogger? Please, reveal the truth. Oh, do remove your hand at once. Chapter 018. The affectionate male deity, Huang, did not walk out. Rather, she was gently pushed by Yuxian. The wooden wheelchair had been provided by the production team for the young Master Qianji, and its craftsmanship and design were remarkably fine. When Huang, adorned in traditional attire, appeared before the onlookers, an instant silence enveloped the crew. Huang noticed an additional man beside Director Liu. This man bore a countenance that was not that of a virtuous soul. It was not that he was unattractive. In fact, his handsomeness was so striking that it rendered him suspicious. Unlike Huang, whose beauty was exquisitely perfect and versatile, he embodied the quintessential male deity. To encapsulate his appearance in a single word, it would be seductive, and in 2 words, roguishly charming. His facial structure was well-defined, yet his alluring peach blossom eyes exuded an electrifying charisma. With naturally crimson lips, a mere smile could convey a devilish allure, making it implausible to claim he was not enticing. This visage immediately instilled a sense of distrust. He was a man of fleeting passions, adored by women, yet never believed. Huang recognized him as an Yuan, the actor portraying Feng Song, as mentioned by director Liu. At 26, he had already gained significant fame, predominantly playing antagonistic roles. Interestingly, while others who portrayed villains were often met with disdain, and Yuan's characters were both loathed and loved, making the phrase love-hate relationship quite fitting. Upon noticing Huang, and Yuan's eyes flickered with surprise, and he smiled warmly. "I've seen your videos. Though young, your talents are remarkable." Huang rose and responded humbly. "I believe Senior and will surely deliver an even better performance." Indeed, she was aware, with the memories of her past life, that Yuan regarded the drama Huang too as his pivotal work for transformation and ascendance, to which he had dedicated unparalleled effort. His roguish charm, while captivating, rendered any display of fidelity for a woman all the more poignant, deeply moving her heart. This very drama facilitated an Yuan's successful emergence from the shadows of negative public perception, transforming his image from a flirtatious scoundrel to one of the ideal lovers in the hearts of women, propelling his career forward. Huang's demeanor earned Yuan's respect. In this industry, it was rare for newcomers to possess such top-tier beauty coupled with a comforting aura. Though her words were flattering, they bore no hint of insincerity. Her gaze radiated a genuine sincerity that effortlessly endeared her to others. Without further ado, Lao Tai spoke up, his tone unapologetically brisk as he turned to director Liu with a slightly softened demeanor. "Xiao Liu, let us begin." Director Liu responded, "All right. Huang and Guanli, please prepare yourselves." At this moment, Guanli had also completed her transformation, donning a graceful long gown in a soft yellow hue, her hair meticulously styled, and her makeup rendering her several years younger, perfectly embodying the youthful essence of the character Shui Lingxin, a girl of 18. Huang resumed her seat in the wheelchair, and together with Guanli, they approached the scene before the camera. The nuances of their performance revealed the actor's training and skill, prompting Guanli to cast a surprised glance at Huang. As a seasoned performer, she certainly understood how to position herself optimally before the camera. However, to her surprise, the newcomer Huang seemed to possess this innate ability without any prompting. "Action!" The voice of director Liu rang out, interrupting Guanli's train of thought, and she immediately fell into character. Yet, once again, Huang delivered a significant impact, appearing to immerse herself in the scene even more swiftly than Guanli. This observation was not lost on Guanli alone. Director Liu and the others, keenly watching, also noted this remarkable trait. Tai Lao's expression remained unchanged, but his gaze was intently fixed on Huang. And Yuan's astonishment was palpable, a subtle smile dancing at the corners of his lips, exuding an air of mischief that caused the hearts of several female staff members watching him to race. And Yuan mused inwardly, "Are all newcomers this formidable nowadays? Or perhaps Huang truly embodies the air of Fenghua entertainment." The scene featuring Huang and Guanli was undoubtedly one of the most challenging in their dramatic exchanges, depicting Feng Song's injury and the female lead, Shui Lingxin, seeking the assistance of Qianji Gongzi. The young man had long harbored a budding affection for Shui Lingxin, yet remained oblivious until she implored him to aid another man. As a youth, even one as astute as he found himself inexperienced in matters of the heart. How deeply must he feel when his first love seems to end before it even begins? Tai Lao's discerning assessment was evident. The setting was an ancient loft. A young man clad in white, ethereal and otherworldly, sat in a wheelchair, his graceful features softened by the dim light, which somewhat diminished his chilling aura. Before him stood a woman in yellow, her starry eyes and crimson lips captivating yet tinged with anxiety, her brow furrowed in worry, evoking sympathy. As the director called action, Guanli noticed an instantaneous transformation in Si Huang's presence and gaze. No longer was she a bashful and innocent newcomer. She had become a master of this estate. Qianji Gongzi, the last scion of Qianji Mountain. What is the rush? Sit down and speak slowly. Her mellifluous voice flowed gently, akin to a clear spring trickling in the warmth of the sun, instilling a sense of calm. Guanli found herself unwittingly settling into stillness, as if the mere presence of Si Huang rendered the world devoid of insurmountable challenges, a sentiment that perfectly mirrored Shui Ling's Xian's state of mind, seamlessly leading her into her lines. Feng Cong is in trouble. The Chao Gang has stated that unless you are willing to step forward, otherwise. Si Huang paused momentarily while pouring tea, her gaze lingering on Guanli, her brows slightly furrowing. The densely fringed eyelashes cast a faint shadow, and that fleeting moment of melancholy did not escape the notice of the crew members, stirring a profound ache within their hearts. You came to see me for him? This inquiry felt more like Qianji Gong Zi's soliloquy than a question. Guanli appeared oblivious, responding, Indeed, Qiong, this matter can only be resolved by you. Feng Cong cannot be in peril. Her emotions surged once more as she stood and approached Si Huang. It was only at this close distance that she finally registered the expression and emotions reflected in Si Huang's eyes. Upon realizing this, Guanli found herself momentarily frozen in place. The pallid visage bore no expression, yet those eyes resembled a tranquil pool, dark as a starry sea, brimming with countless unutterable sentiments. They gazed deeply at Guanli, reflecting solely her countenance, as if the entire world had reduced to her presence alone. In that ephemeral moment, they exchanged silent glances, the stillness in the attic expanding around them. Guanli had never before been regarded with such intensity. It was an earnest and profound gaze, devoid of oppression, clearly conveying an affection that rendered her incapable of self-deception. In an instant, she comprehended. He harbored such feelings for her. Ultimately, it was Si Huang who shattered the silence. You'll call me a Qiong. The words emerged like a gentle sigh, the slow cadence imbued with tenderness, concealed resignation, an unwavering resolve. How could I refuse you? There was neither resentment nor a demand for reciprocation in his tone. The young master of Qinji spoke with serene composure, as though nothing in the world could stir him. Yet, within his crystalline gaze lay an undeniable sincerity, a sudden realization of his affections for Shui Lingxin. To love was simply to love. He would neither disguise nor disdain it. At Qiong, Guanli found herself submerged in the depths of that gaze, enveloped in an unconditional warmth. This person, how could she bear to reject him? How could she ever forsake such profound devotion? Guanli's Liebesparta, on the verge of uttering words that deviated from the script. Si Huang, however, had already turned his wheelchair, retreating from her view. You are weary. Rest here for now. You shall meet Feng Cong tomorrow. At Qiong. No, I cannot allow him to depart like this, Guanli exclaimed, pursuing the distant, aloof figure. The Cangbong operated upon the sea. However adept A Qiong might be, his disability rendered the waters perilous, yet he had given his consent without a single demand. The sharp sound of click struck Guanli's mind like thunder, halting her steps, as if her very soul had just returned, her eyes widening slowly, her expression frozen. Director Liu's reprimand followed suit. Guanli, how do you interpret the script? Who permitted you to ad-lib? Chapter 019. The gentle male Godgu N.L. has traversed the entertainment industry, and aside from the initial scoldings from directors during her rookie days, she had never encountered a situation as embarrassing as today. Instinctively, she glanced at S. Huang, then quickly averted her gaze, candidly admitting her fault. It was my oversight. I was drawn into the scene by S. Huang. S. Huang, who had just descended from his wheelchair, unexpectedly looked towards Gu N.L. As a senior, it is indeed rare to see such boldness in a newcomer. especially given the implication in Gu in L's words. An immense appreciation and acknowledgement of Huang's acting prowess. Director Li's expression softened significantly. Now that you understand, as a senior, being led into a scene by a junior, only to be pulled out of it later, warrants some reflection on your part. Guyen responded, I understand. Suddenly, the deep voice of Tlo resonated. Shuel NGX, and has always regarded Chi Ing as nothing more than a younger brother. His words immediately captured everyone's full attention. As the subject of the statement, Gu N-L felt a rush of crimson and pallor, unable to meet Tlo's seemingly all-seeing gaze. Thank you for the reminder, Tlo. I assure you, I shall not repeat such a mistake. I will certainly do better next time. Huang approached with a smile, saying, It is a privilege for me to be regarded as a younger brother by Sister Guyen. His light-hearted words enlivened the atmosphere. Guyen felt a flicker of gratitude and complexity within her heart, playfully responding, With such a handsome younger brother, I can only imagine how many would envy me. The person standing before her still donned the attire of Chi N-J-G N-G-Z, yet he had reverted to the big boy she had first met, no longer gazing at her with that singular focus that belonged only to her, nor selflessly aiding her in times of difficulty, which had once made her feel invincible in his presence. A sense of inexplicable loss washed over Guyen, heavy and undeniable. She recognized this as a side effect of immersing herself in her role, never anticipating that she would not experience this through seasoned veterans, but rather be ensnared by a newcomer. Without doubt, Huang's performance received Tlo's endorsement. After Tlo departed, Director Li led Huang and YX into his office. Once seated, Director Li generously praised Huang. You performed exceptionally well. After this, I assure you, no one will dare utter a word against you. No, they're not that, signaling to YXN with his eyes. Director Li had already taken note of this seemingly astute and composed young man. And you are? YXN replied with a nod. I am Huang's manager, YXN. You may call me Xiao Y. Upon hearing this, Director Li was taken aback, casting a confirming glance at Huang. His expression remained unperturbed. Director Li found himself at a loss for words. The youth of today defied conventional understanding. In the ensuing hours, Huang entrusted everything to YXN, who did not disappoint, successfully negotiating the terms of the contract with Director Li. From Huang's perspective, the conditions he secured were quite commendable. Had she approached it herself, the outcome would not have been significantly better. This realization brought Huang a measure of delight. With YXN by her side, her future endeavors would undoubtedly become much more manageable. Before departing, Director Liu once again expressed his admiration for the remarkable youth of today, likening them to the relentless waves of the Yangtze River, urging, remember to take care of matters at school. The schedule for Huang has been advanced, and the filming locations will be shifted. You must spend at least a month on set, so ensure you are well prepared. Huang nodded in understanding. Upon returning to the makeup room, she found a makeup artist still present. The moment the artist spotted her, she exclaimed, Your Majesty, I have joined your nightly order. May I take a few more photos? What nightly order? Huang concealed her surprise and politely responded, Behind-the-scenes photos cannot circulate too widely. You may take as many as you wish once the official stills are released. The makeup artist, having worked in the industry for so long, understood the implications, silently chiding herself for being dazzled by beauty. Yet, gazing at the stunning Huang, she could not resist the urge. Your Majesty, if I take photos and don't share them, can I keep them for myself to admire? She implored, Your Majesty, please. Yu Xian, observing this interaction, remarked, Is it truly appropriate for someone nearly a decade older than you to be so coquettish? Turning to Huang, he was met with her genuine smile, which radiated warmth akin to sunlight filtering through a summer forest. Her already captivating visage became irresistible. In that moment, Yu Xian felt his admiration for her was sincere and patient, as if he were drawn to a radiant gem, warm and inviting. All right, Huang agreed with a smile. The makeup artist, blushing with excitement, snapped 3 quick photos before pausing, nervously asking, Your Majesty, may I do your makeup again next time? "Thank you," replied Si Huang. "No, no, no. It is my honor," the makeup artist exclaimed, waving her hands excitedly before regaining her composure. Si Huang smiled once more, then retreated to change out of her costume and take a shower to remove her makeup before leaving. In the car, Yu Xian observed Si Huang, who appeared relaxed while driving, and gently inquired, "Do you have a fondness for that woman?" Si Huang was initially taken aback, but quickly realized what he meant. She chuckled softly and replied, "They truly love me for who I am without any ulterior motives." In her previous life, acting had been her sanctuary, a means to escape reality and find solace. The fans, oblivious to the complexities of her life, brought warmth to her otherwise cold and dark existence. Their fervor and constant attention made her aware that many cherished and needed her. Selfish yet cautious, Si Huang was reluctant to express her feelings first. However, she reciprocated the genuine affection of her true fans with sincerity. Yu Xian fell silent, captivated by the softness in Si Huang's gaze. And a fleeting sense of envy towards that woman crossed his mind before he quickly dismissed it. Meanwhile, the makeup artist fervently posted on Weibo, "Your Majesty is truly so gentle. I wish I could transform into a little kitten and snuggle in your Majesty's embrace, begging for affection." His Majesty has stated that prior to the release of official photographs by the production team, it is imperative that no excessive images circulate externally. However, some individuals, in a display of cuteness, managed to capture a few. Heart. Henceforth, I have decided that my phone's wallpaper shall exclusively feature His Majesty. Penguin egg. Run away. What on earth is that? In a single day, the strange ant has transformed into a kitten? What a twist. Calm mimosa. The blogger has lost her composure. Such shameless arrogance. A cabbage named I am not amused. Not amused. Where are the real photos? Caramel pudding, blogger, high five. His Majesty is indeed that gentle, as I have known all along. Heart. Laugh. While scrolling through comments on Weibo, the makeup artist chuckled to herself, her gaze fixated on the images of Si Huang on her phone. Suddenly, a ding sounded. It was a private message notification from Weibo. Upon opening it, she discovered it was from a user named Caramel Pudding. "Dear, welcome to His Majesty's first night order, QQ group number 261824808. Without a moment's hesitation, the makeup artist opened QQ and joined the group. Although the number of participants was modest, each member greeted her warmly. "Tajda, welcome newcomer. As a newly initiated knight, please take the oath." The group fell silent, and the makeup artist felt an inexplicable sense of solemnity enveloping her, causing her heart to settle. This emotion gradually spread, igniting a smile of excitement upon her face. It had been so long since she had experienced the thrill of pursuing someone. Thoughts of Si Huang's presence and the feelings evoked during their brief encounters flooded her mind. Fingers danced swiftly across the keyboard. Thorny rose. I vow to treat the weak with kindness. I vow to courageously resist oppression. I vow to combat all injustices. I vow to fight for His Majesty. I vow to support my sister knights. I vow to treat my comrades with sincerity. I vow to remain unwaveringly devoted to my beloved Majesty until death. Your Majesty, Your Majesty, the gold has increased. Driving, Si Huang's eyelids fluttered, a smile gracing his lips. Chapter 20. The God of War strikes, while Si Huang was preoccupied with negotiating her leave from the Huang Art School and arranging a series of matters related to her upcoming journey. She unexpectedly regained popularity online. The makeup artist of the Emperor's Path crew, whose real name is Du Chong, posted a Weibo featuring a photo of Si Huang, which within a single day went viral, leading to increased discussion surrounding Si Huang. The official Emperor's Path team also released news about the cast. The leading male role, Feng Tsang, is portrayed by Yuan from Jinxing Entertainment, while the female lead, the contemporary Jade Girl representative, is played by Guan Li. The most controversial character, the young Master Qianji, is a 16-year-old newcomer and student, previously unheard of, who is none other than Si Huang herself. The information spread rapidly online, and soon, details about Si Huang were unearthed. As the heir of Fenghua Entertainment, he must possess genuine talent, right? However, it was quickly revealed that Si Huang specialized in calligraphy and dance, igniting a storm of controversy. Accusations of being a mere pretty face, relying on connections, and purchasing roles circulated, all directed at Huang. Yet no one dared to criticize the true powers behind Emperor's path, notably the formidable Tai Lao. Huang and Yu Xian were keenly aware of these developments. When they met at the library in Jingfu, Yu Xian inquired, "What are you planning to do?" With an indifferent expression, Huang replied, "You shouldn't be asking me about such matters. They fall within your purview." Yu Xian took a deep breath, "I understand. But I hope you won't be affected. If you panic, I'm not one to panic. This level of scrutiny is trivial," Huang assured him. Glancing at Yu Xian, she recalled that he was not yet the person he would become in 10 years and reminded him, "The primary objective of this incident is to crush me with public opinion. Do you remember what Director Liu said? As long as I do not yield, no one can truly trouble me." "But what about your reputation?" Yu Xian began. Huang smiled subtly, her eyes radiating confidence. "Let them make a ruckus. The more they stir up trouble now, the harder they will fall when I prove myself through my abilities. In a way, this amounts to free publicity for me." Yu Xian fell silent, staring at Huang's smiling face, unsure of what to say. He thought to himself that the greatest failure of the adversaries in this public relations battle was their inability to comprehend Huang's inner strength. She remained calm, composed, and confident, hardly resembling a typical 16-year-old. "How is your academic work?" Huang asked. Yu Xian responded, "I've managed to get a leave. I just need to take the exams at the end of the term." Huang expressed a hint of envy. Being a top student has its perks. Yu Xian looked at her in surprise. "Have you encountered issues with your leave?" Huang shook her head sorrowfully. "No." "Then why?" Yu Xian asked, puzzled. However, he would soon uncover the reason and gain a deeper understanding of Huang. Before leaving, Huang called Zhao Limei, informing her that she need not come to work until her return, assuring her that her salary would still be paid. Zhao Limei, having gained some understanding of Huang's character, readily agreed without hesitation. Upon returning home, she prepared a meal but did not wait for her son. Only Yuling arrived, explaining, "Mom, brother has been assigned a temporary fieldwork task and will be away in the central city for a while. Do not worry. He said he would call when he has time." Zhao Limei did not doubt her daughter and first called Yu Xian, reminding him to take care of himself. Upon returning, she found her daughter engrossed in her phone. "Isn't that young Master C?" Yuling suddenly looked up. "Mom, you know him?" "Ah, he is my employer this time," Zhao Limei remarked, oblivious to the change in her daughter's expression. "He is exceptionally handsome, and his temperament is not like that of other wealthy young men who are difficult to please. He is a good child. However, it seems he has some conflicts with his parents and is reluctant to return home, choosing to live alone." Yuling clenched the hem of her clothing. Her lips pressed tightly together in silence, a bittersweet sensation enveloping her heart. At that moment, she could no longer deceive herself. She realized that she and Huang belonged to entirely different worlds, and what right did she have to fantasize about being by his side? Huang drove Yu Xian to the set of Imperial Path. Upon learning that Yu Xian could not drive, Director Liu specially assigned someone to act as their chauffeur. This arrangement afforded Huang a chance to rest. Sitting beside her, Yu Xian shyly remarked, "I will obtain my driver's license as soon as possible." Huang, resting with her eyes closed, did not open them as she spoke. "Once we arrive in the central city, you can practice with this car during your free time. When you feel ready, go ahead and register for the driving test." Yu Xian readily agreed. After a moment, Yu Xian's voice broke the silence again. "Huang, there has been a change in the public opinion attacking you." Huang opened her eyes. Yu Xian handed her the tablet, which Huang had previously given him to facilitate his work. The tablet displayed a Weibo address belonging to Guan Li, with the latest update sharing a derogatory post about Huang, accompanied by a personal message. "As someone who has acted alongside Huang, I simply want to tell this group of trolls, do not mistake ignorance for personality. Jealousy will only render you more repugnant." The moment this post was made, fans erupted in response. Guan Li's little pillow. Wow. The queen herself is personally defending her. Huang must be remarkable. Life is better not seen. Good job, Li. Although I don't know the truth. If Li says Huang is good, then she is. Hey, stop it. How can the queen speak for another man? My heart is shattered. Silly, someone is calling you for medication. Wait. On screen? What scandal is unfolding here? Regardless of the commotion among Guan Li's fans, her post was quickly shared, and soon Huang noticed a familiar ID among the latest comments. Caramel pudding. Thank you, Queen Guan. Good deeds are rewarded. Truth cannot be concealed. Salute to the knights. Heart cake. Thank you, Queen Guan. Good deeds are rewarded. Your Majesty's strength is indisputable. Salute to the knights. Blueberry juice. Thank you, Queen Guan. Good deeds are rewarded. Trolls, go away and perish. Salute to the knights. Thorned rose. My heartfelt gratitude to Queen Guan. Good deeds are surely rewarded. Let the hidden puppeteers face their reckoning. A salute to the knights. Yu Xian observed Huang's expression and remarked, during this period, wherever there was a jab aimed at you, those few IDs would invariably appear, and the fiercest arguments came from them. It seems to be a dedicated organization with a well-structured management. The knights. Huang murmured, and after a moment, a glimmer of light flashed in her eyes as her fingers glided across the tablet. Yu Xian, watching her movements, exclaimed in surprise, "Did you not say you would wait and watch for the opportune moment to strike?" Huang replied, "The situation has changed. I did not anticipate that Guan Li would step in to assist, nor that this delightful band of little knights would charge forth." She raised an eyebrow and smiled at Yu Xian, her spirit radiant. As their sovereign, how could she remain hidden? That would only leave them feeling helpless and sorrowful. Having spoken, she completed her application on Vblog, sent verification requests to Director Liu and Guan Li, and shared Guan Li's post. Huang V. Thank you, Sister Guan. I wish to clarify that this role was obtained through a legitimate audition. The contract signed by me personally, with no affiliation to Fenghua Entertainment, nor any involvement of interests. And to those who claim I lack acting skills, I accept your challenge. Please share your own creations before passing judgment. Guan Li V. As someone who has acted alongside Huang, I wish to tell this band of trolls, do not mistake ignorance for personality. Jealousy will only render you more grotesque. Accompanying this was a candid photograph, slightly disheveled black hair, a handsome face, with sunlight streaming through the car window, illuminating half of her profile, the fair skin revealing even the delicate golden down. It cast a hazy golden glow around her, with long black brows and clear, beautiful eyes that sparkled with mirth. She gazed at everyone who beheld this image. In those eyes, one could sense her unspoken words. The pure will remain untainted. I fear nothing, and there is no need for your concern. Caramel pudding, sofa, Your Majesty, you have finally opened your vlog. I am so overwhelmed with emotion. Your loyal subject wishes to express, I believe in you, Your Majesty. Heartcake, Your Majesty is simply marvelous. I adore you. Penguin egg, run fast. As expected of Your Majesty. Today's eyes told me. Silver is indeed fortunate. Blueberry juice, a salute to Your Majesty. To the trolls, come and challenge us if you dare. Just as Huang had envisioned, her emergence instilled a sense of reassurance among her supporters, bolstering their morale. With her freshly launched vlog, her fan count surged dramatically. After Guan Li authenticated her account, she also shared Huang's post, responding that no thanks were necessary. It was as if a switch had been flipped. As the second female lead of Imperial Path, Yin Yan from Fenghua Entertainment retweeted Guan Li's post, adding a significant remark. Adorable boys always evoke maternal instincts in women. Having met just once, they are already so protective. Sister Guan is indeed so kind laughs. Chapter 021. The host cannot be disturbed. The online community is not naive. Upon discovering Yin Yan's remarks, a wave of sarcastic suspicion arose. Fans of Guan Li, unable to bear witnessing their idol being subtly mocked, quickly engaged in a confrontation with Yin Yan supporters. Huang chakul softly, deeming Yan Yanaful. As an artist of Fenghua Entertainment, her jest at Huang, the noble son of Fenghua, merely to undermine Guan Li, only bolstered the credibility of Huang's previously stated claim of having no vested interests in Fenghua. Yu Xian remarked that the discord between Yin Yan and Guan Li stemmed from their competition for the leading role in the royal path, where Guan Li ultimately triumphed. Thus, it was unsurprising that Yin Yan would resort to such irrational behavior. From this statement, Huang discerned that Yu had indeed conducted thorough research during this period. In his past, as an academic overachiever, he had seldom paid attention to the gossip of the entertainment industry. The flames of this battle on Weibo continued to intensify. Unexpectedly, following Yin Yan's outburst, an Yuan also joined the fray, retweeting Huang's post with a comment, TSK, has Qiong incurred the wrath of the masses? Does he require my assistance? An Yuan's fanbase, predominantly female, erupted upon seeing this retweet. Master, where did you find such a handsome man? So fresh and juicy. Do take care not to ruin him. Master is utterly adorable. What a generous gift so early in the morning. I remember Qiong's character name in the Royal Path. Oh my, is Master truly going to reform and become a Prince Charming? And yet, he is a prince. Please, no more antics. Hurry. The Queen of Guan and Yin Ming Nai are clashing, all because of this Huang. It seems Master has quite the eye for Huang. With an Yuan's fans now involved, Yin Yan's side naturally faced defeat. But the situation did not end there. Director Liu himself even retweeted on Weibo, his words striking a decisive blow against the hidden saboteurs. Huang's acting skills are beyond question. Are you denying my judgment? Upon the release of this Weibo post, the intensity of the conflict diminished considerably. Shortly thereafter, the official Royal Path account delivered a crushing blow, unveiling a promotional video. Though the video was brief, under 5 minutes, it captivated countless viewers. Comprising 3 segments, the first featured an Yuan clad in a purple-black python robe, adorned with a wide jade pendant and golden thread embroidery, a crown of agate atop his flowing hair. With a charming smile gracing his handsome, devilishly attractive face, he rode a black steed while wielding a longbow. His long hair billowing in the wind as he shot arrows with effortless grace, embodying the demeanor of a noble general, his laughter ringing out unrestrained. The scene shifted to Guanli, dressed in a light green gown, her dark hair held up by a single aquamarine hairpin. She transformed from her usual aloofness, her eyes sparkling with youthful vivacity. Standing on a bamboo raft, she gently paddled with a bamboo pole, surrounded by rippling blue waves and lush wilderness, enhancing her ethereal beauty. The final scene unexpectedly showcased Huang and Guanli in a dramatic exchange, the post-production work rendering the visuals exquisitely refined. The extraordinary young man seated in the wheelchair captivates all who behold him, as his melodious voice, reminiscent of flowing water, resonates softly in the ears, melting hearts in the process. Particularly striking is the close-up of Huang's eyes, which, in the silence of the scene, convey profound emotions with their clarity and sincerity. Countless men and women are momentarily entranced, while innocent young girls clutch their hearts, their youthful faces flushed with emotion. The climax of the final scene centers on Huang, as the post-production editing refrains from showcasing Guanli, thereby obscuring any potential flaws in her performance. Such a promotional clip, upon its release, silenced the online dissenters. Or perhaps it should be said that the critics fell silent. Is this what one calls a lack of acting skills? What then constitutes true talent? Step forward and enlighten us. Even when compared to the already illustrious and Yuan, Huang emerges unscathed, leaving the most indelible impression in the minds of the audience. Not the carefree scion of nobility, nor the reclusive fairy of the waters, but rather the remarkable young man, bound to his wheelchair, who gazes quietly at you. The outcome of this online skirmish saw the critics retreat into obscurity, while Huang's recently acquired Weibo followers surged dramatically. As the situation stabilized, Yuxian gently remarked to Huang, "This production team, ISNT, too bad." Huang, ignoring the excited outburst of the spirit in her mind, smiled and responded, "Do you think they're doing this solely to assist me?" Yuxian replied, "ISNT, it's so." Huang understood the intricacies of the situation all too well. While Guanli genuinely meant well, she was surprised by her willingness to come forward in defense of Huang. In contrast, an Yuan merely added embellishments. With little sincerity behind his words, his true intent was to promote his new drama. The same could be said for director Liu and the others, who merely sought to leverage the situation to elevate the prominence of Huang. Tuesday, Huang observed Yuxian's tense demeanor, her own emotions remaining calm and unruffled. The promotional video was hastily edited by director Liu amidst the chaos online. He understood my acting prowess better than anyone, and by releasing this at the peak of tension, he not only caught the unseen puppeteers off guard, but also attracted the attention of countless netizens, enhancing the reputation of the production team for defending their actors. Ultimately, it resulted in a favor owed to me. Finishing her thought, Huang picked up her vibrating phone and answered, "Hello, Director Liu? Kid, how do you plan to thank me?" Huang chuckled. "You've made excellent use of me for promotion. Surely this level of publicity incurs significant expenses." Director Liu replied, "Are the youngsters today this shrewd?" Quite unendearing. Huang responded, "Thank you, Director Liu. I look forward to your continued support." The call was abruptly terminated. Meanwhile, on the other end, Yan's manager had just received a call from the Fenghua Corporation, facing a barrage of criticism and finally realizing the gravity of Yan's actions. "My little ancestor, I step away for just a moment, and you cause such a commotion," Zhou Jian lamented, nearly in tears. Yan wore an expression of impatience, exclaiming, "I haven't said anything wrong, have I? Isn't it a compliment to praise Huang's cuteness and Guan Li's kindness? Aren't these all kind words? Is it really necessary to react this way?" Zhou Jian disregarded her self-deception, insisting, "Hurry up and delete that Weibo post. The higher-ups have spoken. How dare you provoke the young master of the family? You are currently part of the Imperial Path caste. Is there anyone as reckless as you to jeopardize their future?" In truth, when the conflict with Guan Li escalated, Yan had already begun to feel a twinge of regret. Zhou Jian's words made her heart feel a bit uncertain. She tossed her phone towards him, declaring, "I won't delete it. If anyone should, it's you. I meant no harm. It's unfortunate that my good intentions have been misconstrued. Only those with dark thoughts would interpret my words in such a twisted manner." Indeed, Zhou Jian replied, "My dear ancestor, please be quiet for a moment and conserve your energy. Remember to be equally forthright with Director Liu." With that, he set about addressing the incriminating post. In an effort to maintain Yan's image, he crafted a Weibo post in her tone. "Yan V. Did I say something wrong? Everyone, please stop arguing. I'll delete it. Pity, aggrieved." Typically, fans of their beloved idols would have endearing nicknames. For instance, Guan Li was affectionately referred to as Queen Guan by her fans, while in Yuan, known for his long-standing portrayal of antagonistic roles coupled with his charmingly roguish appearance, was dubbed the Master. As for Yan, due to her youthful visage and ample bosom, she was lovingly called Meng Meng by her fans, while other netizens collectively refer to her as Yin Meng Nai. At this moment, fans began to voice their support, showering her with comforting words. "Meng Meng, don't cry. Brother is here for you. Meng Meng is innocent. It's just that the world is too dark, and people's hearts are too vile. Let's ignore these filthy trash." Among these words of comfort were also those from outsiders who could not help but express their disdain. "Oh, if I didn't know better, I would think someone bullied you. Look at how you're speaking. You're over 20 years old, yet still acting like an ignorant little girl. Why didn't you delete it earlier? Now you want to delete it? Feeling guilty, are we? Wamengmeng, you're clearly a venomous witch. Stop the theatrics. Be careful not to ruin yourself." Zhou Jian observed the situation on Weibo, his brows furrowing ever deeper. Turning to glance at Yan, he discovered that she had already closed her eyes and drifted off to sleep, leaving him feeling utterly drained. Truly, she was a formidable challenge. Chapter 022. The Dangerous Man in Her Slumber. Huang arrived at Central City, oblivious to the lingering repercussions of the online battle that continued to shape the futures of countless individuals. Much like the gentle flutter of a butterfly's wings, the effects reverberated far and wide. In a charmingly rustic manner on the outskirts of H City, an elderly lady with graying hair sat upon a plush sofa, her gaze fixated on the high-definition projection screen before her. Her expression initially appeared vacant, but soon morphed into one of mounting excitement as she suddenly exclaimed, "Old man, Iron Stick, Old Whitehead, what's happening? Are you unwell?" Iron Old, clad in gloves and carrying a bowl of something, hurriedly emerged. His wife, the elderly Yu Shulan, retorted, "What could possibly be wrong with me? You would be overjoyed if I were unwell, wouldn't you?" Iron Old sighed in resignation. "All right, I misspoke. Here, the medicinal porridge is ready. Take your time drinking it. He placed the bowl on the table before her. Ignoring him, Yushulan pointed at the projection and shouted, "Iron Stick, where did you find this child? He resembles a Qiong so much." It was only then that Iron Old noticed the entertainment gossip displayed on the screen, detailing the online battle and showcasing a promotional video. Observing his wife's fervent demeanor, he scoffed. How does he resemble a Qiong? A Qiong is much more refined. Who mentioned looks? It's his aura, his essence, do you understand? Not to mention his gaze and the way he speaks. Yushulan glared at him, exasperated. And you, a veteran of the entertainment industry, fail to grasp even this. Rising to her feet, her face aglow with youthful excitement, she declared, "The crew of Royal Path must be in Central City now. Iron Stick, I must meet a Qiong. Right now." Iron Old winced at the thought, trying to persuade her gently. "You need to take care of yourself. How can you?" But his words were cut short by Yushulan's fierce gaze, prompting him to mumble. What is so special about a child who hasn't even matured? Yushulan, adopting a fierce expression yet brimming with delight, insisted, "I don't care. It's decided. I'm a fan of this child. Besides, I recall that the young man from the Qin family is also on leave in Central City for recuperation. I can visit Sister Zhen and the others." Iron Old, who maintained a stern and authoritative demeanor in public, found himself utterly powerless against his increasingly childlike partner. With a resigned tone, he replied, "All right, whatever you say, just drink your medicinal porridge first." Elated, Yushulan sipped her porridge while reminding him, "Make a call. Don't let the crew tire the child. He is still so young and growing." Iron Old felt a pang of bitterness at her words. Yet he recalled the significance of a Qiong in Yushulan's heart and the emotions tied to it, letting out a soft sigh. Shulan had always felt indebted to a Qiong, and if finding someone who resembled him brought her joy, then so be it. When Director Liu received Iron Old's call, he was equally astonished. Following his instructions, he granted the crew a 3-day break, allowing them to enjoy Central City, with expenses covered. Upon hearing this, the entire crew erupted in cheers, praising Director Liu as a generous soul. Even Huang was somewhat astonished, speculating on what fortunate event might have transpired in Director Liu's household. Regardless of the reason behind Director Liu's sudden benevolence, everyone joyously set off to enjoy the rare 3-day holiday, bustling towards the vibrant shopping streets of Central City. Huang politely declined several invitations from both men and women, and when everyone else had given up and departed, leaving only Yu Xian by her side, she inquired, "Are you coming with me?" Without hesitation, Yu Xian replied, "Yes." "Very well, then go and change into some casual attire." Without questioning her motives, Yu Xian complied. Upon exiting his room, he spotted Huang standing outside, awaiting him. The youth was of similar height to him, and her white casual wear accentuated her fair, rosy complexion, exuding a refreshing and clear aura. With a single shoulder bag slung over her back, she turned her head, her lively brows and bright eyes momentarily making Yu Xian feel as though he had encountered an angel. He blinked, pondering. This person truly radiates brilliance at every moment. However, soon Yu Xian found himself unable to dwell on such thoughts. He had not anticipated that Huang would drive to the renowned Wuming Mountain in Central City, only to proceed with a steady jog towards the mountain's summit. Halfway up, he was drenched in sweat, incredulously gazing at Huang, who appeared scarcely winded, and exclaimed, "What on earth do you eat to grow like this?" Huang chuckled at his disheveled appearance and suggested, "Never mind, you can wait for the shuttle here. Just hop on to 6th stop." Yu Xian, not wanting to flaunt his abilities, dejectedly remained where he was. Had it not been for his self-restraint, he might have collapsed on the ground, panting while silently watching Huang's figure grow ever distant. With Yu Xian no longer beside her, Huang sought a secluded spot and slipped into the dense, untouched woods. This area was still in its natural state. The deeper she ventured, the sturdier the trees became. Excitement sparkled in her eyes as she inhaled deeply and leaped. To her astonishment, she soared nearly 2 meters high, nimbly bounding off tree trunks to reach the branches above. The success of this experiment narrowed her eyes into feline slits, a satisfied smile curving her lips as she boldly leapt towards a nearby branch, landing deftly before continuing her flight. She unleashed her potential and speed, feeling the wind rush past her face, an exhilarating sense of freedom enveloping her. Isn't His Majesty remarkable? Such physical prowess and speed could rival that of special forces. Wu Bao exclaimed proudly, contemplating how His Majesty would surely strive harder to amass glittering riches, allowing him to. Your Majesty! Wu Bao's exuberant musings were abruptly cut short, his voice turning tense and strained like a roller coaster suddenly stalling. There's something dangerous. Huang sensed it as well, even more acutely than Wu Bao, realizing that a pair of eyes was secretly fixated upon her. She could not ascertain whether these eyes belonged to a person, a beast, or something even more peculiar, for the sensation was utterly terrifying. The gaze felt almost tangible, a coarse sweep across her body that instinctively raised the fine hairs on the back of her neck. The tension in her muscles signaled an immense threat, as cold as a serrated blade, yet searingly filled with primal ferocity, enveloping Huang in an indescribable biological magnetic field. She resembled a rabbit ensnared by a lion's stare, acutely aware of the looming danger despite the lion's physical absence. The intangible pressure bore down upon her not-so-broad shoulders. Flee! 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 Her mind clamored with instinct and the urging of Wu Bao. Run swiftly. Huang remained motionless, while Wu Bao sensed the lurking peril. He could not perceive the palpable reality of it as she did. Cold sweat trickled down her back, yet her expression grew increasingly composed. She felt that any movement now would undoubtedly alert the master of that gaze, leaving her vulnerable to unpredictable consequences. What to do? Her heart thudded heavily, each beat a painful reminder of her anxiety. With a gentle blink, the atmosphere around her shifted silently. A youth clad in white leisure attire perched upon a branch, one hand resting against the trunk. Dappled sunlight illuminated his slender figure, bestowing upon him an ethereal beauty reminiscent of an ink-wash painting. At that moment, he raised his chin slightly, as though savoring the fresh scent in the air, his brows unfurling and his eyes revealing fathomless clarity. He nonchalantly tilted his head to survey his surroundings, a pure smile gracing his rosy lips. It was then that Huang deliberately cast her gaze toward the source of the hidden scrutiny. Her taut nerves kept her acutely aware of any shift in the gaze. And while she did not see its owner, she sensed a fleeting crack in the oppressive aura. She could ascertain that the entity was human, for only a human would reveal such a flaw in their observation. Seizing the moment of vulnerability, Huang propelled herself into a sprint down the mountain path. Even with the confirmation of humanity, she had no desire to engage. The presence behind such a terrifying gaze held no allure for her. Without needing to look back, Huang felt a massive shadow closing in, moving with a speed akin to that of a beast. Beware, Your Majesty! Wu Bao screamed in her mind. Instinctively, Huang turned and kicked out. Bang! The impact felt like striking iron, causing her to wince in pain. Almost immediately, the shadow enveloped her. Her hands felt as if ensnared by iron chains, and her body crashed violently to the ground, the unfortunate consequence being her head striking a stone. Huang let out a muffled groan, her vision spinning as she squinted up at the blurred silhouette above. It was a visage of exquisite craftsmanship, with alluring honey-toned skin, ruggedly dark brows, and eyes as profound as the night. His slightly tousled, naturally wavy black hair fell over his forehead, and his thin lips parted slightly as he spoke in a cold, husky voice. Why run? Huang felt as though she were facing a formidable adversary. Yet when she opened her mouth, the sound that emerged was a whispering murmur. Qin Fan. The profound shock to her psyche, coupled with the pain at the back of her head, caused her to tilt her head and succumb to a dark oblivion. Little did she know, that voiceless cry stirred something profound within Qin Fan. The voice of Huang is inherently enchanting and alluring. Her cries, stripped of their volume, do not resonate as powerfully as she had envisioned. Instead, they emerge as soft, tremulous whispers akin to the murmurs of a dream. Gentle and clear, they possess a playful quality reminiscent of a child as coaxing. This leaves Qin Fan rooted to the spot, his limbs rigid, his gaze intensely fixed upon Si Huang with a fierce intensity. His heart feels as if it has been gently scratched by a cat's paw, eliciting a strange, tingling sensation that Qin Fan has never experienced before and struggles to comprehend. How utterly vexing. Chapter 023. Memories and Dreams, Birthday Event. On the southern hillside of Unclear Mountain, which overlooks the sea, stands a private villa known to few. The identity of its owner remains a mystery, and there are no roads leading to the villa. One would likely need to arrive by helicopter. Of course, if one possesses the skill to traverse the rugged terrain, entering through the front gate is also an option. Today, a significant event unfolded within the villa, stirring the inhabitants, both young and old. A tall man, his expression stern, cradled someone in a princess carry, moving from the courtyard to the grand hall, while the soldiers clad in military uniforms gazed on in astonishment. As Qin Shuren and his wife, Xiang Zheng, rushed down the stairs upon hearing the commotion, Xiang Zheng's face first flushed with excitement, only to turn icy moments later. Afan, what have you done to this child? Qin Fan paused, his face impassive as he replied, I may have knocked her out. Knocked her out? May have. What kind of situation is this? Qin Shuren's demeanor grew serious. Have you had an episode again? Qin Fan pressed his lips together. No. I felt a bit off at first, but when I saw this child, I was certain I was fine. With a sigh, Xiang Zheng approached, hand her over to Grandma. To her surprise, Qin Fan sidestepped, leaving Xiang Zheng in disbelief as she stared at her own grandson. Furrowing his brows, Qin Fan shifted his lips but said nothing, striding purposefully toward his room, disappearing from view. Shuren, what is happening? Xiang Zheng exclaimed, bewildered. Qin Shuren pondered. Did you notice that Afan seemed quite lucid just now? Xiang Zheng was taken aback indeed. He was like a dormant volcano this morning, and now he appears so composed. He even carried her himself. Let us discuss this further when Afan emerges, Qin Shuren suggested. However, it was a mystery why the couple waited outside for half the day without seeing their grandson reappear. The reason? Inside the room, Qin Fan laid the unconscious Si Huang upon the bed, carefully spreading a neatly folded blanket over her. Initially, he intended to leave after completing this act, yet an inexplicable force kept him rooted in place. He frowned, observing the figure before him, skin as flawless as white jade, devoid of any blemishes detectable even to his discerning eye. Her eyes were closed, yet her long, thick eyelashes framed her delicate eyelids, enhancing her fragility. She appeared even more youthful than when awake, resembling a minor. In Qin Fan's eyes, Si Huang's delicate appearance signified vulnerability, her fragility almost disarming. How could her skin be so pale and tender, softer than that of any woman? Yet there was a certain satisfaction in knowing that within this seemingly fragile exterior lay immense potential and strength. The memory of her remarkable agility and speed in the forest made Qin Fan nod inwardly. Lost in thought, he was suddenly jolted back to reality by the cool, tender sensation of his fingers brushing against Si Huang's cheek, his own hand having made contact without his awareness. He poked again, then again, each prod akin to the gentle scratching of a cat, stirring his heart with a curious mix of emotions. In the midst of this tangled and novel sensation, Qin Fan gradually felt a hint of drowsiness. This was truly a rare occurrence. Anyone who had endured 10 consecutive days of insomnia would find such a feeling of fatigue to be nothing short of blissful. Qin Fan surrendered to the increasingly overwhelming drowsiness. Lying down on his bed and closing his eyes, in his hazy state, he experienced an inexplicable allure, akin to discovering an oasis in a scorching desert, compelling him to rush forward and claim it. As he immersed himself in the refreshing waters, the ecstasy was indescribable. In stark contrast, Si Huang's slumber was far from stable. She was plagued by dreams, visions of her past life. At 18, Si Huang had just graduated from high school, eagerly anticipating her forthcoming university life, when suddenly, Si Jihan insisted that she marry a man she had never met. From Si Jihan's demeanor, she understood that this prospective husband must possess an extraordinary identity, one that could bring immense benefits. At that time, she was whisked away by Si Jihan on a private helicopter to the summit of Shunqilan, where a manor steeped in ancient charm nestled amidst the mountains left her awestruck. Yet a thunderous shout shattered her reverie, thrusting her into a scene she would never forget. At that moment, her bile surged. Before her stood a man, bare from the waist up, with thick, tousled black curls obscuring his brow and eyes. Yet she could feel the chilling gaze hidden beneath. His expression was cold and twisted, veins protruding from his neck, and his gleaming white teeth appeared terrifying to see Huang. His imposing figure, sculpted like marble, exuded a feral intensity, causing every hair on her body to stand on end. Afun, stop. Brother Fan, calm down, please. Two individuals were desperately trying to restrain the man, their faces a mixture of reverence and anxiety. Suddenly, just as a burly middle-aged man reached out to grasp the man's arm, the scene unfolded in a flash. No one could discern how the man did it. A chilling sound accompanied by the man's roar of agony echoed in her ears as the middle-aged man's arm was gruesomely torn from his body by bare hands. All Huang could see was a sea of crimson, the metallic scent of blood filling her nostrils, rendering her immobile as her stomach churned violently. At that moment, the bare-chested man seemed to sense her presence, turning his head in her direction. Whether it was an illusion or a figment of her mind, she felt as though she glimpsed a pair of bloodshot, fierce eyes peering through the darkness of his hair, causing her heart to lurch painfully. His expression appeared to shift sluggishly, emanating an eerie, oppressive madness as he extended his hand toward her, his palm stained with blood. The very hand that had torn apart another's arm. Huang's throat emitted a desperate gasp, her instinct propelling her to retreat abruptly. She turned her head, unable to suppress the rolling of her stomach, and expelled a wave of bile, the tension in her heart and the overwhelming scent of blood nearly suffocating her. A colossal shadow approached silently, tightening her chest with fear. With a wary and terrified gaze, she locked eyes with the man, mere half a meter away. Akin to an injured young beast emitting a hoarse cry. Do not. Come closer. Remarkably, the man halted, remaining silent for 2 seconds before turning away and departing. Subsequently, the events that transpired became a blur. The Qin family did not encounter them again, but instead sent them back home. For Huang, who had spent her 18 years ensconced in the confines of school and home, this whirlwind of occurrences felt like a fleeting dream. It was then that she discovered that the man her father, Jihan, wished for her to marry was the fearsome figure known as Qin Fan. For the very first time in her life, Huang rebelled against her father. I am a man, and I cannot possibly marry another man. She exclaimed in a state of panic, the identity she had once shunned now serving as her shield. Jihan responded with a derisive laugh. You desire to marry him? He has no interest in you, you worthless thing. Mark my words, if you refuse this marriage, you shall never marry at all. You have declared yourself a man, my good son, and you shall not tarnish my reputation. From the expression on Jihan's face, Huang felt a chilling revelation seep into her heart, shattering remnants of her innocence. Father, you were clearly so terrified that you collapsed to the ground. You know how terrifying that man is. You were so afraid. Why then, did you push me towards him? What astonished Huang even more was that Jihan forbade her from attending university and instead signed her up with Fenghua, launching her career as an idol. It wasn't long before she encountered her first taste of darkness. Jihan handed her over to a business associate, and she vividly recalled the first words spoken by the seemingly refined man. Is this the one that Master Qin has taken an interest in? Quite impressive indeed. Master Qin's interest? Huang found it hard to believe that such a terrifying man would utter such words. It could only have originated from her father, Jihan. Chapter 024. A man cannot touch upon waking. Huang vividly recalled the scenes from her dream. Initially, she had endured various tribulations of life, but inexplicably, the narrative transformed from a tale of harsh realities into a whimsical fantasy. She dreamt of becoming an egg, snatched away by a colossal beast that carried her to its nest, where it enveloped her tightly, murmuring incessantly, hatch the egg, nurture the little one, fatten it up, and then devour it. As the egg, she found herself ensconced in warmth that threatened to suffocate her, desperately wanting to break free, yet fearing that emerging would lead to her being fattened for consumption. Ultimately, The oppressive heat roused her from slumber. Upon opening her eyes, she was met with darkness. Momentarily puzzled, a soft cough echoed in her mind. Ahem, Your Majesty, please raise your head. Huang slightly lifted her head, her pupils narrowing in shock. She had unknowingly buried her face against someone's chest. As she peeked out from under the covers, she beheld a countenance that stirred a tumult of emotions within her. He was fast asleep, and even his breathing revealed the depth of his slumber. This was astonishing to see Huang. A man of his caliber should be alert even in sleep, disturbed by the slightest whisper of wind. As her thoughts settled, she gradually diminished her presence, silently observing Qin Fan. Once the reverence and preconceived notions faded, she noticed many details previously overlooked. For instance, he appeared younger than the madman she remembered, unexpectedly handsome, with brows as sharp as swords and a jawline finely chiseled. Perhaps due to a restful sleep, his furrowed brow had relaxed, exuding a rugged yet imposing demeanor, though lacking the overwhelming presence he possessed when awake, which could instill fear in those who dared to gaze upon him. His nose was elegantly straight, and his lips, naturally shaped like a diamond, bore a semblance of a smile, even when not gracing the world with one. Huang felt a flicker of surprise. Few might notice this trait, yet this man had squandered such a strikingly amiable feature with his habitual lack of mirth. Huang had not anticipated encountering Qin Fan so soon again, nor in such a manner. Reflecting on her prior behavior on Weiming Mountain and gazing at the slumbering figure of Qin Fan, she found herself devoid of fear. She was no longer the naive young girl she had been in her past life. The experiences she endured had stripped away her trepidation towards Qin Fan, especially after absorbing the myriad discussions about him from the upper echelons of society, which only served to instill a sense of respect within her. This man was a true soldier. Regardless of his fierce demeanor and stubborn temperament, he was far superior to those who sought fame through deceit, whose actions were cloaked in moral pretense, and whose hands were stained with the blood of the innocent. In comparison, the memory of their first meeting, which had once instilled dread, had transformed into a poignant recollection. Regrettably, in her past life, she had only encountered him once. That indelible memory lingered long after. Yet they never crossed paths again. He had perished a year prior to her own demise, reportedly during an overseas mission, the specifics of which eluded even her grasp. Huang gently lowered her gaze. She harbored disdain for many, yet Qin Fan was not among them. Even though he had been the catalyst for her tragedy, her youthful anger had eventually given way to clarity. Ultimately, her plight stemmed from her own choices. The true source of her resentment and frustration lay in her earlier ignorance and ineptitude. However, harboring no hatred does not imply that she will let events unfold naturally in this lifetime. She had anticipated encountering Qin Fan after more than a year, believing that by then she would possess the ability to protect herself, no longer subject to the whims of Ciji Han, thus avoiding any unpleasant interactions with Qin Fan. Little did she know, plans are often thwarted by unforeseen changes. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. Huang's thoughts were abruptly interrupted by Wu Bao. The very notion that she was still in Qin Fan's embrace, even lying on the same bed, left Huang no time to ponder the reasons behind it. Her immediate priority was to extricate herself from his grasp. As she moved, the arms that encircled her waist tightened, inadvertently pulling her closer to his warm, broad chest. The heat radiating from him, coupled with the steady, powerful rhythm of his heartbeat, exuded an undeniable masculinity. Huang's heart tightened in response, an electric sensation coursing through her, peculiar yet exhilarating. Your Majesty, are you awake? I have something of utmost importance to discuss with you. Wu Bao's voice was a blend of excitement and caution. Silently, Huang thought, just a moment. It was not that she was disinterested in what Wu Bao deemed important. Her immediate concern was the pair of deep-set eyes that had suddenly opened before her. Qin Fan had awakened, like a slumbering lion roused from its rest. Even with a hint of languorous confusion, the aura of a king was silently reawakening. As he relaxed his arms, Huang assumed he would release her, only to find herself enveloped once more in a large embrace, as if she were a plush cushion. He rudely rubbed his head against her, the stubble grazing her delicate cheek, both ticklish and slightly painful. Yet this was not the crux of the matter. What was Qin Fan doing? Why did he resemble a large, affectionate dog? What are you doing? Huang was momentarily taken aback, then pushed his face away with both hands. Qin Fan frowned at the rejection, his expression momentarily stiffening before his dreamy gaze sharpened into focused clarity. Within the depths of his dark pupils lay the flawless visage of a beautiful person, his brows raised in lively surprise. With a slight narrowing of his pupils, Qin Fan threw off the covers and rose, inquiring, "Do you feel unwell?" Had he so easily dismissed the events that transpired moments before? Huang did not linger on it, rising from the bed as well. Her body's resilience had seemingly strengthened. The pain at the back of her head had significantly diminished. Coldly, she replied, "I'm fine." After a prolonged silence, Huang awaited Qin Fan's next words, only to observe him seriously folding tofu blocks with a cool demeanor. Watching his deft hands create perfect tofu blocks unexpectedly soothed her, allowing her to take a few moments to assess him. In this light, he appeared quite normal. Suddenly, Qin Fan turned his head, his eyes locking onto hers with unwavering precision. Huang, unflinching, met his gaze and remarked nonchalantly, "As the root cause of my injury, it is only right that you allow me to recuperate. No need for thanks. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave." Qin Fan remained silent. Huang interpreted his silence as agreement and turned to open the door. Just as her hand grasped the doorknob, a gust of wind from behind prompted her to instinctively pivot and retaliate. With a resounding thud, their arms collided. The iron-like firmness caused Huang to raise an eyebrow, casting a cold, scrutinizing gaze at Qin Fan. "What do you mean?" she demanded. Qin Fan remained unwavering, his focus unbroken. She retracted her previous statement. This person was anything but normal, a veritable enigma. After a brief silence, realizing that her abilities in the forest had already been laid bare before him, she felt no fear in revealing a bit more. A flicker of anger sparked within her as she reached for the doorknob once more, only to be thwarted again by Qin Fan. This time, she refrained from inquiring why and instead engaged him directly in a physical confrontation. The two exchanged strikes, fists and feet meeting in a fierce exchange. It did not take long for Huang to discern that Qin Fan was merely playing defense, refraining from any offensive maneuvers. Given his skill, it was improbable that he could withstand her for so long otherwise. Ultimately, she found herself tripped, her back crashing forcefully against the floor. Qin Fan knelt beside her, one knee pressing into her abdomen, while he expertly captured both of her wrists with a single hand. Such a position, Wu Bao teased within Huang's mind. Qin Fan's expression remained impassive, his demeanor as unyielding as a tombstone. How could he be so gaunt? Huang scolded inwardly. "Don't think I can't detect your disdain just because you wear a morose countenance. What exactly are you attempting to achieve?" she inquired, maintaining her composure. With a free hand, Qin Fan reached towards Huang's face. The soft texture momentarily halted his movements. It felt as delicate as an egg. Would it truly break if he pressed too hard? Driven by an odd curiosity, he applied a bit more pressure, resulting in a reddened cheek, though it remained intact. Huang's eyes ignited with fury, particularly as his hand traversed from her face to her chin and neck. Was he unaware of her youth? Her Adam's apple had yet to protrude. Further down lay her chest. Did he intend to feel her pectorals? "Stop!" Huang sharply admonished. The outburst successfully halted Qin Fan's actions as he gazed at her flushed face, uncertain whether the redness stemmed from his grip or her ire. He frowned and reproached. "Are you even a woman?" Through gritted teeth, Huang retorted no. "Then what are you fussing about?" The disdain in his tone was palpable, and Huang could hardly contain her laughter, casting a sidelong, meaningful glance at Qin Fan. With a smirk, she quipped, "Men shouldn't touch carelessly. If you do, you must take responsibility. If you wish to, I wouldn't mind." Chapter 025. The beast's recklessness. It seemed as though Qin Fan had stumbled upon an outrageous joke, as he managed to conjure a rare smile, remarking, "Someone like you simply won't do." His tone lacked any deliberate mockery, yet the starkness of his statement was far more disheartening to her self-esteem. Huang refrained from retorting. The current situation indeed demonstrated her martial capabilities were inferior to Qin Fan's. "What is your name?" Qin Fan inquired once more. "Si Huang." She had nothing to fear regarding her identity being revealed. Qin Fan's large hand came down towards her head, but as he gazed at her innocent and lovely visage, he hesitated, fearing that a single slap might cause her harm. He abruptly softened his strike, transforming the intended slap into a playful pat, which left Si Huang with a peculiar expression. Meanwhile, Qin Fan remained composed, asserting, "To be honest, I am called Si Huang." This name hardly seems fabricated. Perhaps it was Si Huang's earnestness and poise that led Qin Fan to perceive no flaws in her honesty. Prompting his confusion, "I do not recall any family by the surname Si. Looking closely at you, you are not from any of those well-known families." "How do you know my name?" Si Huang responded calmly. "A friend spoke of you, and I have seen your photograph." "And what is your friend's name?" Qin Fan pressed. Si Huang fell silent. The intensity of Qin Fan's gaze bore an oppressive weight. Suddenly, a knock interrupted their conversation, coincidentally breaking the silence between them. From outside, Grandma Xiang's voice called, "Off Fan, come out quickly." Si Huang cast a sidelong glance at Qin Fan, who then released her, suggesting, "Stay here and wait for my return." Si Huang quietly stood and did not respond to Qin Fan's words, turning to sit on a chair in a corner. After giving her one last look, Qin Fan opened the door and stepped outside. In her current position, Si Huang was out of Grandma Xiang's line of sight. She wished to observe but was thwarted by Qin Fan, who inquired, "What is the matter?" as he closed the door behind him. "Where's that child? What are you two doing in there?" Grandma Xiang's voice inquired. "Nothing of consequence. Your grandmother has arrived. Go greet her." Once Si Huang could no longer discern the voices outside, she murmured, "Waiting for you to return? That's absurd." She rose and approached the window, her mind echoing with Wu Bao's voice, "Your Majesty, think thrice. Please listen to me. That man is remarkable. Had he not been close to you, I would not have noticed. He possesses a pure Yang constitution and carries the treasure, which complements your constitution perfectly. Alone, he can counterbalance all the benefits others provide you, supplying Yang energy to enhance your vitality. Thus, Your Majesty, I implore you to utilize your charm and ensnare him. This should be exceedingly simple for you, for in his condition, excessive Yang energy can lead to self-immolation or even madness unto death. Only you, with your constitution, can mitigate his overwhelming Yang energy and alleviate his suffering." Given the gravity of the matter, Wu Bao feared Si Huang might not absorb the information, thus divulging everything at once. Si Huang was significantly impacted by the flood of information, her thoughts fixating on the phrase, "Be aware that in his condition, excessive Yang energy can easily lead to self-immolation or even madness unto death." Madness? Unto death? Madness? A lunatic? Si Huang felt as though she had grasped some secrets unknown to her in her previous life. Standing by the window and gazing down, the scene before her clearly conveyed that escaping through the window was an impossibility. No wonder Qin Fan had departed with such ease. Your Majesty, are you listening to me? This is a tremendous opportunity. Someone like him is likely unique in the world. She had assumed that Si Huang would share her excitement upon hearing her words, but the indifference in Si Huang's reaction caused Wu Bao to grow anxious. I understand, Si Huang replied. Let's discuss this later. She was not so destitute as to feel unable to live without that man. To have her initiate contact with Qin Fan, it was a peculiar thought, as if she were reliving a strange experience. After surveying the room, Si Huang located her bag, which bore no signs of having been rummaged through, save for her phone, which had run out of battery. Slipping the shoulder bag back on, she thought of Yu Xian and wondered how he was, irresponsibly mused. I can't be blamed for the missed appointment. A certain man waiting at the 6th station of Wei Ming Mountain all day, anxiously making phone calls, would likely faint in the restroom upon learning of Si Huang's thoughts. Unable to escape through the window, Si Huang naturally opted for the front door. Exiting Qin Fan's room, a path led directly to the living room. Si Huang stood at the corner, observing several individuals seated on solid wooden chairs in the living room. Besides Qin Fan, 2 others were familiar to her, Tai Lao and his first wife, Yu Shulan. If her guesses were correct, the other 2 were Qin Fan's grandparents. She remembered that Qin Fan's parents had passed away during his childhood, leaving him to grow up in the care of his grandparents. In her previous life, she had never had the opportunity to meet these two elderly figures. "You look quite spirited, little Qilin," remarked Grandma Yu. "It's rare for him to have slept the entire day," replied Grandma Xiang, casting a glance at the silent Qin Fan. That glance fortuitously landed on Si Huang, standing at the corner. Her expression momentarily froze before she rose and said, "You must be the child that a fan brought back. Come, sit down. Are you feeling better?" Her reaction attracted the attention of others. Qin Fan strode toward Si Huang, closing the distance with several purposeful strides, his arm casually draping over her shoulder as he guided her toward the center of the living room. Si Huang felt her shoulders grow heavy, her expression blank as she fixed her gaze on Qin Fan, pondering, are they familiar enough to be so comfortable with each other? The expressions of Qin Grandpa and Tai Lao, along with the others, were equally peculiar. They were all aware of how particular Qin Fan was regarding personal relationships. Contemplating this, Grandma Yu couldn't help but examine Si Huang closely. From a distance, she hadn't been able to see clearly, but now seated opposite, the difference was striking. Upon this closer inspection, Grandma Yu sprang to her feet and rushed to stand before Si Huang. "Kyung, you are Qiang. Oh my, this is fate. I came here just to see you." Qin Grandpa and Grandma Xiang exchanged glances, bemused. Wasn't this supposed to be a gathering for friends? Such fickleness. Si Huang was momentarily taken aback, her gaze softening as it turned toward Grandma Yu, her eyes shimmering with clarity. "And you are?" With a starry-eyed enthusiasm, Grandma Yu declared. "I am your fan." Grandma Xiang, familiar with her childhood friend, understood that she was once again caught in her whimsical excitement. Si Huang was not frightened. Instead, she chuckled softly and winked at the excited Grandma Yu. "Thank you for your fondness. Would you like my autograph?" Oh, the delight in Grandma Yu's eyes intensified as she perceived that the child portraying a Qiang was not only charming in her performance, but also possessed a gracious demeanor in reality. Joyfully, she lifted her garment and exclaimed, "Sign here, right here." Old Tai could no longer endure the scene and pulled his wife closer to him, his expression stern as he inquired of Si Huang, "What are you doing here?" Si Huang replied calmly, "I accidentally encountered a wild beast on a mountain and hit my head while fleeing." Grandma Yu gasped, "What wild beasts are there on this mountain? Are you unhurt?" She turned her gaze towards Grandma Xiang. "You all need to manage this better." Grandma Xiang remained silent. The beast, Qin Fan, fixed an oppressive and aggressive stare upon Si Huang. Unfazed, she maintained her composure and smiled. "I'm quite all right, and I must thank Qin Fan for saving me." The beast, Fan, interjected, "Beasts do not understand human speech." Si Huang faltered momentarily, and the atmosphere around them shifted subtly. Internally, she cursed Qin Fan for his lack of eloquence, her smile dimming slightly. After all, she owed him nothing. He had not truly saved her, and there was no need to diminish herself by repeatedly clarifying. "I have matters to attend to at work, so I shall not disturb you further." Grandma Xiang's eyes flickered, and she was about to speak when Qin Fan preemptively asked, "What work do you have?" Si Huang replied, "I am tres." Qin Fan stated, "Forget that. Join my unit." Noticing the chill in her beautiful eyes, his heart inexplicably sank, and he found himself unwittingly explaining, "You have great potential. Enlisting is more promising than acting. I assure you that." "That's unnecessary," Si Huang coldly interrupted, her expression devoid of embarrassment or anger. However, the slight arch of her brows and the upward tilt of her eyes rendered her impervious to offense. In terms of presence, she stood her ground against Qin Fan, asserting, "My future is not for you to dictate." Qin Fan frowned. Although the child's tone was mild, he sensed her anger, more intense than during their earlier confrontation in the room. "Why?" Si Huang did not afford him further opportunity to speak. She turned and bowed to the four elders before decisively departing. After a moment, Grandma Xiang regained her senses and called out, "Wait, there are no vehicles to leave from here." Yet, Si Huang's figure had already vanished from sight. Before long, a soldier entered to report, "That boy appears quite capable. He can definitely descend the mountain on his own." Chapter 26. The omen of torment upon returning to the hotel where the crew was residing. Si Huang anticipated a reprimand from Director Liu, only to find that she had not even laid eyes on him. It was only when she encountered Yu Xian in her room and listened to his grievances that she learned he had shielded her from any repercussions. If you hadn't returned today, I would have informed Director Liu, Yu Xian stated, his face drawn and weary as he fixed his gaze upon Si Huang. As her manager and a victim in his own right, he felt justified in demanding an explanation. With a sigh, Si Huang recounted her encounter with a wild beast. Yu Xian, lacking the fortitude to dismiss her words, widened his eyes in disbelief, prompting a laugh from Si Huang. Though I was dragged into the lair of the beast and spent a night there, I have returned. Yu Xian remained conflicted. Should he believe her or not? Regardless of his uncertainty, Si Huang continued, I owe you my gratitude. You have indeed proven to be a reliable ally. With a feigned scoff to mask his inner delight at her acknowledgement, Yu Xian rose, stating, As long as you are unharmed, I shall return to catch up on sleep. Go ahead, Si Huang replied, watching him depart. As the door clicked shut, she first indulged in a refreshing shower, changing into clean, crisp attire before sinking languidly into a chair in the warmth of her heated room. She powered on her laptop and contemplated posting on Weibo. Si Huang v. I had a tussle with a beast today and came up short, feeling rather disheartened. The moment this Weibo post went live, responses flooded in within seconds. Your Majesty, is your royal body unscathed? What manner of beast was it? I shall slay it. Sharpening knives for the beast. Kill, kill, kill. Knife, knife. Anger, do not be disheartened. Your Majesty, let me give you a massage. You have always been amazing. The replies multiplied, offering consolation, cursing the beast, and even questioning whether this beast was truly a beast. Si Huang perused the pages attentively, her mood lifted by the amusing remarks, laughing several times. The gloom that had been instigated by Qin Fan dissipated, leaving her feeling invigorated. This was one of her methods for alleviating stress in her previous life. Whenever she felt on the brink of despair, overwhelmed by pressure, she would post on Weibo, drawing warmth and comfort from her fans' love across the digital divide. The internet was replete with talent and eccentricity, offering both solace and amusement. With her spirits restored, Si Huang minimized the Weibo page and opened the stock market, turning her attention to serious matters. Meanwhile, the atmosphere among the members of the Qin family varied distinctly. After dining at the Qin residence, Tai Lao and Grandma Yu took their leave, leaving Qin Fan and his grandparents behind. Grandma Xiang instructed the others to exit before she earnestly inquired of Qin Fan. What exactly is going on with that child? What transpired between you last night? Qin Fan replied, He allows me to find my calm. Just as he lifted his teacup, his grandfather abruptly set it down, causing tea to splash onto his hand, yet he remained fixated on Qin Fan. Are you certain? Qin Fan nodded. It was the most restful sleep I have had in a decade. Exchanging a glance with Grandma Xiang, both were convinced by Qin Fan's assertion. His current state of mind indeed appeared remarkably sound. Grandma Xiang sighed with a mix of frustration and disappointment, lamenting, Why didn't he retain him? He is of utmost importance. The image of Si Huang departing lingered in Qin Fan's mind, rendering him silent for a couple of moments before he rose. He was not a domesticated pet, after all. Moreover, even if he had chosen to stay, he could not have prevented the situation, and he had inadvertently provoked the individual in question. Grandma Xiang wished to dissuade Qin Fan from leaving, urging him to speak further, but was restrained by Grandpa Qin, who whispered, You still do not understand him. If he does not consider someone worthy of his command, he will not impose his will upon them. The following day, due to her encounter with Qin Fan, Si Huang lost interest in her morning jog at Weiming Mountain. Instead, she lingered in the hotel gym for a while. Not long after returning to her room, a knock at the door interrupted her solitude. It was Yu Xian. Yesterday, I was too exhausted to ask. Why did you want me to go to the 6th station? Yu Xian inquired, taking a seat across from Si Huang. Si Huang retrieved her backpack, which contained a collection of books. Yu Xian paused, and before he could respond, Si Huang spoke up. Their essay lovely CAF at the 6th station. You're just in time. Please help me with my studies. Yu Xian remained speechless. Si Huang moved to sit beside him, a resigned smile gracing her lips. You know what my previous major was, right? I aim to apply to a prestigious university, but my grades are truly lacking. In her past life, she had attended Huang art school in the city, but this time she had different ambitions. Although her previous grades did not meet the required standards, Yu Xian continued to gaze at her in astonishment. "Is there a problem?" she asked. "No, not really," he replied, still taken aback. "I just suddenly feel that you're more down to earth." For a long time, Huang had given him the impression of being almost omnipotent, leaving others in a state of inferiority. Now, hearing her admit to her shortcomings was surprising. As Yu Xian taught, he discreetly observed her delicate profile and earnest expression as she studied. Rather than feeling condescension, he found her even more radiant, tirelessly striving for improvement despite her already impressive qualities, devoid of any arrogance. It was truly admirable, leaving him with no room for envy. The 3-day holiday seemed to vanish in the blink of an eye, and the crew swiftly resumed their work. Huang, an early riser, arrived at the shooting location before Director Liu. Only the lighting technicians and set designers were present. Upon noticing Huang, the women greeted her warmly, while the men merely cast fleeting glances, with a few hushed comments exchanged among them. Huang feigned ignorance. Such trivialities were inconsequential to her. In the entertainment industry, garnering enthusiasm before becoming famous was a challenge, especially when facing same-sex rivalries. "Your Majesty." Turning at the call, Huang recognized a familiar female face and smiled as she approached. "Good morning." Du Chang's eyes crinkled into slits with her smile. "You are the truly early one, Your Majesty." Noticing Huang in workout attire, she teasingly asked, "Do you engage in morning exercises?" "Yes, I jog," Huang replied, allowing Du Chang to guide her into the makeup room, the melodious tones lifting their spirits. Du Chang mentally noted this detail. No wonder Your Majesty radiated such vitality. Though hesitant to comment directly on her physique, the loose workout clothes concealed little, and her overall presence was undeniably captivating. Huang smiled again, adding, "I appreciate your help once more." Du Chang quickly waved her hands in dismissal, thinking to herself how gentlemanly and gentle Your Majesty truly was. "Why can't I be 10 years younger?" she lamented internally. While applying makeup, Du Chang occasionally exchanged a few words with Huang, calling her by affectionate nicknames, to which Huang responded gently. Suddenly, a soft, youthful voice interjected, "Your Majesty?" It seems that Xiao truly enjoys herself. Yuan, one might mistakenly believe he is the protagonist. Wouldn't you agree? Du Chang halted her movements, a flicker of anger passing through her eyes. However, upon seeing Huang offer her a smile, she nearly voiced her retort, but swallowed it back. Her inner self clenching a fist. She had promised her companions to take good care of His Majesty, and she must not cause him any trouble. Huang then turned her gaze towards the few individuals at the door. Chapter 027. Crushing without explanation, the first thing that caught my eye was the woman's voluptuous figure, followed by her delicate and beautiful face. She stood at approximately 158 centimeters tall, clad in a white sweater embroidered with pink cherry blossoms, paired with a pleated skirt, white leggings, and black wedge princess shoes. She appeared refreshingly adorable, like a porcelain doll. She was glancing sideways at an Yuan, who smiled at her without speaking as he entered the makeup room, remarking to Huang, "You've arrived quite early." A fleeting look of embarrassment crossed Yin Yan's face. Huang rose and nodded at an Yuan, aware that as a newcomer, it would be inappropriate to arrive later than the two seniors. Yin Yan also entered, saying, "Please don't say that, Xiao. I hardly qualify as a senior. With your talents, it might not be long before I have to address you as Xiao Senior." Huang turned her gaze, her beautiful eyes curving into a perfect smile as she replied, "Indeed." This was Yin Yan's first close encounter with Huang, and the sight of her smiling eyes was captivating. The finely drawn eyeliner paled in comparison to the brightness of her pupils, which seemed to swirl like a black torrent, threatening to engulf one in its depths. Had she not recalled the phone call from Huang moments ago, she might have wavered in her intent to suppress Huang. "What did you say?" She soon realized, as the melodious voice delivered something exceedingly audacious. An Yuan chuckled. "Having confidence and ambition is commendable. It fosters personal growth." This remark diffused the tension in the atmosphere. Yin Yan's expression turned cold, her eyes misting with unshed tears. She wondered what sensational story the paparazzi would concoct if they captured this scene. Director Liu has arrived. If you're not afraid of reprimands, feel free to continue your conversation. Guanli passed by outside, leaving that icy comment before moving on. She had her own designated makeup room. And Yuan, still smiling, exited as well. And in an instant, Yin Yin, who had been on the verge of tears, flipped her demeanor and whispered, "Having taken your brother's role, can you truly be at ease on this path? Si Xiao?" Once everyone had departed, Du Chong continued to retouch Si Huang's makeup, her anxious and furious whispers trailing off. "That wretched woman is just." Her words were abruptly halted by Si Huang's raised hand. Du Chong panicked, cursing herself for lacking self-restraint, and said to Si Huang, "Those words are mine. It has nothing to do with your majesty. I'm merely concerned." Her sentence faltered, halted by Si Huang's soothing smile. Each time she witnessed that gentle, pure smile, she found herself utterly defenseless. "I'm not worried about you causing me trouble, but rather that you might act impulsively out of anger and create a situation that could backfire on you," Si Huang patiently explained. "I can handle this level of difficulty." Rising from her chair, she walked towards the dressing room, flashing a smile at Du Chong. "Just be good and observe until the end." It took Du Chong a full 5 to 6 seconds to regain her composure. Her cheeks flushed. "Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. It's been years since I've blushed." The excitement bubbled within her, and feeling the need to release it, she quickly pulled out her phone and opened a chat group, sending a flurry of messages. "Roses with thorns. Sisters, His Majesty is just too gentle. I'm about to faint from happiness. Choosing to be a makeup artist is the best decision of my life. Did you all know? His Majesty engages in morning runs daily. It is no wonder he possesses such an exquisite physique." Just a moment ago, Yin Zatsa approached to stir trouble, omitting the summary in between. You cannot imagine the expression on Xiao Zatsa's face at that moment. A few minutes later, Si Huang emerged clad in a moonlight-hued ancient robe, only to catch sight of a certain Du, the makeup artist, flushed with excitement as she tucked away her phone, her eyes sparkling as she hurried over to adorn her with a wig. The eagerness in her demeanor, coupled with the cheerful tune she hummed, brought a smile to Si Huang's lips, as if a tail were whimsically lifted behind her. Si Huang was the first to step out, noticing that the set for the promotional photo shoot had been meticulously arranged. Director Liu was stationed at his post, and upon spotting Si Huang, though his face bore little expression, his eyes unmistakably glimmered with satisfaction. And Yuan, Guanli, and Yin Yin followed suit. The cast of the royal path is undeniably formidable. Otherwise, it would not have brought fame to each principal character in their previous lives. The exquisite quality of their costumes and accessories alone could rival that of a grand cinematic production. Even the wigs were crafted from genuine hair, making it nearly impossible to discern their artificiality when worn. With a single command from Director Liu, the shoot commenced with Feng Song and Shui Lingxin. And Yuan, with his enchanting visage and well-maintained complexion, appeared several years younger under the deft hands of the makeup artist, perfectly embodying the age of Prince Feng Song in the narrative. Draped in an opulent purple-black python robe and adorned with a golden crown, he commanded the scene with an overwhelming presence, exuding an air of noble arrogance, as if the true dragon son of heaven stood before them, radiating an aura that proclaimed, "You are all mere mortals." As an experienced actor, he flawlessly delivered several shots without a single misstep. Following him was Guanli, who, as seen in previous footage, donned a simple light green garment. Her understated attire only accentuated her ethereal beauty, making her appear even more graceful and captivating. From her clear gaze to the vivacious energy exuded by her movements, cultivated in the seclusion of mountains, everything was in perfect harmony, leaving the audience feeling refreshed and uplifted. It was only natural that Yin Yin would pale in comparison to Guanli. The disparity in their acting skills was already apparent to Si Huang. After their individual shots, it was Si Huang's turn. Without waiting for Director Liu's cue, she confidently strode onto the set. The photographer, aware of Si Huang's newcomer status, was prepared to offer guidance. Knowing that acting prowess does not necessarily equate to proficiency in still photography, an experience he had encountered before. However, as she stepped into the frame, An intangible aura enveloped her, surpassing even that of an Yuan and Guan Li. The casual yet piercing glance she cast in this direction sent a shiver down the photographer's spine, raising goosebumps along his arms. Ah, this young talent had concealed their true capabilities. Director Liu mused silently. In this industry, those who possess genuine talent are acutely sensitive to the nuances of presence, and thus, Huang's silent transformation was immediately sensed by both Guan Li and an Yuan. As for the amateurs, they too could discern that she seemed to have undergone a remarkable change, yet they were unable to pinpoint the reason. In an instant, they were captivated. A young man clad in a moon-white robe settled into a wheelchair, his long black hair cascading freely over his shoulders, unconfined. His porcelain visage, illuminated by the bright lights, revealed no flaws, resembling a luminous jade stone. His finely chiseled features appeared as if meticulously sculpted from exquisite jade. His eyes half-lidded in a languorous manner, the outer corners naturally curving upward. His gaze, though seemingly unfocused and weightless, bore no trace of lifelessness. Rather, it suggested that nothing in this world could truly capture the attention of this extraordinary young nobleman. The photographer, momentarily taken aback, soon found his eyes gleaming with inspiration, as nothing could stir a photographer's passion more than a muse of such caliber. This renowned artist was utterly captivated by the ancient charm exuded by the ethereal youth, reminiscent of a celestial being descended to earth, and the shutter clicked rhythmically beneath his fingers. Meanwhile, Huang effortlessly changed her poses and expressions, radiating an air of pride throughout. Her arrogance, however, was of a different nature than that of an Yuan. She displayed no overt expressions of superiority. Yet, it was this indifference to the world, this nonchalance in the face of impending calamity, that epitomized true pride at its zenith. If an Yuan were the true dragon of the heavens, then Huang was a celestial being incarnate. Their realms of perception and understanding were not on the same plane. Yin Yin is about to fall, and Yuan remarked softly. Guan Li smirked slightly, a hint of mockery in his expression, yet his gaze remained fixed upon Huang. Not far away, Yin Yan's complexion had turned a ghastly pale, her body trembling slightly, her hands clenched into fists. The reason for her distress lay in the fact that, regardless of how Huang shifted her posture, her gaze appeared unfocused yet never strayed from Yin Yan. No matter how Huang regarded her, Yin Yan felt as though her presence was utterly insignificant, akin to an ant unworthy of attention. This was an invisible torment and oppression for the mentally fragile Yin Yan, especially as Huang deliberately intensified the pressure with her commanding presence. Huang, is it? Could you perhaps change your demeanor? For instance, treating an enemy as opposed to a loved one? The photographer eagerly posed his request. At last, Huang's lazily half-closed eyes opened fully, her dark pupils akin to an unparalleled sword, sharp and unyielding, untouched by the clamor of the world, impervious to intrusion. The moment her gaze met that of anyone present, they found themselves momentarily entranced, a chill racing through their bones. For Yin Yan, who was the focus of Huang's gaze, the transformation was profound, causing her to collapse to the ground. The photographer instinctively captured this breathtaking moment during the brief lapse in awareness. Before anyone could recover, the icy sharpness in Huang's eyes melted away like snow, transforming into a warm embrace of sunlight that reflected shimmering ripples. The corners of her pale pink lips rose softly, reminiscent of a proud plum blossom yielding to the weight of snow, gracefully falling to the ground to rest amidst the snowy expanse, a symbol of relinquishing her haughtiness and revealing the tender warmth within. It was an irresistible gentleness that no one could withstand. The set fell into a serene silence, the only sound being the clicking of the photographer's shutter. Chapter 028. A remarkable phenomenon. The extraordinary performance of Huang was beyond dispute. Even as she exited the stage, the gaze of the crowd towards her transformed into something exceptional, particularly among the women who regarded her with fervent admiration, as if they were about to rush forward in a wave of enthusiasm. As Huang approached, a cold voice pierced through the atmosphere. Guang Li, was this intentional? Si Huang blinked innocently at her. A flicker of amusement passed through Guang Li's eyes, softening the frostiness of her demeanor. An Yuan stroked his chin thoughtfully, commenting, "TSK. Goddess Guang has never granted me a warm smile. It seems the younger generation is formidable." Si Huang replied with a faint smile. Not to be compared with a predecessor who navigates the myriad of flowers without a single petal clinging to them. An Yuan's smile faltered, and he felt a twinge of discontent. Guang Li even managed a slight curve at the corners of her mouth. The trio, standing together, was a stunning sight, prompting an internal outcry from the onlookers among the crew. Women, Queen Guang is so fortunate. Surrounded by two male deities, how can one not feel envious? Men, wow. Goddess Guang smiled. Is being handsome truly remarkable? Can charming people make a difference? Can acting be exceptional? Damn it, it truly is exceptional. You mere mortals cannot compare. I wish to perish and be reborn anew. The voice of Director Liu, filled with fury and devoid of mercy, interrupted Si Huang and the others' conversation, as well as the thoughts of the crew. Si Huang glanced at Yin Yin, who stood awkwardly beneath the set, her expression a chaotic blend of sorrow, laughter, anger, and resentment, nearly contorted. It was no wonder Director Liu was so enraged. After two smooth and worry-free performances, compounded by Si Huang's stunning display, any mistakes from Yin Yin were intolerable. Even though Director Liu understood that Si Huang's actions bore elements of deliberate retribution, Si Huang had neither engaged in verbal disputes nor instigated trouble. She simply overwhelmed her opponent with her acting prowess. Therefore, Director Liu found it challenging to fault Si Huang, attributing the blame solely to Yin Yan's inadequacy, who, having been overshadowed before even beginning the scene, was left in a state of confusion and imbalance. After several attempts, even the photographer's expression grew stern as he lowered his hands from the camera, indicating his reluctance to continue. Director Liu's reprimands echoed once more. Do you know how precious Lewis's time is? If it weren't for the reputation of Iron Lao, would he even bother to take your picture? Now, get off and reflect. If you continue to perform so poorly, I might just have to reconsider the casting for the role of the second female lead. Yin Yin, already mentally unbalanced, felt the scrutiny of her peers shift subtly to one of schadenfreude, every gaze seeming to mock her. In a moment of anguish, she burst into tears, exclaiming, "Why are you scolding me? It's all Si Huang's fault. He scared me with that look. If it weren't for him." Little did she know, before Director Liu could respond, the photographer Lewis chuckled and interjected, "Director Liu, don't say I didn't give this child any face. With such a lack of quality, I fear it will lower the overall standard of the imperial path. You've failed in your duties to bring in such talent." Director Liu's expression shifted through shades of green and white. Lewis shrugged nonchalantly, noting her current state. If she continued in such a manner, he would not partake in the endeavor any longer, suggesting that they seek a more capable individual. Director Liu, well aware of this person's resolute nature, turned sharply to the still weeping Yin Yin, reprimanding, "Do you not comprehend human speech? Depart at once." The sudden outburst startled Yin Yin into silence, leaving her feeling both humiliated and furious, wishing to flee immediately. However, just as she attempted to leave the stage, her manager, Zhou Jian, caught her and attempted to console her, hastily covering her mouth to prevent any further indiscretions. Yin Yan's antics did not disrupt Si Huang and the others. Following the individual photographs, they proceeded to capture duo shots and, subsequently, trio and quartet images. Despite the apparent tension between an Yuan and Guan Li offstage, once on set, their eyes sparkled with dramatic fervor. The prince, Feng Tsang, exuded a restrained affection, while Shui Ling Exine radiated warmth and sincerity, both sentiments vividly expressed through their glances and gestures. They transitioned from back-to-back poses to gazing at each other's profiles, inching closer until it seemed as though a kiss was imminent, silently portraying a tapestry of love, hatred, and emotional turmoil. Midway through, Si Huang joined the fray, engaging in a one-on-one standoff with an Yuan and sharing moments alone with Guan Li, perhaps out of desire not to be overshadowed by a newcomer. Both in Yuan and Guanli heightened their focus when facing Huang, their energies clashing and merging, much to the delight of the crew watching. Particularly, when they learned that a trio photograph was to be taken, the mischievous smile faded from an Yuan's face, replaced by a grave demeanor. Guanli inaladepoy. And as their eyes met, they acknowledged the palpable tension. Being cornered by a newcomer to this extent left them uncertain whether to laugh or cry. The aura emanating from Huang was formidable. If they did not summon their full capabilities, they would surely be eclipsed by her brilliance. And Yuan and Guanli temporarily retreated to change into new outfits and refresh their makeup. Moments later, they emerged, with an Yuan clad in an elegant black and gold dragon robe, while Guanli donned a golden hairpiece and exquisite peach blossom makeup, draped in a stunning gown of deep green and azure. Their refined appearances rendered them breathtaking, almost too radiant to behold. In contrast, Huang remained in her customary moon-white robe, her black hair cascading over her shoulders, her complexion flawless. As the two glamorous stars returned to the stage alongside her, the crew was astonished to find that, amidst the opulent attire of these seasoned actors, Huang not only held her own, but shone even brighter, akin to a flawless gem amidst the chaos of the mundane world. Director Liu was taken aback, never anticipating such a scenario. Regardless of Huang's exceptional talent or the significance of her role as the young master of Qinji, the true leads were undeniably the other two. A balance was acceptable, but allowing Huang to overshadow them was out of the question. He wrestled with his thoughts, his lips twitching as he considered uttering the words to diminish Huang's presence or to instruct the makeup artist to disfigure her. Yet found it impossible to voice such sentiments. Suddenly, Lewis interjected, "Do you not recognize the value of my time? As actors, is it not your duty to know how to conduct yourselves without my guidance?" Upon his words, Huang and the others responded affirmatively, each stepping forward to showcase their talents. Liu Dao realized that he had become ensnared by his own authority. The ability to wield one's charisma and presence is an essential skill for any actor. It was evident that in Yuan and Guanli had sensed the looming threat posed by Huang. Their expressions betrayed an undeniable shift, making it impossible to overlook their presence. The trio of Huang stood together, yet faced three distinct directions. And Yuan, with his meticulously styled hair crowned, extended his hand forward, his palm clenched into a fist within the voluminous sleeves of his attire. His expression remained impassive, eyelids partially lowered, as if he were surveying the realm from a lofty peak, grasping the vast dominion of the land within his hand. Guanli, with her hands elegantly folded at her abdomen, exhibited impeccable poise. Her stunningly beautiful face bore an air of cold solemnity, with the corners of her eyes slightly arched, her pupils bright yet unfathomable, concealing an abundance of unspeakable thoughts. Her crimson lips formed a silent smile, captivating and exquisite, resembling a finely crafted piece of art. Huang, seated in a wheelchair, appeared diminished in stature. However, she had loosened the outer robe-esque sash, draping it carelessly. Resting her left hand on the armrest, she propped her chin up with her right hand, her head tilting slightly, as her silky black hair cascaded over her shoulder. A smile graced her lips, and her gentle, clear gaze fell upon her outstretched right hand, which, unlike in Yuan's, was open, the fingertips pale as jade, naturally unfurling as if a soft breeze danced around them, while fallen blossoms yearned for the warmth of her palm. In the stillness, the sound of snapping fingers echoed once more. Each individual held their breath, fixated upon the trio. Gazing at an Yuan and Guanli evoked a profound sense of sorrow deep within. Yet upon noticing Huang, it was as if a refreshing breeze dispelled the shadows from their hearts, making it impossible to divert their gaze. This scene narrated the culmination of their growth, and Yuan had emerged as a formidable ruler, exuding an aura of authority, yet his expression bore no joy. His eyes revealed a depth of ambition that overshadowed the carefree exuberance of his youth. Guanli had ascended to dominate the imperial harem, becoming the most esteemed woman in the land, adorned in the most beautiful garments and exquisite jewels. Her every gesture exuded an effortless grace, reminiscent of a breathtaking artwork. Concealing her emotions beneath the surface, no longer expressing her innermost thoughts with candor, nor could one catch a glimpse of her former vivacity. They had all transformed. The passage of time and their experiences had reshaped them, granting them much, yet causing them to lose even more. When they grew powerful enough to possess all their desires, they realized they had long forgotten their former selves, unable to reclaim the qualities of their past. While the world lamented this as the nature of reality, one individual remained unchanged. From their first encounter, draped in white, with black hair, they had observed the ebb and flow of life. Even after the passage of time and the changes it wrought, this person remained the same, though their charm and elegance had only intensified, their smile more enchanting. Perhaps it was because their heart now held an affection, enriched by memories of people or events worthy of a lifetime as reflection. In a world where individuals morphed into shadows of themselves for power, status, and tumultuous emotions, the gentle, unblemished nature of Qianji Gongzi stood out as a rare treasure. Lu Dao sighed, his gaze complex. He acknowledged that both in Yiyuan and Guanli had performed admirably, even exceeding expectations. Yet one could not help but ponder whether Huang's advantage stemmed from her innate talent or her overwhelming prowess. He has come to realize that these two seasoned actors, who have long basked in the limelight, have been outshone by the newcomer, Huang. It is not that they lack excellence. Rather, Huang's brilliance surpasses theirs. Her beauty is just the beginning. Her demeanor, acting prowess, and presence on screen, complemented by the depth of emotion in her gaze, are simply impeccable. She is nothing short of a prodigy. The thought of Huang's youth and her field of study caused director Liu to draw a sharp breath. Accompanied by a snap of his fingers from Lewis, signifying perfection, Huang finally lifted her gaze, her smile still lingering, only to catch sight of a figure nearby that was entirely out of place. Her pupils constricted slightly. Chapter 29. The photogenic god. In a dimly lit corner filled with equipment, a tall man stood shrouded in shadows. His features were obscured, rendering them indistinct. Yet his imposing stature and an inexplicable sensation deep within her heart led Huang to ascertain that this man was indeed Qin Fan. He stood with an upright posture, resembling a leopard lurking in the darkness, suppressing his dangerous aura and concealing the brilliance of his gaze. Huang subtly averted her eyes, only to discover that not only was Qin Fan present, but also Tai Lao and Grandma Yu, who had seemingly arrived without notice. Upon noticing her gaze, Grandma Yu playfully winked at her, eliciting a chuckle from Huang. Suddenly, a girl nearby let out a sharp scream. Before anyone could admonish her, she blushed fiercely and covered her mouth. The other women around her offered sympathetic glances, as Huang was undeniably breathtaking, particularly in her current attire. Her radiant smile resembled a Tianshan snow lotus blossoming through the ice, leaving the girls still reeling from the earlier spectacle in awe. And Yiyuan and Guanli faced outward, allowing Huang to notice the elderly couple, who promptly acknowledged her with respectful expressions. Tai Lao and Teacher Yu, what brings you here in person? Director Liu exclaimed, rising in surprise and instructing someone to bring chairs for the esteemed guests. After Grandma Yu sat down, she smiled and said, "No need to mind us. Continue with your activities." Tai Lao took a seat beside her, nodding to Director Liu, who poured tea mint for himself into cups for the two esteemed elders before returning to his tasks. However, a thought of who remained made a vein throb on his forehead as he called out, "Yin Yin, it's your turn. Why aren't you coming over?" Yin Yin, aware of the significance of Tai Lao and the others, felt a sense of trepidation in their presence. After receiving encouragement from Zhou Jian, she mustered a poised smile and approached. Grandma Yu casually inquired, "Oh, has the Empress finished her shoot already?" Tai Lao, who had just taken a sip of tea, sputtered at his wife's question, shooting her a disapproving glance. Director Liu and the other staff stood in stunned silence. Who was this Empress they referred to? Was it the Prince of Feng Tsang, the future Emperor? Something felt amiss. Yin Yan's smile faltered, yet Huang maintained her calm demeanor, responding, "Not yet. We are merely waiting for her to join us." Grandma Yu, having arrived not long ago, was unaware of the earlier incident involving Huang and Yin Yan, and casually replied, Then let us proceed with the shoot. With this pronouncement from the esteemed elder, director Liu could only acquiesce. Internally pondering the relationship between Si Huang and teacher Yu, as Tai Lao's earlier demeanor did not suggest familiarity. As Ni Yuan and Guanli exited the scene, Si Huang remained to manage her flowing outer robe, exuding an elegance akin to that of a refined gentleman. In stark contrast, Yin Yin stood rigidly in place, only moving to Si Huang's side when director Liu called her name once more. Yin Yin portrayed the second female lead, Ling Shuang, a stunning beauty blessed with both remarkable looks and a prestigious lineage, yet possessed an inflated sense of self and relentless ambition. She coveted not only the identity and power of the Prince of Fengsong, but also the unparalleled charm of the young Master Qianji. She believed that no man in the world could resist her allure. However, the two men she truly admired remained impervious to her charms. While Prince Fengsong at least afforded her some semblance of respect, the enigmatic Qianji seemed entirely dismissive, inflicting wounds upon her pride and leaving her with a tumultuous mix of love and disdain. Yin Yin understood that she ought to exhibit both affection and animosity toward Si Huang. Taking a deep breath, her gaze lingered on Si Huang's visage, and as she did, she felt her heart quicken, her thoughts beginning to whirl. Loving a man like him shouldn't be so challenging. How wonderful it would be if he could truly fall for her. She would undoubtedly become the envy of all women. As Yin Yan's expression gradually shifted into a focused state, Zhou Jian, who was watching with bated breath, silently exhaled in relief. Yet, his relief was premature. Having adjusted her attire, Si Huang finally met Yin Yan's gaze. With her chin held high, her graceful facial contours were entirely exposed. Despite her being confined to a wheelchair, a sense of superiority emanated from her eyes that made one feel as though they were the ones being looked down upon. Yin Yan's expression faltered once more. She had previously encountered the charismatic CEO Si Jihan, whose commanding presence naturally instilled a sense of restraint and anxiety. Now, however, she found Si Huang even more intimidating. The latter's gaze was devoid of any emotion, yet conveyed a penetrating chill and disdain that made her feel inferior, even if she were fortunate enough to catch his attention. A laugh erupted from Lewis. "My dear girl, do you truly need me to teach you how to proceed? This scene is meant to convey your despair stemming from love turned to hate. Stand behind him and feign an embrace without actually touching him. Understand? As for your expression, that is something you must interpret for yourself. If you fail to grasp it, let a few tears fall. Do you comprehend?" No one perceived Lewis as benevolent in his guidance, for his laughter was laced with mockery. Grandma Yu sensed the peculiar atmosphere and inquired of Director Liu, "What is happening?" Director Liu replied helplessly, "There seems to be a minor conflict among the youth." Grandma Yu's eyes widened. "Is that wretched girl tormenting my sovereign?" Director Liu and the staff exchanged glances. "Which of your eyes has perceived her as the aggressor?" Grandma Yu remained indignant, stating that girlesque gaze is improper, and her demeanor is contrived. It is evident she harbors nefarious intentions. Would my sovereign willingly provoke her? Director Liu, sweating, conceded, "What you say does hold merit." Before Grandma Yu could respond further, Elder Tai grasped her hand, stating, "You have never called me your majesty in your life. Let us observe quietly for now." Grandma Yu huffed softly. In their hearts, Director Liu and the others mused. It is indeed true that Elder Tai is devoted to his wife. Amidst the whispers that arose around her, Yin Yin took slow steps toward Si Huang, feeling the weight of the latter's gaze intensify with each approach. As if she were being engulfed by a profound ocean, the pressure becoming increasingly suffocating. Finally, as she reached Si Huang's rear, freed from the burden of direct scrutiny, her complexion returned to normal. With Elder Tai and the others present, she knew she must perform admirably. If she could earn Elder Tai's favor, her path to stardom would surely be illuminated. A thought flickered through Yin Yan's mind, and a smile graced her face, as she believed she would excel now that she was no longer under Si Huang's scrutiny. The woman, clad in a resplendent crimson gown, adorned with exquisite golden embellishments, possessed a visage of pure beauty, her enchanting eyes sparkling with allure. She extended her arms as if to embrace the man before her, Yet an invisible barrier rendered the gesture futile. Under the enhancement of her delicate makeup, Yin Yan's beauty was undeniable, yet in comparison to the captivating Si Huang, she appeared dimmed. Her outstretched hands, fair and lovely, were overshadowed by Si Huang's casually placed hand on the armrest of her chair, effortlessly eclipsing Yin Yan's elegance. Suddenly, Yin Yan's gestures seemed less graceful, appearing rather stiff. Si Huang showed no concern for Yin Yan's performance behind her. She transformed from her previous demeanor of indifference into one of austere majesty. Her chin slightly elevated, eyebrows arched, and eyes fixed ahead, her pupils resembling obsidian, as if emerald flames flickered within. Her pale pink lips were pressed into a straight line, their hue diminished, lending her an even more formidable presence, akin to a deity, inspiring awe in those who beheld her. This angry visage resembled a divine manifestation, leaving Grandma Yu momentarily entranced. Director Liu inwardly cursed. How much more power does this enchantress conceal? The others were no better. The women were captivated, their expressions filled with fervor, while the men found themselves unable to look away. Yin Yin noted their reactions, her thoughts spiraling into chaos. What transpired? What had Si Huang done? Why did they regard her with such looks? This turmoil rendered her unable to concentrate, causing her expression to grow increasingly rigid. Had a photographer already taken shots? Were they completed? Could she change poses now? Turning her gaze towards her manager, Zhou Jian, she was taken aback to find his expression contorted and desperate. Shattering her mental resolve, Lu Shu, I shall no longer take her photographs, Louis declared, lifting his head with a mocking tone. Her presence is akin to a stain that tarnishes a flawless masterpiece. Chapter 030. Yin Yin becomes the sacrificial pawn. Lu Shu remains speechless unbeknownst to Yin Yin. The onlookers were acutely aware of her shortcomings. Standing behind Si Huang, she became almost unbearable to behold, despite possessing a pleasing visage that could mask many flaws. Si Huang's commanding presence and exceptional acting skills starkly illuminated Yin Yan's inadequacies. Her expressions appeared excessively stiff, and her gaze exuded insincerity. She seemed utterly unworthy. Xiao Lu, there are still plenty of promising young talents in this generation. Why did you choose her? Grandmother Yu's voice rang out, echoing through the tense atmosphere. For Yin Yin, this remark felt like the final straw, crushing her spirit entirely. Director Lu's reaction mirrored Yin Yan's worst fears. He addressed Grandmother Yu, saying, "It is my fault. I will rectify the situation and ensure it does not impede the progress of the royal path." His eyes met Yin Yin's, cold and unforgiving, making her realize the inevitable. He intended to replace her, even though she was under contract, with the formidable Yu Shulan's intervention. What fear would she have of breach of contract penalties? I'm sorry. Despite the turmoil of resentment swelling within her, Yin Yin dared not unleash her frustrations on Director Lu. With her flushed and discolored face, she pleaded, "I'm feeling a bit under the weather today, which affected my performance. Please grant me another chance. I promise to excel." Louis remained silent. Grandmother Yu dismissed her entirely, and Director Lu frowned. Yet a soft laugh broke the tension. Si Huang turned to her and said, "Then give it a try." Most staff members found Si Huang to be exceptionally graceful. Not only was he handsome and talented, but he also possessed a kind disposition. While female staff members internally cheered for him, they also worried for this young man, knowing that such kindness in the entertainment industry could lead to exploitation. Director Lu and others silently concluded that they should not provoke this young talent lightly. He was clearly intent on eliminating competition. Grandmother Yu did not intervene against Si Huang's words, allowing Director Lu to do the same. It was evident that this was an opportunity, and Zhou Jian, still harboring a glimmer of hope, gestured encouragingly toward Yin Yin. However, Yin Yan's mental state was more chaotic than before. Positioned too close to Si Huang, she could see his entire face and gaze clearly as he turned. His eyes were so bright and genuine that they reflected her own twisted visage. Yin Yin would have preferred if his gaze had been filled with malice and rejection rather than the current clarity that starkly contrasted her own disarray, leaving her feeling unworthy even to be his rival. Suddenly, A loud clap echoed through the silence. Every individual in the room shifted their expressions, staring incredulously at Yin Yin and Si Huang. "Excuse me," Si Huang remarked coolly, retracting his leg after Yin had been flung aside. It was a reflex. No one blamed Si Huang. After all, everyone had witnessed Yin's unhinged attempt to slap him in a fit of rage. Grandmother Yu surged forward like a protective tigress, commanding, "Throw her out. Iron old, we should watch less." His words were cut short by Grandmother Yu's fierce glare. "I beg your pardon, Teacher Yu. Please do not hold a grudge against us. After all, Yin is still young and naive, having been excessively pampered." Zhou Jian hurried over to assist Yin, bowing and apologizing profusely to Grandma Yu and the others. Grandma Yu scoffed, saying, calling her young, even at adulthood, "How audacious! She has the gall to act spoiled in front of me." Before Zhou Jian could continue his apologies, another remark from her rendered them as pale as death. "I believe this girl's temperament is ill-suited for this industry, and she lacks the requisite talent. It would be best for her to depart as soon as possible." As one of the eminent figures in this circle, Grandma Yu's words today would inevitably dictate the fate of Yin, who lacked any substantial backing. "I refuse to leave. Why should I be the one to go? What have I done wrong? It is he who is targeting me. Where are your eyes? Did you not see him strike me? I will sue him." Zhou Jian, "Let go, let go." Yin, fully aware of the consequences her departure would entail, resorted to instinctual cries of despair. Director Liu, with an unyielding demeanor, remarked, "Remember to leave the costumes and props behind before you go." The crowd internally mused. What a sharp retort. This farce concluded with Yin's humiliating exit, devoid of any sympathy, even from the male staff. How did we not realize Yin's acting skills and character were so lacking? One male employee muttered to a colleague while moving props. His companion scratched his head, reflecting, "Her attitude is truly abysmal. I never expected this." Indeed, seeing is believing. The faade was utterly deceptive. Nearby, Du Chong overheard their conversation, her heart racing with a surge of pride and glory. Overwhelmed with excitement, she felt compelled to share her exhilaration with her friends, posting a video of the incident in the night's QQ group with a single line. "Thorny Rose, her acting is utterly eclipsed. I have bested you in your most favored domain. This is pure integrity. The majesty of His Highness is truly unparalleled." After sharing, Du Chong did not linger to observe others' reactions, instead focusing intently on Si Huang's figure. Memories of the recent moment when this person had smiled gently and confidently at her, saying, "Be good and watch until the end," flooded her mind. The role of the second female lead in the royal path was ultimately reassigned, with Grandma Yu personally informing Director Liu to make the necessary arrangements, adding, "Is there any work left for Little Phoenix today?" Ignoring her somewhat absurd address, Director Liu replied, "No, Si Huang's scenes are minimal." As the author of the royal path, Grandma Yu was acutely aware of this, yet feigned surprise, exhibiting a joyful smile as she said to Si Huang, "Little Huang, come have a meal with Grandma." Si Huang naturally responded, "Sure, but Grandma must wait for me to change." Director Liu shot her a disapproving glance, questioning the propriety of her climbing the social ladder so effortlessly. However, Grandma Yu's delight only grew, her eyes sparkling with mirth as she exclaimed, "Oh, how lovely! My little Huang is simply exquisite." In the art of climbing social ranks, it seems Grandma Yu outshone them all. Such words are merely for listening. It is inconceivable that Si Huang would don theatrical garb for a meal. From the stage to the dressing room, he transformed from an ethereal ancient gentleman into a modern-day idol, clad in a crisp white shirt paired with a light blue jacket and beige casual trousers. Complemented by white canvas shoes, he exuded an invigorating youthful aura, undeniably captivating in a manner that could make one's heart race. Particularly striking was the revelation that, upon removing his makeup, Si Huang's complexion appeared even more translucent, his lips imbued with a rosy hue that provoked an almost irresistible urge to taste. The single men among the crowd lamented, "How can one who is already handsome with makeup be so stunning without it? How are ordinary folks like us to survive?" Grandma Yu's eyes sparkled with delight. At her age, she cherished such fresh, vibrant youthfulness, children who appeared obedient yet were not feeble. Having never borne a child herself, she felt a peculiar affinity with this young man named Huang, sensing a significant connection. Before departing, Huang advised Yuxian, "You should return and rest." Yuxian, confident that Grandma Yu and her husband posed no threat to Huang, readily agreed. Yet, as he watched Huang and Grandma Yu leave, he noticed a tall silhouette emerging from the shadows to accompany them, a figure that, once acknowledged, was impossible to disregard, stirring an unsettling sensation within him. Yuxian pondered. Has he perhaps been too trusting? Who is this person? When did they arrive? Chapter 31. The male deities pat on the head. Grandma Yu chose to dine at a quaint and classical restaurant named Xiangyan, perched atop the majestic Weiming Mountain. The ingredients used in their culinary creations are all self-cultivated, ensuring a purity free from chemical pesticides, wholly natural and clean. Consequently, the prices are rather steep, attracting a clientele of the upper echelons of society. During the meal, Huang and Grandma Yu engaged in delightful conversation, while Tai Lao occasionally interjected a few words. It was Qin Fan who remained utterly silent. In the midst of it all, Huang excused herself to the restroom. Naturally, she entered the men's lavatory, her expression calm and unperturbed as she stepped into a stall. A few minutes later, as she emerged, a hand fell upon her shoulder. "Ah, little darling, you've wandered into the wrong place. This is the men's room." The stranger's voice dripped with mockery, reeking of alcohol. "Are you longing for a man? Come with me." His eyes, hazy yet penetrating, fixated on Huang's face as he forcefully attempted to pull her into the stall. Huang deftly sidestepped, her demeanor unfazed as she twisted the man's hand, dismissing him as he tumbled to the ground, and strode towards the exit. "You little brat, do you know who I am?" came the furious shout from behind her. Suddenly, Huang halted. Had it not been for the appearance of Qin Fan at the door, she might have succumbed to the urge to turn around. That voice was all too familiar. The tall figure of the man, whose arrival was unknown to her, stood at the entrance of the restroom, his imposing height of at least 188 centimeters exuding an undeniable authority. A half-burnt cigarette dangled from his fingers, the smoke casting a haze over his strikingly handsome yet cold visage. His deep-set eyes bore into her with a gaze sharp enough to pierce the skin. He fixated on Huang for 2 seconds without a hint of emotion, then stepped inside. His strides were long and methodical, creating an overwhelming sense of pressure as though one were being swept away by a tidal wave. Huang's gaze remained clear and steady, her body poised for confrontation. However, Qin Fan brushed past her. Bang! Startled, Huang turned to see Qin Fan deliver a powerful kick that sent the suited man sprawling. She was well aware of his strength from personal experience. It was no surprise to witness the man's adult frame propelled 2 meters away, crashing against the wall. Yet, when Qin Fan followed up with another kick, the audible crack of bones echoed as he shattered the hand that had dared to grasp Huang, leaving her utterly astonished. What was he doing? Qin Fan regarded the man with disdain, as if he were refused, then adjusted his shoes before turning to the bewildered Huang. No need to be polite with such people. Huang raised an eyebrow, choosing silence. Qin Fan frowned, his tone tinged with suppressed irritation. With a face like that, just gaining a bit of strength, and the world is rife with perverts. Face like that, Huang chuckled softly. Her attire today was already youthful and pristine. When she wore an expressionless facade, she appeared exquisitely beautiful and upright, akin to a slender young poplar. Now, with a smile, she seemed to cause Qin Fan, who had been staring at her, to momentarily lose his composure, his mind clouded in confusion. Huang strode past Qin Fan, approaching the fallen suited man. With a swift motion, she seized the collar of the waning gentleman in a suit, a feat that would astonish anyone, for within her slender and well-proportioned, albeit not particularly robust, frame lay an unexpected strength capable of lifting a man of over 1.70 meters like a mere chick. Initially, she had not gazed upon the man's face, but upon hearing his curses, she recalled his identity. Yet at that moment, she still had no desire to behold the countenance of one who appeared outwardly respectable but possessed a foul heart. Dragging him into a stall, she unceremoniously thrust his head inside. Qin Fan raised an eyebrow. Huang nonchalantly pressed the flush button. Gurgling sounds ensued as the man struggled, his voice drowned by the rushing water. Huang, with deliberate calm, unfastened his belt. A sharp crack echoed as the belt struck the man's body. Ah! Splutter. As the tank filled again, Huang pressed the flush once more. Each time the man writhed, she would coolly strike him with the belt. After repeating this cycle 4 times, the man lay still. Qin Fan, having smoked down to the filter, flicked the butt into the toilet containing the man's head and remarked, "Tai Lao and the others are still waiting." Huang squinted, her crescent-shaped eyes sparkling with the refreshing smile of a young boy. "Weakling? The rising intonation sent a shiver through Qin Fan, especially when paired with that smile, making it almost unimaginable how such a being could exist in this world. Qin Fan found himself at a loss for words, his heart racing with unprecedented fervor. Huang noticed the increasing intensity of the tall man's gaze, which turned formidable and imposing. Suddenly, he stepped forward, extending his hand. A large hand brushed against her head. Qin Fan chuckled. "You have a weakling's face, yet your spirit is so fiercely competitive." Huang was taken aback by his smile. The man's appearance was indeed strikingly handsome. Few Oriental men possessed such deep-set eyes. His features, while not conventionally delicate, commanded attention in every regard, demanding to be acknowledged, even to the point of being difficult to stare at directly. With sharp lines, honey-hued skin, and slightly tousled black hair that seemed wild yet not unkempt, he exuded a primal allure. It was wise of him not to smile often, or countless women would surely be left heartbroken. Upon closely observing that smile, one might witness the true melting of an iceberg, a gratifying sense of conquering a wild beast. How many could resist such a charm? Huang pondered, all the while gracefully brushing away the hand atop her head as she exited the stall. Qin Fan silently followed, his fingers subtly rubbing together, relishing the soft, smooth sensation of having touched that hair. This person. Qin Fan stared at Huang's retreating figure, suddenly struck by a revelation. He recognized who this boy resembled. A treasure. Once something is deemed a treasure, it becomes perceived as exquisite, every aspect valued and cherished, touched with utmost care for fear of damaging or losing it. This child radiated the glow of a precious gem, drawing the attention of all around him. Moreover, was he not a treasure to himself? Qin Fan pondered. The moment of their reunion confirmed that as long as this child was present, his bouts of mania would remain at bay, his spirit elevated to unprecedented heights. The weakling offered no response. A faint smile graced the corners of Qin Fan's mouth as he addressed Huang. "What troubles you, beast?" Huang stamped his foot, her profile adorned with an impeccable smile. Qin Fan's expression darkened. "Why do you refuse to enlist?" Huang resumed her walk, asserting, "There is no reason. Everything I do now is what I enjoy." Qin Fan inquired, "If you were permitted to train with the team without relinquishing your current profession, would you accept?" Huang, surprised by his words, maintained an indifferent facade. "I will consider it." Qin Fan mused to himself, "What an unrefined lad, yet surprisingly to my taste." Chapter 032. When the calf protects the meal was quite delightful, and the bond between Huang and Grandma Yu rapidly intensified. Grandma Yu, disregarding old Tai's objections, resolutely acknowledged Huang as her god-grandson. Huang naturally called out Grandma, which filled Grandma Yu with joy. Having lived for so long, she prided herself on her discernment of character. She was astonished at how swiftly she developed such strong affection for this young person. While various factors may have influenced her feelings, it was undeniable that she genuinely liked the child. "Good, good. My little phoenix," Grandma Yu said affectionately, grasping Huang's hand. She turned towards Qin Fan and remarked, "This is my little Qilin. Do not be deceived by his fierce appearance. He possesses a kind heart, especially when it comes to loyalty and protecting the weak." She then glared at Qin Fan and added, "He's my only grandson. If you dare to bully him, I will not hesitate to report you to Xiang Zhen, and we shall all unite against you." Huang exchanged glances with Qin Fan and suddenly recalled her previous life when the Qin family had chosen her, as well as the words of Wu Bao. A flicker of enlightenment blossomed within her heart. Having the esteemed Grandma Yu on her side likely stemmed from considerable fortune bestowed by Qin Fan. Si Huang silently tugged at her lips, offering Qin Fan a faint smile. Neither overly flattering nor excessively familiar, but still polite. Little Qilin, I look forward to your guidance in the future. Qin Fan stood up and extended his hand, declaring, I will protect you as I would calf. Si Huang shook his hand, replying, Thank you, little Qilin. You may call me brother, Qin Fan insisted. Little Qilin brother? Si Huang inquired playfully. Qin Fan responded with a sigh. What should I do if I feel an urge to ruffle this child's hair? In this exchange, Si Huang felt victorious. After glancing at the time, she indicated that it was time for her to take her leave. Although Grandma, you wish to invite her to continue spending the afternoon together. Si Huang regretfully declined. I appreciate the offer, but I wish to observe the skills of my seniors, and I still have classes to catch up on. My studies cannot fall behind. Grandma, you looked at her in surprise, thinking that this child was exceptionally virtuous. Despite her remarkable acting skills, she exhibited no trace of arrogance or vanity. Grandma Yu's fondness for Si Huang deepened, and she chose not to press her further, simply enveloping Si Huang's hands in her own and giving them a gentle squeeze. Words were unnecessary. The gesture conveyed volumes. Si Huang smiled back at her, then summoned a waiter to order a few dishes, handing over a card with the instruction. These are to be packed for takeout. Grandma Yu expressed her astonishment. Is little Phoenix not yet full? Do you wish to take some home for dinner? You need not pay for it yourself. Her words were interrupted by Si Huang's reassuring smile as she explained, These are for Sister Guan. She helped me with a few things, so allow me to cover the cost. Surely, I should have the opportunity to express my gratitude to those who have assisted me. Unable to refute her logic, Grandma Yu acquiesced. However, she mentally noted that Si Huang was a thoughtful and grateful child. Pondering what kind of trouble Si Huang had encountered previously that required Sister Guan's assistance, the waiter worked swiftly, delivering elegantly packaged boxes along with the card to Si Huang. Si Huang originally intended to travel alone, but, lacking a vehicle, Qin Fan generously offered, I shall escort you. This suggestion was warmly welcomed by Grandma Yu and the others. Si Huang found it convenient and readily agreed. The scenery outside the window drifted by at a leisurely pace as Si Huang gazed out, her thoughts unwittingly wandering elsewhere. Reflecting on her interactions with Qin Fan over the past 2 days, she was surprised by their unexpected harmony and tranquility, something unimaginable in her previous life. What classes do you need to make up? Qin Fan's voice suddenly broke her reverie. Si Huang remained still, replying casually, I aim to take the entrance exam for Jinghua University. You must put in the effort. Merely acting will not suffice for Jinghua, he remarked. Si Huang was too indifferent to respond. Believing he had inadvertently wounded her pride, Qin Fan added after a moment, If there's anything you find difficult, feel free to ask me. Finally turning her head, Si Huang fixed him with an inscrutable gaze. Do you always talk so much? Qin Fan, focused on driving, cast a sidelong glance at her. His expression bore no displeasure, rather a hint of amusement as he replied lightly, I enjoy being with you. Si Huang felt a sense of contentment. As Qin Fan deftly maneuvered the vehicle, he continued, Your spirit is quite uplifting. It brings me comfort. Si Huang could now understand the words of Wu Bao, and chose to ignore Qin Fan once more. Your Majesty, have you finally come to trust me? A sudden, plaintive tone echoed in her mind, causing her to shudder slightly. What's wrong? Qin Fan inquired. Nothing, she replied, turning her gaze back to the window. She began a mental exchange with Wu Bao, pondering whether the latter's prolonged silence was due to sulking. A smile spread across her face. Was this not the behavior of a child? Wu Bao remained despondent. Your Majesty does not trust me, unwilling to engage. If only you would. Are you not afraid I might take a dislike to him and eliminate him? Si Huang responded coolly. Wu Bao fell silent, realizing that Si Huang might indeed be capable of such an act, and quickly added, You seem to be getting along well with him now. Si Huang ignored this comment, redirecting the conversation. Is my influence on him truly that apparent? Was it the same in my previous life? Wu Bao replied, Tisk. The former Your Majesty was certainly not as good as you are now. After bodily enhancement, you possess the same pure Yin constitution as young Master Wu Ju. Previously, your body contained impurities and lacked purity. Si Huang narrowed her eyes. If I do not approach him, will he truly suffer? Wu Bao Galadit. He will not die immediately, but he will undoubtedly endure great distress, sleepless nights, and poor appetite. Should his yang energy exceed his body's capacity, it could lead to madness and unbearable suffering. The tone of Wu Bao's voice seemed laden with a sense of schadenfreude. Huang ceased to speak, her emotions becoming somewhat intricate. Who would have imagined that someone's life could become entwined with her own? It was indeed a curious sensation. Yet, she had no desire to force herself to draw closer to Qin Fan merely for this reason. Since their current rapport was pleasant, she decided to let things unfold naturally. After all, he had mentioned that he felt good when they were together. If remaining within the same vicinity could provide relief, that sufficed. Your Majesty, how can you resist such a delectable slice of cake placed before you? Wu Bao once again expressed exasperation at her reluctance, cast a sidelong glance, questioning which of his eyes perceived him as a sweet, cake-like creature. Five Treasure was momentarily speechless. Upon arriving at the filming location, she expressed her gratitude to the crew. But as she opened the door to depart, a hand seized her arm. Startled, she paused as Qin Fan regarded her for a couple of seconds before reaching out again. Though this time he refrained from pulling her back. "Hand me your phone," he requested, caught in a moment of embarrassment for having dismissed him. She had little choice but to comply and retrieve her phone. She watched, somewhat helplessly, as Qin Fan dialed a number using her device, setting it as a shortcut under the numeral 1 and cheekily labeling it with the note bro. The corners of her mouth twitched slightly, yet she ultimately swallowed her retort. He returned her phone, advising, "Call me if you need anything." And she, distracted, did not catch the expression on his face. "Don't engage in mischief tonight," he cautioned. A sudden tightness gripped her heart as she slowly raised her gaze, only to catch a glimpse of Qin Fan's profile gradually fading behind the car window, followed by the vehicle speeding away. Chapter 033. Midnight Matters upon returning. Huang placed the takeout on the table and noticed that Guanli was still engrossed in her work, so she chose to wait patiently by her side. Before long, Yu, who had received her message, descended with several books in hand. Precisely the textbooks Huang was intending to study. "Are you just going to stay here?" Yu inquired as he set down the books. Huang had already picked up the book she had been reviewing earlier, replying, "It's nothing." Her capacity for learning had significantly improved, and her memory was far superior to what it once was. "You say it's nothing. What more can I say?" Yu mused internally, then added, "By the way, I've started a vlog." Huang replied without lifting her gaze. Yu continued, "I intend to primarily share your updates." Hearing his somewhat tentative tone, Huang looked up and smiled, saying, "If you believe this is a good idea, then proceed." Yu discreetly averted his gaze. This individual was not only a heartthrob among women. If he desired, he could easily captivate any man as well. With Huang's consent, he swiftly retrieved his phone, directed it towards her, and captured the moment of her studying in the theater. After examining the photo from various angles, he concluded that no editing was necessary. Feeling both deflated and proud, he uploaded the picture to his vlog. UCNV. Photo. The filming has concluded for today. Currently, Her Majesty is in the theater catching up on her studies. He had seldom ventured into the online realm, and his tone was quite serious. Yet he was certified as Huang's manager. Coupled with this fresh-faced photo of a charming young man, it was enough to attract a multitude of admirers. "Oh my gosh, is our heartthrob really this handsome? Today is simply delightful. Study hard and strive for excellence. Your Majesty, why must you toil over your studies? You only need to be beautiful as a flower. We shall earn and support you. This is simply splendid. Well done, little feather. Keep posting those gorgeous photos. I'm counting on you, moi." Having diligently focused on his studies, Yu had yet to experience a romantic relationship. Reading the phrase moi made his ears flush, and he cleared his throat, attempting to appear composed as he set his phone down, reflecting, "The response is quite favorable, although a complete work has yet to be produced." Huang's popularity and appeal are undeniable. Before long, it was time for the crew to take a break and have a meal. And Yuan and Guanli were also enjoying boxed lunches, specially ordered from the hotel. The two of them instinctively approached Huang, and Yuan was the first to speak. "Why are you waiting here?" Guanli also turned her attention towards him. Huang set her book aside, stood up, and nodded at Yuan, then smiled at Guan Li, saying, "I brought some vegetarian dishes from Xiang Yuan for Sister Wan's dinner." Guan Li hesitated, asking, "You waited here just for this?" Si Huang shook her head. "I guess Sister Wan would be taking a break around this time." Guan Li's expression turned cold, her eyes flickering with an ambiguous light as she replied indifferently, "There's no need for you to curry favor with me." Si Huang was taken aback, then burst into laughter. Her smile rendered Guan Li momentarily awkward, realizing that she may have misunderstood the situation. The boy with the pure gaze possessed everything he needed without any need to placate himself, yet momentarily found himself at a loss for words. Si Huang's radiant smile was as refreshing as a spring breeze, irresistibly delightful, as she generously stated. "This is actually to express my gratitude to Sister Guan for speaking up for me previously, during that incident on Vblog. Perhaps it means little to Sister Guan, but it holds great significance for me." Guan Li turned her eyes away, remarking silently that even without her words, Si Huang would prove herself. Si Huang smiled, choosing silence. Guan Li's assistant shot an incredulous glance. Was it just her imagination, or was Guan Li blushing? "Si Huang, if I'm not mistaken, I also lent you a hand. Yet I see no gratitude from you," and Yuan interjected mischievously, placing a hand on Si Huang's shoulder. Si Huang deftly sidestepped, as if nothing had transpired, casting a sidelong glance at Yuan's grinning face. "I apologize, but I do not indulge men." And Yuan's shoulders shook. "You seem to have misused your words." "Ah, I'm not yet in university," Si Huang replied. Si Huang exchanged a wink with the amused Guan Li before greeting director Liu amidst the gazes of the crowd, then took her leave to return to her hotel room. Upon reaching her door, Si Huang called out to Yu Xian, who was on his way back to his own room. "I need to step out tonight. Please come to my room and keep this a secret." Yu Xian's confidence in Si Huang wavered. "When will you return?" "Before midnight." Si Huang opened the door and stepped inside. Noticing that Yu Xian had not followed, she turned to look at him. Under her gaze, Yu Xian resisted for 2 seconds before conceding, quietly entering the room. In the bathroom, Si Huang changed into a discreet gray outfit, donning a black baseball cap and mask that obscured most of her face. This disguise startled Yu Xian. "What on earth are you planning to do?" Si Huang lowered her mask and offered him an innocuous smile. "I'm just going out for a late-night snack." Yu Xian maintained a stoic expression. "I can't believe I'm trusting you." In truth, beneath that harmless smile, he was utterly defeated, agreeing not only to guard the door, but also to keep her secret. Si Huang took a taxi back to Xiang Yuan, the same place where she had dined with Grandma Yu at noon. "Hello, I'm looking for Mr. Do Jun," Si Huang said coldly to the receptionist, her deliberately lowered voice resonating with an icy sharpness. The receptionist flinched, quickly glancing at Si Huang before checking the computer. After a brief pause, she asked, "May I ask who you are?" "I am Do Wen King," Si Huang replied. The receptionist's expression shifted dramatically, and she promptly responded, "Mr. Do Jun is in the therapy room." "Room 7. Si Huang nodded and walked leisurely towards the therapy room. Xiang Yuan offered not only dining services, but also tea houses and therapy rooms. And Si Huang remembered the general route from her previous visit. As she walked, an aura of coldness emanated from her, dissuading any approach. Her features shrouded in the shadow of her cap, imparting an oppressive atmosphere to all who passed. Inside room 7 of the therapy room, Si Huang pushed the door open to find a scene of chaos. A woman dressed in work attire sat dazed on the floor, surrounded by scattered glass shards and bloodstains, with blood trickling down her wrist. Dressed in a yukata, Do Jun's expression twisted in a sinister snarl as he coldly mocked. "Do you believe that even if you were to perish right now, no one would care for your lifeless body? After I have finished with you, I could simply toss your remains to the dogs. Wouldn't that be delightful?" The woman trembled uncontrollably, her tear-filled eyes revealing profound despair. Si Huang's arrival did not escape Do Jun's notice. He caught sight of a slender silhouette standing in the doorway, backlit and obscured, radiating an aura of chilling coldness. Instinctively, he recoiled, exclaiming, "Do Wenqing." Yet, as the figure approached with a deliberate calmness, he recognized the masked face, and his expression shifted to one of confusion. "You? No, who are you?" Si Huang's response was a swift kick to his face. With a thud, Do Jun collapsed to the ground. Si Huang seized him and, moving to the doorway, instructed the still-dazed woman, stop the bleeding and call for a doctor. Chapter 034. Disposing of the scoundrel Si Huang, indifferent to her surroundings, dragged the unconscious Do Jun to the underground parking lot of Xiangyuan. In her pocket lay Do Jun's mobile phone and car keys, discreetly taken when she had snatched his belt in the restroom earlier that morning. Her intention was to leave him at Xiangyuan, awaiting her return. She tossed Do Jun into a flashy red sports car and, with a swift turn of the key, pressed the accelerator, propelling the vehicle out of the garage. By this time, darkness had enveloped the sky, and traffic on the roads had begun to swell. However, Do Jun's luxurious sports car commanded respect, and no one dared to obstruct its path, allowing Si Huang to navigate swiftly and smoothly. Amidst the bustling traffic, she gripped the steering wheel with one hand while resting her chin on the other, gazing out of the window. Never had she anticipated encountering Do Jun so soon. He was not a native of Central City, and it was indeed a fortuitous coincidence for him to appear at Xiangyuan. Thus, when he had caught her in the restroom, she had not considered it was him until that familiar reprimand detonated in her memory like thunder. He was a scion of the Do family from Kyoto, strikingly handsome and always clad in tailored suits, yet a mere dandy masquerading as a gentleman. His daily pursuits revolved around drinking, reckless driving, and womanizing. In his own words, his greatest pleasure was the hunt for beauty, a predilection that left every woman he encountered either lifeless or irreparably damaged. If there were anyone he truly feared, it would be his cousin, Do Wenxing, a prodigy of the Do family, cold as a machine and equally ruthless. The fiery red sports car sped through the night, finally coming to a halt in a dilapidated parking lot where, despite its shabby appearance, the vehicles parked were anything but ordinary. Si Huang once again hoisted Do Jun out and entered the parking lot's elevator, ascending to the first floor. The rhythmic thumping resonated, reverberating through her ears. "Hey there, is this your first time?" A sultry woman suddenly approached Si Huang as she stepped out of the elevator. Si Huang's icy stare pierced through her, halting the woman mid-gesture, preventing any further advances. "We offer all kinds of services here," Si Huang replied, "a private room, a pack of white tea, and bring in a few more robust men." The woman appeared momentarily taken aback, surprised that this seemingly ascetic and aloof man dared to utter such words. "This way, please." She complied. As they moved forward, many eyes scrutinized Si Huang and the peculiar sight of Do Jun, clad only in a bathrobe. The odd pairing, coupled with Si Huang's commanding presence, piqued considerable interest. Yet, this scrutiny was ultimately confined outside the door of the private room. The soundproofing was excellent, and the room featured panoramic floor-to-ceiling windows. The term white tea was merely a euphemism here, representing an illicit stimulant. The alluring woman swiftly returned with Si Huang's requests, bringing along 3 tall, imposing men. These men not only boasted impressive physiques, but also possessed a certain rugged charm, clad only in leather pants that left little to the imagination. "How do these gentlemen suit your taste? Handsome. By the way, may I ask how to address you?" The seductive woman giggled, but Si Huang, without a hint of mercy, dismissed her. "Leave." The woman, seemingly unperturbed, chuckled and remarked, "As long as you're satisfied, I shall not intrude any further." With that, she gracefully exited, closing the door behind her. Si Huang nonchalantly discarded Do Jun onto the floor and instructed the 3 muscular men to force-feed him by cha and then proceed with their task. Upon receiving such a provocative command, the men, exhibiting no signs of surprise, executed Si Huang's orders with precision, clearly accustomed to such scenarios. While they began to strip Do Jun of his clothing, Si Huang turned her back to them, seated by the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, gazing out at the nocturnal scenery. Before long, the room was filled with the sounds of heavy breathing and flesh striking flesh. Without turning around, she casually inquired, "Do you understand, SM?" "Yes," came the reply. Si Huang added, "Just ensure he remains alive." For 4 continuous hours, Si Huang reclined in her chair, eyes closed in a state of repose. At some point, Do Jun regained consciousness, transitioning from desperate screams and curses to pitiful pleas for mercy, ultimately reduced to muffled whimpers of agony. It was as if these events were entirely disconnected from Si Huang. She did not call for a halt, and the 3 vigorous men dared not cease their efforts. The vibration of her phone roused Si Huang from a reverie. She glanced at the time. It was already past 10. Rising from her chair, she stretched her limbs leisurely, only to turn and behold a chaotic scene of flesh laid bare. Do Jun lay on the ground like a lifeless swine, struggling to catch his breath. Si Huang regarded him with indifference. The Han fan had broken that morning, subjected to such torment throughout the night, had little hope of recovery. As she passed by the men, she opened the door to find a captivating woman awaiting her. Upon seeing Si Huang, the woman smiled and asked, "Did the handsome gentleman enjoy himself?" Si Huang replied, "Inside is Do Jun from the Do family of Kyoto. Selling him should suffice to cover the expenses and leave you with a surplus." The woman's surprise was evident, and after a moment of contemplation, she softly inquired, "Shall I arrange for you to receive change?" Si Huang's response was a silent departure. Upon exiting the den of iniquity, Si Huang stood in the dilapidated garage and exhaled deeply, allowing a faint smile to grace her lips as she turned her gaze toward a particular direction. There was nothing there. With an air of calm, she withdrew her gaze, returning to her fiery red sports car, which surged forth like a flame. "Your Majesty." "The man has been here. I can sense his presence." The Den of Iniquity is a clandestine organization, the name of which Si Huang is unsure. They possess formidable backing, unafraid even of the Do family's influence. The alluring woman who had attended to Si Huang earlier, Wei Yao, upon entering the room previously occupied by her, did not bat an eyelash at Do Jun's pitiful state. She scoffed mockingly and said to the weary trio of muscular men, "You've done well today. Once you descend, you may clock out." The three men expressed their gratitude and made their way toward the exit, but abruptly halted just before reaching the door. Although no sound was present, Wei Yao felt an inexplicable chill, her body covered in goosebumps. She suddenly turned around and was taken aback to find two men standing at the entrance of the private room, their presence unknown until this moment. The man in front was clad in a simple black tank top, military trousers, and leather boots. His chiseled features, deep-set eyes, and perfect physique exuded an air of aloof regality, accentuated by a cold and wild charisma that made women long to approach him, should they possess the audacity to do so. "Lord Qin?" Wei Yao murmured in disbelief. Qin Fan remained silent, his gaze piercing towards Do Jun on the floor. The burly man in military attire behind him chuckled. "This is no innocent little rabbit. Clearly, it's a fierce little white tiger. Yet, is he not overstepping? Engaging in threesomes and such?" Cough. His brazen remarks were abruptly silenced by a mere glance from Qin Fan. Wei Yao felt a bead of sweat on her forehead, reflecting on her previous instinct that this man was extraordinary. Indeed, he was affiliated with Lord Qin. Just as this thought crossed her mind, she heard Qin Fan's voice. "Did you see his appearance?" Wei Yao instinctively replied, "No, he was wearing a mask and a hat, obscuring his face." "Forget it," Qin Fan stated. "Indeed, I saw nothing today," Wei Yao affirmed. "How does he intend to handle this? We must await the higher-up's decision. In my view, he seems quite adept at causing trouble for women. Given his past actions, a life sentence would be insufficient. Rather, it would be better to cast him into the iron-gray triangle waters for others to enjoy." The playful military man chuckled. But after 2 seconds of silence without a response, he sighed to himself. "I reckon the little rabbit has this intention. Otherwise, he wouldn't have brought him here to do such things. I wonder what this fellow did to provoke such ire from the little rabbit?" Qin Fan's expression darkened, and the atmosphere in the room grew heavy. Dispose of him and cast him away came his cold, unassailable command. The playful military man was taken aback. He had merely been speaking casually, not expecting his superior to take it to heart. Wei Yao dare not oppose, yes. Chapter 35. The solitude of Si Huang was driving when her phone unexpectedly vibrated in her pocket. She retrieved it with one hand, only to discover that it was Do Jun's phone, which she had not yet discarded. To her surprise, the caller ID displayed Do Winching S name. The vibrations rang 3 times before ceasing, followed by a message that read, "You are not Do Jun. Who are you?" 2 seconds later, another message appeared. "Let us talk." Reacting instinctively, Si Huang rolled down the car window and tossed Do Jun's phone out, watching it arc gracefully into the great river below the overpass. She had not anticipated that Do Wenxing would coincidentally call at that moment, yet it did not dampen her spirits. As for how Do Wenxing knew the phone was not in Do Jun's possession, she was aware from her past life that Do Jun had always been apprehensive around Do Wenxing, never daring to show even the slightest neglect. If he received a call, he would certainly answer it immediately. Another ring echoed from the phone. Huang parked in the outskirts and took out her own phone, initially thinking it might be Yu Xian urging her to return home, but it was. Seeing the display still showing bro, Huang silently tugged at the corners of her mouth before pressing the answer button. Hello, where are you? What is the matter? I'm here to pick you up. Huang glanced outside. She was already in a remote area where taxis were non-existent. Without hesitation, she reported her location. Qin Fan's calm, deep voice came through the phone. Just wait patiently. I'll be there in 10 minutes. Upon hearing his words, accompanied by the sound of an engine revving, she replied, No rush. Drive carefully. The words slipped out before she could think, leaving even Huang momentarily stunned. She sensed a brief silence on the other end, followed by a chuckle. A few kilometers away, in a military green SUV, Qin Fan's ears twitched, his expression taut with an uncharacteristic tension. That childish laughter, it was truly indescribable. Were he not driving, he might have scratched his ears, the sound tickling him, resonating deep within his chest, making him feel oddly unsettled. Rest assured, he said, skillfully putting on his Bluetooth headset while steering with both hands. Huang responded faintly, then set her phone down to adjust her seat, reclining against it. What are you doing? A soft voice emerged from the phone, without Huang's enhanced hearing. She might have missed it. Surprised, she picked the phone back up. You haven't hung up? Normally, such a conversation would have ended there. The man, who donned his headset for the sake of prolonged conversation, felt a twinge of hurt in silence. Huang chuckled softly, placing the phone back to her ear and continuing to recline, lazily asking, What do you wish to say? I want to hear your voice. Qin Fan's next explanation followed. Listening to you calms me. Fortunately, Huang understood his meaning. Had anyone else heard his words, they would only serve to tarnish his reputation further. What will my reward be for keeping you company? Huang asked nonchalantly. What do you desire? Though Huang's voice remained as consistently low and crisp as ever, she fancied she detected a hint of indulgence within it. She chuckled inwardly at her own overthinking. I have registered a company, yet I am still a minor with limited funds, so the process is somewhat sluggish. All right, Qin Fan responded rather too quickly, and Huang did not suspect he was being dismissive. With a gentle smile, she inquired, What else do you wish to discuss? Having received your remuneration, one ought to be dedicated. Wouldn't you agree? However, her question was met with silence on the other end, and the call was not terminated. Since Qin Fan did not hang up, Huang chose to remain silent as well, refraining from broaching a new topic. Despite the absence of words, she could faintly perceive another's breath nearby, an extraordinary sensation without any corporeal presence. Suddenly, Anok jolted Siwangawake, and she saw Qin Fan's icy visage outside the window. His expression softened slightly upon meeting her gaze, and he formed the words, Open the door. Realizing she had dozed off, Huang hastily lowered the window. Qin Fan frowned, admonishing, if you intend to sleep, at least leave a crack for ventilation. And never sleep in a car in the wilderness when someone else is present. Huang recognized her error, perplexed by her own carelessness, and casually replied, I knew you were coming. Qin Fan felt as though his heart had been pricked once more, a sensation both stifling and irritating. Unaware of his change in demeanor, Huang continued, Just a moment, let me handle this car. With that, she exited and used the car key to guide the expensive sports car toward the riverbank not far away. I warned you against mischief at night, Qin Fan stated from behind. Huang turned, her expression innocent and somewhat helpless, her bright, clear eyes fixed on him, having already completed her task. Any notion of discipline or reprimand had vanished from Qin Fan's mind as he strode up to her, ruffling her hair with a firm hand, exclaiming with exasperation, You're such a troublesome child. Why are you so endearing? Huang evaded his touch after a couple of playful ruffles, gazing at him with an inscrutable expression. This little white tiger, with its soft, snow-white exterior, bore a gaze that was fierce and vigilant, causing Qin Fan's heart to race and his hands to itch with a desire to tease her further. "Get in the car. I'll drive you home." In such a location, hailing a taxi was nearly impossible, and Huang preferred not to have anyone discover her activities, so she had no choice but to accompany Qin Fan. "Do Jun, is he the man you encountered in the restroom at Xiangyuan during the day? Did he trouble you again?" While driving, Qin Fan inquired, seated in the passenger seat. Huang remained silent, disinclined to explain or fabricate an excuse. "He is a scoundrel. If he must be dealt with, then so be it. But it should not be your burden." His tone bore no trace of reproach. Instead, it was laced with concern that is quite perilous. Huang tilted her head, observing his profile for a few seconds. "I want to do it." There was no elaboration on her desire, her tone casual, as if it were of little consequence. Were her demeanor to be seen by other girls, they would undoubtedly exclaim about her striking presence, exuding an undeniable charm. Yet, in Qin Fan's eyes, it appeared as mere recklessness. Ah, the impetuousness of youth. Every young man experiences such folly at some point, does he not? In those days, the mischievous children in their courtyard had all learned their lessons through the force of fist. As for this child, Qin Fan discreetly cast a glance at Huang, surveying her from head to toe, and once again encountered a perplexing dilemma. How could he bring himself to strike? "If you wish to do it, then do it," Qin Fan declared, only to be apprehensive about leading her astray. So he added, "But it depends on the person." Huang let out a light chuckle. Did he truly perceive her as a rebellious child in her turbulent youth? Hearing her laughter, Qin Fan felt his spirits lift and inquired, "How did you come to know about those things?" Huang replied, "What things?" "The methods to teach Do Jun a lesson." With a glint in her eyes, Huang responded, "I saw it online." A certain man, who generally avoided the internet, frowned and thought to himself that he should limit his online exposure in the future. "Oh," Qin Fan discerned her dismissive tone, yet found himself at a loss for words. He had no comprehension of the vast realm that lay beyond his experience, a world dominated by avid internet users. Chapter 036. The night order strikes upon receiving a call from Huang. Yuxian descended to the parking lot to await her arrival. The night breeze brushed against him as he wrapped his coat tighter around himself, and soon, he noticed a military green SUV approaching before it came to a halt not far away. A tall man emerged from the driver's seat, and Yuxian's eyes widened, a vague sense of familiarity washing over him. Before he could pinpoint where he had seen such a figure, the passenger door swung open, revealing a familiar slender silhouette stepping out. The two figures stood together, seemingly engaged in conversation, creating a surprisingly harmonious scene. At that moment, Huang turned her gaze towards Yuxian and, addressing Qin Fan, remarked, "I'm leaving." Without waiting to see if Qin Fan had more to say, she walked in Yuxian's direction. As she approached, he felt a curious urge to speak, yet the words remained unvoiced. Just before entering, he glanced back at the tall man, who was still standing there, observing them. From this angle, Yuxian could finally discern the man's features, and his expression froze, causing him to halt in his tracks. "What's wrong?" Huang inquired. Yuxian snapped back to attention as the man, lazily squinted, casting a sidelong glance. Yuxian swallowed hard and composed himself, stating, "He is remarkably handsome." Huang's eyes flickered as she recalled Qin Fan's appearance, which indeed belonged to the upper echelons of the entertainment industry, especially given his tall, athletic frame that exuded a rugged, alluring charm reminiscent of a soldier's stoicism intermingled with wild sensuality. In both the present and her past 10 years, no one could compare. The two returned to their hotel room in silence, fortunate that Yuxian's presence had allowed Huang's night excursion to go unnoticed by Director Liu and the others. After showering and donning a fresh bathrobe, Huang reclined on the soft bed, loosening her chest to relish in the comfort. Suddenly, her phone, which lay on the bed, vibrated. She reached for it and answered upon seeing the caller ID. "Are you preparing for sleep?" Qin Fan's low, husky voice resonated through the phone, more seductive than usual, lacking the usual sense of distance. Huang surmised he had just emerged from a shower as well, his voice imbued with a hint of humidity, leading her to inquire, Did you just finish washing up? Came his response. A soft rustling sound reached her ears, prompting Huang to wonder if he was drying his hair. Is there something you need? I'm about to sleep. There was a moment of silence on Fan's end. Huang, sensing the lack of conversation, considered ending the call, but just as her finger hovered over the disconnect button, she heard him ask, "Can you sing?" What was this? After a moment's contemplation, she replied, "I can." "Then sing a song for me if you don't feel like talking." "Why?" "I can't fall asleep." Initially, Huang intended to retort that his sleeplessness was of no concern to her, but then she recalled Wu Bao's voice. "Your Majesty." It seems the situation has become rather serious. He can't even sleep. With a fleeting glance, Huang spoke lightly into the phone. "You want me to sing you to sleep?" Despite his hesitation, he conceded. Huang's heart fluttered as she realized he was entirely different from her first impressions and the rumors she had heard in her past life. How should she describe it? She gently touched her nose. Perhaps this is what one might call an unexpected charm? With a countenance akin to that of a regal and aloof emperor, exuding an aura reminiscent of an African lion, he often presents an intimidating and domineering presence. Yet, upon closer acquaintance, one finds him far from fearsome. Rather, he is attentive and caring, now behaving with an endearing docility. "I'll give it a try. If it proves futile, I shall refrain from disturbing you," Fan stated with remarkable candor. Huang was momentarily taken aback, then let out a soft hum. She did not sing the lyrics. Her humming was more delicate than her usual speech, possessing an ethereal and husky quality that blurred the lines of gender, reminiscent of the boundless sky and ocean. Akin to the siren's song, gentle yet enchanting, drawing one into the depths of the sea. However, within mere seconds, the tranquility was abruptly interrupted by the sound of snoring emanating from the other end of the line. She froze for a moment, then confirmed with certainty that it was indeed Fan, soundly asleep. Her expression shifted unpredictably before she burst into laughter. The following day, Huang rose early once again. After completing her morning run and enjoying breakfast, she arrived at the film's set alongside Yuxian. This time, the crew's demeanor towards them was markedly different. They greeted them with smiles or respectfully made way, leaving one to ponder whether it was due to Huang's impressive performance the previous day or her connections with Tai Lao and Grandma Yu. Huang appeared oblivious to these changes, interacting with them just as she always had. Du Chong had been waiting for her in the makeup room and, upon her entrance, whispered, "Your Majesty, today we will be filming your debut scene, which is an outdoor shoot. We need to prepare in advance." Huang nodded and took a seat, allowing Du Chong to work her magic on her face. Up close, Du Chong could clearly see Huang's eyelashes and felt a surge of excitement, silently encouraging herself. She then asked, "Your Majesty, may I serve as your temporary makeup artist? Touch-ups will be necessary during the outdoor shoot." While applying eyeliner, Huang did not lift her gaze, yet her lips curled into a gentle smile, her downcast eyes radiating a pure and tender warmth. "I should be thanking you," she replied softly. "Oh, no need for that," Du Chong exclaimed, her heart racing with joy. "I am your knight. It is my duty to assist you." What on earth is a knight? Yuxian, standing nearby, quietly resolved to look it up when time permitted. Once Huang had finished her makeup and changed into her costume, Du Chong neatly packed away her makeup kit and eagerly followed in her footsteps. Upon exiting, they encountered an Yuan, also in costume, along with Guan Li, who was dressed sharply for autumn. "Are we all set?" Director Liu, having arrived just in time, inquired, his gaze sweeping appreciatively around Huang. The group affirmed their readiness. With a decisive command, Director Liu led them onto the vehicle bound for the outdoor filming location. Guan Li and an Yuan had their own vans, while Huang shared a ride with Director Liu, with Yuxian and Du Chong traveling with the crew. Director Liu scrutinized Huang with a meaningful glance, expressing his curiosity. "I find it quite puzzling that you, with such connections to Teacher Yu and the like, have no assistant, especially when you could easily access Fenghua's resources." Huang replied nonchalantly, "I left in haste, with neither time to prepare nor funds available. Teacher Yu's side is not lacking in personnel, and I find that I do not require much assistance at this stage." Director Liu fell silent, observing the resolute young woman beside him. Her unwavering gaze revealed a clarity of purpose that dispelled any notions of youthful arrogance or reluctance to accept help. Rather, she exhibited a strong sense of independence and determination. However, as he continued to admire Huang's resilience and self-confidence, Director Lu soon realized how foolish his earlier concerns had been. "Oh my, it's a master. Master, please look over here," exclaimed an Yuan, almost swooning. "You're absolutely stunning. Queen Guan, goddess, even more beautiful in person." At the outdoor filming location, a considerable number of locals and avid fans had gathered, having learned of the event. Upon seeing an Yuan and Guanli emerge from their vans, the crowd erupted in cheers, though they were kept at bay by security personnel managing the order. The car of Director Lu arrived late. Initially, he was inconspicuous, but the presence of Huang transformed the scene entirely. Clad in a pristine, ancient costume adorned with plum blossoms, the young Master Qinji captured attention under the sunlight, resembling a figure of pure snow, coupled with Huang's tall stature, which allowed her to stand out distinctly. Her delicately made-up face bore no visible traces of cosmetics in the bright light. Her skin, as flawless as jade, complemented her long brows and deep, spring-like eyes, exuding an air of elegance that instantly captivated everyone around. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted to silence, followed by a sharp scream. "Wow, who is that?" a girl exclaimed, her face filled with astonishment. "I know. He is the newcomer playing young Master Qinji. I've seen him in promotional clips with the director." Another girl chimed in. "I thought the promotional video had merely enhanced his looks, but he is even more handsome in person, and so youthful. Your Majesty." The sudden chorus of voices drowned out the mixed murmurs. "Your Majesty. We are your knights. Your Majesty. Please do not overexert yourself. Your Majesty. Take care of your health. Your Majesty. Have you had a good breakfast?" The rhythmic and disciplined shouting, along with their inquiries, left Director Lu and his companions momentarily stunned. Huang bowed, turning towards the source of the voices. A group of girls gazed in their direction, with the one at the forefront possessing long, straight black hair, delicate brows, and phoenix-like eyes, her expression stoic yet composed. Upon recognizing her, Director Lu's expression shifted. "Yin Yin, what are you doing here?" Chapter 037. A feast for the eyes. Having taken a leave of absence, the girl with long, straight black hair is Lu Yin, an art student from Huang Art School. With a stoic expression, she stated, "You carry on with your tasks. I shall not disturb you." Inwardly, Director Lu mused, "You've come all this way, and yet you assert you won't interrupt me? Just stay put." With a stern face, he admonished Lu Yin and then cast a glare at Huang, muttering, "You, siren of mischief." Huang, feigning innocence before Director Lu, waited until he turned away in exasperation before glancing at Lu Yin and her group of girls, a light giggle escaping her lips. She discreetly winked, silently conveying her gratitude, and then placed a finger to her lips, signaling for silence. The cacophony of screams rose in crescendo, prompting Director Lu, already several steps ahead, to turn back with a glower, barking at the troublemaker Huang. "Why don't you come over here?" The girls, suddenly aware of their misstep, quieted down, covering their mouths or making shushing gestures, their expressions a blend of innocence and remorse as they gazed at Huang. Huang, though furrowing her brow in distress, had her beautiful eyes glimmering with a warmth akin to a soothing hot spring. Each girl who beheld her understood that she was not truly angry, nor did she harbor any ill will against them. It was utterly overwhelming. "Your Majesty, do not be so handsome. Wow, he appears so gentlemanly and gentle, and so obedient." A fan of an Yuan murmured softly. As soon as this sentiment escaped, another girl chimed in. "Indeed, I feel the same way. I just asked some girls over there, and they said he is only 16. How youthful. Why do they call him Your Majesty?" I've inquired. It's because his name is Huang, and his campus ID is Wind Emperor. After someone referred to him as Your Majesty in a forum, everyone adopted the name. Calling him Your Majesty suits him well. It's quite adorable. Unbeknownst to them, the girls who initially came to support an Yuan found themselves engrossed in discussions about Huang, mingling joyously with Lu Yin and her group of knights. In the temporary resting area, an Yuan and Guanli observed the scene unfold. And the UN's eyes sparkled as he remarked, before meeting Huang, I never believed anyone could be so naturally suited to the entertainment industry, but he hardly seems like a newcomer. His composure and ability to attract fans are remarkable. Guan shot him a glance. You could learn a thing or two from him. And the Yuan scrutinized Huang for a moment, then sighed in resignation. I'm just an old relic. How can I act cute? Guan Smirka. Learning from him means acknowledging your fans' contributions and valuing them. And the Yuan paused, his expression shifting, and just then, Huang approached. Greetings, Sister Guan, Seniorin. The way he addressed them revealed the closeness of their relationship, leaving the Yuan feeling helpless, as he had not genuinely assisted Huang back then. Little C, during the upcoming scene, please give me some leeway, and the Yuan chuckled. Huang smiled bashfully, replying, Seniorin, you're too polite. Who is being polite? And the Yuan feigned a stern demeanor. I don't want the hearts of the girls here to be completely captivated by you. Huang narrowed his eyes, stroking his chin with a light laugh. I'm in need of fans. There exists a saying in the world, a smile that can topple a city. And the Yuan felt this perfectly encapsulated the essence of Huang. For a fleeting moment, his heart nearly lost its way amidst her delicate smile. The subtle curve of her lips, coupled with the glimmering light in her half-closed eyes, radiated an enchanting brilliance, showcasing an array of captivating allure. This beauty transcended mere gender, exuding an irresistible charm. In a moment of dazed understanding, and Yuan empathized with the fervent excitement of her female fans. Simultaneously, a wave of melancholy washed over him, as he harbored an unsettling premonition that his own admirers might soon drift into her orbit. Today's outdoor shoot took place in a renowned film studio in Yancheng, where the crew swiftly set up the scene while Huang and Yuan touched up their makeup. At the command of director Liu, the two officially made their entrance. Huang settled into a wooden wheelchair, positioned against a backdrop of a pond and a loft, beside an ancient tree that would likely be transformed into a romantic cherry blossom tree in post-production. A few extra actors also took their places as the crew arranged lights, cameras, and other equipment. Director Liu focused intently on the monitor, ensuring everything was in order before signaling to Huang, instructing her to perform as she had during the audition, while leaving the other matters to the crew led by Xiao. The fans outside, kept at bay by security, appeared even more anxious than Huang herself. Action. With his cue, Huang's demeanor shifted dramatically. An intangible yet palpable aura enveloped her, exuding an air of aloofness that made her seem almost untouchable. She closed her eyes in a semblance of repose, oblivious to the commotion among the extras nearby. Their shouts grew increasingly loud, yet none could rouse her. Despite their attempts to discreetly glance at the ethereal beauty in the wheelchair, none dared to approach her. Suddenly, a man in a security uniform took a few steps forward, and though another man in blue attire attempted to intervene, he was too late. Those few steps encroached upon the sacred space of the young master. Huang lazily opened her eyes, and the camera zoomed in for a close-up. Director Liu was astonished to realize that his earlier concerns had been entirely unwarranted. Huang once again surprised him. For a first-time actress, her familiarity with the camera was astonishingly adept. Under the close-up, every subtle shift in Huang's gaze became vividly discernible, radiating a captivating charm that surpassed reality. It was nothing short of a lavish visual feast. Liu's heart raced. Her porcelain skin, thick eyelashes, and dark pupils conveyed an extraordinary clarity, devoid of any emotion, yet exuding an unapproachable grace. She was simply, exquisitely beyond the realm of ordinary humanity, yet brimming with vitality and authenticity. He had previously captured close-ups of her, yet today felt distinctly different. Taking a deep breath to steady his racing heart, he glanced at the real Huang, and even he, as a director, found himself momentarily dazzled. It dawned on him that the equipment had not been so meticulously arranged before, nor had they shot in such a well-equipped setting. This individual was undeniably destined for a life in the entertainment industry. At this moment, Director Liu experienced a sentiment akin to that of an Yuan before him. Having witnessed the stark contrast between reality and superficial beauty, he found individuals like Huang, whose extraordinary allure transcended the lens, truly remarkable. Such a presence seemed destined to defy the norms of the entertainment industry. Abruptly, Director Liu snapped back to the task at hand and exclaimed in a fit of agitation. Chapter 038. Your Majesty confronts the sect leader. The onlookers turned their gaze towards him. Director Liu, in a fit of exasperation, exclaimed, "What is the matter with you all? Are you merely pretending? Why the dazed expressions? What purpose do your mouths serve if you cannot utter a word?" The actor in the background felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, his face flushing crimson. He was too shy to admit that he was entranced by the mesmerizing presence of young Master Qianji, compounded by the overwhelming aura radiating from her, leaving him momentarily at a loss for his lines. Once more, Liu commanded coldly. The second attempt was a slight improvement, yet the actor's expression remained somewhat stiff. While an ordinary director might have deemed the performance adequate, Liu was renowned for his relentless pursuit of perfection. He understood the underlying reasons for the actor's subpar performance. After all, Huang's acting prowess and magnetic presence were indeed incongruent with her youth and experience. Even Yin Yin, an actress with a few idol dramas and supporting roles to her credit, had found herself overshadowed by Huang's commanding presence, leading to her own emotional unraveling. It was even more challenging for a mere background actor. Faced with this predicament, Liu found it difficult to persuade himself to instruct Huang to tone it down, nor could he chastise her for being too formidable. The initial hurdles were disheartening. As he pondered, he suddenly heard Huang's soothing voice. "You may lower your gaze and not look at me." In a calm and gentle manner, she advised the background actor. "It is acceptable to bow your head slightly, but do not let your face droop, lest I be unable to see what you are saying." Liu's eyes brightened. "That's the way to do it." The actor cast a grateful and admiring glance at Huang, silently encouraging himself. This time, the scene unfolded smoothly, with the actor conveying the news of the Crown Prince of Fengzhao's visit to young Master Qianji. Young Master Qianji responded with a nonchalant dismissal, setting the stage for the entrance of Crown Prince Fengzhao. Dressed in resplendent robes, the dignified and Yuan strode forward, exuding an air of nobility and arrogance that was palpable. Huang turned her gaze towards him, her indifferent, mirror-like eyes betraying no emotion. This gaze incensed the usually revered and pampered crown prince of Fengzhao. "What does that look mean?" he demanded. "Do you not know to kneel and pay your respects upon encountering this royal presence?" Receiving no response, he smirked. "Ah, I had forgotten. You, being impaired, are incapable of kneeling even if you wish to." And Yuan's sharp tongue and devilish charm were on full display. And had his fans witnessed this moment, they would undoubtedly have exclaimed, "Absolutely dashing." However, today his admirers wore expressions of mixed emotions, murmuring amongst themselves, "Oh dear, has the sect leader gone too far? The poor thing is still a minor, and being disabled is already a tragedy. Why must he further belittle her? How embarrassing! Sect leader, do not bully Her Majesty." Though the sect leader's words were somewhat rather acerbic, he could be forgiven after a little reprimanding. Meanwhile, Liu Yin adeptly calmed the knightly maidens, urging them not to scream in anger and disrupt the filming. As the plot progressed, Huang remained unfazed, effortlessly delivering a light, air-like strike that nearly caused an Yuan to choke on his own blood. The atmosphere between them instantly thickened. This moment demanded exceptional subtlety in performance, with every nuance conveyed through their eyes and facial expressions. The mischievous smile of an Yuan vanished, his dark eyes resembling drawn swords. His lips pressed into a thin line, exuding an unexpectedly serious demeanor that radiated potent masculinity, leaving his fans, who were accustomed to his charming demeanor, in awe. However, Huang, seated across from him, remained unfazed, her indifference akin to an untainted spirit, standing resolute against the tempest. Disrespect towards the royal family deserves execution. An Yuan stated slowly, his voice resonating with an undeniable weight that sent a shiver through all who heard it. A group of men clad in guard attire brandished their weapons, surrounding Huang. The camera elevated, initially capturing an Yuan before pivoting to focus on Huang. Director Liu, observing the screen, clenched his fists in anticipation, knowing this was the pivotal moment for the illustrious Qianji Gongzi the first impression for future audiences, with the scene's brilliance hinging on Si Huang's performance. Not only Lu, but the fans outside were also pushing forward, eager to witness the unfolding drama more clearly. A soft chuckle pierced the air, devoid of excessive emotion, laced with a hint of nasal tone, reminiscent of a distant valley's echo, transforming into a gentle breeze that tickled the ears, stirring something deep within. The previously expressionless Xian Ji Gongzi lifted his eyelids, revealing eyes akin to deep-sea black pearls, glistening and unfathomable. His brows relaxed, and his gaze, fully exposed, lingered on the crowd before him without recognizing a single figure. A subtle smile graced his pale, pink lips as he spoke. What audacity do you possess to wield weapons at Xian Ji Mountain Manor? The tilt of his chin and the playful arch of his eyes were beyond the capabilities of ink and brush to capture, his tone devoid of menace, even tinged with amusement, as if observing a child's unreasonable tantrum. This shattered the fierce aura an Yuan had crafted, transforming the cold demeanor of the crown prince Feng Chao into that of a rebellious youth, emboldened only by the presence of the crowd. A light chuckle escaped from someone, igniting laughter among the fans, who erupted into joyful shouts. Your Majesty is simply stunning. It can't get any better. Ha ha. Suddenly, the master seems adorable. Is this its Sunder moment? Your Majesty, I love you. And Yuan, reluctantly acknowledging the charm of Si Huang's smile, felt momentarily out of character when their eyes met. Fortunately, this scene drew to a close with Lu's cut, ringing out. The eruption of excitement from the fans felt as if it could pierce the heavens, their cries of Your Majesty. And the master is being countered, nearly overwhelmed him, making it a challenge to maintain his composure. Let us take a break, Lu remarked, reviewing the recent scene with a satisfied nod. A rare smile gracing his face as he called out to Si Huang and the others. Next, we'll use harnesses. Si Huang, this is your first time. If you have questions, consult an Yuan. During the intermission, an Yuan found himself surrounded by his assistants, some delivering water, others touching up his makeup. He showed no inclination to greet Si Huang, who merely glanced at him and chose not to intrude. This scene, however, did not escape the notice of the female fans outside, igniting a wave of maternal affection. How come His Majesty has no assistants at all? One asked. Isn't he the young master of Fenghua Entertainment? Another chimed in. Oh, you don't know? His Majesty embarked on his career without relying on his family. He intends to start from scratch, exclaimed a third, filled with inspiration. Their voices were not hushed as they spoke, and Si Huang couldn't help but chuckle, shaking her head, just as Du Chong approached with a thermos in hand. Your Majesty, you must be tired. This is what I prepared this morning, Du Chong said. Si Huang looked at her in surprise. Du Chong, a bit embarrassed, hesitated. Well, maybe it's better not to drink it, considering. After an incident in the entertainment industry where a star fell ill after consuming food gifted by a fan, most idols refrained from accepting food from their admirers. Just as Du Chong was about to take the thermos back, a hand grasped hers. She looked up excitedly to find Si Huang smiling gently with his eyes slightly squinted. I am hungry. Du Qiang was momentarily stunned. Watching her idol sip a few mouthfuls of soup brought her back to reality. Ah, she squealed, disregarding Yu Xian's exasperated expression as she bounced over to Lu Yan's group, loudly proclaiming, Mission accomplished. I will take good care of His Majesty. So you all can relax and enjoy the show. The nightly fangirls displayed their displeasure. Seriously? Is it necessary to provoke such envy? Lu Yan, with a blank expression, gestured for silence to the crowd before striding purposefully towards the production team. Chapter 039. Let's make a bet due to director Lu's previous demeanor. Everyone was aware of her connection to Lu Yan, and the security guard, after a moment's contemplation, refrained from intervening. Lu Yan approached Si Huang step by step, gazing at the boy who was nearly her age, her expression icy as she removed her backpack. From within, she produced a cotton-like item, presenting it to Si Huang with both hands. Instantly recognizing its purpose, Si Huang rose from his seat and accepted it, softly remarking, You are truly meticulous. This must have taken considerable time, hasn't it? No, Lu Yan replied expressionlessly. I didn't do it alone. Ning Ning and Zhou Xiaowen helped as well. Unfamiliar with the name she mentioned, Si Huang nonetheless noticed Lu Yan's ears turning crimson, and with a smile, he chose not to scrutinize her further. It was indeed quite useful, a tremendous help. Lu Yan was about to say something more when Director Lu, who had been watching intently, could no longer contain herself and bellowed, "You rascal, stop flirting with my daughter." Before Si Huang could react, Lu Yan shot a sharp glance at Director Lu, her commanding presence rivaling that of Queen Guanli. Director Lu was left speechless in the face of her daughter, ire. With a chuckle, Si Huang found the situation amusing. Lu Yan, her ears twitching, felt too shy to turn back and look at him, and instead, she strode purposefully towards the staff. The crew members had already come to realize that she was Director Lu's daughter and did not dare to slack off. To their surprise, Lu Yan once again removed her backpack, producing small gift bags to distribute among the staff. Maintaining a serious facade, she stated, "These are cookies and snacks made by our Knights group, all natural and free of additives. We kindly ask for your care towards our esteemed guest." The crew members were left speechless. How could they refuse the daughter of Director Lu? However, accepting the gifts meant they would have to comply with her requests. What a cunning move. Female staff members eagerly accepted, secretly thrilled. "We have long wanted to look after Si Huang, but we just couldn't find a reason or felt too shy. Director Lu's daughter is simply wonderful." In that moment, a female staff member hopped over to Si Huang, speaking softly, "Si Xiao, is there anything I can assist you with? Serving tea or water is perfectly fine. I have nothing else to do." The other women, having been a step slower, gritted their teeth in frustration. A few male workers nearly choked on their disbelief. How could she say she had nothing to do when there were plenty of tasks to be handled? Why, of all things, was she volunteering to serve that young boy for free? Director Lu watched as the female staff members flitted around Si Huang, showering him with concern and attention, and she suddenly realized how foolish she had been to think Si Huang was without an assistant, admiring his ability to endure hardships. He clearly did not need to pay for assistance, as a horde of people rushed to cater to him. And Yuan had initially anticipated witnessing Si Huang's embarrassment as a boy not yet of age. Could he truly handle the affections of the women? Would he end up making a fool of himself and inciting the ire of these women, leading to his ostracism within the crew? As a result, he watched helplessly as Si Huang effortlessly smiled at each woman, using a gentle and soothing tone to assure them that she was not fatigued and that they need not worry. This group of women, obedient as innocent maidens, cheerfully returned to their tasks. She was indeed more graceful than he, and Yuan clenched his teeth in frustration, never having imagined that one day he would find himself repeatedly outdone in front of a minor, same-sex counterpart. The break time concluded, and Si Huang was taken to be suspended by wires. The small piece that Lu Yan had given her earlier was designed to be fastened around her hips and waist, alleviating the pressure and discomfort caused by the wires. The woman who attached the wires for Si Huang proceeded with utmost care, softly advising her, "When you are lifted, do not be nervous, maintain your balance, and simply follow the director's instructions. It's really not difficult. If you do well, I'll bring you some fruit tomorrow." The tone of her last sentence shifted dramatically. Si Huang arched her brows and smiled, replying, "If I perform well as you suggest, it would be my turn to bring you fruit as a token of gratitude." The female worker was momentarily speechless, thinking, "It's over. Si Xiao is truly charming. What if I become an infatuated fan?" Just as her wires were being secured, and Yuan completed his preparations as well. He called out to Si Huang, "Xiao Si, have you ever been suspended by wires before?" Si Huang replied with a faint smile, "Does bungee jumping count?" And Yuan laughed heartily, "That counts." Then he proposed, "Shall we engage in a little wager?" "A wager?" Si Huang inquired. "If you can successfully complete the wire suspension on your first try, I shall address you as your majesty and sing your praises on Weibo." Upon hearing this, it seemed like encouragement from a senior to a junior, enticing the latter to excel. And Yuan continued, "However, if you fail, you must publicly express your admiration for me on Weibo." Director Lu, overhearing their playful banter, deemed it harmless and even beneficial for promotion, thus refrained from intervening. Si Huang, intrigued, nodded and suggested, "I believe adding a twist would make it even more entertaining." Yuan listened intently. Si Huang chuckled lightly, The loser should bounce around while suspended and share a video of it. What do you think? This wager was initiated by an Yuan, and with Huang raising the stakes, he could hardly back down without losing face. An Yuan contemplated that Huang was skilled in acting and could attribute her talent to innate ability. Yet it was improbable that she would excel in physical prowess as well, considering her youth and limited experience in acting. He mused, what if they accuse me of bullying a junior? He raised an eyebrow, eagerly anticipating the chance to emerge victorious. Huang shook her head and beckoned Yuxian over, whispering a few words in his ear. Yuxian looked at her in surprise, his expression somewhat awkward, yet he nodded in agreement to her request. This scene involving wire suspension naturally belonged to an action sequence. Huang's single remark sparked a duel between the Crown Prince of Fengchao and the Prince of Qianji, filled with exhilarating moments, ultimately culminating in a seamless victory for the latter. The narrative of Huang, too, primarily chronicles the growth of the Crown Prince of Fengchao. And at the current juncture of meeting the Prince of Qianji, he has yet to undergo rigorous training. Thus, it is only natural for him to be outmatched by the unparalleled recluse character that is the Prince of Qianji in the story. Originally, the self-assured and at ease Yuan believed that even if the protagonist of this scene were the illustrious young Master Qianji, he would still captivate the audience, drawing their attention primarily to himself. However, fate played a trick on him, leading him to encounter the extraordinary Huang. After both had secured their harnesses, Director Liu repeatedly sought confirmation from Huang. More precisely, he aimed to ascertain that everything was in order. Once he received her indifferent affirmation, he gestured to the crew, signaling that they could commence. In this lifetime, having been reborn, Huang had never suspended in harness before. Her experience was solely based on memory, lacking any physical familiarity, which undoubtedly rendered her somewhat stiff and awkward. Yet, her body, enhanced by the 5 treasures, was incomparable to that of her past self at 16 or 17. Her agility and reaction speed now rivaled the pinnacle of her previous physical form. At the sound of a command, she felt a tug at her waist and hips. Yet without a hint of tension, she effortlessly found her balance. The crew, witnessing Huang's commendable performance, glanced toward Director Liu, who appeared equally astonished. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded to the staff. The male crew member in charge of the harness control received the signal and swiftly transitioned from the previous experimental slowness to a more dynamic operation. Huang was all too familiar with this sensation of being pulled. Her awareness propelled her body into a graceful spin mid-air, her flowing white robe billowing like a blossoming snow lotus. Although her legs hung limply beneath her, it was as if she tread upon a gentle, ethereal breeze. Her demeanor remained serene, her features luminous and clear, her gaze unwavering. With a flick of her wide sleeves, she seemed to summon the wind and snow. Her inky hair cascading in a harmonious manner, devoid of any disarray. When the crew finally regained their composure, they realized that they had been unknowingly influenced by Huang's aura, having executed a complete sequence of aerial maneuvers without offering any prompts. What astonished them further was Huang's fluid execution of the routine. If one were to encapsulate her aerial performance in a single word, Director Liu's awestruck whisper echoed the sentiments of all present: perfection. The screen before him replayed the image of the figure clad in white with flowing black hair, spinning, waving sleeves, treading air, and shifting gracefully, each movement fluid like water. Her expression unwaveringly composed, from lowered brows to lifted gaze, sidelong glances, gentle squints, and faint smiles, each exuding an undeniable grace, evoking the image of an ancient master of unparalleled martial arts, traversing time to manifest before them. This was merely the unedited raw footage, utterly astonishing. Director Liu mused, how many more surprises or shocks could this young lady Huang possibly deliver? Among all present, the most disheartened was undoubtedly an Yuan, who was still suspended in the air, his eyes reflecting a mixture of admiration and irritation as he beheld Huang. She lightly brushed her wide sleeves and playfully remarked, "What does it matter if I deceive you?" Her tone was light and melodious. After a pause, she raised her gaze to an Yuan and continued, Do you truly believe you have any dignity competing against someone 9 years my junior in harnessing pressure? And Yuan's face flushed crimson at her words. Below, the fans were utterly ecstatic. Chapter 040. The male god distributes fruits. I suddenly realized that I had misjudged our esteemed leader. He is not a domineering character, but rather a shy and awkward one. A warning for the avid fans. Regardless of who Yuan is, our monarch is undeniably ours. Is his majesty not simply breathtaking? What to do? I find myself unable to see any other man besides him. Setting aside the previous betting issue, the filming of this action scene was quite successful. Aside from Yuan seemingly making a minor mistake that requires reshooting, there were no other issues. After being released for a break, the female staff who had previously secured the wire harness on Huang hurried over to untie her, while another woman brought her a cup of warm water. This attentive service was far more affectionate than that of a professional assistant. Director Liu could hardly bear to look, not to mention the envy and jealousy from the male crew members. Meanwhile, Yuan was feeling disheartened, yet he dutifully completed the reshoot of his blunder. When Director Liu expressed satisfaction and indicated that he could be released, Huang raised an eyebrow. Wait a moment. She politely addressed the cameraman and the staff controlling the wires, saying, "Could you please fulfill the punishment of the bet with Seniorin?" The men were pleasantly surprised and slightly embarrassed at being called brother by Huang. Yuan clenched his teeth and forced a smile, saying, "It's nothing. A bet is a bet. Let us do it." Following his words, the crew indeed did not go easy on him, spinning him around in all directions. When Yuan finally descended, his hair crown was askew. This rare and delightful spectacle was not lost on the fans below, who eagerly pulled out their phones to capture the moment, even in the face of stern warnings from security against sharing. They were ecstatic, thinking, even if we can't share it, we can keep it for ourselves. His Majesty was simply outstanding. As proven, their sovereign could indeed surpass expectations. The morning shooting was a resounding success, and Director Liu was pleased, calling for an early break. Coincidentally, Yuan arrived with two men carrying boxes of fruits and asked Huang, "Am I late?" Huang shook her head and then announced to everyone, "It's time to share fruits. Everyone gets a share. When the male god summons, how could one refuse?" The women surrounded him first, sweetly expressing their gratitude, their smiles radiant as if they could bloom. Xiao is truly considerate, bringing fruits on our first official shoot. Huang cheerfully replied, "This is thanks to Seniorin. I just had Yuan ask Senior and S manager to arrange a small bet, and whoever lost would pay for the fruits." Upon hearing this, everyone burst into laughter. A group of them cheerfully called out to Yuan with meaningful glances, "Thank you, Masterin." Yuan sighed, gazing at Huang's fresh and radiant face, cursing inwardly. What a demon, pretending to be an innocent and naive youth. Huang glanced at him calmly, and Yuan turned his gaze away. This fellow, despite needing no pretense, truly was a youthful and innocent lad. According to Huang's instructions, Yuan had procured an ample amount of fruit. After distributing them to the crew members, Director Liu, Guan Li, and others, a few boxes remained. He instructed the two men to carry them to the group of fans outside the security perimeter. Fans displayed expressions of confusion intermingled with a hint of anticipation until Yuan spoke. "Huang has asked me to prepare something for you." Upon receiving the long-awaited answer, a girl immediately let out a shriek. "It's also a break time now, so you should find a place to rest and have lunch. Standing for too long can be exhausting," Yuan calmly suggested, adding, "This is also a message from Huang." A group of girls, regardless of their ages, were moved by her words. "TSK, what a pretentious act, feigning kindness," sneered a male fan of Guan Li with a hint of jealousy. "At least it's better than being incapable of even pretending." A girl promptly retorted, "This fruit is prepared by His Majesty for those who deserve it. Yours is gone." Immediately, the girls rallied, each delivering a verbal blow that left the man flushed and speechless. In the villa at Weiming Mountain, Qin Fan had enjoyed a restful sleep, only to be awakened by Grandma Xiang's knock on his door, concerned that he had not come out for breakfast. This experiment had confirmed for Qin Fan that Huang held a special influence over him. As he exercised, memories of their moments together, whether proud, refreshing, or shy, flooded his mind. Elusive and changeable like an eel, leaving him yearning to grasp her tightly. After completing an arduous training session and showering off the sweat, he emerged for lunch. During the meal, Grandma Xiang scrutinized him and inquired, "Did you sleep well last night?" "Yes," Qin Fan replied. "Any particular reason?" Taking the bowl from the butler, Qin Fan responded, "See Huang sang a lullaby for me." Coughing awkwardly, Grandpa Qin wiped his mouth and the table with a napkin, exchanging a glance with his wife, signaling her to continue without concern for him. Grandma Xiang, with a serious demeanor, remarked, "That indicates this child has a remarkable effect on you. What do you plan to do?" Qin Fan's mind conjured an image of Si Huang rejecting him here before he fell silent for a couple of seconds and finally said, "I will handle it. Do not interfere." Grandma Xiang remained composed. All right. She had confidence in her grandson's charm. There was no man in the military who could resist her family's only heir. However, Grandma Xiang had miscalculated. The person Qin Fan sought to win over was not a genuine man. Their lunch concluded in silence, and Qin Fan returned to his room, an inexplicable restlessness stirring within him, prompting a desire to do something. His gaze fell upon his phone next to the tofu-shaped blanket on the bed. His eyes flickered before he picked it up. There were 2 missed calls from Guo Qingxiang. Paying it no mind, he quickly dialed Si Huang's number, then, finding it somewhat troublesome, naturally set her number as a speed dial. As he dialed, he was unaware that during the waiting tones, his expression softened, dissipating the tension around him, rendering him irresistibly handsome. Meanwhile, Si Huang had just finished the boxed lunch provided by the crew and took out her phone, noticing a call. She stood up to find a quiet spot to answer. "Hello." Her pure voice flowed through the phone, reaching Qin Fan's ears, causing his lips to involuntarily curve upwards. "It's me, MM." As Si Huang shifted her gaze, she offered a smile to the woman who had handed her a cup of warm water. Once the woman departed with a satisfied and cheerful expression, Si Huang resumed her conversation on the phone. "Did you sleep well last night?" she inquired. Qin Fan's lips curved into a broader smile. "Very well, thanks to you." Si Huang took a sip of water, her voice becoming even more melodious. "Have you taken care of matters regarding the company?" Qin Fan paused for a brief moment, quickly comprehending what Si Huang was referring to. He replied, "Yes, it can be finalized within 3 days." Si Huang acknowledged with a soft hum, then asked, "Is there anything else?" Qin Fan remained silent for a while, uncertain as to why he had initiated this call. Having nothing further to discuss, he ended the call. As he pondered over his thoughts, the phone was abruptly disconnected, causing his previously softened expression to revert to its icy demeanor. Chapter 041. What on earth is well-behaved? The incessant buzzing of his phone brought a flicker of joy to Qin Fan's heart. However, upon answering, he was met with a coarse, brash voice. "Master, why did you leave me there without a word yesterday? I called you twice, but you didn't pick up. Now you answer in a heartbeat." Qin Fan furrowed his brow. "What is it?" On the other end, Guo Qingxiang felt a chill run down his spine upon hearing his tone. "Ahem, Master. Do Wenqing has already discovered Do Jun's incident and is also investigating the little bunny." Qin Fan snapped coldly. "Who told you to give him a nickname?" Guo Qingxiang stammered. Master, ISNT, your focus misplaced? I admit my mistake. I meant to say Si Huang. Do Wenqing won't be able to find Si Huang anytime soon. But Master, I don't understand why you place such importance on him. Here we are, bustling about for him, while he's reveling among women, living it up. Qin Fan felt a twinge of displeasure at Guo Qingxiang's complaint, but was soon captivated by the last part of his statement. Reveling among women? He recalled that during his recent conversation with Si Huang, he had indeed heard faint female voices. Indeed, Guo Qingxiang's side was filled with the sound of rapid typing. The news on Vblog has gone viral. Not only is he enjoying himself among women, but he is also having a grand time with fellow men. Qin Fan's expression turned even colder. "Vblog?" Guo Qingxiang hesitated. I forgot that you don't engage with such things. I'll send you a message. Just click the link and you'll see." Without hesitation, Qin Fan ended the call. Within 2 seconds, a message from Guo Qingxiang arrived on his phone. He clicked on the string of URLs, but instead of Si Huang's photo, he was greeted with an image of a man he had seen during Si Huang's promotional shoot. Seeing it wasn't Si Huang, He lost interest, yet his eyes caught Si Huang's name. An Yuan V. Your Majesty is truly a dragon among men, unparalleled in martial prowess. This humble leader is no match. I concede. Si Huang V. Below this post was a video. Qin Fan pressed play, initially disregarding the clumsy figure suspended on the wire. However, he perked up as he heard the crowd's cheers, with the name Si Huang and Her Majesty appearing frequently. As the video concluded, Qin Fan's gaze fell upon the comment section. Oh my, has Master been subdued by His Majesty? Is he to serve him? Ha, I was there. His Majesty was simply stunning. The Master is adorable too. Seeking a detailed explanation from the one above, after flipping through several pages, he finally found a lengthy explanation from a user on the second floor. Upon reading it thoroughly, he glanced at an Yuan's vlog profile picture with disdain before instinctively clicking on the blue text of Si Huang V. The portrait of Si Huang abruptly captured his attention. The young man in the image was not gazing at the lens. He appeared to be surreptitiously photographed, eyes closed, resting lightly against a chair. In this moment, his features were fully revealed, soft and exquisite, resembling a work of art. The contrast of his short black hair against his fair skin was striking, creating an ethereal beauty that transcended the mundane. Qin Fan's gaze deepened as he traced the photograph with his fingers, gliding over the young man's cheeks and hair. Faint memories of the softness and smoothness of that hair flooding back, evoking an involuntary tenderness in his heart. It was difficult to fathom that this stubborn and resilient youth possessed such delicate softness in every part of his being. His cheeks, his hair, and seemingly even his waist and arms. His mood softened further, yet upon seeing the comments beneath Si Huang's vlog avatar, his lips pressed into a thin line. Si Huang V. No need for formalities. Remember, there are always people beyond you, and realms beyond this one. Behave. An Yuan V. Your Majesty is truly a dragon among men, unparalleled in martial prowess. This humble master cannot compete and will accept my defeat. The comment section erupted with fans, all exuberantly engaging and playfully observing. Our emperor is majestic and domineering. No explanation needed. What does behave even mean? Your Majesty, is it really appropriate to be so arrogant right after your ascension? In fact, I must say, you could be even more audacious. Qin Fan's expression grew increasingly somber as he scrolled through the comments, eventually stumbling upon another user SV blog, revealing information about Si Huang distributing fruit to fans on set, as well as being diligently cared for by all the female staff members. Absurd, Qin Fan scolded quietly, before saving the photos from Si Huang's vlog, including the portrait, into his phone's gallery. He then called Guo Qingxiang. Sir, what is a vlog? Well, simply put, it's a form of communication tool. By following someone, you can instantly know about any updates they post, and you can comment as well. Does Si Huang chat with them? Puffed. Guo Qingxiang coughed lightly before responding accurately. No, he doesn't. Look, Si Huang's fanbase has surpassed 1 million now. If he were to reply to every single comment, he wouldn't have enough time. So he typically just reads the fans' comments and absolutely does not engage in conversations with every fan. This statement alleviated some of the frustration within Qin Fan. Yet Guo Qingxiang's next remark reignited it. However, it's not impossible for a certain fan to catch Si Huang's eye, and they might secretly chat. Online romances are quite common these days. What began as a casual piece of gossip pierced Qin Fan's heart like a fine needle, both pricking and numbing him. Give me a username. Huh? The username of a fan who might catch Si Huang's eye? Before Guo Qingxiang could elaborate, the call was abruptly ended. He was left feeling perplexed, scratching his head in frustration and muttering, "What on earth is Sir thinking? Is it that easy to get such a username? Stealing from others?" Given Sir's temperament, his tone would give everything away in an instant. One afternoon, at the filming location of the Royal Path, Si Huang completed her scenes flawlessly once again. After confirming that her part for the day was finished, she took a shower, changed into her casual attire, and settled into a chair to peruse Weibo, check the stock market, and observe the performances of Guan Li and others, relishing the leisure of the moment. While she was engrossed in others, she remained unaware that she had become a captivating sight for many. Her youthful and relaxed demeanor brought a sense of ease to everyone who beheld her. dissipating the discomfort brought on by the dreary weather. Merely looking at her was a delightful experience. With Director Lu's call of cut, the day's work was successfully concluded. Just as everyone was about to return to their hotels, and Yuan suddenly exclaimed, "Shao Si, with such a dazzling performance today, aren't you going to treat us to a celebration?" Chapter 042. The tragedy of Qin Fan. The crowd came to a halt. Their expressions varied. Huang smiled and said, "All right then. However, I must clarify that Director Lu's payment has not been issued, and my savings are limited, so I am unable to treat everyone to a lavish meal." Her slightly troubled, yet charming smile melted the hearts of all the mature women present. "Ah, it dawned on me. Your Majesty, have you truly risen from the ashes without the aid of Feng Hua?" A woman who had previously assisted Huang with her harness inquired. Before Huang could respond, Director Lu chuckled. "Indeed, this lad is remarkably carefree." Lu was quite pleased with Huang's performance today, growing fonder of her. He casually draped an arm around her shoulder and said, "Come on, I know a barbecue place that is affordable, delicious, and generous in portions." Yet, after only a few steps, Lu grinned and removed his arm from Huang's shoulder. He was not as tall as Huang, and the sight of them together appeared somewhat odd, not to mention tiring. And Yuan watched Huang being adored by the crowd, feeling as though he had not truly won her over, yet he inadvertently elevated her popularity within the crew of the Imperial Path. As Guanli passed by, she coldly remarked, "Is it not shameful to trouble a minor?" Even Guanli, who typically shied away from meddling, found herself defending Huang. And Yuan turned his face, smirking. "Is this what you call troubling her?" Guanli ufa sufli. And Yuan's smile waned, and he confessed, "It's merely my pride that has been slightly bruised. I bear no ill will towards him." Guanli shot him a peculiar glance, and, after a brief pause, coldly uttered a single word, "Childish." She strode away, and Yuan's expression contorted. He had heard that word far too often today, invoking a profound sense of shame. Yet a strange flicker of delight also stirred within him. In truth, there was something amusing about occasionally being referred to as cute and cherished by women. If an Yuan's manager were to discover his current thoughts, they would undoubtedly be in despair. "Dear, you are pursuing the path of the charming enigma. Do not allow yourself to be transformed into an awkward little tsundere. Such a slight deviation could lead to a significant downfall." The meal extended into the evening, and as the host, the others poured drinks for Huang, particularly the male staff members. Witnessing Huang surrounded and cared for by so many women, they felt a mix of emotions. While they did not harbor any dislike towards her, a slight sense of frustration lingered. In response to their toasts, Huang gracefully downed each drink. Her generous and composed demeanor began to soften the hearts of the men, dispelling their minor grievances. With just a few words and toasts, their attitudes towards Huang underwent a genuine transformation. Director Lu and an Yuan observed these changes closely, marveling at Huang's charm, while an Yuan confirmed that he had once again crafted a garment for someone else. Ultimately, it was Director Lu who spoke up to conclude the festivities. "Do we not have work tomorrow? If anyone gets drunk and is late or makes mistakes, do not blame me for lacking compassion." Huang was driven back to the hotel by Yuxian. Observing Huang, who had closed her eyes since entering the back seat, Yuxian inquired with concern, "Are you all right? Do you need my assistance?" Huang blinked her eyes open, bewildered. "Have we arrived?" Through the car window, she glimpsed familiar scenery and shook her head, saying no need. Then she opened the door and strolled towards the elevator. Yuxian noticed her steady gait, feeling a bit reassured. Thinking to himself, she truly possesses remarkable tolerance for alcohol. If Huang were privy to his thoughts, she would undoubtedly laugh aloud. Her capacity for liquor was hardly commendable. Much like in her previous life, she was far from a good drinker. Instead, she had merely learned various methods of mixing drinks and had cultivated a habit of maintaining an appearance of subtle sobriety even when inebriated. Upon returning to her hotel room, Huang took a bath, the steam stirring the alcohol within her body, causing her previously pale cheeks to flush a rosy hue. Lazily donning a bathrobe without drying her hair, she wrapped a towel around her head and padded barefoot out of the bathroom. As she returned to the bed and checked her phone for the time, Huang noticed 3 missed calls. Before she could ponder further, her phone rang again. With a sluggish motion, she pressed the answer button. Huang? MM? The tone was more languid than usual, causing Qin Fan, who stood by the window at the Ming Mountain Villa, to nearly fumble his phone. He paused, silence enveloping the air for 2 seconds before he inquired, "What are you doing?" Huang curled one leg beneath her, reclining against the headboard, preparing to sleep. Maintaining that low, languorous tone, Qin Fan sensed something amiss. His brow furrowing. "You've been drinking." Currently, Huang's head was clouded by the warmth, rendering her lethargic and disinclined to move. Upon hearing his mildly irritated yet earnest voice, she couldn't help but chuckle. "Yes, I had quite a bit." To Qin Fan, her demeanor resembled that of a wayward child unabashedly amplifying her misdemeanors, an utterly incorrigible attitude. "You're not yet of legal age." "Indeed. Speak properly. Your concern is rather excessive." Huang's tone was gentle and unhurried, devoid of sarcasm and certainly not playful. It was merely a calm statement. Yet, delivered in her uniquely enchanting voice and languid timbre, it was utterly captivating, as if it could bewitch the very air, to borrow a phrase from the internet, rendering one's ears almost euphoric. Qin Fan felt a mix of frustration and yearning, recalling the video he had seen earlier and the messages on Weibo, connecting them to Huang's current state. He felt unsettled. Had she become inebriated? Had she bathed? Did the hotel offer warm milk? A sip would alleviate her intoxication. Evade. The conversation ceased there. Qin Fan gripped the windowsill with one hand, questioning whether her hair had been dried. No response came from her side. Frustration bubbled within him, a warmth coursing through his veins, stirring his impatience. "Go dry your hair, drink some milk, and then sleep." No sooner had he uttered this command than he heard the beeping of the call, being disconnected. Qin Fan fixed his gaze on the phone. As if he could bore a hole through it, this marked the second time today he had been cut off. Meanwhile, the audacious Huang leaned against the headboard, eyes closed, completely oblivious to the boldness of her actions. Her phone rang again, and with a slight frown of annoyance. She paused for 2 or 3 seconds before randomly pressing the answer button. "Are you annoying?" Her voice remained soft and slow, yet tinged with a hint of coldness. "Hold the phone up to your face." The voice of Qin Fan resonated in Huang's ears as if amplified. She narrowed her eyes and raised her phone to her gaze, revealing the visage of Qin Fan within the frame. He appeared to be engulfed in rage, his brows furrowed and meeting at the center, rendering his eyes even more piercing and profound. Despite being merely a small mobile lens, it exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure, as if his gaze could penetrate the screen, sharp and coarse like a military dagger, leaving an illusion of pain on the skin of the observer. Unfazed, Huang responded coolly, "Is there something you need?" At that moment, Qin Fan could hardly decipher her words. The image on the diminutive screen shifted from darkness to the striking beauty of her face, a jarring transition for him. Perhaps it was inaccurate to claim he had never encountered beauty before. However, this particular beauty, transformed into a mobile video, was distinctly different. Her hair glistened with moisture, her cheeks flushed, eyes narrowed like silk, lips crimson, and her neck gracefully arched against the headboard, resembling a swan in its elegance. The white bathrobe hung loosely, yet regrettably. The camera could not capture what lay beneath. She appeared languid, seemingly unguarded, yet her moist gaze betrayed a cold, restless ire. Qin Fan was at a loss, his heart pounding fiercely against his chest, a heat unlike mere anger rising from his lower abdomen, rendering his throat parched. He clutched his phone tightly, the anger he had previously harbored dissipating into oblivion. Momentarily stunned, he uttered in a hoarse voice, somewhat dazed, "Dry your hair before sleeping. Don't catch a chill." Huang's expression conveyed impatience, as if questioning, "Is that all you wanted?" Before abruptly severing the video call. Qin Fan remained transfixed, staring at the darkened screen of his phone, lost in thought for a few moments. He then lowered his gaze, frowning as he contemplated the mountain that had risen beneath him, pondering the intricacies of life. Chapter 043. A helping hand the following day, Huang awoke as per her biological clock. After completing her morning run, she took a shower and had breakfast. Yu Xian was already prepared, and upon their arrival at the filming location, they discovered an even greater number of fans gathered than the previous day. The moment the fans caught sight of Huang, they erupted in cheers, faintly exclaiming, "Your Majesty! Wow, truly as handsome as the legends say. It's worth coming. Male God, look at me." Huang smiled at them and greeted the various staff members as she made her way onto the set. When she reached Director Liu, a middle-aged man with dark skin, his gaze held a hint of significance upon seeing her. "You have no work today. Go rest over there," he instructed. Huang was taken aback, and then she heard Liu cough lightly before continuing, "I forgot you were still a minor. From now on, no drinking. Our production team must uphold a tradition of good education." Her eyes flickered as she found the statement somewhat familiar, as if someone had said something similar to her not long ago. Nodding in acknowledgement of Liu's words, she replied, "I understand." Liu added, "I happened to make some soup this morning, and there's a bit left. Go have some." With that, he turned away, disregarding her presence. Huang accepted the thermos that the staff had seemingly prepared in advance and thanked the indifferent Liu before finding a quiet spot to sit, ensuring not to disturb the work of Liu and his team. Standing beside her, Yuxian whispered, "I feel like something is a bit off." Huang rubbed her fingers against the thermos and replied, "If even you think it's strange, then it must indeed be so." Yuxian remained silent. Huang opened the thermos, discovering it contained just the right amount, far from the remnants of someone else's drink. If it were Liu's kindness, catering specifically to her. Huang did not believe it. Liu was not the type to be that considerate. A face surfaced in her mind, causing her fingers to pause as she pressed her temples, revealing a hint of frustration. Yuxian inquired, "What is wrong?" Huang shook her head, "For now, nothing. Just give me a lesson." As Huang's manager and tutor, Yuxian always carried the textbooks necessary for Huang's studies. Upon hearing her request, Yuxian settled down across from her and began listing the courses required for the upcoming entrance examination to Tsinghua University. Yuxian was undoubtedly a top student. Had it not been for her concerns regarding her mother and sister, as well as family issues, gaining admission to Tsinghua University would have posed no challenge. However, during the time spent teaching Huang, Yuxian's previous pride had faded, nearly eclipsed by Huang's astonishing learning capabilities. The surrounding staff were aware that Huang's dedication to her studies was genuine, thus refraining from interrupting her. For 3 consecutive days, Huang's life unfolded leisurely yet fulfilling. As the male lead's counterpart throughout the production, her scenes were neither excessive nor lacking. As long as she did not cause any NGs, she often found herself with ample spare time. She utilized this surplus to study, browse social media, monitor the stock market, and engage in some discreet endeavors. One evening, she even dined with Grandma Yu, which felt quite substantial. Today, just as Huang exited the production team, preparing to head back to the hotel, she spotted a military green Hummer parked not far away. The man inside the vehicle also noticed her, stepping out and silently gazing at her. Yusin was taken aback as Huang had already started to walk away, instructing him, "You should return first." As he watched Huang enter the Hummer, Yusin hesitated, swallowing the words, "Come back early." The military green Hummer pulled out of the garage, and Huang, seated in the passenger seat, inquired where to. Without turning to look at her, Qin Fan replied calmly, "To have dinner." After approximately 10 minutes, the Hummer came to a halt at the Xiangyuan garage. Huang alighted and followed Qin Fan inside. He had already reserved a private room, and the two sat opposite each other. When the waiter arrived to confirm their order, he left after receiving Qin Fan's response. At the service station, Qin Fan handed Huang a stack of documents. She accepted them, opening to find what she had been hoping for, a smile lighting up her eyes as she looked up at Qin Fan and said, "Thank you. This meal is on me." "No need," Qin Fan replied expressionlessly. "This was already promised to you." Huang raised an eyebrow, choosing not to dispute him. At that moment, there was a knock on the door, and a few staff members entered, carrying dishes. Huang noticed one of them holding a bottle of wine, raising an eyebrow, but said nothing as the server poured herself a glass. In contrast, Qin Fan's brow furrowed as he instructed the server to pour him tea. The server paused momentarily, then complied with Qin Fan's request. After a short while, the servers quietly exited. Huang gazed at the table laden with sumptuous dishes and asked Qin Fan, "Did you invite anyone else?" Qin Fan glanced at her, responding, "Just the two of us." Sifong narrowed her eyes, finding it a bit peculiar that such a lavish spread was prepared for just the two of them. "Let us eat," Qin Fan said, returning to his meal. After observing him for a couple of seconds, Sifong picked up her chopsticks as well. The atmosphere at the table was quiet as both dined. After sampling a few dishes, Sifong soon felt full. She set down her chopsticks and, while lifting her teacup, noticed Qin Fan also raising his wine glass. A glimmer sparkled in her eyes as she raised her teacup in silent acknowledgement. Qin Fan remained stern-faced, though the intensity in his gaze seemed to lessen slightly. Suddenly, he stood up and strode over to the seat beside Sifong, closing the distance between them from a meter apart to a mere reach away. He clinked his wine glass against her teacup with a resounding thud before downing the drink in one go. Sifong calmly sipped her tea and asked, "What is going on? Your reaction today is a bit unusual." Setting down his wine glass, Qin Fan replied, "I need to go out for a while." Sifong raised an eyebrow, inquiring, "For long?" "If all goes well, not for long." "Well, safe travels, and I wish you success." The two fell into silence for a while. More accurately, Qin Fan was quiet while Sifong refrained from initiating conversation. Qin Fan poured himself another glass of wine and gulped it down, fixating his gaze on Sifong. Suddenly, he said, "If I ask you to call me brother, I will truly consider you as my younger sibling." Sifong momentarily did not grasp the meaning behind his words. Qin Fan continued, "When I am away, if you need anything, just call me on that phone of yours." Regarding Qin Fan's work, Sifong, based on hearsay from her past life, could vaguely surmise its nature. His work was shrouded in secrecy, and he could not casually take calls from the outside world. Yet he spoke with a nonchalance that belied the weight of his words. Huang remained silent, her expression betraying no emotion. Qin Fan furrowed his brows and urged, "Answer me." Huang, at some point, had ceased to feel any fear or caution towards his cold demeanor, responding with a casual smile, "Understood." A flicker of helplessness crossed Qin Fan's eyes. This child's attitude was evidently dismissive. He had no habit of pressing warmth against cold indifference. Yet he could not shake off his concern for this mischievous youngster. In the future, refrain from excessive drinking. Make sure your hair is dry before you sleep. You are still growing, and do not take these matters lightly simply because of your youth. Reflecting on Huang's work, he added, "If you must attend unavoidable social gatherings, just partake moderately. Who would dare force you to drink? There is no need to save face for anyone. Invoke Tai Lao and the others if necessary. Or simply call me if it becomes too much." "All right," Huang responded, her demeanor still indifferent, leaving Qin Fan uncertain whether she had genuinely absorbed his words or if they had merely passed through one ear and out the other. Despite this, Qin Fan continued to drink, repeatedly admonishing her, "Your health is your greatest asset. Do not jeopardize it for work. And while I am away, refrain from engaging in illicit activities at night and avoid nightclubs. If you truly have an interest, I will take you myself in the future." Huang did not attempt to persuade him against drinking, maintaining a calm gaze upon him, unflinching in the face of his scrutiny. "Are you implying that I can indulge in nighttime escapades only when you are present?" Qin Fan's gaze sharpened. "Do not think in such a chaotic manner." He drank without showing signs of inebriation, yet his eyes grew deeper, and his tone bore a hint of alcohol's influence. Observing him finish an entire bottle, Huang silently lamented his drinking capacity. Suddenly, he reached for the teacup before him, and before she could intervene, Qin Fan had already drained the remnants of tea she had sipped. She paused, pondering, "Drunk? That amount shouldn't tea suffice." Qin Fan's speech was indeed unaffected. However, Huang doubted his claim of being entirely unperturbed, choosing not to address the teacup incident. "Let's go home," she concluded. "Stand up," Qin Fan commanded, extending a hand towards Huang, who remained motionless. She regarded him with confusion. The tall man adopted a regal and aloof expression, employing a tone imbued with an unyielding authority. "Assist me." Huang was left speechless. Chapter 044 Encounter with Do. Winching, she disregarded him and took a couple of steps forward, only to glance back and find that he remained rooted in place, his dark, coarse gaze fixated upon her. Trusting that he was not inebriated and wouldn't cause her any trouble was indeed a premature assurance. Si Huang sighed inwardly, fell silent for a brief moment, then turned back, offering her shoulder with a warning in her tone. Dare to make a misstep, and there would be consequences. Qin Fan smirked slightly, whispering, I won't make any sudden moves. Si Huang tilted her head, casting a sidelong glance at him, allowing him to drape one arm over her shoulder as they made their way outside, his towering figure towering over her by half a head. Upon exiting the private room and heading towards the garage, Si Huang paused briefly as she spotted several individuals approaching from ahead, her pupils constricting. This fleeting change went unnoticed by anyone except for Qin Fan, whose hand lingered on her shoulder. He glanced down at the young boy beside him, his heart racing. The boy's fair and delicate visage wore an expressionless facade, yet something was evidently different. Previously calm and graceful, exuding an unhurried demeanor rare for his age. His eyes now sparkled with clarity, devoid of any shadow, his lips a vibrant red, white teeth reminiscent of a carefully nurtured greenhouse flower, beautiful and exquisite, lacking both malice and sharp edges. Such a delicate demeanor might easily go unnoticed on others, but in Si Huang, it rendered Qin Fan utterly enamored, evoking thoughts of a pure being known as an angel. Hearing footsteps, he reluctantly shifted his gaze from Si Huang, only to behold a man advancing towards them. The man ahead was tall and slender, clad in a black tracksuit that accentuated his nearly 6-foot stature. His slightly long black hair, unkempt yet not disheveled, partially obscured his eyes. With a straight nose, pale lips, and a sharp chin, his good looks were unmistakable. Upon noticing Si Huang and Qin Fan, his gaze swept over Si Huang, imbued with a chill akin to a wintry gust, lingering not for even half a second. It only paused when he recognized Qin Fan's face. Vigne. His voice, cold and devoid of emotion, was reminiscent of a robotic entity. Qin Fan recognized Do Wenqing as well, immediately associating the boy's transformation with this man. His expression darkened, and he uttered, "Get lost." The individuals behind Do Wenqing changed countenance at his brusque command. One stepped forward, but was quelled by Do Wenqing's piercing gaze, seemingly indifferent to Qin Fan's coldness. He shifted aside, gesturing, "Please, Qin." Qin Fan tightened his grip on Si Huang's shoulder, and she blinked in realization, continuing to support him as they walked. As they brushed past Do Wenqing, Si Huang felt his gaze sweep over her for a fleeting moment, as if scanning her with an X-ray vision, seeking to uncover her essence. She assisted Qin Fan into the passenger seat and took her place in the driver's seat. Noticing his expression returning to normal, Qin Fan inquired, "How do you know Do Wenqing?" Si Huang reached out her hand for the car keys. Qin Fan straightened, retrieving them from his pants pocket. "Si Huang." Observing her silence, Qin Fan frowned, his tone growing impatient. Why the hesitation? Si Huang curled her lips into a subtle smile and confidently reached for the pocket of Qin Fan's trousers. With a natural grace, she grasped the car keys, leaving Qin Fan momentarily speechless, his body stiffening. Although nothing was physically touched and the fabric offered no warmth, the sight of those delicate, white fingers delving into his pocket, so near to his groin, was undeniably stirring. "Hey, what's wrong?" Si Huang, taken aback, glanced toward the man in the passenger seat. Qin Fan, his forehead reddened from his own slap, avoided her gaze and muttered, "Nothing." He soon realized that Si Huang was driving toward Weiming Mountain and added, "Let's go to your hotel first. I'll drive back myself afterward." "Are you sure you can still drive?" "I can." Si Huang did not press further and turned at the next intersection. After about 10 minutes, she entered the underground parking of her hotel and was about to exit the car when she was suddenly pulled back by Qin Fan. Si Huang furrowed her brow, expecting that a struggle would prompt him to release her, but he held on tightly. Annoyed, she looked up at Qin Fan, who was staring intently at her. After 2 seconds of silence, Si Huang found herself torn between annoyance and resignation. "What do you want to say?" Qin Fan pursed his lips and coldly admonished, "In the future, do not get too close to men indiscriminately. With your demeanor, you easily attract trouble and danger." A flicker of surprise crossed Si Huang's eyes as she scrutinized Qin Fan's expression, realizing he did not see through her true identity, but rather perceived her as a genuine woman. which made his concern all the more amusing. And refrain from indulging in frivolous distractions. A man should embody a man's essence. Understood. Huang replied softly, a smile gracing her lips. You can let go now. Qin Fan regarded her for a moment before decisively releasing his grip. Huang turned to leave, but after taking a few steps, she heard his voice again. Remember to call if you need anything. Don't let anyone bully you. Huang sighed, paused, and turned back, lifting her chin to look at the man in the car, not far away. Have you been sleeping well lately? Qin Fan was caught off guard by her question. Momentarily stunned, Huang deduced the answer, and the thought of him being on a mission, compounded by his ongoing insomnia, only added to the potential risks he faced. She pondered this, feeling compelled to intervene for whatever reason. Suddenly, the long-absent voice of Wu Bao echoed in her mind. Humph. If your majesty truly wishes to assist him, go give him a kiss. I guarantee it will keep him healthy and whole for at least 10 days. What has gotten into this little fellow lately? Huang chuckled to herself, dismissing Wu Bao's suggestion. She continued to inquire of Qin Fan, did my song have any effect last time? Qin Fan replied, yes. Huang asked, do you have a recording of it? His expression spoke volumes, leading Huang to say nonchalantly, I'll record a new one for you when I get back and send you the file. In that instant, Qin Fan felt warmth envelop him, a smile creeping onto his lips. All right, this time, Huang did not linger but proceeded directly to her hotel room. In her mind, Wu Bao was still bouncing around. Recording is such a hassle. It always requires listening, wasting time. A simple kiss resolves everything. You're well, I'm well, and everyone is well. Huang inquired, what mischief are you up to by staying out lately? Wu Bao retorted, what mischief? I am clearly assisting you, your majesty, to ensure that your grand accumulation of faith values remains undisturbed. I am behaving myself. Huang smiled. The normally arrogant Wu Bao suddenly referring to herself as I raised her suspicions. Wu Bao then declared, your friend Wu Bao has gone offline. Please leave a message if needed. Huang chuckled softly, dismissing Wu Bao from her thoughts. She first took a shower and then opened her laptop to begin operations for her newly established company. The name of her company was Huang Entertainment. Initially, she had not intended to ponder the name deeply upon seeing her ID number. Additionally, it seemed somewhat irksome as it echoed the name of Si Jihan's company, Huang Entertainment. Today, the document Qin Fan provided her was indeed the approval proof for Huang Entertainment. Chapter 045. I have connections, don't mess with me yesterday. Due to the demands of the company, Huang was occupied until quite late. Upon returning from her morning exercise, she appeared somewhat fatigued. Xian, initially hesitant to intrude upon her state, felt compelled to share the recent news that required her attention. Before you head to the set, take a look at this, Xian said, presenting her tablet to Huang. With her eyes half closed, Huang glanced at the headlines displayed. New actor Huang joins royal path with connections, arrogantly bullying others. In the entertainment industry, the sovereign emerges. What becomes of the best actor and actress? For several days, Huang has been hosting dinners for directors and mysterious gentlemen. The bond seems extraordinary. These entertainment reports were rather amusing. Previously, no one had said a word, yet they all simultaneously surfaced within a day. Just moments ago, Du Chang had called to inform her that journalists had gathered at the filming location. Once Huang finished reading, Xian inquired, what is your take on this? Should I handle it, or will you take the lead? You are not privy to the intricacies of this matter. I will manage it myself. Huang leisurely scrolled through the tablet, observing several blurred images from the recent dinner with director Liu and Grandma Yu, as well as a photograph from the previous day where she was supporting Qin Fan out of Xiang Garden. Reflecting on yesterday, it seemed her unexpected encounter with Do Wenxing had distracted her from noticing the lurking paparazzi. Fortunately, Qin Fan's face had not been captured in the haziness. Only his tall and robust figure was discernible, leaving those unfamiliar with him unable to identify his presence. As for the claim of her being arrogant, it stemmed from a Weibo post by Yin Yin, who lamented her mistreatment by Huang on set and her forced exit from the cast of Royal Path. How pitiful, Huang remarked, her slender fingers resting on the photograph of Yin displayed on the tablet. Despite her words, her tone brimmed with indifference. unaware that she had become a mere pawn discarded by others. This latest setback would likely afford her no chance of resurgence. She was all too familiar with the industry. Once the luster of stardom faded and one's reputation soured, the inevitable conclusion was being shelved by the company, ultimately reducing one to a mere commodity. Yu Xian, puzzled, looked at her, failing to grasp the implications of her words. When they arrived at the set, even with Yu Xian's prior preparations, the ravenous journalists left her visibly tense. In stark contrast, Huang exited the vehicle with an air of tranquility. Addressing the throng of reporters who were jostling for position, she calmly stated, "I will not run. There is no need for urgency. Sir, please refrain from pushing the lady in front of you." The male reporter, locked in her gaze, stiffened, deterred from making any further movements by the collective scrutiny of those around him. As for the female reporter who had been shoved aside, she cast a grateful glance at Huang, gripping her microphone tightly, silently vowing to avoid asking any questions that might put Huang in a difficult position. Huang's gentlemanly demeanor garnered the admiration of many female reporters while eliciting disdain from their male counterparts. "I will only entertain 4 questions. After that, I kindly ask you to leave and not disrupt the filming schedule." Huang stood before the reporters, her tone calm and graceful, devoid of any trepidation. Influenced by her composure, Yu Xian also settled into a tranquil demeanor, keenly observing Huang's forthcoming reactions to better navigate such situations in the future. "Huh, you think you can pose 4 questions as if you were the emperor himself?" sneered a tall, thin man with a square face. Huang cast her gaze downwards at him, replying, "To you, perhaps not, but in the eyes of my knight, it is so." The audience was taken aback by her unexpected retort, leaving the atmosphere momentarily silent. "This is the first question. You still have 3 opportunities remaining," Huang declared. "Do not presume that your status as the illustrious heir of Fenghua Entertainment grants you the right to act tyrannically. In this industry, mere connections do not guarantee success." The same tall, thin man continued his malicious taunts. Huang understood all too well the truth in his words. Indeed, the entertainment industry is not solely dictated by connections. The major news agencies that manipulate public opinion are the true power players, with countless star idols having been toyed with by them, leading to their downfall. As the culprits reveled in their power, they believed that with a mere stroke of their pen, they could dictate the rise and fall of the once exalted idols of the entertainment world. Huang surveyed the other reporters with an indifferent expression. "Are you certain you wish for me to continue responding to his inquiries? I have already stated that you have 3 questions remaining." "You," the tall man, now visibly agitated, struggled to maintain his composure. The other reporters, unwilling to let him monopolize the attention, began throwing questions in a chaotic flurry, rendering the situation incomprehensible. After a brief discussion among themselves, they decided that some of the most prominent news agencies would pose their questions. "It is widely rumored that you possess a haughty and overbearing personality, leveraging your status as the heir of Fenghua Entertainment to pressure your idol, Yin Yin, into complying with your demands. When she refused, you allegedly used your influence to have her expelled from the Royal Path production." Huang raised an eyebrow, a smile curling at the corner of her lips as she addressed the male reporter before her. "Do you truly believe I would find Yin Yan's appearance appealing?" Her demeanor shifted, her expression languid and indifferent as she recalled Yin Yan's countenance. As she opened her eyes to smile, her beauty blossomed like peach blossoms in spring, momentarily captivating the male reporter, whose mind instinctively responded, "How could that be possible?" As for why Yin Yan lost her role and was dismissed from the Royal Path production, it was solely due to her inadequate acting skills. She simply did not meet the qualifications. "Considering she is under your agency, isn't that a bit excessive?" interjected a voice. Huang turned her gaze towards the camera, a glint of sharpness illuminating her exquisite features, lending her an alluring, commanding presence. "Let me reiterate, I am not signed under Fenghua Entertainment, but rather my own company, Fenghua Entertainment. There is no fraternal bond between Yin Yin and myself." Pausing, she added, "This is the 3rd question. You have 1 final chance remaining." Her last statement effectively quelled the barrage of impending criticisms from many attendees. The final inquiry came from a female journalist, her expression as stern as iron, as she unceremoniously pressed Sifong. Based on the recently unveiled photographs, it appears that your relationship with the director and the veteran couple behind the production of Imperial Path is rather profound, suggesting an intention to curry favor. This raises suspicions regarding whether your entry into the cast was facilitated by connections. Sifong chuckled softly. You need not be overly envious. The journalist was taken aback, as were the others present. Sifong continued, regarding the issue of nepotism, a similar situation has occurred before, the outcome of which I believe you're all aware. Yet, you persist in clinging to this matter. Thus, let us accept it as given. Since you are already aware that I entered through connections, it is impossible to expel me. Henceforth, I shall refrain from addressing this question again. Observing the stunned expressions before her, she smiled gracefully, exuding elegance and poise. As someone who is indeed a beneficiary of connections, I am certain you are curious about my acting skills. Therefore, I invite you to anticipate the premiere of Imperial Path upon its completion and contribute to our viewership ratings. Thank you. The reporters were left speechless, taken aback by her unconventional responses. A group of female journalists followed Sifong with admiration, relishing her audacious yet refined demeanor, internally exclaiming, "How can she be so striking, so utterly audacious? It's simply overwhelming." As Sifong led Yuxian toward the filming location, a reporter who had regained composure attempted to intercept her, only to be inadvertently tripped by Sifong's foot. The square-faced journalist glared at her with fury. Sifong bent down, extending her hand. "How careless of you." She then turned to the other journalists with a teasing smile. "For questions should suffice for your penmanship, so do not overstep. I come from background." The group of reporters remained silent. The square-faced journalist chose not to shake Sifong's hand, forcefully brushing it away as he stood, huffing in indignation. Sifong seemed to have anticipated this reaction, retracting her hand before departing without a backward glance. The male journalist stood frozen in place, his expression darkening. Chapter 046. The charismatic majesty's playfulness. The video capturing the press siege made headlines, propelling Huang's notoriety and popularity to unprecedented heights, witnessed by countless individuals. Various newspapers, news agencies, and entertainment tabloids offered their interpretations, criticizing Huang for being overly presumptuous as a newcomer, disrespectful towards journalists, and maliciously confronting them, thereby questioning his character. In the wake of this negative press, the internet was rife with vitriol directed at Huang, though his devoted fans were not shy in defending him. At Huang Art School, Huang gripped his tablet tightly, watching the charismatic Huang on screen, his lips nearly bloodied from biting. It was only upon seeing a slew of derogatory comments aimed at Huang that a smile broke across his face. In the Wenhua Entertainment Building, Jihan gazed impassively at the reports, but when the video revealed Huang uttering Wind Emperor Entertainment, a fierce rage ignited in his eyes. In a villa on Unclear Mountain, Grandpa Chin and Grandma Yu sat together. Grandma Yu burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Majesty is so handsome. He shouldn't waste his good graces on these flies." Upon hearing the host's malicious commentary about Huang, she sprang to her feet in indignation, declaring, "How dare they bully little Phoenix without considering my approval? Lao Tai, call little Lu and have this swarm of flies eliminated." Old Tai shook his head in exasperation, pulling her back in her seat. "Patience. Can't you see how effortlessly little Huang handles this? This uproar won't defeat him. It will only propel him to greater heights." Grandma Yu huffed, "Little Phoenix is still so young. You mustn't overlook the softness beneath his strong facade just because he performs well. Wait, I'll give him a call to chat." Old Tai could not dissuade her. At the North Star Hotel in Central City, Chao Yang knocked on the door of a suite before swiping his card to enter. He found his boss seated on the sofa, intently watching television. "Second young master, here is the information you requested," Chao Yang said, handing over the freshly obtained documents to Do Winching. Without lifting his gaze, Do Winching placed them on the table. Chao Yang complied, and then heard his voice again. "Take a look at this person. Doesn't he seem familiar?" Chao Yang turned his attention to the high-definition LCD television, where a youthful boy appeared on screen, his demeanor and presence far surpassing that of an ordinary youth. Few young men could rival his elegance. Particularly striking was his face. Exquisitely handsome, yet not overly delicate, captivating without being overly rugged. Anyone who had glimpsed him would find it impossible to forget, except for their boss, who suffered from prosopagnosia. Chao Yang stared at the audacious and domineering young man on the television, who remained calm and composed in the face of the throng of reporters, unable to suppress his astonishment. This was the same boy who had been with Grandpa Qin just days prior at Xiangyuan. Dou Wenqing's eyes were filled with confusion. Grandpa Qin. Xiangyuan? Chao Yang understood that his boss not only had prosopagnosia, but also instinctively overlooked gentle creatures such as greenhouse flowers, little rabbits, and plush blooms, leaving no trace in his memory. Reflecting on Si Huang's harmless demeanor from their meeting a couple of days ago, Chao Yang found it remarkable that the second young master had even inquired if he had seen him before. Just 2 days prior, around 7 in the evening, at the elevator in Xiangyuan's parking lot, Grandpa Qin had been drunk, supported by this very boy. After Chao Yang's detailed recounting, a vague silhouette finally emerged in Dou Wenqing's mind. It was approximately this height, this build, and this face, yet the aura was entirely different, innocuous to the point of being non-threatening, utterly unremarkable. If anyone were privy to Dou Wenqing's thoughts, they would surely inform him that being inconspicuous was merely a trait of an oddity like himself. Was he truly like this back then? Dou Wenqing's cold, mechanical voice inquired. Chao Yang asserted with unwavering certainty, no. A flicker of turbulence appeared in Dou Wenqing's otherwise inorganic gaze. Meanwhile, Si Huang, blissfully unaware of these matters, continued her routine unperturbed. Recently, the atmosphere within the production crew had grown peculiar. Each gaze cast upon Si Huang was imbued with a blend of concern and complexity. From time to time, someone would pass by Si Huang, offering words of encouragement and comfort. Si Huang, bemused, repeatedly insisted that she was perfectly fine, yet the crew showed no signs of relenting, prompting her to refrain from further explanations. Unbeknownst to her, the majority of the staff, harboring their own suppressed desires, seized these moments of consolation as excuses to engage with her more closely. Although the camaraderie among them appeared pleasant, Si Huang's formidable presence left little opportunity for genuine care at close range. After all, one could not be expected to serve tea or water multiple times in a single day. Could they? Are you truly not the least bit concerned? Director Liu scrutinized Si Huang during mealtime. Si Huang set down her lunchbox and shook her head. Not at all. Liu found no trace of insincerity in her expression and inwardly lamented. What a phenomenon! With a dismissive pout, he turned away. Only then did Si Huang begin her meal. Her lack of concern stemmed from 2 reasons. First, she possessed the capability to demonstrate her correctness to the world and was confident that Grandma, you would certainly support her. Second, Your Majesty, you are simply marvelous. Despite the multitude of naysayers, your popularity hasn't diminished much, while those loyal fans seem to soar like rockets. Recently, Wu Bao had been particularly vibrant, exclaiming, "Who knew that arrogance could be endearing? The young master of the 5 absolutes was so foolish before. Your Majesty is truly exceptional. Want to be a bit more audacious?" Si Huang ate quietly, choosing not to respond. This formed the second reason for her tranquility. With Wu Bao acting as her ally, she grasped that no matter how harshly she was criticized online, the genuine detractors were few. Instead, the exposure garnered her even more admirers. This outcome had been anticipated by Si Huang. Those on the internet were not fools, blindly accepting the entertainment news narratives. They conducted their own research and formed independent opinions. The waves of insults, while seemingly abundant and hurtful, were merely reflections of human nature. People jumping on the bandwagon to vent their own boredom, who would forget their disdain in an instant, harboring no true animosity towards someone they had never met. Si Huang perceived this clearly. Her calm and composed demeanor, viewed through the eyes of others, became a symbol of stability and strength, inciting exhilaration among women who internally cheered for her while simultaneously feeling a pang of empathy. A clandestine collective known as Your Majesty's has emerged online, operating in stark contrast to the overt nature of knightly orders. They stealthily donned various disguises to target the masses opposing Si Huang. The extent of this phenomenon has left figures like Director Liu astounded. Days later, He solemnly patted Huang on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Young one, you have risen to prominence." While it is true that Huang was not entirely unknown before, she had yet to capture the attention of luminaries like Director Liu. Who could have foreseen that within a mere fortnight, Huang would monopolize the headlines of several entertainment tabloids, saturating the internet, even outshining well-established predecessors? This meteoric rise in fame led Director Liu and others to suspect that Fenghua Entertainment Company might be orchestrating a publicity stunt for the young master. Such a method of achieving fame is not easily replicated. Director Liu regarded Huang with a gaze akin to that of one observing a marvel, pondering how she maintained such composure amidst the tempest of public opinion. More importantly, others do not possess Huang's age. Those her age lack her striking beauty, and those who share her looks certainly do not possess her acting prowess. Not to mention her remarkable poise in the presence of numerous entertainment reporters, a performance that showcased her charisma in its entirety. Even Director Liu, upon viewing the footage, could not help but silently exclaim, "What a delight!" Huang shook her head, asserting that such fame is superficial and lacking in substance. Director Liu's lips twitched as he swallowed back the advice he had nearly voiced, questioning her true age. "Are you truly only 16? He inquired. Huang smiled gently. "In a few months, I shall be 17. Director Liu refrained from further commentary on her age, recognizing that she was aware of the ephemeral nature of her fame, which could lead to irrevocable consequences if mishandled. "I shall refrain from saying more. You must weigh the implications for yourself," he concluded. Huang nodded in agreement. After concluding her work for the day and returning to the hotel by 7 in the evening, Xian paid her a visit. "Here are the recent work offers. Would you like to select one or two?" Director Liu's assertion that Huang's rise was genuine had indeed drawn numerous phone calls and faxes, requesting her to endorse products or take on roles. Huang accepted 4 small scripts, inquiring, "Is this all?" Xian shook his head. "Not quite. I have pre-selected a few." Noticing Huang's silence as she regarded him, he lowered his voice. "Aside from these 4, I believe the others would yield no benefits and only diminish your value. Would you like to review them personally?" "No need," Huang replied with a smile. "I will continue to rely on you in the future." Xian returned her smile, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Among the 4 scripts, 3 were screenplays and 1 was for an advertising endorsement. Of the scripts, 2 were idol dramas and 1 was a microfilm, while the endorsement was for a well-known brand, RB, which specializes in youth-oriented fashion for ages 16 to 25. The previous spokesperson was the popular young actor, Xian. After a brief glance, Huang handed 2 of the scripts back to Xian. He looked at her in astonishment. "You would prefer this microfilm over an idol drama, directed by a somewhat renowned filmmaker?" Huang replied, "Since you have chosen this obscure microfilm to present to me, you must have recognized its potential. Are you certain of your choice?" Huang set aside the remaining 2 idol drama scripts on the nearby table and lifted a glass of milk to her lips. Xian grasped her intention. The selection of this microfilm was not merely due to its intriguing nature, but also because its author was her neighbor and roommate, Su Wanjun. "Su Wanjun?" Huang raised her head. "Yes, what of it?" Xian replied. "Nothing," Huang said. It dawned on her that this was the reason for the close relationship between Su Wanjun and Xian in her past life. In that lifetime, both had remained tight-lipped about their connection. Once Xian was assured that Huang's sentiments would not waver, she took the script back to her room to call Su Wanjun with the good news. As night deepened, after Huang had finished attending to the stock market and company matters, it was already 8:30. She rose to pour herself another glass of milk and returned to browse her Weibo. During this period, her follower count had been steadily rising. A quick glance revealed a red circle with the number 99 next to her fans. She had not clicked to see more, thereby missing a fan with the ID waiting for you to perch on the parasol tree, who was a prominent figure on the platform. In a distant military district, a tall man, with a robust upper body clad in loose gray trousers, sat cross-legged on his bed. He had likely just emerged from a shower. Glistening droplets clung to his sun-kissed skin, accentuating his six-pack abs and alluring viline, complemented by well-defined biceps. A harmonious blend of strength and beauty, entirely the result of long-standing habits and physical training. rather than exaggerated efforts of a gym instructor. Merely gazing at his physique could incite screams from women who would yearn to embrace his wild sensuality. Not to mention the man's strikingly handsome and chiseled visage, his damp hair casually swept back, revealing a brow slightly furrowed in contemplation. Qin Fan fixed his gaze on Si Huang's Weibo address, quietly utilizing the newly acquired prominent account waiting for you to perch on the parasol tree to send her a private message. Hello, I believe in your innocence. Do not be defeated by public opinion. I will always be watching over you. The message, once sent, vanished into the void. Receiving no response, Qin Fan felt a bittersweet sense of disappointment mingled with relief. He exited the Weibo app and turned to explore the folders stored on his phone. How to capture a man's heart, the art of being adorable. Emoticons make you even cuter, and a comprehensive guide to internet slang. All these were shared with him by Guo Chengxiong, alongside the prominent account. The ID of the prominent account was also coined by Guo Chengxiong, who remarked, "My friend, if you wish for the male deity to notice you amidst the vast sea of fans, you must possess a name brimming with depth. Look how splendid this is, poetic artistic, imbued with care, and layered with the essence of a secret admiration. This is all I can do. The rest depends on your own efforts. By the way, when messaging the male deity, remember to sprinkle in plenty of emoticons. This will cloak your intentions and enhance the likelihood of his attention." Qin Fan initially overlooked the document How to Capture a Man's Heart, cursing Guo Chengxiong for his lack of thoroughness. His finger hovered over the delete key, hesitating midway, ultimately deciding to retain its remnants. In a rare moment of leisure, Qin Fan resolved to peruse the next electronic book. Si Huang, however, never bothered to check the detailed information of new fans. She would always glance through the comments and private messages on Weibo. Just as she was scanning the comments, preparing to check her messages, an urgent knocking resounded at the door. She rose, adjusted her attire, and went to open it. Outside stood Yuxian, his face a mask of anxiety and barely concealed panic. Si Huang, I must return to H City. Right now. I'm sorry, I'll explain later." With that hasty declaration, he turned to leave. "Stop!" Si Huang commanded sharply. Yuxian froze and turned back. Si Huang, maintaining her composure, inquired, "What has happened?" Yuxian's eyes were red with urgency. "Something has happened at home. My mother and Ling Ling have been taken." At this, Si Huang's expression hardened, and she regarded him for a moment before saying, "Wait here." With that, she disregarded whatever Yuxian intended to say and retreated to her room to change. In 3 to 4 minutes, Si Huang emerged clad in understated athletic wear, a shoulder bag slung over her shoulder. "Let us go," she instructed Yuxian, who found himself unable to utter even a polite response. Once inside the car, Si Huang took the driver's seat and instructed, "Buckle your seatbelt and hold on tight." Yuxian complied, turning to say something to Si Huang, but the car's sudden reverse motion propelled him back against the seat, leaving him breathless. The tires screeched against the pavement, and the vehicle surged forward at a reckless speed. Si Huang opted for a less crowded route, and the cost of her speeding was reflected in several instances of being photographed by traffic cameras, prompting Yuxian, a law student, to hesitate with his words. He glanced at Si Huang's com profile, and gradually, his initial panic began to subside. "This road is usually less traveled," Si Huang remarked. "If all goes smoothly, we could arrive in H City a few hours earlier." Yuxian took a deep breath. "Thank you, Si Huang." As his nerves settled, he realized that had he been alone in that state, he would have faced countless detours. Si Huang shook her head. Yet, fate seemed unkind. Suddenly, vibrant lights and a cacophony of voices emerged ahead, leaving Yuxian momentarily stunned. Si Huang's gaze faltered, if it weren't for the street racers. Yuxian managed a bitter smile, rendered speechless. He watched as a group of stylishly dressed men stepped forward from the crowd, intending to block the car. Expecting Si Huang to halt, he was taken aback when she accelerated. The roar of the engine startled the men attempting to intercept them, causing them to instinctively leap aside as the silver-gray vehicle sped past. One of them shouted angrily, "What a lunatic! Doesn't she know whose turf this is?" He then grabbed his walkie-talkie, announcing, "Seventh young master, we have intruder." On the road stood another silver-gray sports car, markedly different from Si Huang's understated vehicle. flaunting an ostentatious design and vibrant sheen. Behind the wheel, a young man wearing headphones cursed in frustration. "Are you all idiots? Don't you know how to stop someone?" We attempted to intervene, but it was akin to confronting a mad insect, accelerating without a hint of stopping. It seemed intent on courting death. "Shut your mouth and cease to bother me." Duan Qizhou yanked off his headphones, swung open the door of his sports car, and stepped out. He approached a cerulean sports car not far behind, which had collided with the stone wall on the inner side of the road, its front still emitting smoke. Duan Qizhou rapped on the window of the blue car, a malicious smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he leisurely inquired, "Zhang Xiao, are you asleep? Do show your face." After a prolonged silence, malice glimmered in Duan Qizhou's eyes as he grinned and perched himself atop the crumpled hood of the blue car. Holding a cigarette between his lips without lighting it, his gaze fixed intently on the road. Upon finishing one cigarette and preparing to light another, his ears finally caught the sound of an engine, igniting a predatory gleam in his eyes. A silver-gray sedan sped past at no less than 180 kilometers per hour. Elated, Duan Qizhou leaped down from the blue sports car, slid into his own vehicle, and in an instant accelerated in pursuit of the car ahead. The sedan, lacking the prowess of a high-end modified sports car, soon found itself in the rearview mirror, causing Huang to furrow her brow, her eyes narrowing as her hands and legs sprang into action, securing herself in place while reminding Yuxian, instinctively gripping the armrest. Yuxian felt the car lurch violently as a splendid silver-gray sports car skimmed past them. Stunned for a moment, his expression turned icy. He was aware of the peril. Had Huang not swerved so swiftly, a collision with that million-dollar vehicle would have been inevitable. The outcome of such a crash between a luxury sports car and a modest sedan was all too predictable. The car in front slammed on its brakes and swerved back, the headlights flickering ominously, akin to a gray wolf's taunt before the hunt. Huang, should we exit the vehicle?" Yuxian, unfamiliar with such a tense scenario, understood that some individuals defied conventional reasoning. Huang replied, "Where's the car lock?" Yuxian glanced around before retrieving it from the back. Huang took it, placing it on her lap before rolling down the window. Yuxian was puzzled by her intentions. At that moment, the car ahead revved to life. Yuxian's pupils constricted. It was too late to exit the vehicle now, and he cast a glance at Huang. Just then, he sensed the vehicle's speed surge. The opened window allowing the wind to tousle Huang's hair, her pale visage devoid of expression. The interplay between motion and stillness exuding a captivating beauty that momentarily entranced Yuxian. Were the circumstances not so dire, he would have wished to capture this moment of Huang, sure it would incite a frenzy among her admirers. In those fleeting seconds of distraction, the two cars drew closer, and Yuxian was jolted back to reality by the blinding glare of the approaching high beams, his eyes squinting in discomfort. A mixture of anger and tension etched on his face. A jarring sound accompanied by the violent motion of the vehicles left Yuxian in a state of confusion. Meanwhile, Duan Qizhou and the sports car wore an expression of disbelief. They had evaded him once more, even with this inferior vehicle. As the sports car and sedan brushed past each other, he turned his head to glimpse Huang through the window, a wickedly provocative grin spreading across his face. He thought to himself, having evaded them once or twice, he could hardly believe he would succeed a third time. Given the performance of his vehicle, catching up to them would be effortless. However, before he could discern the features of the person in front, a sudden flash of yellow struck his vision. The sound of shattering glass erupted as the car window was violently broken, shards flying everywhere, prompting Duan Qizhou to instinctively slam on the brakes. Enraged, he cursed, feeling a sharp pain in his cheek and half of his body. "Get out!" A low, enchanting voice rang out, cold and clear in the autumn night, sending a shiver down Duan Qizhou's spine. He looked up abruptly, startled by the face that pierced deep into his vision. The other person had tousled hair and a fair complexion that stood out even in the darkness, with slanted eyebrows framing eyes that resembled two cool, tranquil springs. The expressionless countenance and the formidable aura exuding from this individual lent them an alluring, almost demonic charm, rather than a cold demeanor. Duan Qizhou swallowed hard. The tall youth outside raised an eyebrow slightly, as if questioning his comprehension of human speech. What the hell? This is an exquisite encounter, Duan Chijo internally shouted, regretting that he had engaged before getting a clear look at the person. He lifted his head, ready to greet the individual outside with a smile. However, the yellow car door was slammed shut, causing a dent. Duan Chijo's smile froze as the icy metal of the locking mechanism pressed against his throat. Get out. He stiffly opened the car door and stepped out, thinking, beauty, we cannot be strangers without a proper introduction. Suddenly, Huang kicked him in the stomach, sending him flying a meter away, where he sat on the ground, pale and unable to stand for a moment. Huang strode over, grasped his hair, and yanked his head back, exposing Duan Chijo's handsome, injured face. Cannot be strangers without a proper introduction? She chuckled. In such close proximity, Duan Chijo could see the deepening hues of emerald green in Huang's eyes, the pain contorting his expression and a burning fury within him. Yet his heart raced, as if the reasons for its frantic beat were not solely due to anger. Huang regarded the youthful scion who appeared no older than 20, his expression dazed. One punch, and if I see you again, I will ruin you. Duan Chijo trembled at her calm tone, and upon lifting his gaze, he saw her walking away without a backward glance, entering her sports car. Inside, Huang told Yu Xian, who remained outside, get in. Yu Xian hesitated for a moment before taking a seat in the passenger side. The sports car roared to life and sped away. Huang remarked coolly with his car, we can shorten the time to H City. Yu Xian responded, Chijo, are you alright? Chijo, you mustn't get into trouble. Chijo, answer me quickly. The faint sounds from the headphones hanging around Duan Chijo's neck roused him from his stupor. He readjusted the headphones and grumbled, what a nuisance, I'm fine. Chijo, you can respond now. What do you mean fine? I just heard something. Stop the nonsense and drive over to pick me up. Zhang Jinyang is on the verge of dying. Upon hearing this, Yu Xian panicked. Chijo, please don't act recklessly. We're on our way, just hold on. Filled with disdain, ripped off his headphones once more. His trembling fingers fished out a cigarette box, placing one between his lips without truly lighting it. He sat on the ground, staring vacantly at the end of the street, an expression of emptiness etched on his face. After several seconds, he forcefully wiped his face, exclaiming, damn it, this is quite a scene. The lengthy journey he had anticipated had been shortened to a reckless overnight drive by Huang. Following Yu Xian, Huang entered the disheveled alley where a modest house stood with its door ajar. Outside stood a young man clad in blue. Yu Xian. Upon spotting Yu Xian rushing towards him, the young man quickly approached, exclaiming, you finally returned. Where are my mother and Ling Ling? Yu Xian tightly grasped Su Wanjun's arm. With a pained expression, Su Wanjun replied, I saw Aunt Zhao and Ling Ling being taken away when I returned. I have no idea where they are. Yu Xian's countenance darkened, and he forcefully released Su Wanjun's grip. Huang approached Su Wanjun, inquiring, do you remember their license plate number or any distinguishing features of the individuals? In which direction did their vehicle head? Having already noticed Huang, Su Wanjun felt a surge of anxiety as he pondered her question seriously. After a couple of seconds, he replied, I only recall that the last 2 digits of the license plate were 14. They clearly didn't appear to be good people. The man who took Ling Ling had a tattoo of an anchor on his arm. Their car headed east down the street from the alley. Huang nodded. Wait here, she instructed before turning away. Yu Xian followed her, saying, do you have a lead? I want to accompany you. It's futile for you to follow, Huang retorted, her blunt dismissal causing Yu Xian's face to pale. Stay here. I will call if I need your assistance. After a brief pause, she added, I will do my utmost to bring Ling Ling and Aunt back safely. Uncertain if the Yu Xian of her past life had faced a similar ordeal. She reflected that had she not brought Yu Xian to the central city, at least there would have been a man in their family. This burden was hers to bear. Yu Xian pressed her lips together, watching as Huang departed once more. Trembling, she managed to utter, I beg you. No matter how difficult it was to voice the sentiment of self-preservation, she solemnly declared, Huang, as long as Ling Ling and my mother are unharmed, I will devote my life to your service. Huang offered no response, her silhouette vanishing into the alley. The silver-gray luxury sports car arrived in the vibrant city of H, where Huang disembarked and returned to the night bar. In the dim, colorful lights, her figure moved through the shadows, elusive and indistinct. Once she had identified her target, she seized him, dragging him into a restroom stall. "Who are you? How dare you touch me? Don't hit. Don't hit. You're the boss. You're truly the boss." Huang pressed her foot against the man's vital point, and witnessing his submission, she slowly inquired, "Do you know Zhao Jun?" The thug's eyes darted around. Huang applied more pressure with her foot. A series of knocks echoed from the adjacent stall. "Damn it. Keep it down. Are you going to book a room, or what?" The thug opened his mouth to plead for help, but was met with a devilish voice from above. "You have one last chance." A rogue shivered as he nervously extracted his mobile phone, realizing that Brother Zhou's number resided within. Huang instructed him to scroll through the contacts, and, once the call was connected, to activate the speakerphone. Before long, Zhou Jun's voice crackled through. "Little chick, what is the matter?" Just as the man, referred to as Little Chick, was about to respond, a sharp pain pierced his head, causing him to sway and lose consciousness. "Little chick?" Zhou Jun's tone shifted to one of caution. Just as he was about to terminate the call, Huang interjected, "It's me. Do you remember the life you owe me?" The mere utterance of those words propelled Zhou Jun to his feet, startling those nearby. He discreetly apologized before exiting the private room. "Huang?" he inquired. "It's me," she replied coolly. "I need to speak with you. Where are you?" Zhou Jun glanced back at the private room, recognizing this as a rare opportunity. If he abruptly departed, all his prior efforts would be in vain. Yet, the urgency of Huang's request weighed heavily. He clenched his eyes shut, and upon reopening them a second later, he resolved, "Let us meet in room 306 at night." "Good," Huang affirmed. Zhou Jun hung up the abruptly terminated call and returned to the private room, bowing deeply to Zhu Hongji, who sat within. "Brother Zhu, I sincerely apologize. I have encountered an issue that requires my personal attention. I will cover all expenses for today. I hope you will grant me this opportunity." Yu Hongxi, a middle-aged, balding man, lounged on the sofa with his legs sprawled. A woman knelt before him, diligently attending to her tasks. He squinted at Zhou Jun, saying, "Xiao Jun, I thought you were a clever lad. Why are you acting foolishly today?" The others in the room displayed expressions of schadenfreude, feigning ignorance. Zhou Jun continued to bow without lifting his gaze. "I am truly honored by your regard, Brother Zhu. I must attend to this matter." Zhu Hongji chuckled. "Go on then. Urgent matters take precedence. I wouldn't dare to impede you." "Thank you, Brother Zhu," Zhou Jun replied, raising his head and turning to exit the private room. As the door clicked shut, a man inside remarked to Zhu Hongji, "Brother Zhu, this lad is out of line. He has gotten a taste of the little Dong family's favor and thinks he can disregard you. He ought to consider his own worth." Yu Hongxi looked at lightly. "Let us not be too harsh. He is young, after all. Youthful exuberance is inevitable. A little setback will teach him wisdom." In room 306 at night, Huang entered to find Zhou Jun already standing, respectfully greeting her with, "Miss C." She removed her mask, settled onto the sofa, and got straight to the point. This afternoon, a group from the Fengnan Road Old Construction Company abducted 2 women. Their vehicle's license plate ends with 14, and one of the men has an anchor tattoo on his arm. "Do you know who it is?" Zhou Jun pondered in silence for 3 seconds before responding. "There are many men with anchor tattoos, but I know of one organization where most members bear this mark. The anchor tattoo is their emblem. Is there a way to confirm this?" "Siwan Kuprest." Zhou Jun fell silent again, his expression unchanged, yet internally he wrestled with uncertainty. Ultimately, under Huang's unwavering gaze, he yielded and retrieved his phone, dialing a number. "Hello, this is Zhou Jun. Indeed, I have already presented the invitation to the young master, who has a few inquiries to clarify. There is no need for courtesy. It is not a grave matter. He wishes to ascertain if there is a mother and daughter duo participating in this auction, previously residing along Fengnan Road. The girl is approximately." Zhao Jun glanced at Huang, and upon observing her gesture, continued, "Around 16 or 17 years of age." The individual on the other end of the line seemed to be searching for information, and after a few moments, Zhao Jun remarked, "I understand. I shall convey the truth to the young master and extend my best wishes for the success of your event." Upon hanging up, Zhao Jun turned to Si Huang. Realizing they had indeed apprehended the individuals you sought, Si Huang inquired, "What is this auction gathering about?" Zhao Jun explained, "It is a banquet organized by the Sea God Group alongside other factions, held once or twice annually. The events at these banquets have included beast fights and boxing, but this time, the auction involves women." His mention triggered a vague recollection in Si Huang of having heard about such events in a past life. These gatherings serve as a facade of elegance for those in the underworld, with attendees donning masks. "Mr. Sure, given my standing, I lack the qualifications to attend this gathering, so this is all I can accomplish," Zhao Jun stated. Si Huang looked up, inquiring, "If the young master you refer to holds such stature, can he demand the return of individuals?" Zhao Jun replied, "The young master has never shown interest in such banquets. My inquiry under his name is already a risk. If you were to find out, everything I've worked for would vanish." Si Huang softly remarked, "Even if everything at present were lost, it could be reclaimed. Yet, if one loses their life, that is irrevocable." Suddenly, Wu Bao made its presence known. "Your Majesty, it seems you are aware of the immense favor I have bestowed upon you." Si Huang chose to ignore it, maintaining a calm gaze on Zhao Jun. Zhao Jun stiffly acknowledged, "I understand." He was unafraid of the notorious figure Zhu Hongji, able to tread carefully in the presence of the young master. Yet he harbored a lingering trepidation towards the youth before him. "I will comply with your instructions, but I hope that after this, we can settle our grievances," Zhao Jun stated. "I owe you nothing further." Si Huang regarded him for a moment, responding, "Very well." Her acquiescence was too indifferent, leaving Zhao Jun uncertain whether to feel relieved or despondent, as if he had missed something significant. From Zhao Jun's account, the Sea God Group's banquet is set for tomorrow evening. To appease those in the underworld, the auction items will remain untouched until the auction begins. And with his prior call, the other party would certainly consider the young master's identity, refraining from causing any trouble for or harming the mother and daughter, Yuling Zhao Jun. Uncertain of Si Huang's intentions, cautioned, the young master is known for being elusive and disinterested in meddling. Seeking his assistance is futile. Si Huang replied, "If I am not mistaken, the young master you refer to belongs to the Wildfire Group. Am I correct?" Zhao Jun's expression shifted, his eyes wide with astonishment. The direct members of the Wildfire Group have always been shrouded in mystery. Most are only aware of their surname, Xia, and have never witnessed their true appearance. Nor would they necessarily recognize them, even if they did. These are all things Si Fong had heard of in her previous life. Even she had never encountered the direct descendants of the Wildfire Group, only hearing tales of the young master, a man of unparalleled elegance and grace among the aristocracy. "Have you seen him?" Si Fong turned her gaze towards Zhou Jun. Zhou Jun replied with difficulty, "Yes, I have." Si Fong did not inquire how he could be certain that the person he saw was indeed the young master. Instead, she asked him to describe the man in vivid detail. Si Fong took Zhou Jun back to Yuxian's home and succinctly recounted the events. Upon learning that Yuling and the others were temporarily out of danger, Yuxian felt a slight sense of relief, but then, with a troubled expression, addressed Si Fong. "Tomorrow. No, today, the actress Yu Lianjuan, who is taking on a role of the second female lead, will be coming over. Director Liu has mentioned that the next scenes will involve you and her." Si Fong reassured him, "I will clarify things with Director Liu." Observing the guilt and inner turmoil on Yuxian's face, she added, "You know that I have been quite popular lately. As my manager, your appearance has also been noticed by many, so please refrain from wandering about." "I understand," Yuxian replied, a heaviness settling in his heart. When parting ways with Si Fong in Central City, had she not followed him, he feared that his previous despondency would have led to irreparable consequences. That night, none of them slept. However, in just over an hour, dawn broke. Si Fong called Director Liu, briefly explaining her current situation. Liu unleashed a torrent of reprimands, ultimately bellowing, "Be careful, do you understand? Your current popularity is largely due to the fortune of your physical presence. If anything were to happen to you, it will be too late for regrets. And, if you need assistance, remember to contact Tai Lao and the others." After absorbing his harsh, yet caring words, Si Fong expressed her gratitude once more before hanging up. Next, She prepared the equipment needed for the evening, donning a mask and hat, and wearing understated athletic attire. Intent on diminishing her presence, she and Zhou Jun walked down the street, managing to go unrecognized despite her current fame, as people subconsciously assumed she remained in Central City. As twilight descended, in a modest dwelling, Yu Xian, Zhou Jun, and Su Wanjun awaited outside. The creaking of the door announced the arrival of a figure. They turned simultaneously, their expressions frozen in astonishment. The tall silhouette stood clad in an impeccably tailored slate blue suit, complemented by a youthful bow tie that accentuated his elegant neck, epitomizing understated luxury. His hair was neatly combed back, and a melancholic dark blue mask obscured his features, adorned with intricate patterns and edged with peacock blue ties, with wings reminiscent of an angel's grace curling at the corner of his right eye. The corners of his mouth curved slightly upward, and even without clarity of his gaze, he exuded an aura akin to a gentle spring breeze. The mere presence of this individual elevated the elegance of the surrounding environment. Zhou Jun's low, rich voice emerged from this man's lips, softly uttering, Zhou Jun snapping back to reality. Zhou Jun's eyes widened in shock. Then he shook his head. No, that voice is not right. Sifang looked up. Zhou Jun continued. Although few have seen the young master, it is possible that someone has heard his voice. Sifang cleared her throat lightly, her voice slightly hoarse. What if I have a cold? Zhou Jun felt a tingling in his ears and, momentarily dazed, uttered, As long as you can maintain this composure, remain calm. Let us proceed to the Jinhong building in H City. One luxury vehicle after another arrived, and in stark contrast, Zhou Jun's car appeared rather inconspicuous. However, as the door swung open and a tall silhouette emerged, it promptly captivated the attention of countless onlookers. Zhou Jun quietly followed behind Huang, observing the poised and serene figure ahead of him, and felt a peculiar sense of satisfaction in trailing behind her. Just as this thought surfaced, he swiftly dismissed it, redirecting his gaze to Huang's heels. Were those high-heeled shoes, with a hidden elevation of 7 centimeters, truly appropriate? The shoes Huang wore were custom-made at a considerable expense, and their discreet design, combined with her natural gait, ensured that no one would notice her footwear. This was all in consideration of the fact that the young Master Zhou Jun referred to stood impressively at over 180 centimeters tall. Passers-by cast curious glances at Huang, their eyes filled with intrigue. Upon reaching the entrance of the Jinhong building, the doorman respectfully stated, Please present your invitation. Zhou Jun produced the platinum invitation. The doorman's demeanor instantly shifted, becoming even more deferential as he gestured, After you. Huang led the way inside. Only after she disappeared from view did the murmurs begin. A platinum invitation. There were scarcely 5 of these for the entire banquet. Who could this seemingly youthful individual be? I know the person behind her. He is Zhou Jun. I have heard that he has recently caught the attention of the young master. The young master? The crowd gasped in astonishment. The reason those in the underworld referred to the heir of the Wildfire Group as the young master was due to the group's illustrious history. It was widely acknowledged that many factions within the underworld were, in fact, branches of the Wildfire Group. Apart from those affiliated with the group, no one truly knew the extent of its power. To claim that the Wildfire Group held the paramount position in the domestic underworld would not be an exaggeration. Hence, all in the underworld referred to the leader of the Wildfire Group as the Master, with the sole heir being the young master. On the 18th floor of the Jinhong building, the interior was resplendent, as a beautiful woman clad in a flowing red gown passionately played the piano, while elegantly masked couples danced in the ballroom. Huang found a quiet booth to sit in, with Zhou Jun standing behind her single armchair. This particular spot was nestled behind a crimson curtain, the lighting softly obscuring half of Huang's profile. She reclined gracefully on the sofa, one leg crossed over the other, the interplay of light and shadow accentuating her long legs. One hand rested on the armrest, her chin propped delicately on the back of her hand, a faint smile gracing her lips, exuding an air of refined elegance. This corner, often overlooked, would draw frequent glances from those who chanced upon it, marveling at the understated yet luxurious presence of the noble young lady. A server approached, bearing a tray laden with an array of fine wines. Huang smiled slightly and softly requested, "A glass of warm water, please." The server paused in surprise, but promptly replied, "Of course, sir. Please hold on a moment." Those who had been discreetly observing seemed to realize Huang was approachable, and soon a few women, their eyes sparkling with interest, made their way over. So Yunya. Upon hearing the voice of Huang, the troops of Zhou understood her intentions. They stepped forward, effectively blocking the path of the newly arrived women. "The young master is unwell and cannot attend to you ladies at the moment," they announced. The young women inwardly seethed, thinking, "We don't need your young master to attend to us. We could just as well greet him ourselves." Their expressions betrayed a sense of regret as they peered through the figures of the Zhou soldiers at Huang, who responded with a faint smile. This smile, tinged with a subtle aloofness and silent rejection, was disarming, leaving them unable to feel anger. The ladies could only depart empty-handed. Just as they left, a burly man in the distance was watching, and someone whispered something in his ear before he strode towards them. Zhou Jun returned to stand behind Huang and quietly informed her, "The gentleman approaching is Jiao Wei, the second in command of the Sea God group." Within 5 seconds, Jiao Wei arrived, laughing heartily, yet speaking in a low and courteous tone. "Why didn't you inform us of your visit in advance, young master? I would have come to greet you personally." Zhou Jun maintained a tense demeanor, internally fraught with anxiety. Huang replied coolly, "I merely found something of interest here." Jiao Wei, surprised, inquired, "Is the young master unwell?" Just then, the server who had previously fetched warm water for her returned. She turned her head, accepting the cup from the server, thus conveniently ignoring Jiao Wei's question. Jiao Wei interpreted her silence as acquiescence and continued, "Yesterday, I heard from my subordinates that this young fellow made inquiries about a mother and daughter." Huang took a sip of water, her movement momentarily pausing at his words. Before she replied nonchalantly, "That girl has some charm." A glimmer of understanding flashed in Jiao Wei's eyes, revealing an expression that any man would comprehend. Was there truly a woman who could resist the young master? Huang smiled faintly, remaining silent. Jiao Wei grinned back, then suddenly asked, "Might I inquire why the young master has come to H City? Should you require anything, please do not hesitate to ask." I, Jiao Wei, would never hesitate. Zhou Jun's heart, which had just begun to settle, surged with apprehension. Was this a test, or merely casual inquiry? Huang had no idea why the young master had come to H City. At that moment, Huang lifted her head, her luxurious and enigmatic visage gracing Jiao Wei with a subtle smile as she said, "Just here to enjoy myself." Her voice, soft and slightly husky, carried an undeniable authority. Jiao Wei was taken aback, diverting his gaze. H City is renowned for its entertainment and beautiful women. The young master must enjoy himself to the fullest. Beautiful women. A man adorned with an ornate mask seemed to recall something, and an involuntary, nostalgic smile graced his lips, tinged with tenderness. He turned his gaze elsewhere, softly murmuring, "Indeed." The inky black hair, combined with the peacock blue feathers reminiscent of angelic wings, outlined a flawless profile that was simply breathtaking. Even Jiao Wei, a rough-hewn man, found himself awestruck, pondering. If this individual were not the young master, they would undoubtedly be regarded as a prime target by those with particular tastes. Then, a flicker of calculative thought crossed his mind. It seemed the young master was genuinely interested in that girl. If he could leverage that woman to gain a favor from the young master, it would be an extraordinary bargain. Jiao Wei, having pondered deeply, rose and smiled at Huang, saying, "I shall not disturb the young master's rest. Should you require anything, please feel free to instruct me. I trust you will enjoy the evening to the fullest." His final words carried a profound implication. Moments after Jiao Wei departed, several others arrived in quick succession. Though their social standing at the banquet was quite elevated, they exhibited utmost courtesy towards Huang. Each person greeted her, and upon sensing her disinterest in further conversation, they gracefully took their leave. Within a small circle of the gathering, those who had previously approached Huang had congregated, and Jiao Wei was among them. At this juncture, Jiao Wei donned a mask, yet his rugged demeanor rendered him easily recognizable. "Well, what do you think?" Jiao Wei took a sip of his drink, chuckling to those beside him. "Do you still doubt his authenticity?" One individual responded, "Such demeanor is not something one can feign. I was mistaken. No young fool in this circle would dare impersonate the young master. Indeed, just as the rumors suggest, he exudes charm. My daughter is utterly captivated by him. Moments prior, these men had inquired of Jia Wei regarding Huang's identity. Upon learning he was the young master, their suspicions could not be quelled, prompting each to test the waters. Despite their brief exchanges, in terms of presence, appearance, and character, he was nothing short of exceptional. To remain so composed in their company. Who else could he be but the young master? I once glimpsed the young master from afar, remarked a gentleman with a refined countenance. Back then, I lacked the profound appreciation I have now. He is indeed a dragon among men. With this affirmation, they lavished praise upon Jia Wei for his good fortune in potentially courting the young master's favor. Ambition and pride gleamed in Jia Wei's eyes, and the cautious reservations he once held began to wane. In the midst of the banquet, Huang occupied the most tranquil corner of the grand hall, drawing attention amidst the revelry. Countless women cast eager glances her way, undeterred by the lack of response from her. Zhou Jun, observing her placid demeanor, felt his tension ease, yet remained vigilant and calm, attentively surveying their surroundings. Suddenly, he perceived a slight stiffness in Huang's posture. Master? Huang raised her hand, signaling that all was well. Her gaze was fixed on a particular spot, and a subtle smile graced her lips. Had they not noticed the depths of her eyes behind the mask, everyone would have been entranced by her elegant and noble smile. Yet, the emerald hue of her eyes, swirling with mystery, remained alluring. Huang stood up. Master! Zhou Jun exclaimed, lowering his voice in surprise. Huang spoke softly, stay here. Zhou Jun watched in astonishment as she stepped out from behind the curtain, passing by a sofa where a young lady in a powder-pink evening gown sat, motionless. Since entering the banquet, Ruan and I had remained seated, utterly disdainful of the environment and loathing her brother's arrangements for her. Nizi, if you fail to find a suitable match today, I shall have to select one for you myself, remarked a man in a tailored suit, his gentle smile betraying a glint of malice in his eyes. Rest assured, I will choose a fine man for you. In the banquet, everything was unbearable for her. As time passed, the fire within her heart grew ever more fervent, compelling her to take action. With her gaze lowered and lips tightly pressed together, she fixated on the cup before her, barely restraining the impulse to hurl it across the room. May I request a dance? A low, husky voice seductively penetrated her ears. Ruani was momentarily taken aback, then coldly replied, No. The voice's owner did not persist. Ruani, what are you saying? A familiar voice interjected. Ruani stiffened as a firm grip settled on her shoulder. On the surface, the strength was undetectable, but above, her brother Ruanfeng's voice rang with an ingratiating tone. Young master, Ruani seldom ventures out into society, so she tends to be quite shy. Please do not take it to heart. Ruani looked up in surprise to see a smiling face, partially obscured by a mask, which only added to the enigmatic allure of the man before her. Her heart tightened. It was undeniable that few women could resist such a man. Ruani, why are you still dawdling? Go with young master. Ruanfeng tightened his grip on Ruani's shoulder. Defiance surged within her. You're hurting her. Sifan's gaze fell on Ruani's exposed shoulder. Ruanfeng was startled and quickly released her, exclaiming, I wasn't using much force. However, as his hand fell away, it revealed the red marks left on Ruani's skin. At that moment, the next dance tune began to play, and several women, having noticed the scene, eagerly approached. Sifang pondered for a moment before turning away. She merely sought a dance partner, indifferent to the identity of the individual. Suddenly, a hand grasped her arm. I will dance with you. Sifang turned to see a youthful, striking face. All right. With gentlemanly grace, he led her into the dance floor. To onlookers, the pair appeared captivating. The man stood tall and elegant, while the woman was charming and delightful, their movements flawlessly synchronized, a visual feast for the eyes. In the midst of the dance, Sifang, guiding her partner, suddenly heard her low whisper, What are you searching for? Sifang lowered her gaze to meet hers, unreservedly replying, I am looking for someone. You're using me. Not if you could do so as well. Ruani fell silent for a moment before asserting, Your position is quite elevated. Sifang smiled without a word. Ruani gritted her teeth. Do me a favor, and I shall return the favor. Sifong tightened her wrist, spinning her partner around. And, as the music swelled, she cradled her in her arms for an instant. Lowering her head, Sifong remarked, the favors are too disparate. I haven't yet specified what I require of you. Ruani suppressed her heartbeat, gazing intently at her. For you, it may be exceedingly simple, merely a matter of a few words. Sifong flicked her arm, restoring Ruani to an upright position. By this time, the dance had entered its latter half. Sifong sensed the unwavering gaze of her partner upon her. And as their eyes met, she said, my single word can only aid you temporarily. Instead, it may lead to greater complications for you. Ruani wished to assert that Sifong was deliberately evading her request, yet the close proximity of their gaze revealed the sincerity and clarity of the eyes behind the mask. The owner of those eyes was not deceiving. Ruan and I felt her heart sink. As the dance concluded, the two exchanged courteous bows before parting ways. Huang softly remarked, though it was a small favor, I still owe you. Ruan and I shifted her lips but remained silent. A second later, she lifted her head, speaking with an air of defiance. I shall find a way to reclaim it. By the way, I am Ruan and I. Throughout the dance, Jiawei was consumed with trepidation. He had finally discovered an opportunity to ingratiate himself with the young master and could not let it be snatched away by the Ruan family. The mere thought of the young master taking a fancy to Ruan and I made him anxious, for it would render his leverage useless. Realizing this, Jiawei refrained from prolonging the young master's interest, and, upon seeing Huang exit the dance floor, eagerly approached her, exclaiming, you dance splendidly, far surpassing us mere mortals. Huang smiled lightly, you flatter me. Unsure of her intentions, Jiawei discreetly presented her with a room key, his smile laden with meaning. It seems the young master has little interest in the banquet. Why not indulge yourself? I assure you, it will be quite satisfying. Huang did not accept the room key nor play coy with him. No auction, then? Jiawei chuckled. Ah, young master, what you desire is rightfully yours. Huang replied coolly, what of her mother? She is present, at the young master's disposal. Huang fell silent. Jiawei, sensing her tension, felt the room key grow warm in his hand. When Huang extended her hand to take the key, he finally felt a wave of relief wash over him. Be cautious, the streets are about to become tumultuous. Upon hearing this, Jiawei was momentarily stunned, then elated, suppressing his joy. Yes, thank you for the warning. Huang cast her gaze elsewhere. Is that the president of Fenghua? Following her line of sight, Jiawei observed a man in a deep blue suit, wearing a Black Panther mask, holding a glass of champagne, exuding elegance amidst the crowd. Having encountered him before, Jiawei recognized him as Han. Huang's lips curled into a slight smile. Her initial fleeting glance, followed by her observations on the dance floor, had been sufficient for her to ascertain Han's identity. Let him stay the night. Send 3 doses of BI-4 over. Jiawei's pupils constricted. BI-4 was a drug and a vice, a small dose capable of inducing euphoria and enhancing various pleasures without significant aftereffects. Aside from fostering an addiction to that sensation and causing heightened excitability, which could lead to mishaps, this substance had yet to circulate widely, known only to a select few within the gangs. The fact that the young master could casually mention only solidified Jiawei's conviction regarding Huang's status. Yet, he was also aware that excessive use of BI-4 could severely damage one's psyche and, at worst, lead to the loss of reproductive capabilities. Do not let him become foolish. Huang warned. Jiawei remained silent for 2 seconds, grappling internally, but felt a slight release upon hearing her words. Han, as the president of Fenghua Entertainment, was entangled in dubious dealings. Should he become irreparably harmed, the repercussions for Jiawei would be considerable. Jiawei spoke in a low voice, young master, whatever you say. Jiao will certainly not refuse. However, I am somewhat perplexed about Han. Huang smiled faintly. Do not offend those who should not be offended. At that moment, Jiawei sensed that further inquiries would yield no more information. He clenched his teeth, resolute in his determination, I will handle this matter well. With careful execution, it was possible that Han would remain unaware of his involvement. Gaining the young master's favor was indeed worth the risk. Huang proceeded to the suite indicated by the room card. Zhao Jun accompanied her inside, and as the door closed, he began to speak. His expression was a mixture of frustration and restraint, but before he could finish, he was met with a terrifying glare from Huang. In that instant, Zhao Jun even feared that Huang intended to eliminate him, until Huang silently gestured towards the surveillance cameras. Zhao Jun was taken aback, his frustration deepening. Ignoring him, Huang entered the suite's living area, her gaze instantly freezing as she turned to Zhao Jun, instructing, "Stay outside." Zhao Jun paused and obediently exited. The suite door closed once more. Huang approached the sofa, where Ling, clad in a sheer garment, was bound in a shameful position. She was conscious, her gaze fixed upon Huang the moment she entered. Ling neither screamed nor exhibited any aggressive hatred. She appeared docile and submissive. "Your Majesty, she harbors malice towards you," Wu Bao interjected. "I am aware," Huang responded silently through her thoughts. Ling put on a convincing act, yet her eyes betrayed her training as an actress. She resembled a lurking carnivorous flower, seemingly sweet and delectable. Yet should one dare to indulge, she would exert her utmost effort to deliver a fatal blow, even at the cost of mutual destruction. Huang picked up a fruit knife from the table and approached Ling. In that moment, she felt the tension in Ling's body. As she severed the ropes binding Ling, she leaned close to whisper in her ear, "It is I, Huang." Ling trembled violently, and even after the ropes were cut, she continued to shiver on the sofa. Huang stood upright, observing her for a moment before speaking in a still mass tone. "There should be spare clothes in the room. Change and bring your mother out." Ling opened her mouth but could not articulate a response. Lowering her head, she hurried towards the room. Approximately 5 minutes later, Huang witnessed Ling supporting Zhao Limei as they emerged together, unable to suppress a sigh at the serendipity of fate. "Let us go," Huang commanded, rising to her feet. Zhao Limei tightened her grip on Ling's wrist. Ling wished to reassure her not to be anxious, but feared it might disrupt Huang's plan, so she could only convey a calming look to Zhao Limei. The bond forged through shared adversity had deepened their understanding. Although Zhao Limei could not comprehend Ling's sudden composure, she chose to trust her. As Huang opened the door, she found not only Zhao Jun waiting outside, but also another man clad in a black suit. Upon seeing Huang, Zhao Jun immediately called out, "Master." Huang did not acknowledge the man in black. Addressing Zhao Jun coolly, "Prepare the vehicle." Zhao Jun complied. The man in black, seemingly oblivious to Huang's identity, chuckled. "The nightlife is just beginning. Why the rush to leave?" With a faint smile that hinted at detachment, Huang expressed her disdain for hotels before turning to leave. Once her figure vanished from sight, the man in the black suit made a call, relaying Huang's situation and words to the person on the other end. "Jiao Wei." After hanging up, Jiao Wei could not help but internally scoff at her fastidiousness, musing that she might even choose the flavor of her shoes. Zhou Jun had just descended to the parking lot via the elevator when his phone rang. Upon seeing the unfamiliar number, he was struck as if by lightning. The message read, "Xiao Jun, I despise betrayal." He stood frozen for several minutes, and when the elevator doors opened again, Huang and 2 others emerged. "What's wrong?" Huang immediately noticed something amiss with Zhou Jun. Her words jolted him back to reality as he hoarsely replied, "He knows." "Who knows?" "Knows what?" Huang quickly deduced the implication of his words and calmly instructed, "Let us return him first." So Yun followed her closely. As the 4 approached their vehicle, they found a man clad in a black t-shirt and deep blue jeans lounging atop the hood. Upon hearing their approach, he turned to look, his wolf-like gaze cold as it swept over Zhou Jun, warming slightly with surprise when it landed on Huang. Leaping off the hood, he mumbled, "Not bad," before sauntering over to a nondescript blue private car parked nearby. He lightly tapped on the window and announced, "Boss, the VE arrived." The window gradually descended, revealing a refined and handsome face. The man's fair complexion and neatly trimmed black hair enhanced the immaculate quality of his visage. His clear, expressive eyes, well-defined nose, and rosy lips evoked images of clear blue skies and gentle breezes, bringing forth a refreshing comfort that obscured his true age. When his gaze met yours, that comfort remained, yet was tinged with an air of aloof elegance. Huang silently lamented that Zhou Jun's few words could not encapsulate even half of this man's allure. "Sir." Zhou Jun pursed his lips and stepped closer, lowering his head to address him. Suddenly, the man in jeans swung a punch at Zhou Jun's abdomen, causing him to bend over in pain. The man raised his foot, preparing to deliver a kick that could potentially be fatal. Yet, a leg swept in to intercept his kick. Impressive strength. The man in jeans staggered back, astonished as he stared at Huang. She ignored him, fixing her gaze on the man inside the car instead. "He is still here to help me return you." Her low, melodious voice was captivating. In front of the original owner, Huang felt no need to mask her tone. The man in the car's expression shifted, and he smiled. This smile was elegant and warm, radiating an extraordinary charm that matched his striking appearance. He opened the car door, stepping out with his long legs clad in a light gray knit sweater and cream-colored trousers. The tailored outfit accentuated his figure and enhanced his charisma. "Boss," he commanded, "step back." The gentle timbre of his voice harmonized splendidly with others. Huang observed as the man extended his hand towards her, his fingers elegantly defined, nails meticulously trimmed and polished, and a handcrafted iron gray watch adorning his wrist, all exuding an air of sophistication and refinement. "Hello." The man smiled. "I am Xia Qitong." Huang regarded him for half a second before removing her mask, her flawless features becoming more striking in the dimly lit parking lot. "Hello," she replied, shaking his hand. "I am Huang." The warmth in Xia Qitong's eyes deepened, rendering him exceedingly approachable. "Indeed, I recognize your voice immediately." Their hands, having exchanged a polite grasp, released each other simultaneously. Surprised by his words, Huang retorted, "Have we met before?" "Not yet." Xia Qitong smiled, casting a glance toward Yu Ling and her daughter. "You are here for them." Huang nodded. "What are your terms?" With his smile unwavering, Xia Qitong replied, "I wish to befriend you." The man in jeans and the driver, Zhou Jun, exchanged astonished glances at Xia Qitong's statement. Huang chuckled. "Is it really that simple?" "It brings me joy," Xia Qitong responded. "Then let your joy prevail," Huang said. As friends, Xia Qitong requested to exchange numbers, to which Huang acquiesced with an air of nonchalance. They parted ways, and the men in jeans and Zhou Jun each headed to their vehicles, somewhat bewildered. As their car pulled away from Jinhong to Xia, Huang's phone buzzed in her pocket. She glanced at it before answering. Xia Qitong's refined voice came through. "I almost forgot to mention something." "What is it?" "You possess an exquisite singing voice, and your acting is commendable." "So you're my fan?" A low chuckle resonated from the other end, followed by, "I would rather aspire to be your boss." Huang replied coolly, "I'm afraid you will be disappointed." "There's always a possibility," he smiled, unperturbed by her response. "For now, as your fan and friend, I shall keep a close watch on your endeavors. Please do your best." "Thank you." In an inconspicuous sedan in another direction, Xia Qitong set down his phone. "Boss, are we truly letting this go?" The driver, Huang, occasionally glanced back at Xia Qitong through the rearview mirror. Xia Qitong gazed out the window, his eyes unfocused. "Huang, what do you think of Huang?" Huang pondered. "She is bold, strong, and surprisingly capable despite her appearance. Do you believe she is someone worth associating with?" Huang contemplated. "Indeed, she is worthy." He then added, "But today's incident was rather excessive, wasn't it? She is taking advantage of your name." "Without today's event," Xia Qitong remarked, "there would be no serendipitous encounter." It was precisely because Huang felt at a disadvantage that he could effortlessly leverage that to forge a connection with her. "She is indeed worthy," Xia Qitong affirmed. Huang fell silent. In an alleyway, Yu Xian eagerly approached as Yu Ling and her daughter alighted from the car. Huang stepped aside to grant them space, moving towards the exterior of the bungalow, noticing that Zhou Jun had yet to depart. Zhou Jun also noticed her, pausing in silence for 2 seconds before approaching Huang. "We are even now," he stated. Huang glanced at him. Zhou Jun shifted his lips, finding no words to say, and then turned to return to his vehicle. Huang offered a simple, safe travels. Zhou Jun's car departed. After approximately 10 minutes, Yu Ling emerged and approached Si Huang, looking up at her and softly suggesting, "It's chilly outside. Shall we step inside for a while?" "All right." Si Huang smiled at her, following her into the house. They were joined by Su Wanjun inside. Zhao Limei and Yu Xian had composed themselves, appearing in good spirits. Upon seeing Si Huang, Zhao Limei immediately stood, approaching her and kneeling, only to be promptly supported by Si Huang, who preemptively remarked, "I am still quite young and cannot accept such formalities." Zhao Limei felt a mix of gratitude and helplessness, recognizing Si Huang's insistence. Thus, she rose without further need for support, expressing her thanks. "Si Xiao, I truly owe you this time. If it weren't for you." She paused, her tone growing more earnest. "Yu Xian has already told me that following you is a stroke of fortune for him. Should you require any assistance from him in the future, please do not hesitate to ask." Si Huang directed her gaze towards Yu Xian, who also wore a serious expression, and chuckled gently. "I will indeed require Yu Xian's help moving forward. It will be most beneficial." "I am at your service," Yu Xian replied. Through their ensuing conversation, Si Huang learned of the misfortunes that had befallen Yu Xian's family. Their father had succumbed to despair after a failed business venture, leaving a mountain of debt that had fallen upon them. Despite Zhao Limei's relentless efforts over the years, they had not managed to repay the debts, and it seemed that the people from a Sea God group preferred to replace them with the youthful Yu Ling rather than allow them more time. Their former home had been rendered nearly uninhabitable, and no one could predict if trouble would come knocking again. Si Huang proposed, "Aunt Zhao, you still have a spare key card in my house, correct? You can stay there for now, as long as you avoid the second-floor room. You may use the rest of the space freely." Zhao Limei protested, "How can we accept this?" Si Huang smiled gently, "There is no issue at all. Initially, I was aware that you had children to care for, and I would be departing for a while to the central city, which made it difficult for you to leave. Now that I know your situation, and with my house vacant, it would be more reassuring to have someone living there." She added, "I dislike the thought of no one being present, as it may invite unwanted visitors." Zhao Limei looked at her face, suddenly reminded of the expression Si Jihan wore during his visit. Si Huang continued, "I plan to rent office space in the capital next year, and by then, as an employee, Yu Xian will have his own apartment where you can reside together." The four present gazed at her in astonishment. Here was a 16 or 17-year-old contemplating the establishment of a company and already envisioning the future. Though they were shocked, none deemed Si Huang to be indulging in fanciful dreams. After ensuring Yu Ling and the others were settled in their accommodations at the Jinglan family villa, Si Huang returned to her room on the second floor. Exhausted after a long day, she took a shower and changed her clothes, then leaned against the bed, perusing the web on her phone to check for any updates regarding herself, confirming that no reporters had yet discovered her departure from Central City. Si Huang set her phone aside and drifted off to sleep. The following morning, her biological clock awoke her early. Descending the stairs, she found Zhao Limei had prepared breakfast, just as she had during her previous stay. Only this time, the presence of the siblings Yu Xian and Yu Ling added to the scene. "Good morning." Yu Xian greeted her, then added, "I booked a flight to Central City for 9 o'clock this morning." Si Huang nodded in acknowledgement. After the four of them finished breakfast, Si Huang and Yu Xian disguised themselves for their outing, when suddenly Yu Ling called out, "Si Xiao." Si Huang halted and turned back. "Just call me Si Huang." Yu Ling's expression shifted, as if she were making a firm decision. Si Huang patiently awaited her words. "Si Huang, you once told me that what one learns may not necessarily suit them." Yu Ling organized her thoughts and gazed earnestly at Si Huang. "I thought a lot about this yesterday. What I mean is, if I wish to learn makeup, could I join your company as your makeup artist?" Si Huang was taken aback by her swift realization, but maintained a composed demeanor, curious about what prompted this thought. Observing that Si Huang did not outright reject her, Yu Ling's anxiety eased considerably, allowing her to express her feelings. "Last night, your appearance inspired this thought. I possess a high sensitivity to colors and painting and have previously done makeup for certain women. I believe this could enable me to work for you, just like my brother. Do you enjoy it?" Si Huang inquired. Yu Ling looked at her, her gaze silently tracing the contours of Si Huang's beauty, and replied earnestly, "I do, far more than painting on paper." Si Huang smiled. That is sufficient. Her expression was genuine, not concealing any deceit. You will undoubtedly become a makeup artist who captivates the entire industry. At that moment, Yu Ling interpreted Huang's words as encouragement, which granted her boundless strength and became her new aspiration. At the airport, Huang, donning a hat and mask, sat in the waiting lounge, engrossed in her phone's Weibo. After scrolling through various updates for a while, she opened her private messages. There were numerous messages from non-followers. And as she scrolled down without opening them one by one, an announcement for boarding echoed nearby. Huang stood to turn off her phone when suddenly a new message popped up. The ID waiting for your resting phoenix struck her eyes with unexpected force, causing her to freeze in her tracks, her eyes narrowing slightly. Huang, Yuxian called out in surprise, "It's time to board." Yet Huang, oblivious to his words, remained fixated on the ID. She stared at it in silence for a full 3 seconds, her brow gradually relaxing, blossoming into a radiant and gentle smile. Regrettably, this breathtaking smile was concealed behind her mask. Huang, Yuxian raised his voice slightly. What happened? Huang shook her head. Nothing, let us go, as she tucked her phone back into her pocket. After nearly an hour of flight, Huang and Yuxian disembarked and hopped into a taxi, heading towards the hotel for the film crew. At this moment, Huang finally found the time to check the messages in her V-blog inbox from that particular ID. Waiting for you to rest upon the parasol tree V, dear. Could you please reply if you see this? Starry-eyed emoticon. Waiting for you to rest upon the parasol tree V. Why have you stopped posting on V-blog? Waiting for you to rest upon the parasol tree V. Hello, I believe in your innocence. Do not let public opinion defeat you. I will always be watching over you. There were 3 messages in total, one for each of the 3 days since she had left Central City. Perhaps her habit of checking V-blog messages stemmed from this ID. In her past life, this ID had quietly followed her from the very beginning, separated by a layer of the internet, never having met her in person. Yet she had become familiar with this individual through the words he wrote. He was a man who, despite lacking in cuteness, made efforts to disguise himself as an internet user by employing emoticons to appear endearing. His job often required him to travel to places where ordinary people could not go, sending her peculiar images of strange creatures along with explanations. After she once expressed interest, he would send her pictures each time he went on a trip, though he was frequently away. It seemed as if he always knew what she was doing and what she needed. When she fell ill, he would send her private messages urging her to rest and not to push herself too hard at work, and the next day she would receive a delivery of medicine. When she faced public criticism, he would inquire through private messages whether she had done anything wrong. Upon her denial, he would believe her, and the following day, the public outcry would inexplicably vanish. Initially, the feeling of being monitored and controlled in secret disgusted and terrified Huang, causing her to ignore him completely. However, as time passed, she realized that he had no intention of intruding into her real life. Even when she suggested a meeting, he would decline. His only request from her was the occasional voice chat, where she would speak while he typed. To her, he was a fan, a friend, a mentor, and a subtle source of admiration. He taught her to be stronger, exposed her to wondrous new experiences, and provided her with spiritual solace. Yet he always remained distant, unwilling to meet in person. She feared that a deeper understanding would reveal the flaws hidden behind her polished facade. Based on her past life, this ID would not appear for another 2 years. Now, Huang's fair fingers tapped on the screen, displaying that ID. And suddenly a name floated in her mind, Xia Qitong. Her expression faltered. She hadn't thought much of Xia Qitong's words before, but now, reflecting on them, were these coincidences truly mere happenstance? Hello, I believe in your innocence. Do not let public opinion defeat you. I will always be watching over you. Hello, I am Xia Qitong. For now, as your fan and friend, I will earnestly keep an eye on you. Please do your best. The similarity between these 2 phrases, the resemblance of the ID to his name, and the timing of their appearance. Huang fell into contemplation. All these coincidences revealed a singular truth. Yet, recalling her first encounter with Xia Qitong and her past exchanges with waiting for you to rest upon the parasol tree, there remained an inexplicable sense of discord. Ultimately, when the taxi arrived at the hotel for the film crew, Huang set this matter aside. at least for the moment. Chapter 047. Qin Fan's Invincibility. Si Huang's torment of the scum. Si Huang made a phone call to Director Liu, who informed her of the filming location. She hurried over with Yu Xian and arrived just in time for the lunch break. Both Guan Li and Director Liu approached Si Huang to express their concern. Upon hearing that everything was going smoothly, Director Liu gestured towards a certain direction, indicating that it was Yu Lianjuan, the person introduced by Teacher Yu, who had voiced her discontent regarding Si Huang's 3-day absence. Si Huang glanced in that direction and found Yu Lianjuan looking back at her. Their eyes met, and Si Huang recognized her features, which matched her memory: a delicate complexion, elegantly arched eyebrows beneath enchanting phoenix eyes, glistening with a captivating allure. At only 21 years of age, Yu Lianjuan had made her debut just 3 years prior, previously being a violinist. Her distinctive appearance exuded an air of nobility intertwined with a hint of ethereal grace. Having won the Best Actress award for a period drama film centered around national warfare. Since then, her career had soared, and her value skyrocketed. Despite her youth, she had already become one of the brightest stars in the entertainment industry, with many speculating about the powerful connections that supported her. Director Liu observed the exchange between Yu Lianjuan and Si Huang, stroking his chin with an amused smile, pondering the fleeting nature of such brilliance. Seizing the opportunity, while Director Liu and the others were occupied with their meal, Si Huang swiftly changed into her costume for the performance. Her makeup once again crafted by Du Chong. "You haven't rested well these past 3 days, have you?" Du Chong expressed concern. "Is it that obvious?" Si Huang replied. Du Chong shook her head. "It's manageable, but is it truly wise to dive back into work right after returning? Perhaps you should discuss it with Director Liu." "Rest assured, I am fine." Du Chong found it difficult to insist further. According to the storyline of Royal Path, Si Huang's scenes with Yu Lianjuan were limited, primarily consisting of fleeting glances and a few exchanged words. The only moment that truly tested their performance was the scene where the second female lead, Ling Shuang, attempted to seduce the aloof Qianji Gongzi. Ling Shuang, feeling disheartened by Qianji Gongzi's indifference, yet yearning for his assistance, made several attempts to connect with him, ultimately deciding to make a bold move. In a vast sea of flowers, beneath the moon's radiant glow, with an enchanting ambience of ethereal shadows and gentle breezes caressing the translucent curtains adorned with glass beads, the serene sounds of a zither floated through the autumn night. The scene's design rivaled cinematic masterpieces, its exquisite beauty captivating to behold, while the melodious strains of a zither danced upon the wind. Dressed in white, Qianji Gongzi sat amidst the vibrant blossoms, their brilliance eclipsed by his unparalleled elegance. A gentle breeze swept in, and a graceful figure descended, clad in a pale lavender gown. Her cascading black hair resembling a waterfall, a visage akin to the moon, delicate brows and mesmerizing phoenix eyes. With lips like petals, she began to dance gracefully. The interplay of her dance and presence was a sight of unparalleled beauty, akin to a celestial being. As she danced closer to Qianji Gongzi, her slender fingers extended from her sleeves, her waist bending slightly, her gaze softening as a strand of hair slipped behind her ear, her eyes shimmering with tender allure. Indeed, she was the most beautiful woman in the world, as proclaimed. Yet, it was a lamentable reality that there existed men who remained unmoved by such enchanting women, even rejecting them. "My lord, I genuinely admire you." The voice, as soft as pearls falling onto a jade plate, resonated gently, accompanied by the beauty's mournful yet captivating gaze that stirred compassion in the hearts of onlookers. The gentleman, known as Qianji, remarked nonchalantly, "There are many women in this world who admire me, not just you." Such audacious words, delivered with an air of indifference, surprisingly evoked no resentment, but rather a sense of inevitability. However, Ling Shuang felt her pride wounded. Which woman in the realm could possibly compare to her? With a single utterance, Qianji had reduced her to the status of an ordinary woman. A flicker of indignation crossed her eyes, yet she felt an inexplicable urge to draw closer to this ethereal figure, seemingly untouched by the dust of the world. "My lord, I only wish to share a lifetime with you, just the two of us. Shall we seek a tranquil place away from the mundane, to live a simple life of farming and weaving together. As the wheelchair retreated, Ling Shuang stumbled forward, yet she did not brush against Qianji's sleeve in the slightest. In the blink of an eye, he had vanished. Gathering her strength, she attempted to pursue him, her voice tinged with sorrow. "My lord, what is it that I lack?" Qianji's wheelchair came to a halt. Ling Shuang's face lit up with hope as she gazed at his profile, the moonlight seemingly captivated by his alabaster cheek, lingering as if veiled in a delicate gossamer. His eyes, clear and serene, conveyed a chilling message. "I do not strike women, yet I am capable of taking a life." Ling Shuang froze in place. The moonlit night, enchanting, and the flowers blooming in romantic splendor, should have painted a picture of celestial lovers. Yet the atmosphere was filled with an icy tension. Ling Shuang harnessed her allure to the fullest, tears shimmering in her eyes. The deeper her feelings, the heavier her heartache. A gentle breeze stirred her ebony locks, petals floated around her, as she bit her crimson lips tightly, her garments rustling in the wind, accentuating her exquisite figure, delicate and ethereal. This scene, already breathtaking beyond the screen, was even more captivating in its condensed form, with Ling Shuang's skin like jade and her brows like painted landscapes. The tears in her eyes crystalline and pure. Such a transcendent beauty, combining the celestial and the enchanting. Few men in the world could resist her advances. Director Liu was acutely aware, his gaze fixed on the screen, where the close-up was about to shift from Ling Shuang to Qianji. If the young actress Huang were to be swayed by such unparalleled beauty, even the slightest falter would foretell a disastrous take. The scene shifted, presenting the heartbroken beauty juxtaposed against the emotionally detached gentleman. Qianji's eyes revealed no trace of compassion. His gaze remained clear and unclouded, as if the world held no interest beyond the stark contrasts of black and white. Under his scrutiny, Ling Shuang could no longer bear the weight of her tears, two streams of sorrow cascading down her tender cheeks. At that moment, a subtle smile graced Qianji's lips. A gentleman as pure as jade, flawless as white jade, exuding an aura of elegance. The ambiguous smile bore no semblance to tenderness, yet it ensnared the hearts of those who beheld it. In the frame, only Qianji remained, unwavering. As he turned and walked away, his figure gradually fading into the distance. Ling Shuang gazed longingly at his retreating silhouette, filled with melancholic resignation and unyielding desire. She had genuinely fallen for this extraordinary gentleman, born with a disability, yet possessing unparalleled grace, yearning for his affection, aware of her own selfishness, longing to conquer him and secure everything for herself. If she were truly compelled to forsake the worldly splendor and retreat to pastoral seclusion with him, she would resist. Yet, why is it that he can venture forth for Shui Lingxin, but cannot do the same for her? The tumult of emotions within Ling Shuang crystallized in the expression of her gaze. "Cut!" Director Liu exclaimed, clapping his hands with fervor. "Excellent." The others, awakening from their reverie, echoed his approval with resounding cheers, lavish in their praise. This scene, neither too brief nor excessively lengthy, was not difficult to perform adequately. Yet to capture its essence required great skill, particularly testing the actor's capabilities. The two characters in the play, each a paragon among their peers, risked being overshadowed by one another's allure, and should such charm be diminished, the entire narrative would suffer a decline in quality. However, the performances of Huang and Yu Lianjun exceeded director Liu's expectations. One, a seduction steeped in beauty; the other, a serene refusal. This silent battle of allure left the audience utterly captivated. "You've passed," Yu Lianjun remarked to Huang as she stepped off stage. Huang bowed slightly, apologizing for keeping her senior waiting. "I mentioned before," Yu Lianjun replied with a smile, "that if you faltered in this scene, I would not forgive you. Since you succeeded, let us consider the matter settled." Huang returned her smile with a refreshing brightness. Yu Lianjun regarded her beaming face with admiration, suddenly exclaiming, "Huang, you are truly fortunate." "Oh," Huang responded, intrigued. "Everything you possess, beauty, connections, resources, is what most people strive for a lifetime to attain. As long as you continue on this path, you are destined to become a superstar, Yu Lianjuan stated with unwavering certainty. A flicker of realization crossed Huang's eyes as she replied, "Indeed, I am quite fortunate. To have been granted a second chance at life is my greatest blessing. Henceforth, I shall ardently pursue everything, be it fate or otherwise." Yu Lianjuan extended her hand, expressing a hope for future collaborations. Huang graciously clasped her hand, which Yu Lianjuan released after a brief moment, turning to depart. A glimmer flickered in Huang's eyes as she softly requested wet wipes to her companion, Yu Xian. He retrieved a packet from his pocket, asking, "What's the matter?" Without a word, Huang handed him a small note she had been given, and with a calm demeanor, began to wipe her palms with the wet wipes. The lingering sensation from Yu Lianjuan's fingertips against her skin had left her with an utter distaste for the subtle, suggestive undertones of their interaction. She loathed the clandestine implications of such gestures, especially towards someone underage. Upon receiving the note, Yu Xian hesitated momentarily, recalling the earlier moments when he stood beside Huang, his mind racing with thoughts that were abruptly quelled. He raised his eyebrows slightly, fixating on Huang, seemingly on the verge of speaking. Huang, sensing his unvoiced sentiments, inquired with her gaze what he wished to convey. Ultimately, Yu Xian shook his head, refraining from articulating his thoughts. How could he possibly express such concerns? Suddenly, he was reminded of the entertainment industry, a realm that appeared glamorous yet was rife with shadows and temptations. For someone yet to reach adulthood, he pondered whether they could truly withstand such trials. After concluding a long day of work, Huang returned to her hotel, feeling a sense of fatigue. It was only in the stillness of the night that she found time to reflect on other matters. The tempest surrounding Vlog continues unabated, with a plethora of detractors stirring up discord. Particularly, the absence of Huang for 3 days has incited these critics, akin to famished hounds seizing upon a morsel, relentlessly gnawing at the narrative. It is not that she is afraid. Rather, she has chosen to retreat from the limelight. The production team of Imperial Path has executed their confidentiality measures with commendable finesse, as the outside world remains oblivious to her whereabouts during these 3 days. Huang perused the comment section before opening her private messages. After a brief moment of contemplation, she decided to follow back waiting for your perch in the Phoenix Tree and responded to their message. In a distant military stronghold, Qin Fan, clad in camouflage, lay in ambush within the dense underbrush, resembling a silent black panther poised atop a tree. At that moment, a robust man cautiously traversed beneath his hiding place. The man's footsteps were nearly inaudible, his expression tense and solemn. Suddenly, Qin Fan leapt down, his arms striking with lightning speed to ensnare the man's neck, rendering him unconscious in an instant. He stripped the victim of his equipment and bound him to a tree before vanishing into the forest with a series of agile movements. The unfortunate soldier, struck without warning, had no inkling of his assailante's presence and was left wincing in pain, a white mark now etched upon his forehead. 3 men, grouped together, scanned their surroundings, yet the imposing figure had already descended from the heavens, delivering a flurry of blows that left them dazed and reeling. In a monitoring room, a bespectacled man in a white lab coat fixated on the surveillance screen, shaking his head in disbelief. "These fellows are quite unfortunate, being personally trained by the commander," he remarked. Beside him stood a crew-cut officer, evidently of captain rank, who interjected, "I believe they are rather fortunate." "How so?" inquired the bespectacled man. The officer replied, "They have not encountered the commander at his most unhinged." The bespectacled man conceded, "That is a valid point." Just then he squinted at the screen, captivated by a sudden development. In a setting reminiscent of a tropical rainforest, Qin Fan had just dispatched a squad of 5 when his mobile phone vibrated unexpectedly in his pocket. Startled, he ascended a tree to retrieve it. This device contained only a select few special contacts, and under normal circumstances, he would not receive calls. The single vibration suggested it was likely just a message. As his mind raced, a delicate and beautiful visage surfaced in his thoughts, prompting him to glance at the phone. To his surprise, it was not a number notification, but rather a message from Vlog. His spirits dipped slightly, yet he opened the app, having followed only Huang. To his dismay, it was not a new update from her, but rather a new follower and a private message for himself. His mood sank further. Just as he contemplated deleting the new follower, his gaze froze upon the name displayed in the private message. Huang? With his long fingers, he tapped on the message. An avatar belonging to Huang appeared alongside a chat bubble containing a reply. Huang V. All right, I have replied to you. Excited emoticon. Qin Fan gazed intently at the wavering wave line and the emoticon, his pupils constricting, and his heart suddenly tightened, feeling a slight pang of discomfort. His cold, handsome face flushed crimson. He stared at that brief reply, entranced for 5 seconds. Within those 5 seconds, a cacophony of chaotic thoughts surged through his mind. Wasn't it said that those who were being pursued would not casually respond to private messages? Why did the child employ such emoticons? It felt so peculiar. Unbidden, Huang's visage appeared in his mind, wearing a smile akin to the emoticon, addressing him in that uniquely endearing and cheerful voice. All right, I have replied to you. Qin Fan. So feeble, absolutely pathetically weak, that demeanor is simply inviting trouble. Yet, the corners of his mouth involuntarily curled upwards. In the surveillance room, the bespectacled man and the crew-cut individual stared wide-eyed at the enlarged handsome face on the screen, their expressions reflecting disbelief as if the sun had risen from the west. A lead bullet swiftly hurtled towards Qin Fan, who, in a flash, reacted with lightning speed, tilting his head as he caught the training bullet barehanded before the astonished sniper lurking in the shadows. The sniper's professional instincts kicked in as he quickly vacated his current position. However, just as he moved, he felt a sharp pain in his back, and without needing to look back, he knew he had been hit. Damn, no wonder he's called a monster, the sniper muttered under his breath, unable to muster any lingering resentment as he collapsed in death. Before long, Qin Fan's figure approached him, retrieving his sniper rifle. The deceased sniper remarked, "Normally, your right hand would be incapacitated." A military boot kicked him in the waist. Ugh! The young sniper spat out a mouthful of saliva. Qin Fan coldly retorted, "You are dead, corpse." The sniper had no words to counter. Then he observed the monstrous officer crouching down similarly, the sniper rifle concealed amidst the blades of grass. The man pressed half of his shoulder against the weapon, and even his breath seemed to vanish. Had it not been for the presence of another, the sniper would have been utterly oblivious to the fact that someone was concealed nearby. The stealth skills were simply formidable. Suddenly, the man moved, his left hand executing the actions to ready the sniper rifle with an alacrity that was almost instantaneous. Bang! The training bullet was discharged. A figure fell in the distance. The sniper's eyes widened. He hadn't even taken a second to aim. Qin Fan cast a disdainful, cold glance at the corpse with its expressive features and walked away, rifle in hand. This was supposed to be a simulation battle where soldiers could fully showcase their skills, with Qin Fan merely responsible for passive defense. Such a mode would at least allow the soldiers to endure longer and demonstrate their brilliance. However, when a certain monster awakened and transitioned from passive to active engagement, the simulation battle devolved into a one-sided massacre. The towering figure wove through the rainforest, effortlessly locating the opponent's hiding spots based on subtle traces before actively sweeping them all away. In the monitoring room, 2 individuals watched in horror as a group of unfortunate soldiers were mercilessly slaughtered, some of whom were so oblivious to their fate that they did not even realize they were dead. Initially, the 2 believed that Qin Fan had succumbed to his affliction, prompting him to target the soldiers. However, he did not merely cripple them. With chilling precision and brutality, he systematically dismantled an elite squad. Siyu Banto turned to the bespectacled man, remarking, "You have your work cut out for you today." The bespectacled man scoffed, "These tough, rugged men merely experiencing a bit of pain? They think they can seek treatment like this? Not a chance." Siyu Banto shrugged nonchalantly. Qin Fan meticulously ensured that every adversary had been vanquished before signaling to the empty air that the trial had concluded. He departed with an air of nonchalance, oblivious to the number of people whose confidence had been shattered. Upon returning to his dormitory, Qin Fan had no time to shower. Instead, He took out his phone and began typing a message in response to a private message. Halfway through, he frowned and deleted his words. After several rounds of input and deletion, his brow furrowed deeper until he finally tossed his phone aside and went to take a shower. Emerging from a cold shower on a crisp autumn day, the turmoil that had previously consumed him dissipated. He picked up his phone once more and emotionlessly replied to the private message. "Waiting for you to rest. Wudong V. I'm so happy you replied." As soon as he sent it, Qin Fan's pupils constricted. He had forgotten about the emoticons. Quietly, he sent another reply. "Waiting for you to rest. Wudong V. I'm so happy." Emoticon Ha laughing. After sending the message and waiting for over 10 minutes without a reply, Qin Fan glanced at the clock and realized it was time for bed. The child should be asleep, he thought, confirming that he had no other tasks to attend to, and decided to read for another half hour from the documents stored on his phone. The previous day, Huang had gone to bed early, and upon waking, she felt rejuvenated, her radiance capturing the attention of everyone who passed by. Today, she had a scene to rehearse with Yu Lianjuan. Whether it was due to Huang's failure to call her the day before or a deliberate show of indifference, Yu Lianjuan's attitude towards Huang was even colder than during their initial meeting. Regardless of their off-screen relationship, once in front of the camera, they transformed seamlessly into their characters. The morning's work proceeded smoothly, except for Director Liu, who felt a few scenes needed to be res-hot for perfection. During the lunch break, after finishing her meal, Huang opened her V-blog and saw a reply to her private message from Waiting for You to Rest, Wudong. Reading the meticulously punctuated initial message, followed by the somewhat redundant repetition adorned with emoticons, Huang couldn't help but chuckle. Yushin turned and caught sight of the genuine smile that lit up Huang's face, squinting with curiosity to sneak a glance at her phone. Huang calmly pressed the screen to black. Yushin refrained from asking, but suddenly, Huang spoke up. "If you receive a reply from the goddess you've been pursuing, what would you say?" Yushin did not anticipate her question, yet she replied earnestly, "I will seize the opportunity to express my feelings boldly, or showcase myself, or perhaps introduce a seemingly casual topic to engage in more conversation with my goddess." Huang smiled faintly. The contrast in her demeanor was indeed charming. What? The volume of the previous statement was too low for Yushin to comprehend. Huang shook her head. In the time that followed, Huang was engrossed in acting, photography, and learning. More than a month had elapsed since her arrival in Central City, and today marked the completion of her filming. During this period, the fervor of entertainment reports targeting her had considerably diminished, yet it had not ceased entirely. Particularly, a gossip outlet named Real Entertainment Voice relentlessly pursued Huang with an almost maddening fervor. As the public became more acquainted with Huang through the entertainment news, a plethora of other speculations and voices emerged. For instance, questions arose as to why Huang was subjected to such attacks by the tabloids, with Fenghua Entertainment remaining conspicuously silent. Neither Tai Lao nor Grandma Yu had spoken out either, although there were instances when paparazzi captured them dining with Huang. Regardless of the tabloids' relentless assaults, the reality remained consistent with Huang's own declarations. She had not lost her role. She and her manager continued to post on Weibo, sharing glimpses of their lives and beautiful photos, rendering the gossip columns a mere farce. Observers who diligently tracked the comments on Huang's Weibo would notice that, over time, the number of detractors dwindled while her supporters flourished. As the afternoon work concluded, Director Liu personally invited Huang to a farewell gathering. The other women in the crew appeared visibly reluctant to part ways. However, Director Liu's invitation never materialized, as Grandma Yu was aware of Huang's work completion. Upon exiting the set, the group spotted Grandma Yu seated in a car, waving at them, asserting her authority to host the gathering, which left Director Liu with no objections. Others bore witness to Grandma Yu's regard for Huang. Grandma Yu reserved a panoramic private room in a renowned restaurant in Central City, arranging 4 tables, 2 for staff, 1 for supporting cast members, and 1 for Huang, Director Liu, Guan Li, and the Thai couple. The atmosphere at the banquet was warm and convivial, with numerous attendees raising their glasses and toasts, displaying a familiarity that, whether genuine or not, contributed to a joyous occasion. Si Huang indulged in a few drinks, but refrained from excess. Thanks to Grandma U.S. remark, little Huang is still a minor, which effectively curtailed the exuberance of the crowd. After observing Si Huang's impressive performance and dedication over the past month on set, it was easy for others to overlook her true age. Holding a glass of warm water, Si Huang stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the nightscape. Grandma Yu approached her with a cheerful demeanor, inquiring, "Are you feeling unwell from not drinking enough?" Si Huang turned to her with a smile, replying, "Just a few glasses." Grandma Yu feigned a stern expression, saying, "How old are you? Drinking is not advisable, regardless of the number of glasses. If you hadn't chosen to enter this profession and begin working, you wouldn't even think of having a sip." Then she settled onto the sofa beside her, reclining lazily against the backrest, and inquired of Si Huang, "What are your plans for the future?" Si Huang had long since contemplated this, with the exams approaching. "I intend to head straight to the capital after completing them." Granny Yu displayed a look of astonishment. "To the capital?" "Yes," Si Huang replied with a smile. "I plan to take the entrance examination for Tsinghua University in the capital." At that moment, old Tai, who had just brought over a bowl of soup, first handed the already warmed soup to Granny Yu, then remarked to Si Huang in a rigid tone, "Young people should not aim too high." Before Si Huang could respond, Granny Yu scolded, "What do you mean by aiming too high? Our Majesty is quite intelligent. She never undertakes endeavors without confidence." Turning to Si Huang, she winked, seeking affirmation. "Isn't that right?" The swift change in tone left the onlookers astonished. Si Huang chuckled softly, indeed. Her calm and composed reply, imbued with confidence, caught old Tai's attention and astonished those around her. They had indeed noticed Si Huang frequently bringing textbooks to the set, perusing them during her spare moments. Yet they had not anticipated her ambitions to be so grand. Director Liu, with a face flushed from drinking, approached with a hearty laugh. "Excellent. Such ambition. By the time you really get accepted into Tsinghua University, it will be around the time the Imperial Path is being screened. What splendid publicity that will be. Our Imperial Path crew cultivating a Tsinghua scholar." As he spoke, a chorus of praises resonated from others present. As the night grew late, old Tai and Granny Yu took their leave, with Granny Yu reminding Si Huang, "Remember to say goodbye before you leave. I'll see you off. It's good to go to the capital. My home is there." Si Huang smiled in agreement. As she departed with Granny Yu, she garnered a flurry of envious gazes. After the departure of old Tai and Granny Yu, the atmosphere among the group noticeably dimmed. Si Huang, undeterred, lingered for a while longer, then excused herself after a visit to the restroom provided by the venue, bidding farewell to everyone. "It's getting late, and we all have work tomorrow. I wouldn't want anyone to be scolded by Director Liu for being late because of me." Director Liu chuckled in mock reproach. "In your eyes, am I such an unreasonable tyrant?" Si Huang feigned innocence. "Just look at everyone's expressions." Director Liu immediately turned to survey the crowd, and the young men quickly masked their expressions, pretending to be oblivious. Guanli set down his drink, approached Si Huang, and said, "Give me your number." Si Huang smiled, just as she was about to respond. Noticing the pricked ears of the surrounding crowd, Guanli continued, "Just dial it in," handing his phone to Si Huang. Naturally, she entered her number. Guanli added, "Let us get together when we have time." "All right," Si Huang agreed. Their demeanor was so casual that it left others unable to discern any underlying implications, rendering any excessive speculation futile. "We mustn't favor one over the other." An Yuan approached, offering his phone to Si Huang. "Since we've met without conflict, we are brothers now. Of course, you're the younger brother, and I'm the elder." Si Huang entered the number, glancing at him with a raised eyebrow, saying, "Let's talk when you truly win against me." And Yuan felt a familiar itch in his molars, yearning to bite someone. Unlike the previous newcomers who had eagerly clung to him, this insufferable brat had repeatedly caused him to suffer losses. Others might have wanted to approach Si Huang for the number, but they were well aware of their standing. They could not compare to the likes of Director Liu or Guan Li, and if they ventured forth, they would surely attract unwelcome attention. As the gathering dispersed, Si Huang descended the stairs and entered the car driven by Yu Xian, who had recently obtained her driver's license. The vehicle was merely a temporary rental. Just as the engine was about to start, a figure rushed towards them. Si Huang noticed and gestured to Yu Xian to lower the window, asking the approaching Du Chong, "Is there something you need?" Panting slightly, Du Chong replied nervously, "Your Majesty, I previously heard you mention going to the capital, and I applied for my own company. Will you be living there from now on?" This was a personal question, and Huang had no obligation to answer. Du Qiong braced herself for rejection, but then heard the gentle, low voice respond, "Yes, I will be there for at least a few years of university." Encouraged, Du Chong continued, "May I join your company?" Huang inquired, "Isn't working here satisfactory? There's nothing wrong with it. I just want to work for you." Du Chong, who should have outgrown her idol-chasing phase, found herself genuinely fond of this youthful boy during their time together. Her affection was not a wild desire to marry him or possess his attention. Rather, it was a pure love for him as a person, for his character and entirety, for the roles he portrayed, and for the feeling of supporting him while witnessing his growth into a knight. Huang chuckled, "If you don't mind my humble establishment." Du Chong's eyes sparkled with joy as she confidently declared, "Even if it's small now, it will surely thrive under your guidance one day." Huang laughed, acknowledging her words. On the day of his departure, Huang informed Grandma Yu of the time, as promised. True to her word, Grandma Yu came to see him off. However, this farewell was unlike any other. She personally took a private jet, transporting Huang and Yu Xian from Central City to H City. This unexpected turn of events left the reporters, who had anticipated a different outcome, empty-handed. The publication True Entertainment seized the opportunity to criticize Huang, releasing an article the next day titled, "Arrogant Newcomer Falsely Reports Return Time, Plays with Journalists, Character Defamed, Get Out of the Entertainment Industry." During this period, True Entertainment had been relentlessly targeting Huang. So when a report emerged, even without a genuine byline, everyone understood who they were referring to. Upon opening the article, readers found it laden with criticisms of Huang's arrogance and disrespect for journalists, detailing how they had waited in vain. The vast online community treated this as a source of amusement, initially joining in with various lively comments until one particular reply emerged. Huang retweeted it, urging everyone to take a look. Most were filled with immense curiosity as they clicked on the link, only to be greeted by Huang's Weibo address. Huang V, is it my fault? Sorry to keep you waiting. Real Entertainment V. The arrogant newcomer falsely reports their return time, toying with entertainment reporters, and has lost all integrity. They should exit the entertainment industry. Your Majesty, you are truly mischievous. Long live your Majesty. Is it my fault? Your Majesty, you are simply incredible, yet I adore you so much. Originally, the intense online battle was abruptly shattered by Huang's words. A torrent of netizens flocked to Real Entertainment's posts, lining up with cries of, "Is it my fault?" This phrase, "Is it my fault?" is remarkably enchanting, seamlessly blending light, sarcasm, cuteness, arrogance, and disdain. Those who initially joined in condemning Huang swiftly switched sides, becoming part of the "Is it my fault?" movement. The extent of this upheaval was so profound that the focus of gossip in the entertainment world shifted from Huang deceiving reporters to Real Entertainment becoming the main subject of ridicule among other entertainment news. Yu Xian watched the unfolding situation in astonishment and inquired of Huang, "Was this all part of your plan?" Huang chuckled, "I'm not that clever. The outcome exceeded my expectations. Merely defending myself proved ineffective. It is better to be audacious." Yu Xian, with an impassive expression, remarked, "I've never seen someone so arrogant yet so endearing." Huang raised an eyebrow, interpreting it as a compliment, and replied, "Thank you." When she expressed her gratitude, her eyes sparkled like clear springs, and a faint smile graced her lips. Yu Xian, unable to maintain eye contact for 2 seconds, averted her gaze and sighed. It was indeed a compliment. There seemed to be an innate quality about Huang, unless she truly wished to be disliked. Even her capriciousness exuded a charm that captivated others. The representative for the RB endorsement inquired when she would be available to film the promotional video, ideally completing it before the winter break. Yu Xian shifted the conversation to business. Huang pondered for a moment and replied, "In a couple of days. I have some matters to attend to first." Yu Xian nodded. "What about Su Wanjuan's microfilm?" Yu Xian was surprised that she brought this up, given their friendship. He had hesitated to mention it. Now that Si Huang had raised it herself, Yu Xian responded, Wanjun is still searching for people. Si Huang recalled the explosive response and the twist surrounding this microfilm in her past life, and told Yu Xian, let her know that if she encounters difficulties, she can come to me. Yu Xian looked at Si Huang in astonishment, not expecting her to value Su Wanjun so highly. However, as a friend, Yu Xian felt pleased for Su Wanjun to receive such a promise from Si Huang. The next day at noon, upon returning to H City, Si Jihan called. Now that you're back, why not come home for a meal? Si Jihan's tone was unexpectedly calm. Holding the phone, Si Huang smiled softly, all right. Since she had removed Si Jihan from her blacklist upon returning to H City, she had been prepared for his call. On the other end, Si Jihan hung up the phone, his expression somewhat peculiar. He had not anticipated that Si Huang would agree so readily, as if their last encounter, fraught with tension, had never transpired. This unexpected acquiescence lifted Si Jihan's spirits considerably. He must have realized that he alone could not contend with the entertainment reporters. Finding a reason for Si Huang's obedient compliance, Si Jihan was nearing his limit with the pressure. The sensation of having everything under his control, as per his plans, brightened his mood, prompting him to instruct the housekeeper, Wang Ma, to prepare several dishes favored by the eldest young master. Wang Ma acknowledged his request with a nod, casting a discreet glance at the sullen expressions of Si Hua and his mother before retreating to the kitchen. When Si Huang arrived, the sharp-eyed servants rushed to announce, the eldest young master has returned. Si Jihan took the lead, personally welcoming him at the door. In the sunlight, a tall figure ambled gracefully towards them, clad in a gray-white hooded sweatshirt, dark trousers, and casual shoes, a simple yet pristine ensemble that could easily grace the cover of a magazine. Her hair, unpretentiously styled, cascaded down to just below her ears, imparting a sense of relaxed youthfulness, perfectly suited to her age. Apart from a sports watch adorning her wrist, she wore no other accessories. It was only when Si Huang approached that Si Jihan and the others returned to their senses, their expressions varying greatly. Si Huang surveyed the distorted expressions of the trio, inquiring, "What's the matter?" "All is well," Si Jihan replied, regaining his composure and ushering her inside. Si Hua then cheerfully called out, "Brother." Si Huang turned her gaze to him, her eyes lingering on his forehead before she chuckled softly and nodded. However, the warmth of her smile sent a chill through Si Hua, who thought to himself that he bore no ill will towards his brother, despite the incident. Si Jihan paused, and Bai Qinglan's expression darkened with a hint of resentment and grievance. Si Huang, with a faint smile, remarked, "No scars, I see." Si Hua gritted his teeth and replied, "Yes, a new medication developed by grandfather's side has proven quite effective." Si Jihan turned his attention to Si Huang, asking, "What about your back? Last time, I had Secretary Wang deliver medicine to you, but you refused it." "I'm fine," she replied nonchalantly. Suddenly, Si Hua interjected, "Really? In our line of work as actors, we might have to expose our chests or backs in the future, if scars were to remain." Si Jihan's expression darkened at the implication. Si Huang chose not to respond to Si Hua's concerns and instead stated, "I'm hungry. Dinner is ready. Let us sit at the table," Si Jihan announced. Si Hua's face stiffened. He was unaccustomed to the family's dynamic revolving around Si Huang. Previously, meals were always presided over by Si Jihan, with Bai Qinglan and Si Hua flanking him, while Si Huang could sit wherever she pleased. Just as Si Hua was about to take a seat, Si Jihan suddenly instructed, "Si Huang, come and sit here." Si Huang, indifferent to the shift, raised an eyebrow slightly at Si Hua's rigid demeanor before casually taking her place. Once everyone was settled, Wang Ma signaled for the dishes to be served. Although Si Jihan had requested meals tailored to Si Huang's preferences, few in the household truly knew what she liked. They assumed that the dishes she used to select were her favorites, unaware that she merely chose them for their proximity. Si Jihan remarked, "These are specially prepared according to your tastes." In this statement, Si Huang offered no explanation. The Si family adheres to certain household rules, one of which dictates that conversation during mealtime is generally discouraged. The atmosphere during this particular lunch was peculiar, with a palpable tension that rendered the servants nearby hesitant to speak. Following the meal, the main topic of discussion finally emerged. Chapter 048, Handle it and end him in the hall. Amidst the square sofa, Huang sat alone on a single armchair, listening to Jihan across from her, who remarked, "Now that royal path has concluded, your temper must have subsided, right?" Hua and Bai Qinglan both turned their gazes towards her. Huang shook her head, asserting, "I am not throwing a tantrum." Instantly, Jihan's expression darkened. Before he could reprimand her, Huang's gentle voice interjected, "In truth, I have long been aware that Fenghua Entertainment is intended for Hua, which is why I aspire to embark on my own entrepreneurial journey." The trio was taken aback by Huang's candidness. Hua's eyes gleamed with elation, though he feigned concern, furrowing his brow as he said, "Brother, how would you think that? You are the eldest." Although he recognized that Huang was not his full-blooded sibling, he remained oblivious to the fact that Huang was, in fact, a woman. Jihan and Bai Qinglan exchanged knowing glances, each comprehending the implications of Huang's words. Thus, Jihan found himself unable to deceive or refute her, opting instead to feign warmth as he said, "You cannot possibly fathom the challenges of starting from scratch. My intention was for you and Hua to inherit Fenghua together. You are family, and it should not matter who assumes the larger role. You ought to assist one another in expanding Fenghua." Such words were indeed pleasing to the ear. Huang, refusing to let herself become upset, was already aware of the situation. The notion of mutual assistance was merely a guise for exploiting her as a tool, tirelessly extracting her worth to benefit Hua. She was confident that Hua could manage Fenghua alone. Huang calmly declined. Hua gazed at her in astonishment, unable to believe that she harbored no ambition for Fenghua. This was ostensibly a good thing. Huang's lack of interest in Fenghua would spare her many troubles, and Jihan should not have been angered. Yet, a fire ignited within him, accompanied by a tinge of unease, as he exclaimed, "Are you simply defiant? You forsake the family business to engage in reckless ventures outside. What will people think? Do you intend to tarnish Fenghua's reputation? I will make this very clear. You will sign with Fenghua tomorrow, or you can forget about continuing in this industry." Jihan, calm down, don't frighten the child. Bai Qinglan, in a good mood, grasped Jihan's arm, gently soothing his back with one hand. She then turned to Huang with a stern expression. "Huang, your father only wants what is best for you. Be obedient, all right? Life is often likened to a performance, relying upon one's acting skills." Observing the scene before her, Huang felt as though she had been living in a comedic drama all along. Ultimately, her return today was primarily for this purpose. Huang retrieved a stack of papers from the pocket of her hoodie and placed them on the table. Wang Ma approached to take the documents, intending to deliver them to Jihan, but upon glancing at them midway, she froze, feeling the weight of the papers as if they were 1,000 pounds. All eyes turned to her as Jihan impatiently called out, "Wang Ma." Her face turned ashen, shifting several times before she suddenly knelt, pleading, "Sir, it is my folly, considering my years of devoted service to the Si family. I implore you to forgive my oversight this time." Jihan's expression fluctuated, and he extended his hand. "Bring it here." Wang Ma trembled all over, hesitant to approach. "Bring it," he commanded. "Do not be angry, just take a look." Bai Qinglan comforted, personally approaching Wang Ma to take the documents from her hands. Wang Ma widened her eyes, pleadingly staring at her. Bai Qinglan glanced at the documents, her expression soon turning cold. She turned her back to Jihan, casting a gloomy glare at Huang before swiftly returning to Jihan's side to hand him the documents, sighing, "Jihan, everyone is prone to moments of confusion. Besides, Wang Ma has been with the Si family for so long, emotions are involved." Jihan remained silent, meticulously reviewing the documents. "Moments latte." He slammed them onto the table with a resounding thud. Wang Ma's body trembled at the impact. Curiously, Hua picked up the documents to examine them, revealing line after line of bank card transactions, totaling no less than $1 million. Huang interjected an opportune moment. "Initially, I thought the card had been lost or the spending had been halted." Jihan automatically filled in the blanks regarding Huang's rebellious behavior over this period, attributing it to feelings of neglect. At her age, without the financial support of parents, having endured this for consecutive years, must have built up resentment. This is a misunderstanding. I understand. Huang did not wait for him to finish. Turning to Wang Ma, I have already reported it to the police. What? Wang Ma's complexion changed dramatically, her gaze pleadingly shifting towards Bai Qinglan and Jihan. Jihan frowned as well, questioning why such a trivial matter needed police involvement. To me, it is not trivial, Huang replied, smiling at her furious Wang Ma. If Wang Ma were to turn herself in, the matter would not escalate. You did it on purpose. You knew all along. Wing Ma shouted. Huang chuckled lightly. Knew what? Knew that you had been siphoning off my card for years to support a little lover and giving my things to your son? After stating this, Huang stood up, declaring, this person must face the consequences of her actions. With that, she turned to leave. Jihan stood up. Where are you going? This is your home. Huang did not look back. There are people here I do not wish to see. Jihan interpreted her words as a dismissal of Wang Ma, feeling that she was provoking him to declare whom he prioritized in this household, Wang Ma or her brother. Hua hurried after her, reaching out to grasp her arm, but he was met with Huang's sidelong glance, a smile that was neither here nor there, as she dryly stated, we haven't seen each other in so long. There are some things I wish to discuss with you, and I'd like to spend some quality time together. Let us go out tonight. Indeed, what you said holds merit. It is rare to nurture our relationship. Jihan concurred with Hua. Huang's eyes sparkled as she smiled. All right, call me tonight. In the afternoon, at the villa of the Jinglan family, Secretary Wang personally arrived to deliver a bank card and a message to Huang. Wang Ma has turned herself in and was sentenced to 3 years. This is the card the boss asked me to give to the eldest young master. The password remains the same. Although Secretary Wang shares the surname Wang, he bears no relation to Wang Ma. Huang accepted the card and dismissed Secretary Wang. In the living room, Yu Xian looked at Huang as she entered and softly inquired, have you reconciled with the Si family? Zhao Limei lightly bumped into him. Is it appropriate to pry into someone else's private matters? Si Xiao, I have prepared some freshly made chicken soup, she said. Huang smiled and replied, thank you. And Zhao, as she walked towards the dining table, she also responded to Yu Xian's words, just remember, this is absolutely impossible. The fact that Huang used the word absolutely led Yu Xian to believe that in the future, there would be no need to question Huang on this matter again. At 8 in the evening, Huang received a call from Hua, who had personally driven to the villa to pick her up. Given your current level of fame, you must be cautious when going out, Yu Xian advised sensibly. Huang zipped her leather jacket all the way up to her collar, concealing her neck, while her form-fitting trousers accentuated her long legs perfectly, and her sturdy boots were laced up neatly. Her hair was tousled with gel, glossy and rebelliously disheveled. At that moment, she glanced sideways at Yu Xian, her eyes arching mischievously, the pupils shimmering like obsidian, with a deep, mysterious emerald outline, complemented by the playful smile curling at the corner of her vibrant red lips. Rest assured, she said softly, her voice carrying an indescribable charm. Yu Xian stood frozen in place, feeling as though the figure before her was not entirely human, but rather a creature of allure and danger. There was no hint of bloodthirsty malice in her gaze, yet it possessed an enchanting quality that made everyone she encountered feel a rush of adrenaline, their hearts racing involuntarily. It was a thrilling sense of peril, compelling even the most cautious to draw nearer, despite knowing the inherent danger. Are you completely unperturbed? Yu Xian thought, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. This captivating appearance could wreak havoc in the world, whether by being harmed or causing harm to others. It was undeniably troublesome. Meanwhile, Yu Ling, seated on the sofa, had not taken her eyes off Huang, snapping several photos with her phone. Only when Huang prepared to leave did she eagerly exclaim, Your Majesty, may I try the makeup from your role in the microfilm featuring Wan Jun? Of course, Huang replied with a smile. Yu Ling gazed at her retreating figure, her eyes sparkling with excitement. It dawned on Yu Xian that Huang's current look bore a striking resemblance to the character in the microfilm written by Su Wanjun. Considering Huang's acting skills paired with this captivating appearance on screen, Yu Xian suddenly felt it was no surprise that the microfilm would garner significant attention. As Hua and Sun E in the passenger seat of the car watched the iron gate of the villa swing open. They were momentarily taken aback by the sight of Huang emerging in her leather ensemble. The sound of a knock on the window startled Hua from his reverie. Gazing closely at her exquisitely cool and handsome face, he nearly lost his composure, suppressing a laugh as he rolled down the window. "Brother, you're here." "Yes," Huang replied, entering the back seat of the car and shutting the door behind her. "Where to?" Hua glanced at the rearview mirror, grinning without turning around. "We've arranged a picnic with some people from school. Now that you're a big star, you can't go to crowded places." After a brief pause, he asked, "What do you think, brother?" "Sounds good," Huang replied with a smile. As the vehicle set in motion, Sun E, seated in the passenger seat, leaned forward, peering at the backseat occupant, Huang, and cheerfully remarked, "Young master, do you still remember me?" Huang lifted his eyelids slightly, responding with a nonchalant, "Oh, it's you, Guzzi." Sun E, possessing an ample amount of bravado, replied with a grin, "Indeed, it is I. In fact, I have come this time to offer my apologies to you, young master. I was misinformed about the situation earlier. Alas, it was my fault for being too blunt and unable to tolerate even a hint of hypocrisy." After playfully slapping his own face, Sun E continued, "So, please do not hold a grudge against me. After all, my previous actions did serve a purpose, did they not? They helped elevate your public profile, did they not? In the entertainment industry, sensational news captures the public's attention. After all, ha!" Huang chuckled in amusement. "Your eloquence is quite remarkable. You can truly turn death into life. Being straightforward is not quite the same as what you're doing. Do not tarnish that idiom." Sun E laughed heartily. "You know, my academic performance is lacking. My only talent is in my speech." With narrowed eyes, Huang scrutinized him. "You claim you came to apologize today?" "Indeed." Sun E, with his single eyelids, smiled so widely that his eyes became mere slits, rendering his emotions nearly invisible. "Very well," Huang said, turning his gaze toward the window. They had reached the outskirts where other vehicles were scarce. "Jump out now." Sun E was momentarily stunned. "What?" Huang replied with a grin, "To apologize. You must leap out from here. If you survive, consider yourself fortunate. I shall overlook the campus forum incident." Hilarity erupted from Sun E as he slapped the car seat. "Young master, you truly have a knack for jest." Huang chuckled lightly. "If you do not jump now, and I decide to hold you accountable later, you won't even have the chance to wager your life." Sun E, known for his eloquence, found himself momentarily at a loss for words. The atmosphere in the car grew increasingly tense. Suddenly, Huang interjected with a laugh. "Sun E, my brother is just joking. You should know him better than that. He wouldn't do something like this." Sun E joined in the laughter, but when he looked up, he saw Huang crouching low, his upper body lunging toward him. One hand grasped Sun Yi's hair, while the other swiftly reached over to the driver's side to press the unlock button. With a swift motion, the door on Sun Yi's side was yanked open, and he was unceremoniously tossed out as Huang deftly closed the door behind him. All that followed was a brief, sharp scream, abruptly silenced by the closing door. Huang, stunned for a few seconds, finally reacted by slamming on the brakes. The tires screeched violently against the pavement. "Huang, what have you done?" Huang shouted in a mix of terror and fury. As he turned his head, he was met with a face grinning just inches away. With strikingly cold and alluring eyes and lips curled in a smirk, she leaned over the passenger seat. Fixating her gaze on Huang, "What audacity do you possess to invite me out for a rendezvous?" His heart raced exponentially, panic flickering in his eyes as he swallowed hard. "I need to check on Sun Yi's condition and call for an ambulance," he uttered, unbuckling his seatbelt. As Huang observed him unfastening his seatbelt, he seized the back of the man's collar just as he attempted to exit the vehicle, pushing him aside. "Huang, wake up! You're committing murder!" Siwa shouted loudly. "Let him die first." Huang's voice turned cold upon seeing him stubbornly clinging to the seat. "Will you sit by yourself, or shall I render you unconscious?" Huang's eyes quivered violently as he weighed the possibility of eliminating Huang, ultimately suppressing his thoughts and responding, "I will sit by myself." After saying this, he feigned an intention to exit and move to the passenger seat. But the grip on his collar suddenly tightened, causing a searing pain in his throat, causing any remnants of hope to vanish. "I will sit over," gasping for breath. Sihua shouted while scrambling toward the passenger seat. Huang released his hold, waiting for him to settle in before fastening the seatbelt. Sihua complied in silence. And upon completing the task, he witnessed Huang casually crouching, his long legs stepping from the back seat into the front, taking the driver's position. What was the agreed destination? Sihua pondered for a moment before truthfully reporting the address. Huang slammed the accelerator, and the car surged forward. Sihua es bodilurfet. And had it not been for the seatbelt, his head would surely have struck the dashboard. However, the pressure of the seatbelt against his chest was painful enough, prompting him to grit his teeth and shout, "Huang, brother, calm down. Don't do anything foolish." Huang cast a glance at him, perceiving the source of his terror. "You worry too much. My life is precious. How could I perish alongside you?" Hua's expression darkened at the revelation of his thoughts, his palms gripping the chair tightly. In a fleeting moment of anger, a thought of mutual destruction with Huang crossed his mind, but it was only temporary. He believed his life held more value than Huang's. Not to mention, he lacked the courage to do something as decisive as throwing someone from a vehicle. Hua was reluctant to admit the deep-seated fear he harbored towards Huang. If he made a move and failed, would he meet the same fate as Sun San? Time slowly passed, and Huang noticed that although Huang drove quickly, it was indeed smooth, devoid of any accidents. Gradually, he calmed down. "Brother, don't call me that." "All right, Huang. Let us put it this way. I don't know what has prompted your extreme behavior, but I believe there must be some misunderstanding between us." As Hua spoke, he observed Huang's expression. "If it's about Fenghua, Father has said it belongs to both of us. If you truly desire it, I can assist you." Huang remained silent. Hua continued to organize his thoughts. "In your current state, Father would certainly not entrust Fenghua to you. Huang, express what is in your heart. Holding onto misunderstandings will only cause them to fester, leading to irreparable tragedies. We are a family." His tone grew increasingly sincere and earnest. "Your Majesty, this person is truly hypocritical." The long-forgotten voice of Wu Bao emerged in his mind. He is clearly a villain, drenched in darkness. A visible display of disgust erupted, as Huang silently responded with her consciousness, seemingly unveiling yet another new function. "Can you perceive just how dark my heart is?" Wu Bao fell, silent once again. Huang chuckled lightly. Beside her, Hua believed his words had taken effect, a flicker of relief and joy crossing his features. Then, he heard Huang's gentle call, "Hua." Hua replied with a smile. "You are indeed correct," Huang said, steering the wheel with a deft turn. The faint glow of the instrument illuminated her face, casting a shimmering blue light that enveloped her in a dim veil, both mysterious and soft. Her next words stunned Hua, rendering him momentarily speechless. "I have returned to ensure that you live in a state worse than death." She lifted her chin, a relaxed and content smile gracing her lips, her half-closed eyes seemingly savoring the moment as they turned to gaze at Hua. "The provocations I have endured far exceed your imagination, and my extremism runs deeper than you can fathom." At a loss for words, Hua felt his blood churn violently. His throat dry as he muttered, "You're sick. Sick." In that moment, Huang indeed appeared almost pathological. Her gentle smile and tone were laced with malice, and there was not a trace of mirth in her eyes. "Do you have any medicine?" Huang inquired. Hua's complexion shifted from pale to ashen. From that point on, he fell silent, his head bowed in contemplation. The vehicle veered off the main road onto a bumpy dirt path, soon arriving at their destination. A seaside villa owned by the Si family awaited them, a place Huang had frequented during summers with Si Jihan and others for vacations. The car halted not far from the villa, and upon disembarking, Huang spotted a group of men and women gathered around a bonfire on the beach, reveling in their festivities. "Si Xiao has arrived," someone with keen eyes exclaimed loudly. The others turned to look, punctuated by the occasional shrill whistles and cheers from the girls. Hua also exited the vehicle, silently walking beside Huang as they approached the gathering. "Si Xiao, you've become quite the figure now." Surely you haven't forgotten us, your brothers? Boomed the robust Li Kun, rising with a hearty smile. We've not forgotten you. Come over quickly. We have something special saved just for you. He approached, his face aglow with enthusiasm. Li Kun, Hua suddenly shouted, his voice strained. Urgent rasp filled with a sharp malice. Damn it, finish him. As he shouted, he propelled himself into motion, seizing a glass bottle from a crate of liquor and hurling it towards Huang. If it struck, it would certainly cause serious injury. With agile reflexes, Huang caught the bottle mid-flight, just as a shadow lunged at her. Without hesitation, she threw the recently acquired bottle at the intruder. Bang! Li Kun screamed in agony as shards of glass embedded into his fist, drawing blood. Fuming, he glared up, only to be met with a swift kick to the head, rendering him dazed and collapsing heavily to the ground. The girl shrieked once more. Shut up! Hua bellowed, now amidst the crowd. The atmosphere felt eerily silent, sifted through the sand beneath her feet, gazing intently at the opposing. Is this the purpose of your summons? Campus violence? With a frosty visage, surveyed the surroundings and withdrew a fiery stick from the blaze, casting a fierce glare at. I never intended for this to be so overt. Blame yourself. Nodded thoughtfully, realizing that there were ulterior motives at play. You shall soon discover, sneered. Within moments, the other boys had seized bottles, sticks, and stones, methodically encircling. All present, regardless of gender, were acquaintances of who had prearranged their complicity. Although the reason behind deviation from the plan was unclear, they uniformly adhered to his commands. Hey, do not act impulsively. With bottles and stones, what if someone gets hurt? A tall girl among the 4 females, evidently the leader, called out. Shot back, silence. Remain quiet. It's a privilege for you to partake. Whether you choose to or not is of no concern. The tall girl, slightly irked, fell silent, while the other girls regarded with expressions of regret and concern. Unbeknownst to, his words had struck a nerve with. Regardless of his previous remarks, they had not affected her mood. However, this particular statement was different. She gazed at him with deep, unfathomable eyes, while he, emboldened by his numbers, returned her stare with a smile laced with malice. I must return a question to you, he articulated deliberately. What audacity led you to accept my invitation? Lowering her eyelashes, appeared oblivious to the encircling crowd. She retrieved gloves from her pocket and replied coolly, initially, I did not comprehend why you sought to trouble me despite my unoffending nature. Eventually, I realized that one cannot reason with a scoundrel. You are indeed correct. One cannot reason with a scoundrel. Strike her, commanded. The encircled boys surged forward, exhilarated. The first cry of anguish erupted as a boy collapsed, convulsing on the ground. The others froze, witnessing wielding a slender silver stick nearly 40 centimeters long, faint blue currents flickering ominously around it. Would not show them mercy. Seizing their moment of disarray, she struck down 2 more with swift precision. Are you all dazed? Attack! Screeched. The remaining 4, regaining their senses, dared not approach her, opting instead to hurl stones and bottles her way. Yet their chaotic assault posed no challenge for, who deftly evaded the projectiles. With a sudden leap, she advanced toward one boy, delivering a sharp blow to his neck. His face contorted in agony as his eyes rolled back, collapsing to the ground. A girl's piercing scream rang out as she helplessly witnessed another boy, seizing the opportunity while was preoccupied, approach her from behind with a bludgeon. However, as if she had eyes in the back of her head, crouched low, evading the strike. With her arm supporting her weight, she executed a backward somersault, delivering a powerful kick to the boy's face. Although the force did not render him unconscious, he was rendered momentarily incapacitated, unable to rise. With a steady motion, Huang did not halt her advance. In a few large strides, she found herself before a young man, delivering a swift blow with her electric baton that sent him sprawling to the ground. Upon raising her gaze, she encountered the last remaining young man, who, upon locking eyes with her, recoiled in terror. Huang, however, did not intend to spare him. Her explosive speed was beyond his capacity to match. Wow! Hua is running away. A girl's shrill voice pierced the air. As Huang turned her head, having just incapacitated the last boy. She spotted Si Hua darting towards a vehicle. Narrowing her eyes, she picked up a stone from the ground, measured her aim with precision, and hurled it forcefully towards Si Hua's retreating figure. Her intention was not to strike him on the head, fearing that the force at this distance could be fatal. Instead, she aimed for his legs, successfully hitting her target and causing Si Hua to tumble awkwardly to the ground, rolling twice in his descent. "Si Huang, let's talk this through," Si Hua exclaimed as he struggled to rise, catching sight of a pair of shoes that made his heart momentarily cease. "Please." Si Huang crouched down, fixating on his terrified visage for a moment. "Are you afraid?" "Who is afraid?" Si Hua retorted defiantly. Si Huang smirked, seizing his hair. "Ouch. Let go." "Si Huang, don't forget that I could tell our parents about this. Remember where your injuries came from." Si Hua felt as though his scalp was being torn, reluctantly yielding to Si Huang's force as he stood, bent over in a most undignified manner. Si Huang paid no heed to his protests as she made her way towards the seaside villa. Casting a glance at the 4 girls who remained rooted in place, and the boys who had yet to lose consciousness. "Move the unconscious ones inside. You may flee, but consider the consequences." Watching Si Huang depart, the 3 other girls turned to the tall girl among them. "What are you staring at? Didn't you hear her? Get moving." "Oh, right." The 4 girls, including the tall one, paired off to assist the 2 boys, while the remaining 5 boys, still recovering from their incapacitation, cautiously dragged their weary bodies towards the villa. Inside the villa's grand hall, the coffee table and sofas were cluttered with snacks and clothing, clearly the aftermath of the earlier chaos. Si Huang picked up a woman's stocking from a single armchair and bound Si Hua's hand securely behind his back before tossing him to the floor, claiming the chair for herself. At this juncture, the 4 girls entered, still bearing the 2 boys, and upon witnessing the disarray, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over them. A round-faced girl gingerly began gathering the snacks and clothing from the sofa, discarding trash into the bin and placing other items in the restroom as appropriate. The other 3 girls, including the tall one, observed her actions and, seemingly enlightened, joined in the cleanup effort. In no time, the living room regained a semblance of order, with the tall girl leading the way as they settled onto the sofa, sitting side by side with obedient expressions and postures. They were all around 16 or 17 years of age, their appearances at least average, and their well-behaved demeanor made them appear endearing. Young Master Si, this matter doesn't really concern us. We were simply summoned by Si Hua." The tall girl mustered the courage to speak. Si Huang turned her gaze towards her. "Miss Hua, I presume you must have reached some sort of agreement with Si Hua?" A hint of embarrassment flickered across Hui Yuji's face. "Yes," Si Hua agreed to hand you over to us." Beside her, the round-faced Bai Xiaoduan nudged her. "Jijia." She glanced anxiously at Si Huang. However, Hui Yuji disregarded her, raising her chin to observe Si Huang. Though she appeared composed, the flush creeping up her neck betrayed her anxiety. "I want to conceal it from you. It's precisely what you think. In truth, the 4 of us sisters are quite fond of you, and in a moment of excitement, we lost our heads." Si Huang replied coolly, casting a glance at them. "Do you believe that by admitting your mistake now, I would overlook it simply because you are girls?" Hui Yuji's face also flushed, not only from the embarrassment of being called out, but also from the intense gaze of the strikingly beautiful Si Huang, which set her heart racing and blood rushing to her cheeks. Her feelings for Si Huang were genuine. The first time she encountered Si Huang's videos and photos on the campus forum, she was utterly captivated. Consequently, she followed Si Huang's Weibo and every piece of gossip about her, yearning to see her in person every day. This was also the reason she readily agreed to come when she heard about Si Huang's plans to meet Si Huang. Since their arrival, the 4 sisters had been incessantly discussing Si Huang, and when she stepped out of the car, they were overwhelmed with excitement, whispering that she was even more perfect in reality than in the videos, especially with her stylishly cool outfit today. She was simply stunning when dealing with Si Huang and the others. We never truly intended to do anything to you, Your Majesty. We merely wished to meet you." Bai Xiaoduo raised her hands in a gesture of oath. Si Huang smirked, casually kicking the restrained Si Huang on the ground. "What if it were me tied up here today?" Bai Xiaoduo glanced at the bound Si Huang. her lips twitching as she realized she could not utter any self-deceiving words. At Huang Art School, Huang and her trio were the queens among female students. All four had decent family backgrounds and mingled well within Huang's circle, often engaging in bullying other girls and indulging in rebellious antics. Thus, despite their seemingly obedient demeanor now, Huang understood that should she truly fall into the control of Huang and his group, appearing before them in a state of disgrace could embolden them to act recklessly. Of course, if such a scenario were to unfold, they would be powerless to do anything, and her true identity would inevitably be revealed. Your Majesty, just tell us, what must we do to earn your forgiveness and be spared? Huang removed her shoes and climbed onto the sofa, kneeling before Huang, her face flushed and her expression fierce, embodying a do-as-you-wish attitude. Following her lead, Bai Xiaotuo and the others also climbed onto the sofa, neatly kneeling and facing Huang. When 5 boys entered and witnessed this scene, they were utterly taken aback, especially when Huang turned to look at them. One boy, who had previously been incapacitated by Huang's electric baton, felt his legs give way and collapse to the ground, terrified as he exclaimed, "Sita Xiao, I was just following their orders. You've already punished me. There's no need to take it to extremes." In terms of family background, this boy was the least privileged, coming from an ordinary household and often acting as a sycophant around Huang, displaying his bravado only before those less powerful than himself. The backgrounds of the others were hardly commendable either, which explains why Huang would lead this group. Those of noble lineage might not necessarily align themselves with Huang, making them harder to control. This group, constrained by Huang's influential status, dared not spread rumors recklessly. Huang chuckled lightly, having knelt down. They might as well remain in that position. The expressions of the 4 boys varied, each contorted with suppressed rage or humiliation. "Didn't you hear His Majesty command you to kneel?" Huang barked sharply. "Why should I? Does he truly dare to kill me? Murder incurs imprisonment. He is a prominent star now. If this incident gets out, let us see how he manages." The boy spoke directly to Huang. Yet it was evident he intended for Huang to hear, threatening her. The boys' faces displayed signs of agitation, but the next moment, they beheld Huang rising and striding towards them, delivering a solid punch to the boy's face. The force of the blow sent him reeling to the side, momentarily dazed, before he bellowed, "If you have the guts, fight me without the electric baton." A smirk graced Huang's lips, her disdain palpable. She remained silent, not wielding the baton, her intent unmistakable. The boy, eyes bloodshot with fury, clenched his fists and retaliated against Huang. She effortlessly sidestepped, tripping the unsteady boy with her leg, and followed through with a powerful kick. Whether it was the slick floor or Huang's strength, the kick propelled him nearly 2 meters, crashing into the back of the sofa. Huang dropped to one knee, her fist descending upon the wailing boy's face. The 4 girls who had been kneeling on the sofa now peered over the edge, their bodies trembling with the vibrations of the struggle, wide-eyed and captivated. This group of youth had engaged in their fair share of brawls. Huang and her friends had fought before, and the boys had witnessed their peers clash more than once, so they weren't intimidated by such physical skirmishes. Their focus had shifted entirely. "Jia, His Majesty is so handsome," Bai Xiaotuo whispered, her excitement coloring her cheeks. Huang didn't even blink. "Do you need to ask? With this bunch of softies, they stand no chance against His Majesty. Oh, how I wish to be a droplet of sweat for His Majesty." One girl murmured dreamily, watching as the sweat glided down Huang's brow, tracing the contours of her face. "His Majesty truly lives up to the title." Another girl slammed her hand on the sofa and exclaimed, "We're really going to die. How can we betray His Majesty for outsiders? Even if we wish to be close to him, we must wait for his esteemed favor." "Damn, you crazy women, help me," a boy among them shouted, unable to bear the scene. Huang rolled up her sleeves. "What do you want? Want to join in? You couldn't even when earlier. Do you still wish to come at us? Come on, sisters, let us take them on. Let us do it. Who is afraid of whom?" Bai Xiaotuo, looking adorable, now wore an expression that fully revealed her true personality. "You're all out of your minds." The boy cursed angrily. Huang chuckled, well aware that it was not the first day anyone had recognized her madness. Sihua was on the phone. Bai Xiaoduo, with her keen eyes, noticed Sihua's subtle movements. Upon hearing Sihua report, she suddenly looked up, her gaze fierce and menacing. Startled by Xiaoduo leaped off the sofa, dashing over to snatch the phone that Sihua had painstakingly fished out from her pocket. Dodging a kick from Sihua, Bai Xiaoduo declared defiantly, "I'm not afraid of you." With a forceful motion, she hurled his phone to the ground, akin to a proud peacock proclaiming, "You are a failure. A defeated pawn of the emperor, a coward." Sihua gritted her teeth, her eyes burning with a desire to tear a piece of flesh from Bai Xiaoduo. Damn it, how had he never perceived that this group of imbeciles was so utterly unreliable, so juvenile in their folly? At that moment, Huang released the boy on the ground, shaking off her hands as she stood up. The remaining 4 boys looked on with pity at their bloodied and bruised companion, who was now incapable of uttering a single defiant word, only able to whimper softly. When Huang cast her gaze upon them, they all immediately became submissive, kneeling before her. "Aside from beating me, do you have other means?" Huang inquired. The 4 exchanged glances, yet none spoke a word. "Your Majesty." Huang raised her hand, and upon capturing Huang's attention, she smiled. "I know. I've overheard their discussions about bringing you medication for photographs." "The medication? Will you retrieve it yourselves, or shall I find it for you?" Huang pressed the 4 boys again, emphasizing the difference between the 2 options. "The medication is on Li Kun," one of them finally whispered after a series of exchanged glances. Bai Xiaoduo, resembling a rabbit, scampered over to the unconscious Li Kun, searching him, and shortly thereafter produced a small glass vial from his pocket. "Your Majesty." She presented it to Huang like a treasure. The gray-blue powder inside the vial momentarily surprised Huang. She had not anticipated that Sihua had managed to acquire BI4. Reflecting on how she had previously ensnared Han with this very same substance, she felt a sense of poetic justice as it now turned against Sihua. Huang picked up the tiny glass vial, a smile playing on her lips, though the quantity within was insufficient to render Sihua sterile. With the addition of other ingredients, the likelihood of addiction could be significantly heightened. Unbeknownst to her, this enigmatic smile was utterly captivating, causing Huang and the other 3 girls to gaze at her with shining eyes. Chapter 049. Qin Fan presents a gift. Huang films within the confines of the house. Huang procured a bottle of red wine, pouring herself a glass before adding the powder from the small vial into the wine. Her fingers delicately held the stem of the glass, the elegant, gloved fingers juxtaposed against the crystalline base and the rich, thick red liquid, creating an image of elegance reminiscent of an ancient noble. "You 4 come over, restrain his body, and feed him the wine," Huang commanded the 4 boys still in good health. "Treat him as you initially intended to treat me. If you fail to execute it properly, you shall repay the debt with your own bodies." She extended the glass, ready to carry out her plan. 4 boys hesitated for a brief moment, but upon noticing the subtle shift in Huang's expression, they dared not entertain other thoughts. They rose and encircled Sihua. The boy who had spoken earlier took the wine glass. "You dare!" Sihua exclaimed, his eyes wide with a mix of fear and fury. "You worthless bunch! If you lay a finger on me today, I swear I will take your entire family's lives tomorrow." The expressions of the 4 boys altered as the one gripping the wine glass gritted his teeth and replied, "Young Master C, we truly cannot be blamed for this. You see, if we refrained from acting, our fate would not be any better. If you must place blame, you should direct it towards—" He cast a covert glance at Huang, then signaled to the other 3 boys. Instantly, the 3 boys restrained Sihua, one of them stating, "Sihua, Zhong Yin is right. We are also victims in this situation. As you mentioned, this drug won't kill anyone. Otherwise, we would never dare to be involved with you. We wouldn't even be able to enjoy ourselves, would we? You must not hold a grudge against us." In truth, they were not particularly afraid that Sihua could truly kill them. Firstly, they were young and harbored no notion of murder, believing Sihua would not dare either. Secondly, everyone was witnessing the events unfold today. If anything were to happen to one of them, all eyes would inevitably turn to Sihua. One person could easily spill the beans. No matter how powerful Si Hua's background, murder would land him in prison. Ugh, si Hua strado disperately. While he knew the drug wouldn't be lethal, he was aware of its potential for addiction and was unwilling to let Si Huang succeed. With his hands bound and the four boys simultaneously suppressing him, it wasn't long before a glass of spiked red wine was forcibly poured into his mouth. Si Huang, I won't rest until I see you destroyed. Si Huang ignored Si Hua's furious outburst and turned to the four boys who had formed a line. Are the photography equipment and devices ready? They're all in the room upstairs, Zhong Yin replied, casting a sidelong glance at her before looking down again. Si Huang instructed. Take him upstairs. She then turned to Hui Yuji and the others. You should go up as well. Hui Yuji chuckled awkwardly. What are we going up for? Whatever you do, just ensure the photos turn out well, Si Huang commanded. Your Majesty, our hearts are with you, Hui Yuji replied with a smile. Si Huang gazed at them with a playful smile. Have you never played with men before? Her melodious voice, gently articulating audacious words, caused the four girls to blush unexpectedly. They were all young and had indeed played with men. However, under Si Huang's scrutiny, they felt a mix of embarrassment and a thrill of excitement. Hui Yuji discerned the icy glint in Si Huang's eyes, devoid of any amusement. If we do well, will you forgive us? Si Huang reclined back on the single sofa. Your matters will be settled. Hui Yuji grinned. Your Majesty, we await your good news. The living room was left with only Si Huang, the unconscious Li Kun, two other boys, and the one beaten so badly he could not rise. Si Huang removed her bloodstained gloves and pulled out her phone to browse Weibo, sending a private message. Si Huang V, I just got into a fight. Waiting for you under the Phoenix V. Who troubled you? Did you win? Are you hurt? Si Huang V, I won, and I'm in scathed, dynamic expression of triumph. Waiting for you under the Phoenix V, bravo. With a playful smile, Si Huang's lips curled slightly. A glimmer of excitement flashing in her eyes as her fingers deftly typed a message. Si Huang V, since you think I'm amazing, what gift are you giving me? This time, there was an unusually long pause from the other side. Remaining composed, Si Huang waited patiently, but the sudden illumination of her phone screen with an incoming call diminished her smile. Hello, how's your time with Si Hua? Oh, quite well. Why can't I reach Si Hua's phone? Si Huang glanced at the remains of Si Hua's phone scattered on the ground. Clearly, he had been too absorbed in the fun to notice its absence. I see. Please have Si Hua answer the call. All right, hold on. Yet, Si Huang showed no intention of rising to call Si Hua. A notification chimed, indicating a reply to her private message on Weibo. Waiting for you to rest. Wudong V, what do you desire? The place I'm at is rather remote, lacking in delightful food and entertainment. Si Huang V, anything you send will suffice. The military district is essential. Qin Fan, pondering over the reply he had just received, found himself softening at the words. He considered this his first time giving a gift to a child, especially one the younger sibling had requested as a reward for winning a fight. Boys at this age are energetic and seek validation from their elders after a victory. This keepsake must be special. Qin Fan quickly typed a response. Waiting for you to rest, Wutong V. In today's fight, will you rely more on fists or kicks? Sihavong, fists, fist. Waiting for you to rest. Wudong V. Good, await my gift. Pat on the head. Putting her phone away, Qin Fan donned a military green tank top, showcasing enviable biceps, and headed towards the armory. Commander, what brings you here at such a late hour? Li Jianfeng, sporting a scruffy beard, expressed surprise. In truth, he was more inclined to question the rationale behind summoning someone at this hour. Is there any material left for the CK bulletproof vests? Yes. Please create a pair of gloves. After a moment's pause, the image of Si Huang crossed Qin Fan's mind, prompting him to frown slightly and add, make them aesthetically pleasing. Li Jianfeng's expression stiffened as he scrutinized Qin Fan's large hands, hesitantly inquiring, what does aesthetically pleasing entail? Are you really concerned about aesthetics? They're not for me. Qin Fan glanced around the workshop, approached the table, and picked up a pen to sketch a pair of hands on the blueprint before him. If Si Huang were present, she would surely be astonished at how accurately Qin Fan had rendered the dimensions of her hands. He set down the pen, instructing, use these measurements. For a boy of 16 or 17, Create something that aligns with youthful tastes. A boy, huh? These hands are quite delicate. Perhaps he plays the piano? Li Jianfeng examined the drawing closely, recognizing that youthful preferences vary. Should it lean towards the cool and stylish or the elegant and grand? His gaze fixated on Qin Fan, who had never shown such care towards anyone before, especially not when crafting gloves from CK material with a desire for them to be beautiful. For the sake of this intriguing gossip, a little effort was certainly worthwhile. Qin Fan remarked, "This is for self-defense." Li Jianfeng replied, "It's evident that none of the boys associated with the Qin family lead peaceful lives." He decided to make it more stylish, acknowledging that boys around 16 or 17 are drawn to such aesthetics. As he perused the blueprints once more, he lamented the waste of such capable hands. The last time he returned home, his daughter had been raving about how handsome the violinist's hands were at a concert. The thought of his daughter brought a tender smile to his otherwise scruffy face. Qin Fan was somewhat perturbed by this comment, his mind racing through images of Huang. He frowned and said, "What use is it for a man to be so beautiful?" Li Jianfeng retorted, "Sir, you've fallen behind times. Modern women do not fancy rugged men, but prefer those who are clean and handsome, especially if they can play musical instruments." As he spoke, Li Jianfeng's gaze shifted to Qin Fan's face and physique, his expression becoming increasingly nuanced, with a hint of mischief in his tone. In fact, a man like you could easily attract women who would lavishly support you, treating you like royalty if you tone down your intimidating presence. Qin Fan's eyes darkened, resembling a saw blade as he shot a fierce glance at him. "Enough chatter. I expect the goods in 3 days." Li Jianfeng felt a chill run down his spine under that gaze and refrained from arguing about the tight deadline. Once Qin Fan left, he slapped himself on the forehead, muttering, "Why did I choose to tease such a beast? I brought this upon myself." After 10 o'clock, Hui Yuji and her group descended from the upper floor. Hui Yuji handed a stack of freshly developed photographs to Huang, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, we didn't actually do anything. What do you think of the results?" Even in their playful antics, they felt a sense of propriety in the presence of their idol and refrained from engaging in any inappropriate behavior with other boys. Hui Yuji, quick-witted, understood Huang's true intentions, and thus, even without crossing any lines, managed to capture images that would satisfy Huang. Huang flipped through the photographs, revealing exciting content. The images displayed Hua's body and face in full view, his expression one of euphoric abandon, some featuring him in an embrace with a girl on a bed, while others depicted him with several girls. The commonality was that the girls' faces were obscured, culminating in an even more shocking shot, which included a man as well. While Huang was aware that nothing truly happened, the sheer suggestiveness of the photographs was appalling. Did they not fear retaliation from Huang? She tucked away the unexpectedly sensational photographs. The 4 boys wore worried expressions, and by Xiao Tuo, with a serious demeanor, exclaimed, "I would brave mountains of blades and seas of fire for your Majesty." He was swiftly silenced by a firm slap from Hui Yuji. "Disregarding bios 300 Hui Yuji addressed Huang. "Our backgrounds may not match those of Fenghua Corporation, but united, we need not fear Hua. This was indeed his fault. If he dares to retaliate, we'll confront him head-on. I'm not afraid of him. As long as he remains a student like us, and has yet to secure a prominent position at Fenghua." Huang did not offer Hui Yuji any promises of Fenghua will undoubtedly be mine. You need not worry. Instead, she picked up the glove she had previously discarded and made her way outside. "Hey, Your Majesty, what are we to do now that you're leaving?" Hui Yuji called after her. "Do as you wish," came the indifferent reply. The silhouette of Huang vanished beyond the gates of the villa. Inside the living room, 4 men and 4 women exchanged glances, baffled by the notion of whatever you say. They were utterly at a loss as to how to proceed. The silence was abruptly shattered by the ringing of a phone. Zhong Yin retrieved his mobile device, his face paling upon seeing the caller. It was Hua's father. How should he respond? After a contemplative pause of 3 seconds, Hui Yuji, with a stern expression, barked, "What do you mean? How to say it? Say whatever you wish. We are undeniably aligned with His Majesty now. You better think carefully, don't dwell on the past. Given the current dynamics between His Majesty and Hua, who do you truly believe will ultimately possess Fenghua Entertainment? Choose your words wisely." Zhong Yin felt tears welling up. The earlier suggestion to say whatever was immediately followed by an overt threat that was unmistakable. Could he truly speak freely? Driving Si Hua's car home, Si Huang arrived by 10:30. The living room lights were still on, and Yu Xian, seated on the sofa, exhaled a sigh of relief upon her return. Si Huang, noticing him, gently closed the door and proactively stated, "I'm fine. You should head to bed early. Work begins tomorrow." A flicker of understanding passed through Yu Xian's eyes. Did this imply that her personal matters had been resolved? Very well. He refrained from further inquiry and turned to his own room. The second floor was Si Huang's private domain. After taking a shower, with a towel casually draped over her head, she settled in front of her computer, where an automatic input of a series of URLs commenced, leading to a dialog window that appeared. Anonymous. Their essay business opportunity. Are you in? Bear. I'm in. Anonymous. Disperse this batch of photos. File Guoqing Xiong. Vacationing in Yinqing, nearly choked on a chicken leg, desperately pulling it from his throat while coughing violently. With tear-filled eyes, he fixated on the recently downloaded photo collection. Could this anonymous figure be a fan of the master? His curiosity piqued, his fingers danced swiftly across the keyboard, retrieving the other party's ID address. Indeed it was. How did he discover this website? Perhaps it was provided by the master? Oh no, would the master expose me entirely? I cannot afford to decline this job. Extra income is essential. Unbeknownst to Si Huang, the individual on the other end had misinterpreted the situation. In reality, this website was something she had accidentally come across in her previous life, having collaborated with this person several times, and she held a high regard for his confidentiality, work ethic, and professional competence. After a while, without a response from Bear, Si Huang calmly typed out a series of messages. Anonymous. Advance payment of 100,000, with another 100,000 upon completion. Bear, you truly are wealthy, young brother. Anonymous. This is the first order. Further transactions will follow. Bear. Actually, my shop is having an event today, and you just want a discount. Si Huang paused, staring at the message with a perplexed expression. After her rebirth, it seemed that the individual she had previously interacted with had taken on rather peculiar personas. Anonymous. No need for that. I prefer to spend this money elsewhere. It brings me joy. The card delivered by Secretary Huang earlier that day was never intended for her personal use, despite the sum being more than sufficient for an ordinary person to live on for a decade. From the moment she received that card, Si Huang had already determined its purpose. Bear, you possess wealth, hence you are capricious. Anonymous. Card number. Si Huang gazed at the card number displayed on the screen, identical to that of her previous life, and promptly executed an online transfer. Anonymous. I expect to see results by tomorrow. Bear, rest assured, I will handle this matter with diligence. Their conversation came to an end. In Central City, Guo Chengxiong pondered, stroking his chin. Should I report this matter to the elder? However, the elder is quite occupied at the moment, and the address of my side business was likely provided by him. He must be aware that there is something requiring my attention. If the elder is indeed informed of this matter, approaching him with it would surely lead to my downfall. After much contemplation, Guo Chengxiong resolved to take on Si Huang's task with utmost seriousness, determined to fulfill it well in order to honor this opportunity. Morning dawned. Today, Si Huang opted not to venture outside for her morning run, instead choosing to exercise on the treadmill in her home gym. Nearby, Yu Xian captured several photographs of her, which he routinely shared on Weibo, before joining her on an adjacent treadmill. However, he could only sustain his workout for 20 minutes before stepping down for a sip of water and a refreshing shower, just as Si Huang concluded her session. Picking up the folder on the table, he informed her, I have finalized the meeting time and location with the head of RB. It will take place at Huaxing Art School. Si Huang nodded, wiping the sweat from her brow as she stepped outside. Yu Xian followed suit, adjusting his glasses. This time, RB's theme appeared to embrace a campus aesthetic, featuring elements of basketball, piano artistry, and romance. Observing Si Huang ahead, he mused that it resembled a cliché detail of a prince and a Cinderella, albeit with an imperfect conclusion. This prince, not only an athletic prodigy, but also a master of the piano and an academic achiever, epitomizes the ideal fantasy of young women. Si Huang gepauzed momentarily. Was this selection based on my profile? Indeed, Yuxian lowered the folder. I have reviewed your information. You are undoubtedly adept in sports, skilled at the piano, and meet the standards of an academic elite. This is a true portrayal of your essence. Is there an issue? Huang turned to him, and after a brief moment, her lips curled into a smile as she flicked her hair to shake off the sweat. No problem at all. Yuxian watched her retreat into her room, feeling a twinge of confusion. Had he misspoken? It was indeed a genuine portrayal. Her post-workout appearance was captivating enough to seize anyone's attention. After completing her shower in the private bathroom of her room, Huang stood before the full-length mirror. The reflection gazed back at her, showcasing long limbs, skin as fair as jade, a modest bust harmonizing perfectly with her figure's golden ratio, and elegantly straight legs. Perhaps due to a hint of foreign ancestry from Lilizi, her physique was more robust than that of the average Asian woman. Standing at 177 meters, her cultivated aura and exquisite features left no room for doubt regarding her femininity. Huang's fingertips grazed her flat abdomen. In her previous life, she had experienced her first menstruation at the age of 16, but after a mere 2 years, at 18, Han had administered a contraceptive developed by the Bai family, rendering her incapable of conception and bidding farewell to her monthly cycle. You have been reborn, now embodying a pure Yin form, with an overwhelming presence of Yin energy. It seems that your menstruation will only be effective once you accumulate a decade's worth of faith points. Wu Bao bubbled with excitement. Alternatively, you could seek to absorb Yang energy to nourish your Yin. Huang set aside her hands, turning to bind her chest and don her attire. Wu Bao, lately you have been quite elusive. Wu Bao remained silent. Huang's words struck like lightning. In the past, you would always present me with gleaming quantities of gold to encourage my efforts. Do not hide. Come forth obediently. Your Majesty, I am merely preparing to level up. That is why I have been feeling drowsy lately. Your Majesty, once I level up, I shall be able to assist you even more. Just wait for me. Wu Bao, how much golden shimmer is required for your upgrade? Huang had already secured her chest and adorned herself in a pure white tracksuit, accented with royal blue stripes at the collar and cuffs. The combination of white and blue could easily appear ordinary or even garish. However, this outfit was exquisitely crafted, exuding both freshness and elegance, especially on the wearer, who resembled a perfect prince straight out of a fairy tale with an impeccable visage. This attire was sponsored by RB, as she was to meet them today for a promotional advertisement shoot, making it a fitting choice. Wu Bao, I recall you mentioning that your purpose extends beyond merely enhancing one's physical form. What exactly are the so-called 5 absolutes of the esteemed Wu Jue? Do not pressure me. Do not pressure me. I do not care. I must level up. I must level up. I must level up. Wu Bao's voice betrayed a hint of anxiety, grievance, and guilt. Huang, maintaining a stoic expression, tossed the towel onto the bed. Although Wu Bao lacked a corporeal form, Huang sensed as if Wu Bao had recoiled in fright. I am unaware of your plans, but do not forget this. As long as I live, you shall live. Huang's tone was unusually cold and stern. I merely believe that since Her Majesty earns golden shimmer so swiftly, it would surely be no issue to grant me my upgrade first. Yes, that is precisely it. Therefore, Huang chuckled lightly. Am I now merely a tool for you to amass golden shimmer? I'm not. Wu Bao, aware of Huang's limits, dared not to admit it. Although initially it had entertained thoughts of controlling Huang, it soon lost its courage. I simply have faith in your Majesty. With your strength, you can effortlessly earn a great deal of golden shimmer. You do not trust me. Huang pierced through its deceit. If you did, you would not act in secrecy. If you truly believed in me, you would not shy away from confronting me during such actions. Wu Bao, reveal the data. Wu Bao fell silent for 3 seconds. Huang did not urge it further. Her gaze deepened, a rich, dark green gradually emerging. Ultimately, a familiar translucent crystal orb materialized before her. Huang relaxed her brow. Thankfully, you have not disappointed me. Casually scanning the orb's data, she noted that the little pink had already exceeded 1 million, and the golden shimmer had reached 139 pieces. What benefits could this quantity bring me? Wu Bao seemed to have succumbed to despair, its voice laden with resentment as it lamented. If I reinforce my body once more, I shall attain the first level of the illustrious 5 extremes. The benefits appeared quite substantial. Si Huang inquired, if I had not asked, would you have kept this to yourself? Wu Bao fell silent. What happens when you level up? Si Huang pressed further. Wu Bao, with an irritable tone, retorted, why bother asking? Si Huang coldly admonished, speak properly. In a fit of exasperation, Wu Bao shouted, leveling up means I can gain a corporeal form. Though I cannot become human, I can assume the guise of any other sentient being, as long as they lack intelligence. Boo-hoo. The volume of its lamentation caused Si Huang to wince, ultimately discerning the sound of its sobs. Amused yet exasperated, Si Huang questioned, is that really all? What do you mean, is that all? True, whether I gain a physical form or not, you derive no benefit from it. I knew you would be unwilling to part with the golden glimmers for me. I anticipated this. Boo-hoo. Why must you be so clever? You cannot even pry into my thoughts, yet you still manage to guess my intentions. You are a villain. A villain. Silence. Si Huang massaged her temples. How many golden glimmers do you need for your upgrade? 150 pieces. So it was not 250 after all, Si Huang quipped. Umph. Just wait. She only needed 11 more. Si Huang mused that Yu Xian and the others must be waiting anxiously below. It was not until she reached the midpoint of the stairs that Wu Bao's voice suddenly echoed in her mind. What did you just say? Si Huang faltered slightly, gripping the railing. Si Huang, Yu Xian, who happened to glance up, was startled. Are you all right? Did you strain your muscles? I was just deep in thought. I'm fine. Si Huang replied calmly as she descended the stairs. Wu Bao sensed trouble brewing. Si Huang had not responded, nor did she pursue the matter further. The 4 of them finished breakfast together, and upon learning that Si Huang and her companion were to work at the Huang Art School, Yu Ling asked, may I join you to take a look? Yu Xian glanced at Si Huang, who replied, of course. Yu Ling's face lit up with joy. With Yu Xian driving, Yu Ling occupied the front seat, while Si Huang sat alone in the back. Your Majesty, please tell me, what did your previous words mean? Please tell me. I'm not in a hurry to enhance anything at the moment, so you may have the golden glimmers to upgrade, Si Huang finally revealed, responding silently through her thoughts. Having received the answer it longed for, Wu Bao fell silent. Si Huang gazed calmly out the window, her eyes unfocused, engaging in a mental exchange with Wu Bao. Wu Bao, did I not tell you? Our fates became intertwined the moment I was reborn. I consider you a partner, privy to all my secrets and past, a trustworthy companion with whom my very life is linked. To the best of my ability, I shall not neglect you, nor shall I treat you as a mere tool. My anger toward you is intended to help you understand not to be deceived by temporary advantages and smooth sailing. As Si Huang lowered her eyelashes, a hint of melancholy graced her expression. I granted you time, hoping you would take the initiative to speak to me. Yet the outcome reveals your stubbornness, mirroring my own. Suddenly, the wailing cries of Wu Bao pierced the air. Your Majesty, I was wrong. I didn't mean to. I was simply afraid. I fear you. Boo-hoo. I was wrong. I was wrong. The noise was unbearable. Si Huang furrowed her brow, exclaiming with exasperation. Your appearance is fortuitous. It spares my mind from further torment. Your Majesty, you have a sharp tongue, but a soft heart, Wu Bao retorted. Si Huang shook her head, disinclined to explain herself to this fool. In the future, speak openly, if you dare to plot in the shadows again. At that moment, Wu Bao, blissfully unaware of Si Huang's veiled threat, cheerfully pouted, I know, Your Majesty. I love you. Si Huang couldn't help but chuckle. Well, I should have foreseen that this was merely a simpleton. There was no need to take it seriously. At Huang Art School, after Yu Xian parked the car, she dialed a number. Hello, Mr. Yang, we have arrived. The playground? All right, we will head over. After hanging up, Yu Xian turned to Si Huang, indicating their destination. Let's go, Si Huang responded, leading the way towards the playground. Si Huang's name resonated throughout Huang Art School, and along the way, students would halt in their tracks upon seeing her. Amidst shrieks and murmurs, Si Huang walked with unwavering composure toward the playground, a throng of admirers trailing behind her. The playground featured a temporary sunshade, beneath which sat several individuals and filming staff. As soon as Si Huang appeared, she captured their attention. Upon entering the shade, a young man clad in a gray-blue suit rose to greet her. "Hello, I am Yang Bixian, the head of this branding campaign." "Hello, I am Si Huang." Si Huang extended her hand for a polite handshake, then withdrew it. "You are even more radiant in person than in your photos," Yang Bixian remarked, assessing her with admiration. "Just as I imagined, you are exceptionally suited for the BR style." In truth, the moment he laid eyes on Si Huang, he realized it was not her suitability for BR's style that stood out, but rather BR's brilliance enhanced by her presence. However, such sentiments he would not voice aloud. Si Huang smiled graciously. "I believe the results of our upcoming collaboration will meet your expectations." A glimmer of realization flickered in Yang Bixian's eyes. He felt that the assessments he had prepared initially were now unnecessary. Very well. The RB team had brought 10 outfits tailored specifically to Si Huang's height and measurements, including casual wear, shirts, suits, sportswear, and loungewear. Yang Bixian noted, "The outfit you are currently wearing is also the latest style of this season. We can start with a photo shoot right here." He gestured towards the basketball court. "Initially, we agreed on a basketball game. Is that acceptable?" Si Huang rolled up her sleeves. "No problem." Yang Bixian nodded and called out to the surrounding students. "We need 9 boys who can play basketball." Those present were well aware of the RB brand. They understood this was a rare opportunity to be featured. Even if only briefly and one by one, they eagerly stepped forward. Yang Bixian personally selected 9 young men from those who had just emerged, each standing over 7 meters tall and possessing above-average looks, forming an aesthetically pleasing lineup. Such an abundance of visually appealing youths is a hallmark of an esteemed art school. They continued playing basketball as they normally would. However, when the critical moment arrived, the spotlight had to shine on Si Huang, providing him with opportunities. "Do you understand?" Yang Bixian reminded. "Understood," they replied. "All right, let us begin." The camera was elevated, and the cameraman directed the lens downward onto the basketball court. While other staff members took their positions, the 9 boys on the court divided into their respective teams and assumed their positions. Si Huang, as the forward of the red team, was directly tossed the ball by Yang Bixian, who then blew the whistle to signal the start. Immediately, 2 members from the blue team encircled Si Huang, their expressions perfectly portraying their intent. However, their excessive commitment revealed that they were not inclined to allow Si Huang to shine. "Mr. Yang, what do you think?" the filming director inquired, glancing at Yang Bixian. Furrowing his brow, somewhat displeased by the young men's lack of sincerity, Yang Bixian nonetheless replied, "Let us film and see how it goes." After all, any leniency shown will undoubtedly contain elements of performance, which post-production cannot conceal. Yang Bixian contemplated that if Si Huang possessed genuine athletic prowess, the authenticity of a well-executed shoot would undoubtedly captivate the audience. "Si Huang, pass it to me," shouted a boy assigned to the central position of the red team while running. Si Huang glanced over, and with a swift motion of her left hand, she accurately sent the basketball soaring towards the boy who called for it. Upon receiving the ball, his face lit up with joy, and he immediately began dribbling down the court. The 2 boys who had initially surrounded Si Huang exchanged glances of provocation. One withdrew, leaving the other to staunchly guard her. The scene shifted to a 4-on-4 matchup. Even though the camera primarily focused on Si Huang, there was little excitement to capture. To present oneself as a versatile athlete requires a degree of authenticity. The boy guarding Si Huang muttered in a barely audible voice meant only for the 2 of them. "Do you think having a handsome face guarantees everything? You're deluding yourself." Si Huang replied coolly, "Ultimately, you're just jealous." The boy's face flushed instantly. Who the hell is jealous? Coincidentally, the camera panned to capture Si Huang's radiant smile, her spirits soaring. Some individuals are destined only to envy and chase after what they cannot attain. Momentarily stunned by her unexpected smile, the boy heard the crowd's cheers and realized that his team had regained possession of the ball. He flashed a smug grin at Si Huang, saying, "You're just a pretty boy who can only talk big." Just then, his words faltered as he widened his eyes, watching Si Huang deftly slip past his defense. He immediately pursued her, only to be bewildered by her speed. On the basketball court, the blue team's forward, who had just seized the ball, charged in the red team's territory with a confident grin, skillfully evading one or two defenders. As he reached what he deemed the perfect distance for a shot, with both hands cradling the ball, he prepared to shoot. Bang! A crisp and solid sound resonated. The blue team's forward felt a blur of white flash before him, and the tangible sensation of the ball vanished from his grasp. Startled, he turned to see only a stylish and charismatic silhouette blocking his path. Stop him! Without the prompt from the forward of the blue team, the other four members swiftly encircled Huang, fully aware that the cameras would focus on her. To gain attention, they had to follow her lead. Moreover, if one truly desires to shine alone, such an endeavor is futile. The jealousy among the boys manifests in a palpable aggression, a blatant hostility aimed squarely at her. Their behavior exudes a raw masculine assertiveness, unmistakable to any observer. As the four closed in, members of the red team also arrived, standing at a distance, shouting pass. Pass. This time, Huang did not even cast a glance in their direction, her focus unwavering as she dribbled the ball with remarkable speed. How audacious! One could only anticipate her impending embarrassment. The first boy, standing at 175 centimeters, positioned his robust frame in front, his palm extended downward to snatch the ball. Huang, having anticipated this move, nimbly sidestepped, her dribbling hand deftly maneuvering as the basketball slipped through the boy's legs. She glided past him, the ball returning to her grasp just in time. The second interceptor approached swiftly, but Huang's gaze shifted to the right, her body leaning in that direction as her right hand followed suit. The blue team's guard, quick to react, envisioned the sensation of the ball in his possession, only to have his smile freeze in disbelief. With a flick of her right hand from her waist, Huang tossed the basketball behind her to the left, her left hand catching it as she continued her advance, all while ignoring the blue guard, who was nearly toppled by her feint. The third challenger was caught off guard as Huang came to an unexpected and steady halt, causing the defender to lose his momentum, and, by the time he regained his bearings, she had already moved on. The fourth was utterly unable to keep pace. With a resounding thump, she stood beyond the three-point line. The slender youth leaped gracefully, the ball soaring from his fingertips in a beautiful arc. The satisfying swish of it finding the net was music to the ears. From the moment he bent, jumped, shot, and landed, the entire sequence unfolded with such fluidity. It was as though it had been rehearsed countless times, a sight that delighted all who witnessed it. As her feet touched the ground, Huang glanced at the basketball that had rolled far away, then casually swept her hair back from her forehead. Her long, pale fingers, resembling jade, threaded through her dark tresses, her chin slightly elevated, and her full forehead glistened with confidence as she cast a sidelong glance at the defeated blue team, her eyes gleaming with the triumph of a victor, laced with disdain. An eerie silence enveloped the scene. Huang's lips curled into a soft smile, her aura suddenly radiating an air of nobility, a blend of elegance tinged with youthful bravado. The five members of the blue team turned crimson with indignation, their blood boiling with rage. Let us have another match. Yes, another match. The loser must call the winner brother. Their frustration was palpable, the desire to strike her evident. In stark contrast, the onlooking girls were utterly enthralled. Huang, how magnificent! They cheered. Long live the monarch. The monarch is invincible. The monarch shall vanquish them. Unbeknownst to her, the playground had gathered at least 200 to 300 boys and girls, with one area filled entirely with girls, chanting in unison with impressive fervor. Turning to look, Huang was taken aback to see that, in a remarkably short time, they had fashioned a banner emblazoned with the bold words, "Monarch, I love you." In large strokes, a group of girls, having acquired enlarged posters of Huang from an unknown source, excitedly raised them in unison, calling out with exuberance as Huang glanced their way. To an outsider, one might assume a major celebrity was hosting a concert, given the fervor surrounding her. The male students nearby cast subtle, envious glances at Huang, and it was not without reason for their jealousy. As Huang lowered her hand from her hair, the girls instantly fell silent, their earlier excitement dissipating. With a resigned smile, Huang mused that this resembled a promotional shoot. The crowd snapped back to reality. and Yang Bixian appeared momentarily taken aback before breaking into a chuckle. He then observed the refreshingly spirited young man on the basketball court. His face remained unchanged. Yet the previously charmingly arrogant demeanor had vanished. Yang scrutinized Huang and suddenly remarked, "You performed admirably, but this scene bears a slight flaw." All eyes turned towards him. Yang pointed to his forehead and, with a grin, said to Huang, "Not a single bead of sweat, lacking that youthful fervor." Huang gemeinsam mind in silence. The 5 boys on the basketball team were momentarily stunned. Goodness, she had sprinted and maneuvered past all 5 of them without breaking a sweat. What did this signify? It indicated that she had hardly exerted herself at all. The girls erupted into another round of cheers, clamoring to see their majesty sweat. "It would be best if you took off your shirt, drenched in sweat." A particularly enthusiastic voice pierced through the din, reaching every ear present. Everyone, including Huang, turned towards the source of the voice, only to discover that the 4 sisters of Huiyuji had joined the fray. It was Tianjiran, one of the sisters, who had just shouted the outrageous suggestion, "Take it off! Take it off!" With the sisters leading the charge, the other girls rallied, casting aside any semblance of modesty. The boys, filled with a mix of envy and schadenfreude, braced themselves to see how Huang would respond. Young Bixian, intrigued, opted to remain silent and observe the unfolding spectacle. Amidst the uproar, Huang shook her head and turned to face the group of girls, stating, "Taking off my clothes is not an option." In that moment, the girls, regardless of any past grievances, united in an extraordinary display of camaraderie, wielding their charm and innocence to its fullest extent. A myriad of sparkling eyes fixed intently on Huang, accompanied by a chorus of pitiful protests. "Why can't you? How can it be impossible? What do the boys fear?" Chapter 050. The charismatic male god who dominates with ease typically. A young man would feel a twinge of nervousness when faced with a throng of admirers. Yet Huang had long since endured such scenarios and encountered even more outrageous demands. She was acutely aware that the girls clamoring for her attention harbored mischievous intentions, eager to witness her disrobe. If she retreated, they would only press their advantage. Conversely, if she retaliated, they would readily yield. For their true desire was merely to gain the affection and attention of their beloved, relishing any form of reward, be it grand or modest, as long as it came from the one they cherished. The notion of retaliation did not pertain to reproaching them. Huang smiled, choosing not to address their inquiries. Instead, she bent down to roll up the cuffs of her pants, revealing her delicate ankles. Rising to her feet, she playfully kicked her legs, exuding an exuberant vitality. With her head held high, she called out to the girls, "But I can certainly dominate them all, what do you think?" Her radiant smile, coupled with her exuberant proclamation and eyes that sparkled with the fervor of 1,000 stars, captivated her audience. In that moment, the young girls felt their hearts race, as if on the verge of escaping their chests. This scene perfectly encapsulated the fantasies that every young girl harbors, a charming boy shining on the basketball court, while she, as his girlfriend, watches from below. Each time he scores or dashes across the court, he glances her way, perhaps flashing her a smile, saying, "Look how handsome your boyfriend is. If we win, I'll treat you to something delicious. So cheer for me, okay? Darling, yes. You're the best, darling. Go for it. Shut up, Tianjiran. Who's your darling? Whatever your majesty says is fine. Splendid. Absolutely splendid." The atmosphere on the playground soared to new heights. Yang Bai signaled to the director and staff to capture the genuine reactions of the students, finding their raw responses far more compelling than any scripted performance. "What are your thoughts, everyone?" Yang Bai first turned to the 9 boys who had been watching. "What thoughts? Are we afraid of him?" shouted the forward of the blue team, his competitive spirit ignited. The other boys felt their own masculine instincts surge. "Indeed, let us give it our all. Basketball is a team sport, and if he craves the spotlight, I refuse to play on his team," the center of the red team remarked, clearly determined to provoke. "Exactly. If you want to cooperate with your teammates, you might as well play solo." Yang Bai was well aware of the young men's sentiments and was about to suggest swapping players if they were reluctant to play when a melodious voice interjected. "Then let him play alone." "Huh?" Yang Bai looked at Huang in surprise. "What do you mean, Huang?" With a smile, she replied, "I'll take on all 9 of them." Yang Bai chuckled in disbelief. What a jest. Si Huang continued, "If I falter, I'll cover the cost of this episode, and we can reshoot it. That's not what I meant. Whether that's your intention or not, I've assured you I will utterly dominate them." Yang Bixian stood in astonishment, gazing at the strikingly handsome young man, whose charisma was palpable, as well as the 9 boys who appeared ready to erupt with frustration. To his own surprise, he blurted out, "So be it. Do you have any questions?" "And no questions at all," slowly articulated the only somewhat rational member of the blue team. The weight of the situation was immense, with thoughts swirling in everyone's minds. Yu Xian murmured, "Ling Ling, is this really the Si Huang we know?" "Indeed," Yu Ling affirmed emphatically, without a hint of doubt. Yu Xian tilted her head to look at her. "In what way?" Yu Ling replied, "Always so radiant, utterly stunning." Yu Xian was at a loss for words. "Your Majesty," Yu Ling suddenly exclaimed, dashing towards the playground. Amidst the fiery gazes of a group of girls, Yu Ling approached Si Huang, extending the black hair tie in her hand, suggesting that tying her hair back would prevent it from obstructing her vision. Si Huang squatted down, her hands lazily hanging at her sides, and smiled at Yu Ling, saying, "Thank you." Yu Ling was momentarily taken aback, her face flushed amidst the erupting cheers. She hesitated, her lips moving but remaining still. Si Huang softly remarked, "Didn't we agree that you would be my stylist?" Yu Ling's eyes widened in excitement, disbelief washing over her as she met Si Huang's bright, encouraging gaze. It felt as if her heart had been touched by an unseen force, a bittersweet warmth enveloping her. With a newfound sense of responsibility, she felt her youthful anxieties begin to dissipate. Nodding softly, Yu Ling bent down, gently reaching for Si Huang's hair. The soft strands felt delightful against her fingertips, prompting her to handle the hair with utmost care, as if it were a perfect piece of art that must not be marred. She gathered a section of Si Huang's hair, ensuring it was neat yet not overly chaotic, securing it with the black hair tie into a small bun at the back of her head. "Is that all right?" Si Huang lightly shook her head, ensuring no stray hairs fell into her eyes. "Yes," Yu Ling replied, stepping back to admire Si Huang's face, now framed by her smooth forehead. With the bun accentuating her features, Si Huang appeared even more striking, her expression bolder and more refined than ever, particularly her eyes, which shimmered with youthful audacity and unrestrained spirit, captivating those who dared to gaze upon them. "Go for it," Yu Ling unconsciously encouraged, making a fist in a gesture of support. "So cool." Si Huang raised her hand, gently tapping her fist against Yu Ling's, accompanied by a bright smile. Dazed, Yu Ling exited the playground, returning to Yu Xian's side, where she was met with countless wolfish stares. "Mr. Yang, the results are truly remarkable." The photographer responsible for capturing the moments could not help but exclaim. Yang Bixian nodded, knowing without needing to see the photos that they would be splendid. The scenes he had witnessed firsthand were already etched in his mind. The proud, carefree youth on the basketball court, and the girl, blushing as she styled his hair and cheered him on. Such a scene has been portrayed in campus dramas on numerous occasions. Yet the enduring appeal of such classics is precisely due to their profound ability to resonate with the human heart. This encapsulates a dream experienced by every individual during their youth, or perhaps a cherished memory they have lived through. However, to present something so frequently utilized in a captivating manner that leaves a lasting impression is indeed quite challenging. Si Huang has achieved this, thanks to her extraordinary visage, but more importantly, her acting prowess. From the subtlety of her gaze to her body language and distinct personality, she embodies the most enchanting essence of her age. Yang Bixian thought of a term, immersion in the role. Only a truly skilled actor can effortlessly embody their character, captivating the audience by first enchanting themselves, to the point where they believe this is their true self. The stage has transformed into Si Huang's domain, with her female supporters surrounding her and the 9 boys, exuding a palpable tension, unwittingly drawn into her performance. Originally intended as a solo promotional piece, she has masterfully turned it into a collective display of authenticity from everyone present. Genuine and passionate. Magnificent. Shall we begin? Yang Bixian concealed his inner sentiments flawlessly. "Yes." Si Huang replied, rising to her feet. Yes, the 9 boys prepared to take the stage. Yang Bixian caught the basketball handed to him by the staff, suggesting, since it's Si Huang against 9, shall we give her the ball first? The 9 boys unanimously agreed. The basketball was tossed towards Si Huang. However, before the ball could reach her, she suddenly propelled herself forward with her left foot to catch it. Hey, don't let her escape. The 9 boys quickly realized and dashed after her, with some stationed beneath the basketball hoop. The agile youth in white sportswear dribbled the ball with grace, executing high-low and rapid dribbles as if the basketball were a well-trained pet, following his every command. Si Huang showcased a series of impressive skills, though not textbook perfect. Her finesse was strikingly elegant. Each time she maneuvered past a defender, a wave of female cheers erupted, watching her approach the three-point line. 6 opponents had already returned to form an unyielding wall. Si Huang raised her hand to shoot. All 6 jumped in unison, tense with anticipation. Where's the ball? The thud of the basketball hitting the ground echoed. The male students, having just landed from their jump, watched as the ball finally descended from their line of sight towards the hoop. Plop. Silence. The sound of the basketball bouncing freely on the court resonated as the boys gasped, their faces reflecting their discontent. Ah! The chorus of screams included those who had lost their voices as they exuberantly expressed their excitement. Echoed a furious roar from the boys on the court. Si Huang retrieved the basketball and inquired, Are you convinced yet? Not convinced. Not convinced. Who the heck is convinced by you? Absolutely not. Came the chaotic shouts. Si Huang tossed the ball to the boy at the front and smirked. All right then, let us see if you can make me believe. You take the shot. The boy, receiving the ball, disregarded fairness and scoffed. You brought this upon yourself. Don't blame others if it turns out badly. Enough of the chatter. Brothers, drag him down. The boy shouted. 8 of them dashed forward with great speed. Only when they saw that others had taken their positions did the boy begin to dribble the ball. His gaze was fixed intently on Si Huang. As soon as he noticed her running towards him, a wicked grin spread across his face, and he passed the ball to a teammate nearby. The recipient dribbled for a few seconds before passing to another player, not allowing Si Huang to close in. The 9 players exchanged passes, deliberately teasing and challenging Si Huang, clearly intent on making her struggle. Si Huang, seemingly tireless, ran back and forth multiple times without a hint of anxiety on her face, deep in thought as beads of sweat began to form on her forehead. What should have been a monotonous scene became charged with tension as the girls watched her intently, captivated by her earnest expression. Suddenly, Si Huang broke into a radiant smile. Everyone's hearts were ensnared by the confidence radiating from her, and then they watched as she twisted her body, extending her long arm. Thud! The crowd gasped in astonishment. She intercepted the ball. How did she know? Use your brains. The passing patterns remain unchanged. With a mocking laugh, Si Huang looked at their frustrated faces as they retreated to defense, narrowing her eyes with a mischievous grin. Then she initiated her shooting motion. This is impossible. The center, still caught in a back-and-forth sprint, halted and shouted, Get the rebound. Si Huang's eyes locked onto the opposing hoop, her gaze sharp as she exerted all her strength to launch the basketball. Thud! The ball crashed against the backboard with such force that it caused the entire structure to shudder. Ding! The basketball ricocheted off the iron frame of the hoop and, under the watchful eyes of all, fell into the net. Are you convinced? Si Huang asked. The 9 boys exchanged glances, none daring to admit defeat, their faces taut with frustration. Pass me the ball. Si Huang instructed the staff member who retrieved the basketball, and without hesitation, he tossed it to her. Si Huang weighed the ball in her hands, glanced towards the outer court, and said, Get ready, focus on me. The director and the filming crew, suddenly alert, followed her instructions diligently. After taking a deep breath, Si Huang suddenly hurled the basketball with great force. The ball soared swiftly, yet it did not score. Instead, it struck the iron frame of the hoop. Amid the erupting cheers, everyone widened their eyes, watching as she had anticipated the ball's trajectory, sprinting towards a designated spot. As the ball rebounded, she took 2 large strides, bending her knees, and then leaped. This jump summoned the strength of her entire body, unleashing her explosive jumping potential. In midair, she caught the basketball, stepping forward, and dunked it. Boom! The ball slammed into the hoop. Huang landed gracefully, bending her legs to absorb the impact. Her cheeks flushed, a light sheen of sweat on her forehead. She stood up and faced the crowd with a radiant smile. Her expression radiated pride, satisfaction, freedom, audacity, and brilliance, becoming the focal point of everyone's gaze. "Damn it, I bow to your prowess," someone exclaimed, overwhelmed with admiration. Among the nine, the forward let out a loud shout, hastily wiping the sweat from his brow with his outer garment, his flushed face still glowing with exertion as he called out to Huang. "Huang, you truly have a knack for acting. Today I concede defeat gracefully, and I shall refrain from criticizing you in the future." As one person made his declaration, the other 8 felt no shame in joining him. "Huang, you are truly remarkable. You have concealed your talents well. I am utterly impressed. Is this basketball? Really no props? How on earth did you manage that? I am in awe of you, Huang. You all performed admirably. Take a break for the next match," Yang Bixian said, approaching them. Following him were staff members distributing bottled water and towels, which made the group of girls seethe with envy. Is it really necessary for a man to come and make a fuss over such trivialities? Leave the serving to us. The man delivering the towels, feeling the weight of their disdainful glares, quickly retreated from Huang's side. "Your Majesty, towels. If you don't need them, just give them to us." Voices called out from behind. Huang draped the towel over his neck and turned back with a smile. Not happening. The mischievous grin was undeniably charming, melting hearts in its wake. Yang Bixian stood beside Huang, chuckling. "This sports towel is the latest RB model for this year, suitable for both men and women." Huang glanced at him. Yang Bixian lowered his voice. "We can discuss the endorsement further." Huang smiled. "I'm not well-versed in that. You can talk to Yuxian." At that moment, the Yuxian siblings, who were walking over, happened to overhear their conversation and exchanged a peculiar glance. Yuxian maintained a serious demeanor, concealing any surprise, but quietly observed Huang. Huang sighed softly, acting as quite demanding. Unaware of their subtle exchanges, Yang Bixian responded with a smile. "The effort you put in yields remarkable results, something others cannot achieve with all their toil. Huang, you are truly exceptional." "Thank you," Huang replied with a smile. Yuxian understood her implication. She intended to completely delegate authority to him. While there may have been a hint of Huang's desire to take it easy, this was, after all, his responsibility. His adaptation period was still brief, but he was confident he would not disappoint Huang. The short film and photographs shot in the morning had left Yang Bixian very satisfied. The remaining lunch hour was left for everyone to relax freely, while he, along with Huang and 2 others, headed to the conference room to discuss the new contract. Regarding the new agreement, Yang Bixian intended to extend the contract for another year, ensuring it lasted 2 full years until Huang turned 18. During these 2 years, unless RB opted for termination, Huang could not refuse, or he would face exorbitant penalties for breach of contract. Originally, Yang Bixian had considered proposing another request regarding future renewals, but Yuxian had declined it. Just as Yang Bixian recognized Huang's potential, Yuxian understood even more clearly that Huang disliked being bound by force. On the existing contract basis, Yuxian also put forth a condition. The promotional videos and photographs must maintain modesty, avoiding excessive intimacy and kissing scenes. Yang Bixian frowned. "Where are the boundaries of your modesty?" He cast a glance at Huang, who was seated not far away, engrossed in her mobile phone. I noted that Huang possessed a commendable physique. Revealing a bit more could potentially attract an even greater following. Furthermore, she would soon be on the cusp of adulthood, approaching 17 or 18, an age when young hearts are often stirred by the pangs of first love. A romantic subplot could serve as an intriguing hook. Yuxian showed no signs of retreat. Huang would not expose her skin and was not fond of excessive physical intimacy with strangers. Yang Bixian chuckled, remarking that many couples in the entertainment industry were merely performing. Yuxian shook her head, asserting that this was Huang's boundary. Yang Bixian fell silent, pondering for a moment before stating, if her performance can consistently reach today's level. Yuxian confidently replied, "That is absolutely achievable." Yang Bixian nodded in agreement, saying, "Very well, let it be so." He then teased. Si Huang's boundary will undoubtedly bring joy to some women while causing heartache for others. Yu Xian merely smiled in response. Despite the distance separating them, Si Huang could clearly overhear their conversation and felt satisfied with the conditions Yu Xian had discussed, thinking that she could entrust such matters entirely to her without further concern. As she browsed through various forums on her phone, she finally stumbled upon the sensational news she had been anticipating. Extravagant lives of the elite. A chaotic feast of indulgence. There's nothing you can't imagine and nothing you won't see. This headline, infused with provocative terms like elite, chaos, and group indulgence, instantly captivated countless eyes. Upon clicking, viewers were bound to gasp at their screens, whether on their phones, tablets, or computers, for the explosive visuals did not disappoint. A series of high-definition photographs dazzled the senses. Not only did they flood the campus forum of Huang Art School, but they also swiftly spread across other gossip forums and websites, resembling an uncontrollable deluge. Si Huang observed the rapid influx of comments on the Huang Art School forum. Feeling a surge of delight, she mused that Mr. Xiong's efficiency surpassed that of her previous life. Could it be that she had truly struck gold with this event? At Fenghua Entertainment Company, Secretary Huang, come here at once. Si Jihan spoke coldly into the phone, suppressing his anger. Within 3 minutes, Secretary Huang knocked and entered, bowing slightly before the seething Si Jihan. Boss, how may I assist you? He inquired. Immediately remove all online photographs pertaining to Si Hua and uncover the mastermind behind this dissemination. Si Jihan gritted his teeth. Understood, Secretary Huang replied, hastening towards the technical department. Si Jihan fixated on the photographs on his computer, witnessing their astonishingly rapid spread. A crimson hue began to seep into his eyes. The previous day, Si Hua had not returned home. When he called her classmates, he learned that she was enjoying herself, while Si Huang had left early. Si Jihan was aware that Si Hua's nature was not as innocent and sunny as it appeared and knew that many of Si Huang's missteps were often orchestrated by her. Yet, he was too weary to seek the truth. As Si Huang stated, he had firmly determined that Si Hua was the rightful heir to the company, while Si Huang was merely a compliant sacrifice. Occasional reprimands instilled profound fear within her, serving to enhance his control over her. Thus, even with the knowledge that Si Hua was scheming against Si Huang, Si Jihan refrained from intervening. Rather, he exacerbated the situation, further affirming his belief that Si Huang was no match for Si Hua. However, following the incident in which he had struck Si Huang, everything had turned upside down, resulting in unforeseen changes. The abrupt ringing of his phone interrupted Si Jihan's thoughts. Upon seeing the caller ID, he furrowed his brows but answered nonetheless. Jihan, what is going on with the news online? Is Xiao Hua losing her humanity? The accusatory tone from the other end made Si Jihan's expression darken. Why don't you ask Si Hua what happened? Bai Qinglan's voice was colder than his. What else could it be? Xiao Hua told me that little wretch is behind it all. She has undoubtedly lost her sanity. Not only did she drug Xiao Hua, but Si Jihan. This is all you're doing. As she spoke, her voice trembled with suppressed sobs. Why must I endure such misfortune? If it weren't for you, Xiao Huang wouldn't even lack a tombstone, and now Xiao Hua must also suffer. In the past, Si Jihan would have offered her comfort, but now he was merely irritated, lacking any sympathy in his tone. Don't listen to rumors as if they are facts. Yesterday, they went out at Si Hua's behest. How could Si Huang have plotted against her? Are you now defending that little wretch? What is going on? Just because she is enjoying some recent fame, you've become interested? I've never seen you care for her before. Bai Qinglan, mind your words. Are you afraid of others speaking the truth about your own actions? This isn't the first time you've done something like this. Practice makes perfect, doesn't it? You once exploited her mother for great profit. Now you're attempting to do the same with her. Surely, it will be even more successful, considering she shares half your blood. Father and daughter Bai Qinglan. Si Jihan's voice was filled with palpable anger. At that moment, Bai Qinglan, at home, was taken aback, and upon regaining her composure, she regretted her careless words. Jihan, I didn't mean it that way. I simply cannot bear to see Xiao Hua bullied. You've seen how significantly this situation could impact her future. If mishandled, it could become a lifelong blemish for Xiaohua and cause irreparable damage to Fenghua Entertainment. I was just anxious. Jihan, you've been distant these past few days, and I have no one to confide in. See Jihan's expression stiffened. I understand. Stay at home and don't worry. I will handle this matter. Si Hua is my sole chosen heir, and that will not change. Bai Qinglan's mood did not brighten with his words. Her tone remained rigid. Very well, I will heed your advice. Jihan, I await your return. Remember to come home early tonight. Feigning ignorance to her underlying implication, Si Jihan hung up and wearily sank into his office chair. He suddenly shouted in frustration, delivering a forceful kick to the desk before him. The items on the desk toppled chaotically. The expression on Si Jihan's face was one of torment and anguish. Ever since that night of indulgence in Jinhong Daxia, he had discovered a troubling issue with his body. He was unable to achieve an erection. This matter, pertaining to the most crucial aspect of masculinity, was one he dared not investigate publicly. Instead, he opted for the discretion of a private physician, who confirmed his fears. He had indeed suffered a malfunction due to excessive consumption of stimulants. Having gone over half a month without intimacy with Bai Qinglan, the strain on their marital bond became apparent, especially given Bai Qinglan's naturally suspicious disposition. She had repeatedly mocked him, insinuating that he might be involved with another woman. Although Si Jihan occasionally sought the company of women outside his marriage, it was always transactional, devoid of emotional entanglement. More often than not, he returned home, a fact that Bai Qinglan understood, which is why she did not press the issue. The prolonged absence of intimacy was unprecedented for the couple, and Bai Qinglan's doubts were entirely justified. However, Si Jihan's pride would not allow him to divulge the truth. He could not bear the thought of enduring her scorn should she discover the reality, nor could he risk her accidentally revealing it, leading to his humiliation. How would he navigate Bai Qinglan's insinuations today? A surge of anger ignited within him, compelling him to obliterate everything in sight. Suddenly, the landline on the table rang. Si Jihan took a deep breath, reached out to answer. Hello? Boss, the individual disseminating the second young master's photos online is a hacker of remarkable skill. We are unable to trace his ID address or remove the images. Are you all incompetent? If you can't delete them, then retaliate. Claim they're photoshopped or that it's a setup. Whatever it takes to protect Si Hua. Understood. Si Jihan slammed the landline onto the floor, inhaling deeply twice before picking up his mobile phone to dial Si Huang's number. Chapter 051. For the male deity Si Huang, your phone is ringing. Yuling placed a cup of milk tea on the table in front of Si Huang, glancing at the vibrating phone nearby. Let us eat first. Si Huang smiled as she picked up her milk tea. For lunch, they had sandwiches and fruit salad from the Huang Art School cafeteria, accompanied by a small cake and freshly baked cookies from the cafeteria staff. As Si Huang savored her meal, Yu Xian walked in, the chaotic screams from outside fading only after the door closed behind him. Yu Xian set down several shopping bags on the sofa, a sheen of sweat on his forehead. Didn't they say the girls at the art school were gentle? They insisted on giving gifts despite being told not to, and if we didn't help, they threatened to strip. Whereas their modesty? What happened to the supposed cute demeanor? Brother, have some water. Yu Ling chuckled, handing him a cup of milk tea. Yu Xian shook his head. I prefer mineral water, and glanced at Si Huang, hesitating to speak. Yu Ling exchanged his cup for water, noticing his demeanor and silently inquiring, What's wrong? Yu Xian remained silent. Si Huang had just begun her meal when both Yu Xian and Yu Ling set down their chopsticks. Si Huang, do you have internet access? Yu Xian inquired. Yes. Upon seeing her calm expression, Yu Xian realized she must already be aware of the turmoil at Huang Art School. What does that have to do with us? Si Huang wiped her mouth and picked up her ringing phone, casting a glance at the Yu siblings before answering the call. Once connected, the line was silent save for heavy breathing, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption. Is there something you need? Si Huang prompted. Did you have a hand in Si Chuan's incident? The question was direct, devoid of any attempt at gentleness. Si Huang let out a light laugh, her pleasure evident. I saw him having a splendid time yesterday. I'm asking if you did it. It wasn't me. Si Huang reclined lazily against the sofa, amusement glimmering in her eyes. Don't think you can deceive me. If I ask Si Chuan, he will reveal the truth. if you trust him over me, why inquire with me at all? Si Huang remained unperturbed. If it wasn't T.C. Chuan in the photos, it would have been me. Si Huang, I've already told you, no matter what grievances you harbor, I am still your father, and you must heed my words. If you return obediently today, I will forgive you this time. Should you continue to be obstinate, you will learn just how powerless you are alone. No child can contend with their own father. Do you understand? I understand. Si Huang's smile brightened. But Si Jihan, do not underestimate me. I share your blood. The call was abruptly terminated. At Fenghua Entertainment Company, Si Jihan furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the phone's recording. Useless. Si Huang outright denied it, revealing not a hint of information. At Huang Art School, Si Huang rose and asked Yu Xian, what is the plan for this afternoon? Taking candid shots, Yu Xian replied, let us go. As Si Huang walked halfway, she paused and instructed the siblings, if anyone inquires about Si Chuan, maintain silence. The siblings nodded in agreement. Brother, Yu Ling whispered, it seems that Si Huang is in high spirits. One can tell, Yu Xian replied, pausing for a moment, sensing that something significant was about to unfold. The Huang Art School boasted numerous filming locations, with the third floor of Building 1 serving as a venue for students to hone their acting skills in various indoor settings. In a modern, minimalist two-bedroom apartment, Yang Bixian meticulously inspected each crew member's station, confirming everything was in order as they awaited Si Huang's arrival. The door to the makeshift changing room swung open, and Si Huang emerged clad in RB loungewear. All eyes turned in her direction. She wore a cream-colored, pure cotton long-sleeve shirt, a hallmark of RB's fresh and luxurious style this year. At first glance, it appeared simple and clean, yet upon closer inspection, delicate silver embroidery adorned the fabric, showcasing attention to detail. Below, she donned loose, light gray trousers that slightly grazed the floor, paired with casual slippers featuring a blue and white checkered pattern. She sauntered out leisurely, as if in the comfort of her own home, her slightly tousled hair lending an air of relaxed gentility. Have you done any endorsements before? Yang Bixian inquired, nodding in satisfaction. No, but I have researched, Si Huang replied. Channel your previous confidence. Treat this space as your own home. Act as you wish. The photographer will capture candid moments, and just follow their guidance if they require anything from you, Yang Bixian encouraged. Si Huang nodded, signaling her readiness. Let us begin, Yang Bixian announced. As the lights illuminated and the camera focused, everyone noticed a transformation in Si Huang's aura. The boisterous, playful spirit from the basketball court had morphed into a languid, elegant warmth of a homebody. She appeared as though just awakened, moving at a leisurely pace, casually ruffling her hair. With half-closed eyes that shimmered with a dreamy glimmer, she cast a lazy glance towards the photographer, who, caught off guard, swiftly captured the moment. In a short time, she strolled into the open kitchen, selecting coffee beans from a glass cabinet. Methodically, she prepared freshly brewed coffee, her delicate fingers complementing the coffee machine. Leaning slightly against the lower cabinet, she exuded a languid charm, her soft lips curving into a gentle smile as she focused intently on her task. An aura of tranquility enveloped her, and watching her seemed to slow the passage of time, instilling a sense of joy and relaxation, making every morning feel exquisite. Though the process of brewing coffee could be mundane, Si Huang transformed it into a delightful spectacle, and no one felt inclined to rush her. Instead, they savored the serene ambience she created. She chose a pristine white porcelain cup, rinsed it, and filled it halfway before carrying it into the living room. By this point, she appeared more alert, yet still radiated a casual comfort of home. She casually picked up a magazine from the coffee table, removed her slippers, and sat cross-legged on the sofa, placing the magazine on her lap as she leaned down to read. Once the coffee cooled slightly, she tilted her head, bringing the cup to her lips for a sip. In the warmth of the air, delicate brows and eyes unfurl softly, radiating a smile that conveys sheer enjoyment from the tips of the lashes to the ends of the brows. The rosy lips, kissed by the heat, appear even more vibrant, their upward curve exuding both freshness and elegance. Are there any special requests? Inquired the languid youth, exuding an air of grace as he lifted his head and spoke in a soothing, mellow voice. Yang Bixian, momentarily returning to reality, turned his gaze towards the photographer. The photographer, after scrutinizing the results for several moments, exclaimed, "No problem. You can change your clothes now." Had it not been for Huang's reminder, they might have lingered in this moment, forgetting that this was not a film shoot, but rather a product promotional video and stills. Descending from the sofa, Huang made her way toward the changing room and re-emerged a few minutes later, adorned in the latest RB collection yet to be released. Featuring a white t-shirt emblazoned with a large graphic, a mid-layer blue shirt, and a dark green knitted outerwear, paired with cropped, folded denim trousers that revealed a hint of her ankles, complemented by RB casual shoes. "Let's take a few shots inside the house first, then we can head outside," Yang Bixian suggested. Suddenly recalling something, he added, "Initially, I intended to convey love in the final scene, but emphasizing some hints earlier could be more effective. Huang, could you embody the feeling of having a beloved girlfriend nearby, even if she is merely a figment of imagination? It's worth a try." Huang left her statement unfinished. Yang Bixian nodded in agreement. Outside the shooting scene, a throng of men and women gathered, with the innermost layer consisting entirely of girls, all leaning against the windows, intently watching Huang's performance. Due to the house's enclosed nature, they could not discern the dialogue between Yang Bixian and Huang. However, as Huang continued her captivating display, some astute girls began to speculate, leading to a chorus of excited screams. "With so many of us here, why does His Majesty still have to act with the air? How wicked! Indeed, didn't another male performer take the stage earlier? Is he looking down on us? Oh, I wish His Majesty could see me. I don't need to play the lead. Being His Majesty's pet would suffice. I would even mind being a backdrop. Are you sure you can go up there without causing chaos for Huang?" A sardonic male voice chimed in. "Ah, who hit me? I'm merely speaking the truth." "Ah." Many girls turned to glare at the source of the voice, only to find the boy had vanished, leaving them huffing in disdain. Serves him right. Although Huang did not fully articulate her thoughts, her performance left Yang Bixian and the photographer unable to find any flaws. This ease was both a source of joy and exasperation. Her remarkable display rendered the photographer's sense of achievement somewhat diminished. Moreover, it created a formidable pressure. If she appeared so breathtakingly perfect in front of him, how could he capture her essence without falling short of reality? In the minimalist living room, Huang thrived as she showcased her allure. The youth reclined on the sofa, his gaze directed perfectly towards the camera, his eyes bright and clear, shimmering with warmth and mirth. His crimson lips parted slightly, the natural upward curve at the corners suggesting a gentle call to someone, softly conveying unspoken sentiments. Her emotions, though not fervently passionate, convey a youthful tenderness and sincerity that is both pure and beautiful, illuminating her presence. The young man reclined on the sofa, magazine in hand, his long, straight legs resting on the arm of the love seat, his head supported by a cushion at the other end. This relaxed posture effortlessly showcased her tall, graceful figure. Her short black hair cascaded softly, her face appearing even more radiant under the light, her eyes squinting with delight. A mischievous smile playing on her lips as she held the magazine aloft. In that moment, everyone felt as if a girl were truly beside them, wishing to snatch the magazine away, only to be playfully teased by the young man. Yang Bixian observed intently, a broad smile spreading across his face. He was immensely grateful for having chosen Huang. This child was destined for stardom. He thought fervently that her rise would surpass his expectations. As Huang gained prominence, the advantages for RB would multiply. Had he not selected Huang at this moment, he would likely have to pay a fortune in the future to have her as a spokesperson again. The home photo shoot concluded here. Yang Bixian glanced at his watch. Was it still class time? Huang should change into another outfit and take a few photos in the classroom. This decision excited the girls outside, who, with a mix of innocence and charm, exclaimed praises like "the handsome guy is truly amazing. The uncle is quite nice. No wonder he's a senior at RB. Such a wise choice." They completely forgot their previous complaints, leaving the boys astonished, secretly thinking, one must never offend women. Yang Bixian found himself in a mix of amusement and exasperation, facing a sea of sparkling eyes. He awkwardly remarked, A class cannot consist entirely of girls. Handsome guy. Someone like me could easily play a boy, right? A plump girl with short hair and large glasses stepped forward, beaming with pride. I often wear my dad's clothes outside, and no one mistakes me for a girl. Look how hard I'm trying. If you don't choose me, it will be truly unkind. Yang Bixin thought. To be in the same class as the idol, you're trying this hard. Do your parents know? Yang Bixin's decision proved that he indeed possessed a kind heart. Huang changed into a British collegiate-style outfit, a light brown knitted sweater paired with a white inner layer, simple yet elegant. The sweater featured a distinctly angled diamond pattern, adding a touch of fashionable individuality. The V-neckline highlighted her youthful spirit and charm, enhancing her gentlemanly demeanor, while the casual style was perfectly suited for a student. Her hair was neatly styled back with some setting spray, giving her a more polished and spirited appearance. As Huang entered the classroom, she was met with a wave of eager gazes. "Oh, quiet!" the teacher at the podium exclaimed, slamming his hands on a lectern. This was indeed the scheduled class time for Huang Art School, but Huang's entrance had spread like wildfire, causing the girls to skip class, leading to the collapse of the day's lessons. At that moment, the teacher's gaze upon Huang was akin to that of someone witnessing a calamity. Huang recognized several familiar faces in the classroom. Besides the quartet of Huiyuji, there was also Lu Yin, the daughter of Director Liu, seated next to the girl who had lent him the script. Noticing the girl's eager gaze, Huang smiled gently and nodded, indicating that he remembered her. Lu Ningning's face blossomed with delight. "Are we all set? Yang Bixin inquiret." Huang took a seat by the window and nodded. Yang Bixin instructed the others. "You merely need to serve as a quiet backdrop." The girls obediently nodded, while the few boys wore expressions of varying degrees of trepidation. Although they were told to act as a silent backdrop, every gaze in the room inevitably gravitated towards Huang. Yang Bixin was concerned that the weight of so many eyes upon Huang might induce pressure and hinder his performance. However, Huang's subsequent display proved his worries to be unfounded. The open window allowed a gentle breeze to stir the curtains, while the sun poured its golden rays upon the youthful scholar, casting a soft glow over half his face, rendering it somewhat ethereal. His gaze drifted toward the playground outside, one hand unconsciously twirling a pen, a faint smile betraying a sense of fondness and indulgence. This moment froze for several seconds until the handsome youth suddenly furrowed his brow, anger flashing in his eyes, his lips pressed tightly together, the tension in his expression swiftly dispelling the earlier softness, becoming unapproachable. Bang! Everyone jumped in surprise as Huang kicked over his desk. "What are you doing?" The teacher at the front instinctively reprimanded. Huang did not respond but tugged at the collar of his sweater, revealing a graceful neck and fair skin, with a hint of collarbone peeking through. He bent one leg against the overturned desk while extending the other, arms crossed, chin raised defiantly, coldly staring at the teacher, exuding an aura of irritation and iciness. This attitude was both audacious and utterly shameless, yet undeniably striking. You get out," the teacher stammered, his face gradually reddening as he pointed toward the classroom door. "On what grounds do you command His Majesty to leave?" Huiyuji suddenly stood up and shouted. "Exactly. If anyone should leave, it's you," Bai Shadowa echoed, leading the charge, and soon the other girls began to stir in protest. "Apologies," Huang interjected before unnecessary chaos could unfold. "I reacted too strongly." All eyes turned toward him. The person who had just appeared displeased now wore a smile. "There are elements of romance in the promotional video, and I was merely expressing my imagination. I apologize for the trouble." "No, you performed splendidly," Yang Bixin interjected. "I could understand the scene you were trying to convey. Was the girl you liked too close with another boy on the playground, which incited your anger?" After saying this, Yang Bixin chucklet. "Huang, have you truly never been in a relationship? How do you bring all this to life so vividly?" The last question piqued everyone's interest. "Huang played comedy?" "No." The girls present, upon hearing his answer, were left uncertain whether to feel joy or disappointment. The event concluded splendidly, despite some minor issues along the way. The teacher, initially feeling somewhat awkward, found comfort in Huang's assertion that this was merely a genuine display of the teacher's essence. which was not a fault. The teacher then graciously accepted this perspective, and her attitude towards Huang shifted, at least no longer viewing her as a source of trouble. As time slipped by unnoticed, the sun began its descent, and Huang's work approached its final phase. Under normal circumstances, given Huang's efficiency, the last act would not have been delayed to this point. However, it was precisely due to her commitment to excellence that Yang Bixian felt compelled to pursue perfection as well. The backdrop alone consumed an entire afternoon to complete, even with the voluntary assistance of students from Huang Art School. As a token of gratitude towards these generous students, and with Huang's consent, she decided to perform a complete piano piece for the final act. The stage, adorned with vibrant and lifelike rose-themed scenery, was illuminated as a multitude of students gathered below. Despite it being dismissal time, none of the students departed. Instead, they surged towards the makeshift stage, creating a lively atmosphere. Yang Bixian, observing the scene, marveled at Huang's influence, which exceeded his expectations yet again. Just as everything seemed ready, an assistant rushed over in a flurry. "Yang, there's trouble. A crowd of reporters is approaching from outside." Yang Bixian inquired, "What is going on? Is a brand endorsement necessitating such enthusiasm?" "No, it's something else." The assistant replied urgently. "You've been busy with the promotional video, so you might not know, but the scandal involving the second-generation wealthy and the 3P incident has gone viral online." Yang Bixian looked up and spotted the reporters in the distance. "We'll address this later. First, we must stop them. Inform them that any inquiries can wait until after the performance." Noticing the throng of reporters, he added, "Also, contact the administration of Huang Art School and request additional security." However, the next scene left Yang Bixian momentarily stunned as he realized his precautionary measures were unnecessary. A group of girls had organized themselves into a line, blocking the advancing reporters. "Stop right there. You cannot come any closer. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude," commanded Huang, leading the charge. "Children, we are here for interview. Please make way," one reporter chuckled. "Who are you calling child? Don't think I'm unaware of your intentions. If you wish to bully our sovereign, have you sought our permission?" Huang stepped forward defiantly. "Huh, with your attitude, you'll never survive in the entertainment industry," a reporter scoffed. Huang shot a glare at the speaker. "I thought you were someone important. Turns out you're just a mouthpiece for true entertainment. While others may fear you, I do not. I have no desire to be a star. Serving our sovereign is sufficient for me. If you dare, come and bite me." Upon realizing that the speaker was a reporter from True Entertainment, the other girls displayed expressions of disdain and rejection. "Look at that. Such is the company they keep," reflecting their character. A flawed foundation leads to a crooked structure. The reporter from Real Entertainment turned to her assistant, who was carrying the camera, and smiled. Upon hearing this, Huang became furious, grabbing her hand and urging her to remain calm, warning that her actions might cause trouble for His Majesty. Lu Ningning regarded her seriously. Huang, observing the trio before her, let out a disdainful huff and ceased her retort. Previously, the two groups had no grievances or connections with each other, merely harboring a slight mutual disdain. One represented a group of rebellious girls, while the other comprised academic overachievers. However, not long ago, upon discovering their shared admiration for Huang, the atmosphere shifted and their relationship began to strengthen. Lu Ningning turned her gaze towards Lu Yan. The latter, maintaining a stoic expression, approached the reporters, asserting, "This is Huang Art School, a sanctuary for our students to pursue education in tranquility. Your unsolicited intrusion, without the consent of the institution, is nothing short of rude and disrespectful. Do not presume that, as journalists, you can wield your words to insult or belittle others at will. Remember, we too are in front of the camera. The audience is not foolish enough to be oblivious to your true, ugly nature, so do not tarnish the dignity of society. Instead, exemplify the decorum expected of adults." The reporters exhibited a range of expressions. Lu Yin continued, "We all know the purpose of your presence. If you wish to conduct interviews, please remain quiet and wait for His Majesty to conclude his work. This is a matter of common courtesy. Spare us your pretentious politeness. Who doesn't recognize your sarcasm? Just because you are young does not grant you the liberty to spout nonsense." Your current behavior is a blatant disrespect towards us. A reporter from Real Entertainment retorted. Our courtesy is extended to individuals. Zhou Xiaowen replied with a charming smile, her eyes brimming with disdain. Just as the reporter from Real Entertainment was about to respond, Lu Yin interjected, Now stay put and do not disturb us while we enjoy His Majesty's performance. Otherwise, you may find out whether it is your unity or ours that prevails. The lined-up girls stood tall, embodying the spirit of fearless knights as they glared fiercely at the reporters. The group of entertainment journalists was left dumbfounded. They had never encountered fans like this before. You've all been corrupted by Huang. Utterly insane. This is the detrimental influence Huang has wrought. Look at how today's youth have transformed, delusional, rebellious, belligerent. The reporter from Real Entertainment declared vehemently, How can such a negative source continue to reside in the entertainment industry, appearing on our screens? This is an absolute moral decline. Suddenly, a piece of instant noodles, mysteriously hurled from the crowd, struck him on the head. May you not escape the consequences of your vile words. Leave, leave. The ones who should be expelled from the entertainment industry are you, Real Entertainment, shameless and full of nonsense. Get out. You are not welcome here. The scene erupted into chaos, leaving the reporters astonished. Most students at the art school aimed for careers in the entertainment industry, yet these girls acted without hesitation, their emotions escalating rapidly, seemingly oblivious to the potential repercussions for their future endeavors. Fortunately, the situation did not escalate to an irretrievable state and was swiftly brought under control by the timely arrival of the school authorities. With the intervention of the administration, the female students, led by Hui Yuji and Lu Ningning, ceased their obstruction of the reporter's entry. However, the journalists were instructed not to disturb Huang during her performance, and any interviews would have to wait until she concluded. Thus, a group of reporters found themselves deliberately isolated by the students in an open space, some of whom were broadcasting live, and the recent events had already been witnessed by a portion of the audience. By the time Huang learned of this, the scene was already under control. She turned to Yuxian and said, I understand. Yuxian responded, I just discovered that the origin of the Knight's Order actually began here at Huang Art School. Upon hearing this, Huang smiled gently to herself. In her previous life, her time at Huang Art School had been marked by dullness and silence, a period of obscurity. Yet, in this reincarnation, it had become her radiant starting point. Yuxian, catching a glimpse of her indescribable smile, asked in a daze, What is it? Fate truly is wondrous. Huh, let us go. The crimson clouds of the setting sun gradually dispersed, and the sky darkened with remarkable speed, shifting from a dim light that allowed glimpses of the scenery to an obscurity where only those nearby could be discerned. Suddenly, the stage lights flared to life, causing the waiting students' hearts to leap in excitement. An elegant piano stood majestically at the center, its polished surface reflecting a shimmering glow under the spotlight, its fluid lines exuding beauty and grace. The sound of soft, rhythmic footsteps echoed in the air. Chapter 052, Qin Fan. Early romance is unwise. Everyone raised their heads to gaze. A tall figure adorned in a sharply tailored suit, epitomizing the classic black and white ensemble, wore a pristine white shirt with the top button undone, complemented by a solid black tie devoid of any embellishments. The outer black blazer, exuding a youthful casual flair, was accented with a meticulously crafted metallic brooch on the left chest, elevating the overall elegance of the attire. The black trousers perfectly showcased the length of her legs. As she walked, her face gradually emerged from the shadows, revealing neatly combed black hair and features as luminous as a clear sky and bright moon. Her smile enveloped those around her like a gentle spring breeze, exuding a noble grace that provoked an uncontrollable cacophony of cheers from the girls below. On stage, she radiated confidence and brilliance, exuding a mature and composed charm. Yang Bixian murmured, If this person is not famous, it is a travesty. According to the narrative of the promotional video, at this moment, Huang should be graduating from school, attending the graduation ceremony, where she would perform a piano piece for her first love, elegantly concluding this beautiful chapter of youth. This was her moment of utmost brilliance. On the basketball court, She was flamboyant and spirited. In life, she was lazily radiant. In her studies, she was both relaxed and earnest. And in her first love, she was candid and forthright. Now, on stage, she remained noble and graceful. The brief promotional clip, made authentic by her presence, depicted a vivid character brimming with life and memories. Huang stepped to the center of the stage, facing the throngs of people below, seemingly oblivious to the isolated journalists. She smiled, and each individual who met her gaze felt as though she was looking directly at them. Without uttering a word, she turned and seated herself at the piano, her fair and slender fingers gliding over the black and white keys. The piano's tone was exquisite, pure, and rich. Huang's fingers danced nimbly across the keys, performing a renowned piece that eloquently conveyed affection. The composition was vibrant and elaborate, with a brisk and intricate tempo that tested the performer's prowess. As the melody resonated, the autumnal night transformed, no longer cold, but infused with a passionate rhythm akin to the layers of roses in her backdrop, carrying the fragrance of romance that ignited the fervent pursuit of love in the hearts of every youth, innocent and unabashed. From bass to treble and back again, the music ebbed and flowed, while the audience beheld Huang's fingers flying in a blur of motion, uncertain whether it was the lighting that dazzled their eyes or the remarkable dexterity of her hands. The undulating piano melodies struck a chord deep within, her 10 fingers creating a stunning and breathtaking spectacle. It felt as though a breeze had stirred, lifting the petals of an expansive rose garden, brushing against her body, sweeping up her garments and hair, echoing the rhythm of her heartbeat, while the air was thick with a romantic and intoxicating aroma. As the piano piece approached its climactic conclusion, the intensity remained fervent and resolute until her hands finally rested upon the keys. The sound faded, yet the audience's hearts continued to race, still resonating with the lingering, resplendent tones. The silence enveloped the space. No one dared to speak. Regardless of the students, journalists, or the staff of RB, everyone silently savored the moment, their gazes unconsciously lingering on the elegant figure upon the stage. Huang rose to her feet, causing the hearts of the crowd to rise and fall in unison with her movements. She gently moved aside the low chair and stepped forward, standing directly before the audience, facing the densely packed throng below. "Are you the origin of the Knight's Order?" Her voice was soft, yet in the hushed atmosphere, it resonated clearly with each individual. "Yes, Your Majesty, we are your Knight's Order." A resounding chorus echoed, "Ah, we are." The girls shouted with excitement, united in their fervor, whether they were already part of the Knight's Order or not. In that moment, they all transformed into one collective entity, chanting and sharing in the exhilaration. Huang smiled lightly. Her expression illuminated under the spotlight, and the fervent shouts fell into a synchronized silence. She spoke. "The piece I just played was predetermined by RB. Although it was initially intended as a gesture of gratitude for your support, I have changed my mind." The girls sensed an impending revelation, suppressing their inner excitement. Their eager gazes fixed intently on Huang. The young man in the black and white suit placed a hand on his abdomen and bowed gracefully to the audience. His elegant demeanor complemented by a gentle smile, reminiscent of a nobleman stepping out from a traditional ink painting. "I wish to perform a piece exclusively for you. Would you like to hear it?" "Yes." The harmonious response erupted, as if to shatter the clouds above, the voices ringing out, clear, sharp, and hoarse, disregarding their vocal cords. Huang returned to the piano and took her seat once more, among the group of journalists. One reporter wished to intervene, but found that none of his colleagues moved to assist him. Alone and unsupported, he could only scowl in silence as he observed the unfolding scene. Many speculated on what Huang would play next. The previous composition was a classic, perfectly showcasing her exceptional piano skills. Following such a stunning performance, the next piece was expected to be even more remarkable. What could it be? Perhaps another renowned piece expressing deeper sentiments? As Huang's fingers struck the first note, the audience fell momentarily silent. It was so light. The timbre floated indistinctly. 1 note, 2 notes, 3 notes. The melody she played was gentle and unhurried, her expression relaxed and warm, resembling not a solemn performance, but rather a casual practice. What is this piece? Someone whispered, unable to recognize the prelude. I haven't heard it either. Is it a more obscure classic? It doesn't sound like it. Why do I feel that Her Majesty is improvising? Such terms as improvisation and original creation began to circulate among the crowd's discussions. Amidst their hushed speculations, the suddenly clear and vibrant piano tones interrupted their discourse. If Huang's opening notes resembled the gentle patter of raindrops at night, seemingly inaudible, the subsequent melody and timbre captivated and enchanted all present. The melody, though undeniably lively, possesses a gentle timbre, fluctuating in pace with an airy unpredictability. Imbued with a sense of leisurely bliss, reminiscent of the morning light veiled in mist, softly radiant, delicate, and warm. As one listens, a tranquil mood envelopes the heart, and gazing upon the performer, whose lips curl into a tender smile, one finds oneself involuntarily mirroring that serene expression. As the night drapes its dark curtain, the moonlight shines brightly, transforming this space from an artificial playground into a forest suffused with the essence of nature, where the chirping of insects and the rustling of birds evoke a sense of freedom and passionate affection. There is no need for rigid rhythms or ostentatious displays of skill. The music flows effortlessly, guided by the innermost feelings that dictate the lightness and heaviness of her fingers. Suddenly, a gentle patter of rain descends, the cool droplets awakening many from their reverie. It's raining, murmurs a voice, prompting a nearby girl to shoot a glare, silencing him with a curt "shut up." After a brief flurry of surprised whispers, an unexpected calm prevails. No one moves to leave. Perhaps some wish to escape, yet the crowd's inertia holds them in place. As most choose to stand resolutely beneath the fine rain, silence envelopes the gathering. The makeshift stage lacks a roof, allowing the rain to fall upon the performer, Huang. She tilts her head back, the stage lights blurring her vision, while the delicate rain kisses her face and body. With her eyes closed, her playing becomes even more instinctive and free-spirited. As the rain intensifies, her serene smile widens, and without a large screen, the audience struggles to discern her expressions. Yet the recording cameras allow a growing number of viewers outside to witness her artistry more clearly. Though the onlookers cannot see Huang's face, they can hear her performance with remarkable clarity, the notes she plays allowing them to deeply resonate with her emotions. The grass breaks through the earth, fish thrive in water. And her music, a crystalline sound, surpasses the rain's gentle descent, stirring the depths of the soul, evoking a resonance that touches the purest part of each heart, rekindling the fervent desire for freedom that lies within. As the final note fades, Huang withdraws her hands from the piano keys, opening her eyes. She retrieves a dry handkerchief from her suit pocket, gently wiping the few droplets from the piano surface. In the ensuing silence, applause erupts, solitary clap, followed by an enthusiastic crescendo. Your Majesty. Your Majesty. Huang, I love you. The cheers of the girls rise in fervor. Turning to them, her wet black hair clinging to her face, droplets glistening on her porcelain skin, her lips bloom into a smile as she softly responds, "Yes, I love you too." "Oh dear, I've gotten the piano wet," Huang remarks as she rises, glancing toward Yang Bixian and his companions. "Could you please help move it back?" Yang Bixian instructed a few individuals to assist him, stating that after a brief moment, professional caregivers should take over, alleviating any potential issues, should any problems arise. They would be attributed to RB. Huang did not decline his offer, but nodded in acknowledgement. She then addressed the audience below, expressing gratitude. "Thank you all for your presence today. As the evening draws near and rain begins to fall, it would be wise to return home early." However, the majority remained unmoved, and seeing this, Huang understood that further persuasion would be futile. She made her way down the stage, accepting a towel from Yuxian, who was approaching her to dry her hair. "Perhaps you should change into a fresh outfit," suggested Yuxian. Huang glanced toward the crowd and the reporters, but shook her head in response. Yuxian subtly parted her lips and, after a moment, inquired, "Shall I handle this matter?" "You are unaware of the situation," Huang replied, removing the towel from her head, her eyes gleaming with mirth. Moreover, I prefer to resolve this myself. Yuxian was now certain that the incident involving Sihua online was indeed orchestrated by Sifang. She ceased her remarks and took the towel, closely following Sifang. Yuling hurried over, offering her a thermos. Hot milk, she said. Sifang noticed the moisture on Yuling's forehead, uncertain if it was sweat or rain. Take care of yourself, she advised. Yuling smiled. It's nothing. I was under shelter just now. Within moments, a throng of reporters had surrounded them. Sifang halted, her words silencing the inquiries that were about to spill forth. I have concluded the filming of Royal Path. I am now representing the RB brand, and I sincerely appreciate your attention and concern. Her elegant demeanor and measured tone left the reporters momentarily at a loss for how to proceed with their questioning. One individual, however, appeared intent on provoking Sifang. A reporter from Real Entertainment stepped forward, scoffing. Weren't you quite arrogant before? Have you suddenly learned to be polite? Don't tell us you're unaware of the incident involving the second son of Fenghua Entertainment. My politeness is reserved for individuals. Sifang retorted with the same words that had previously flustered Lu Yan, causing the reporter's face to redden. She continued, I am aware of the situation concerning Sihua, but I prefer not to elaborate. Why not? Is this matter truly connected to you? What is your perspective on this? There are widespread rumors suggesting that you orchestrated your brother's downfall. 1 month prior, a post on the Huang Art School forum claimed that you had usurped your brother's role and had previously harmed Sihua. What do you have to say about that? As the discussion shifted to Sihua, the previously silent reporters surged forward like ravenous wolves upon a carcass, thrusting microphones towards Sifang and crowding around her. Stop! Yuxian interjected coldly, stepping forward and grasping one reporter's wrist. If your microphone encroaches further, I can accuse you of intentional harm. The individual, taken aback and ready to retort, found himself daunted by the vigilant students surrounding him and retreated. The reporters, exasperated, retreated to a certain distance, forming a circle around her, clearly indicating that if Huang chose not to respond, they would not easily allow her to leave. If you insist on an answer from me. Huang lowered her gaze and smiled subtly. The distinction between right and wrong is inconsequential. What truly matters is that I shall not be silenced nor bullied. Whoever it may be, when you wish to confront me, remember this statement. The journalist from Real Entertainment felt her words were directed at them. Their hearts a mixture of alarm, anger, and humiliation. This is my answer. Huang raised her head, facing all the cameras with an expression of calm composure. Please elaborate further. What constitutes bullying? Is there an underlying truth to be unveiled? Huang, feel free to express any grievances without revealing the truth. It can never become a reality. Wait, they clamored. Were your previous words a declaration of war against certain individuals? Under the pursuit of the reporters, Huang chose not to utter another word, departing the scene under the protection of security and fellow students. The events of the day were witnessed by countless eyes. In a pastoral estate, Grandma Yu silently watched the projection of Huang entering the car, pausing for a few seconds before asking her companion, Old Tai, are you truly unwilling to lend assistance? Your concern has clouded your judgment. Observe her demeanor, so composed, it hardly suggests she requires help. Old Tai was massaging her legs, and given the current circumstances, he believed it best not to intervene. Otherwise, he would not be aiding her, but rather causing her harm. Grandma Yu, sulking, retracted her legs. That's easy for you to say. What harm is there in offering occasional assistance? After all, she is my granddaughter, with a grandmother and a grandfather like us. Why shouldn't she take a few shortcuts? Otherwise, what is the purpose of our hard work if not to benefit the next generation? Nonsense. Old Tai muttered under his breath as he pulled her legs back. Xiang Zheng mentioned that you must regularly receive blood circulation massages. Otherwise, the pain will return. This time, Grandma Yu did not protest. She picked up the remote and replayed the previously recorded live broadcast, the high-definition projection once again showcasing Huang's performance. The exquisite piano melodies resonating from the high-quality speakers. Old Tai's ears perked up, and he could not deny Huang's profound skill at the piano. Even he was taken aback. Perhaps it is best not to assist for now. Children of her age should progress step by step. This is not merely a process of training, but also a beautiful memory in their lives. Without experience, one cannot compose remarkable music. Grandma, you sighed, however, old Thai. Let it be understood that while you cannot assist with major matters, minor help would still be appreciated. Yes? Old Thai scoffed softly. Do you really need to inquire? Don't think I am unaware of the affairs of daily entertainment and gossip report. While real entertainment relentlessly criticizes Si Huang, those two have subtly defended her, enhancing her fame and reputation. Grandma, you rolled her eyes, turning away to feign deep appreciation of the music, nearly exclaiming, "What did you say? I know nothing. Commander, what do you think of this operation report?" Commander? Lieutenant Kunban stared in astonishment at the man ahead, lost in thought while holding his phone. Chin Fan, without lifting his head, replied, "Just leave it for now." Lieutenant Kunban responded, "Understood. However, Commander, we are set to act tomorrow, so—" The remainder of his words was silenced by the man's impatient glare. "You may continue, Commander. I shall take my leave." Within the diminutive screen of his phone, events unfolding at Huang Art School were displayed. Chin Fan had done something akin to what Grandma Yu had done. He recorded the live stream from that evening. He gazed at the young performer on the palm-sized screen, his damp black hair, his forehead raised, tranquil eyes gently closed beneath relaxed brows, and his lips curving into a tender smile. The 10 fingers danced gracefully across the piano keys, and suddenly, Chin Fan comprehended the words of Li Jianfeng from the arms factory. This child certainly attracted the affection of young girls. "Si Huang, we love you." "Well, I love you all too." The audio quality of the phone was both superb and unsatisfactory, as Si Huang's gentle voice filled the air. Chin Fan felt as though his heart was being fiercely scratched, a flicker of excitement rising within him. He logged on to Weibo and sent a private message to Si Huang. "Waiting for you under the phoenix tree. Your piano playing is marvelous." Excited emoticon, Si Huang. Laughing emoticon, waiting for you under the phoenix tree. You're still underage. Early romance is not advisable. Si Huang. It's merely for a promotional video. Waiting for you under the phoenix tree. You declared your love for them. Si Huang, them? Yes, they're quite adorable girls, don't you think? Chin Fan. Adorable? His brows furrowed tightly. What was adorable about them? He fell silent. And Si Huang did not continue the conversation. After a few seconds, he finally sent a reply. Waiting for you under the phoenix tree. Early romance is not advisable, truly. A minute later. Si Huang, ah. Chin Fan stared at those 2 characters and the punctuation, feeling somewhat perplexed. Did she truly understand him? Or was she merely disregarding his words? Feeling a bit disheartened, he exited the Weibo page and dialed Guo Chengxiong's number. In Central City, Guo Chengxiong, immersed in the chaos of the internet and his own creations, was jolted by the ringing of his phone and hurriedly answered. "Hello, Grandpa. What brings you to call me? Are you online?" "Yes, indeed. I have a matter for you to attend to. Of course, just as long as it's not too troublesome. Especially since I'm enjoying a rare day off. Keep an eye on Si Huang. Ensure she isn't bullied." "Understood." "Ah, that is certainly not a problem. Whatever you assign, I will handle it well." The call ended abruptly. Guo Chengxiong gazed at his phone with a click of his tongue, relieved to be clever enough to recognize that the means of contacting him must have been orchestrated by his grandfather for that little phoenix. Judging by his grandfather's attitude, it seemed he intended to perform good deeds anonymously. He had never seen his grandfather so invested in anyone before. It appeared he truly needed to showcase his capabilities this time. Just as he was contemplating this, new developments emerged online. That wretched father, sacrificing one son's future for the sake of another. How can he be so biased? Guo Chengxiong set down his phone, his fingers flying across the keyboard as he intercepted information regarding fabricated photographs from Fenghua Entertainment. Pondering to himself, he wondered whether he should hack into their computer systems, thereby preventing them from targeting Si Huang. Suddenly, a chat window popped up on his screen. Anonymous. File. Here's the follow-up. Guo Chengxiong downloaded the file, discovering it to be a short video. What could it contain? Curiosity piqued, he swiftly downloaded the video in mere seconds and clicked to play. The specialized player revealed a scene set against a moonlit seaside, amidst rocky outcrops, where clusters of flames flickered, accompanied by groups of young men and women. "See that, Shao. You become quite the figure. Haven to you?" You haven't forgotten us, your brothers, have you? We certainly haven't forgotten you. Come quickly. We've saved something special, just for you. Li Kun. Damn him, take him down. Shut up. Even Guo Qingxiong was taken aback by the explosive content of the video. The footage appeared to be from Huang's perspective, likely captured by a camera tucked within his clothing. As the image swayed, beer bottles and stones flew, and a boy named Li Kun swung his fists with fierce expression and malicious intent, his voice unmistakably revealing that Huang was the target. Is this your purpose in luring me out? Campus violence? I hadn't intended to be so direct. You have only yourself to blame. This suggests there are further tactics at play. You will soon find out. I must return a question to you. What audacity compelled you to accept my invitation? Siwa. Initially, I didn't understand. I hadn't provoked you, so why the relentless pursuit of trouble? But I came to realize that reasoning with a lowly scoundrel is futile. You were right. One cannot reason with a scoundrel. Strike him. Wow. Sihua is fleeing. The video, lasting less than a few minutes, featured the individuals subjected to minimal alterations. Aside from the faces of Sihua and Li Kun, the others were obscured beyond recognition. Guo Qingxiong stroked his chin, eyes gleaming with excitement. It appeared to be a straightforward victory for Huang, albeit the footage concluded as Sihua made his escape, leaving the subsequent developments a mystery. He then recalled the initial batch of photographs. What more could follow? Those images served as undeniable evidence. Truly, this promising individual, favored by the authorities, possessed remarkable acumen. Even if everyone deduced that Huang was behind the events, what of it? There was no proof. The video culminated in Hua's retreat, allowing Huang to assert that he had left the scene as well. Furthermore, should this matter be investigated deeply, it would be evident that Hua had orchestrated the situation to ensnare Huang. Thus, the audience's focus would shift from Hua's fate to the question of who truly ensnared whom between these two brothers. Guo Qingxiong was engrossed in analysis when a new reply appeared in the pop-up chat. Anonymous. The 100,000 from the previous affair has already been transferred to your card. Xionggood, do you have any specific request for this one, or shall we publish it online directly? Anonymous. Release it after making a counterattack at Fenghua Entertainment. Xiong, what counterattack? Anonymous. While safeguarding one son, smearing the other. Guo Qingxiong silently cursed. Damn. This guy is truly cunning, clearly having calculated everything. What on earth is Si Jihan thinking, disregarding such an outstanding elder son in favor of the incompetent younger one? Is this what they mean by the squeaky will get the grease, the halo of the youngest? Anonymous. The price remains the same, no problem. Guo Qingxiong could deeply appreciate a sense of grandeur from the words. He felt that if he were to express any issues or request a price increase, the other party would undoubtedly comply without hesitation. He smirked slightly, typing rapidly. Xiong, no problem. Anonymous. The advance payment has been sent. Guo Qingxiong had already noticed the transaction notification on his phone and mused silently. Dear Chief, your concerns are entirely unwarranted. This little phoenix has definitely turned into a demon. Even his father is no match for him. Look at this situation. He is reveling in it. Guo Qingxiong's lips curled into a small, excited smile. It was a rare holiday, and he had stumbled upon such an intriguing affair. Quite delightful indeed. A perfect distraction for him. Chapter 053. Is this your first time? This evening, events transpired both on television and across the internet, spreading rapidly, with countless night owls still glued to their screens at the break of dawn. The headlines read, "The truth behind the grand orgy remains a mystery." What do Huang's bold words signify? The first female knight brigade fiercely battles entertainment reporters. All for His Majesty. Huang's magnificent master-level piano solo. No one left even as the rain fell. This night undoubtedly belonged to Huang, with discussions about her permeating every corner. In the villa of the Jinglan family, Huang terminated her conversation with hacker Xiong and, before retreating to bed, "Mentally inquit, Wu Bao." "Your Majesty, I am here." Wu Bao's voice emerged promptly. Huang chuckled softly, wondering why it had suddenly fallen silent. "I feared I might disturb your Majesty." Si Huang sensed Wu Bao's exuberance and thought to herself. It had been sulking earlier, yet now it was so compliant, a truly capricious little fool. Had it accumulated enough golden glimmers today? Indeed, your majesty. What kind of body do you desire? Si Huang leaned against the headboard, realizing that it had given this matter some thought. Not yet. Why the hesitation in its tone? Si Huang remarked, tomorrow. I shall take you to the pet store for a look. Since we are considering creatures other than humans, it is best to choose a living being of lesser intelligence. The pet store is the most suitable place that won't cause trouble. If you dislike pets, the zoo will suffice. Your Majesty, I have contemplated this matter. There is no rush for an upgrade. It is far more crucial for you to strengthen yourself. Si Huang was taken aback, not reacting strongly. Had not been previously clamoring for an upgrade? I was merely afraid that you might not be willing. Wu Bao's voice carried a hint of embarrassment, but it soon declared with righteous fervor, from my observations over the past days. I believe it would be more advantageous for you to strengthen first. When the time comes, earning enough golden glimmers for my upgrade will be a trivial matter. Si Huang simply asked, have you made up your mind? Yes. Wu Bao replied without hesitation. Your performance today inherited the unparalleled sound of the 5 unparalleled young master. You will undoubtedly earn a fortune in golden glimmers. What exactly are the 5 unparalleled qualities of this 5 unparalleled young master you keep mentioning? Wu Bao replied. The 5 unparalleled young master's 5 qualities consist of 3 unparalleled beauties and 2 unparalleled skills. Unparalleled beauty, unparalleled sound, and unparalleled illusionary skills. You seem to have omitted 2 of the qualities. Well, let us discuss them once your majesty has earned enough golden glimmers. It won't hurt to wait. Si Huang had long since realized that whenever Wu Bao felt insecure and wished to conceal something, it would habitually speak in an archaic style. Since it was unwilling to disclose further details and showed no signs of hidden motives or rebellion, Si Huang refrained from pressing for explanations about the unparalleled sound and that illusionary skill. Upon mentioning this, Wu Bao spoke with palpable pride. Tonight, I attempted to assist your majesty in performing alongside Little Pink, and the results were unexpectedly splendid. We earned 32 golden glimmers in just one night, and the number continues to grow over time. After boasting, it continued to elaborate. The unparalleled sound refers to the 5 unparalleled young master's extraordinary voice and skill across various instruments, producing tones that can reach a mesmerizing, soul-stirring realm. The phrase captivating is not merely an adjective in your realm. It possesses the power to extract one's very soul, leading to their demise. However, the cost is exorbitant. The young master of 5 absolutes has employed it only once in his lifetime, a moment that turned the world upside down. Suddenly, the voice of 5 treasures began to fade, and Si Huang sensed its melancholic tone, surmising the fate that awaited the young master of 5 absolutes after such a cataclysm. Previously, he had enhanced his physique and elevated his appearance. Now, he sought to amplify his vocal prowess, accompanied by the emotional resonance of instrumental performance. Si Huang lightly tapped her fingers on the bedspread, pondering the true nature of the young master of 5 absolutes. The sadness of 5 treasures vanished instantaneously, replaced by a cautious reply. Your Majesty, you and the young master of 5 absolutes are undoubtedly fated to be intertwined, perfectly harmonizing with his extraordinary skills. Let us commence swiftly. The golden treasures piled high await us. Si Huang mused. 5 treasures exhibited signs of flustered rigidity, hastily changing the subject and misusing idioms. Will it hurt? She inquired. 5 treasures assured her, it will not be as painful as the first time. In fact, it will be quite pleasurable. Indeed, 5 treasures did not deceive Si Huang. This enhancement was devoid of pain, instead offering a sense of comfort that soon became burdensome. The following day, why don't you check on her? Why hasn't Si Xiao risen yet? Breakfast was prepared, and at this hour, Si Huang would typically have descended to dine. However, her absence concerned Zhao Limei. Yuling sprang to her feet, whispering in alarm. Could she be unwell? She worked tirelessly yesterday and was caught in the rain last night. Yushi's expression shifted, yet he dismissed the notion as improbable. He knew Si Huang's health was impeccable. She could run up unclear mountain without breaking a sweat. However, under the watchful gaze of her mother and sister, Yushi felt restless. "I shall go and see," he declared, ascending the staircase. Ordinarily, Si Huang forbade anyone from entering her room or study, but the second floor posed no issue, as the gym was also located there. Standing before Si Huang's door, Yushi reached out to knock, only for the door to creak open at that very moment. Si Huang emerged, clad in autumn leisure wear, a basket of laundry in hand. "Si Huang," Yushi began, but his words faltered as he gaped at her face. She glanced at him, inquiring, "Is something the matter?" Her voice, light and melodious yet tinged with a husky quality, danced into his ears, igniting his senses. Yushi shivered, his cheeks flushed, and he stared at her in astonishment. Si Huang seemed to sense the peculiar tension. She pressed her lips together and turned to leave without another word. 2 seconds later, Yushi regained his composure and hastily followed her, observing as she placed her clothes into the washing machine. He lowered his voice. "Are you?" Si Huang looked at him, her eyes filled with curiosity. Yushi's expression faltered, as if he could not bear to meet her gaze. After a moment's contemplation, he steeled himself to ask earnestly, "Did you experience a nocturnal emission?" Si Huang responded with a soft, amused laugh. "Please do not laugh." Yushi retreated a step, as if facing a formidable adversary, and lamented, "You ought to look in the mirror at your current appearance, not to mention your voice." I hardly know how to articulate it. Above the washing machine, there hung a mirror, allowing Si Huang to catch a glimpse of her reflection. The visage staring back was one she recognized, yet it radiated an exuberance that seemed almost excessive. Her skin glowed with a rosy hue. Her eyes sparkled as if washed by spring rain, brimming with an intoxicating allure, and her lips were as crimson as blood. Even when furrowing her brow, her piercing gaze exuded an inexplicable charm that quickened the heartbeat. It was no wonder that Yuxian might misconstrue her recent actions as nefarious. Si Huang activated the automatic washing function and turned to descend the stairs, dismissively telling Yuxian, "Do not overthink." Yuxian, unable to suppress a peculiar expression, sighed. "If you wish to avoid misunderstandings, refrain from speaking in such a manner. It would be one thing for a man, but would a woman not find herself utterly disarmed?" Si Huang retorted, "Do you think I desire this?" At that moment, a somewhat anxious yet exhilarated voice echoed in Si Huang's mind. "Your Majesty, please do not be upset. I did not anticipate that the initial enhancement would yield such an effect. It appears there is something particularly unique within your bloodline." Wu Bao continued, "In truth, this is not entirely unfavorable. Achieving such a captivating allure with a single enhancement is quite a windfall, saving you a fortune." Si Huang responded with her thoughts. "Continue." Wu Bao trembled slightly before assuring her, "Rest assured, Your Majesty. The overwhelming results stem from the unexpected success of the initial enhancement. With your capabilities, you will soon master this power, allowing you to wield it at will without disrupting your daily life." Si Huang did not genuinely blame Wu Bao. She was acutely aware of the immense advantages that overshadowed this minor side effect. However, until she had fully grasped this ability, it was prudent for her to remain silent. Upon seeing Si Huang's demeanor as she descended, Zhao Limei and Yu Ling were momentarily taken aback. Si Huang chose to sit at the table in silence, making it evident that she did not wish to engage in conversation. Zhao Limei swallowed her curiosity, while Yu Ling, embarrassed, kept her head down during breakfast, unable to meet Si Huang's gaze. After their meal, Yu Ling accompanied Zhao Limei to procure necessary items, but they returned within a mere 10 minutes, both bearing grim expressions. Yu Ling spoke up, "There are a multitude of reporters outside. They recognized me from yesterday when I was with Si Huang. As soon as they saw me, they swarmed. If it weren't for the good order maintained by the Jinglan family, I shudder to think of what might have transpired." The thought of the reporters' inquiries deepened Yu Ling's distress. It would be best to remain at home today. As Si Huang's voice resonated, both Yu Ling and Zhao Limei reacted similarly to Yu Xian, with Yu Ling's response being particularly pronounced. Her face flushed crimson, and her legs trembled slightly. She had indeed experienced what it meant to possess a voice that could enchant. Coughing lightly, Yu Xian cast a look of helplessness and entreaty towards Si Huang before addressing the two women. See, Huang has her own plan. You need not worry. Zhao Limei nodded and took Yu Ling's hand, saying, Ling Ling, come here and talk with your mother. She led her away from the living room. Once the two had departed, Yuxian approached Si Huang, gathering his thoughts. Ling Ling is not an easy case. Could you refrain from teasing her? Si Huang lifted her head, smiling at him with narrowed eyes, and slowly said, Teasing? The rising intonation seemed to possess a peculiar charm, rendering one even more flushed and agitated than usual. Moreover, the ripples shimmering in his eyes and the smile, curving his red lips, exuded a gentle, yet subtly dangerous allure. If she were not to tease her, might he then be the one to toy with her? Yu Xian, his face flushed with physiological embarrassment, stiffly inquired, What on earth is wrong with you today? Is this mood a good one or a bad one, that you resort to such tactics to provoke others? Si Huang, disinterested in providing an explanation, rose from the sofa and sauntered towards her room, contemplating that it was far more productive to engage in work than to dwell on such matters. Her silhouette vanished around the corner of the staircase on the second floor, leaving Yu Xian in silent contemplation, pondering whether Si Huang was experiencing late development and today was her first encounter with that. If Si Huang were privy to his thoughts, it remained uncertain whether she would let him depart unscathed. The second son of the Fenghua family denies the authenticity of the Group P party, claiming the photos were a prank, and asserts he is still single with no girlfriend. Upon encountering this latest gossip online, Si Huang couldn't help but laugh. In this world, the individuals who know you best are but two, a lover and an adversary. Si Huang was all too familiar with the personalities of the Si family. Si Jihan's selfish and unscrupulous nature, and Si Hua, under his influence and the pampering of Bai Qinglan, possessed an even greater degree of selfish pride. Yet he could not rival Si Jihan's resilience in rising from nothing, particularly now, with Si Hua still so young and yet to reach adulthood. He resorted to more straightforward tactics, unacquainted with the need for restraint and patience due to a lack of setbacks. With a mere click of the mouse, a brief video accompanying the trending topic quickly loaded. The video buffered swiftly, revealing Si Hua's figure. He sat on a single sofa with a neatly layered haircut, a fair complexion, and elegant features. His smile radiated a warm, sunny charm. In the video, he was clad in a sweater of beige and sky blue, paired with denim jeans and canvas shoes, sitting upright with a straight back, exuding an energy that was refreshingly striking. Si Hua's appearance was indeed commendable, inheriting Si Jihan's refinement and Bai Qinglan's elegance, effortlessly embodying the image of a vigorous and cheerful youth, akin to the boy next door. His well-cultivated demeanor, stemming from a good family background, further enhanced his appeal, making him the epitome of the warm-hearted prince in the eyes of young girls. All along, Si Hua had been packaging himself for public perception. Even before his debut, he had already amassed a following on Weibo. Hello everyone, I am Si Hua. I believe many of you may already be familiar with me, though the circumstances of this recognition have been rather unfortunate. In the video, Si Hua displayed a distressed expression. Speaking in a composed tone, I never anticipated that so many events would transpire within a single day, leaving me somewhat caught off guard and deeply affected. However, after a day of reflection, I believe I should stand up and provide everyone with an explanation, as well as one for myself. The youthful and fair-skinned young man easily evoked sympathy from women and adults alike, especially as he appeared both attractive and a victim. Si Hua's demeanor exuded strength and sincerity. His gaze fixed straight ahead, captivating every viewer of the video as if he were looking directly at them, his eyes genuine and clear. Regarding the photographs circulating online, he dismissed them as a mere jest, an incident where he and his classmates had perhaps gone a bit too far. Yet they all understood the boundaries. As he spoke, his gaze remained unwavering, attributing this to the strict upbringing instilled by his family, who owned an entertainment company. He expressed that he would not engage in romantic relationships before reaching adulthood and lacked experience in that regard. When the topics of girlfriends and his inexperience arose, Si Hua's eyes momentarily lowered, a faint smile of helplessness gracing his lips. After taking a deep breath, he continued, The statement I am making today comes from the depths of my heart. These photographs were certainly not taken with my consent. and I'm unaware of how they became public. However, I do not wish to dwell on it further, as it feels pointless and disheartening. I kindly asked the classmates and older brother who were present that day to step forward and clarify that this was merely a joke, which truly lacks any amusement. Thank you all. He then stood and bowed, the final image capturing a trace of suppressed sorrow on his face. Your Majesty, he truly can act. The voice of Wu Bao echoed in his mind as the video concluded. Well performed, Huang thought cheerfully. The better he acted, the worse his fall would be. Your Majesty is wise. Wu Bao responded, a mischievous tone in its voice, having witnessed Huang's actions firsthand. At that moment, the online discourse erupted in response to Hua's Weibo statement. Huang clicked into Hua's Weibo account, discovering that the comments had surpassed 10,000. He doesn't seem to be lying, and why do I feel this incident has a significant connection to Huang? TSK, no brotherhood in the wealthy. Although Huang did not acknowledge it, Hua clearly appeared to be the victim. A viewer below, clearly a fervent fan, commented, didn't Hua say he wouldn't pursue this? What is the point in asking someone to come forward and prove it? Stop pretending to be pitiful. It's obvious what you're implying. The Majesty is just. The Group P party incident resulted in a dramatic surge in Hua's Weibo following. Initially, comments were rife with mockery and ridicule. But upon the release of the video, the sentiment shifted dramatically. Only a handful, like Huiyuji, knew the origins of the photographs. The majority of the public merely followed the prevailing winds, swayed by sympathy for the underdog or jealousy towards another success. Many were undoubtedly part of the tide, possibly led by Hua's hired supporters stirring the flames of controversy. From the moment Hua released the video to the rapid spread across the internet, even tabloid television began broadcasting it within mere hours. Comments evolved from speculation about who was right or wrong, who the true mastermind might be, to a unified call for Huang to respond. Huang remained indifferent to it all. She was unperturbed, yet many around her were in a state of panic. Han, suppressing his frustration, pushed open the door to the room. In the spacious, opulent European-style living room, Hua and Bai Qinglan were enjoying their lunch. Upon hearing the sound of the door being pushed open, both mother and son turned their gaze. Dad! Hua exclaimed, rising to his feet. Bai Qinglan maintained a frosty demeanor, uttering not a single word, as if she had completely disregarded Han's presence, though she halted her meal. What was that declaration about? Han cast off his coat, carelessly tossing it onto the sofa, his tone imbued with an icy chill. Upon hearing this, Hua's expression darkened, his eyes reflecting resentment. His lips pressed tightly together. What do you mean, what happened? It is precisely what you observed, Bai Qinglan interjected. Han glared at Hua. I told you to leave this matter to me. Who gave you the authority to take matters into your own hands? Why are you being harsh on Hua? Bai Qinglan stood up, her voice rising in agitation. Leave it to you? You say it so eloquently. Yet where were you yesterday? I waited at home for you all day. And regarding Hua's situation, there's been no progress. Don't tell me you are not trying to protect that wretched. Humph. Bai Qinglan, at the very least, had not lost her composure, refraining from uttering inappropriate words in front of others. She believed that Hua had done nothing wrong. Did he not see that everyone was rallying behind Hua? As long as Huang stepped forward to respond and validate Hua's claims, everything could be resolved. Han remained silent, his expression akin to that of an enraged lion. Observing his demeanor, Bai Qinglan felt a twinge of anxiety, mixed with indignation and fury. Her tone unintentionally softened, recognizing that the fault lay with Huang from the very beginning. Hua had already acted prudently to preserve the greater good. Once Huang responded, the matter would diminish in severity. Do you think everyone is a fool? As long as Huang acknowledges that Hua speaks the truth, even if no one else says a word, this incident can be buried. Everyone will assume she conspired against Hua, inflicting a severe blow to her freshly ignited career. Han scoffed. Bai Qinglan retorted, and so what? Given what she has done to Hua, this mere punishment is already lenient. Xian, are you truly willing to sacrifice Hua's future for her? The latter part of her statement was a harsh inquiry and a veiled threat, compelling Han to choose. Unexpectedly, Si Jihan did not explode in anger. Instead, he calmly asserted, "From the very beginning, I have stood by Xiao Hua." Both Si Hua and by Qinglan displayed expressions of delight. "What angers me is that you have defied my wishes, making unilateral decisions without consulting me." "Dad, I understand my mistake," Si Hua replied. Si Jihan regarded him sternly. "After this matter concludes, you must reflect thoroughly. The heir to our legacy must not be an impulsive fool." The joy on Si Hua's face deepened. "I understand, Dad." "Jihan." Bai Qinglan's expression softened as she approached him. Si Jihan permitted her to link her arm with his. "I have seen that video. You performed admirably, though there are still some gaps to address. I will handle the ensuing matters." Once Si Huang responds, "Xiao Hua, you may seize this opportunity to debut. I have already prepared a promising script for you." Si Hua's spirits soared to euphoric heights. He had not anticipated that following this calamity, he would gain the acknowledgement of his identity as the heir from Si Jihan himself, along with a paved path to stardom. "Father, I shall not disappoint you." Reflecting on the aftermath of this incident, which would lead to Si Huang's downfall and his own ascendance, Si Hua was filled with determination, his demeanor exuding confidence. Bai Qinglan also wore a satisfied smile, leaning against Si Jihan as she softly said, "Jihan, I apologize for misunderstanding you. I thought you would favor Si Huang." Indeed, Si Jihan feigned ignorance of her subtle gestures, gently removing her hand from his arm. "I have matters to attend to." Bai Qinglan frowned slightly, but chuckled. "You have been busy lately. You should take a break. Moreover, Shihen, I miss you. It has been a while since we spoke privately." Even Si Hua sensed the underlying tension and promptly declared, "I will return to my room to study." Once Si Hua departed, Bai Qinglan again entwined her arm with Si Jihan's, smiling as they walked toward the bedroom. However, as they passed the study, Si Jihan halted. "I still have business to attend to." "Xiang." Bai Qinglan gazed at him in disbelief. "Si Thian offered no explanation." Extricating himself from her embrace and turning to enter the study. "If you're tired, you should rest first. I've been quite busy. I hope you can understand." Bai Qinglan's expression darkened. Her face contorted with anger as she hissed, "Si Jihan." Si Jihan paused momentarily, but did not turn back. Bai Qinglan's heart was heavy with bitterness, confusion, and a surge of suspicion. A knock sounded at the door. Si Huang switched off her computer screen and stood to open the door. Yu Xian stood outside, her expression somewhat grave. "I need to discuss something with you." Si Huang nodded and closed the door behind her as they descended the stairs together. At that hour, Zhao Limei was in the kitchen preparing lunch, while Yuling was engrossed in a recent makeup tutorial on her tablet. Upon seeing Si Huang and Yu Xian arrive, she donned her headphones to avoid interrupting their conversation. Also wary of hearing Si Huang's tone from earlier that morning. "The president of Fenghua just called me." Once Si Huang sat down, Yu Xian got straight to the point. Si Huang recalled having placed Si Jihan on her phone's blacklist, rendering him unable to call her even if he wished to. "He called personally?" "Yes," Yu Xian affirmed. "He wants you to respond to Si Hua's statement." Si Huang signaled for Yu Xian to continue. "If I understood him correctly, he desires you to publicly acknowledge that Si Hua's statement is truthful. Otherwise, you will struggle to survive in the entertainment industry." Yu Xian's tone was firm, her frustration palpable. "Conversely, if you comply, he shall ensure a smooth path for you in your career, with Fenghua's resources guaranteeing you will not lack scripts or advertisers." "Si Huang, what are your thoughts?" Yu Xian had not anticipated Si Jihan's blatant favoritism and finally understood Si Huang's animosity toward Fenghua Entertainment. "If you truly follow his directives, it will leave an indelible stain on your reputation, despite your current nascent stage. Remember, this first step is the most crucial foundation." Si Huang smiled. "Did you record the call?" "Huh?" Si Huang already knew the answer. There would be much to do ahead, so she prepared herself. Yu Xian regained his focus, his gaze flickering with a spark of determination. "Rest assured." Then he stiffened his expression and stood up. "Where are you going?" Si Huang inquired. "To wash my face," Yu Xian replied, turning back with a sincere tone. "Si Huang, it's best to keep things light. Speaking like this outside could prove perilous." Si Huang responded with silence. After everyone had lunch together, the property management office called to inform them that some of the reporters outside had dispersed, though a few remained. Zhao Limei, who answered the call, expressed her gratitude before hanging up and relaying the news to Si Huang and the others. Si Huang gestured for them not to worry, assuring them that they could stay home for the next few days until the situation resolved. Observing her calm demeanor, the others felt a sense of tranquility wash over them as well. In the director's office of Real Entertainment, Sean Gonkai was on the phone while drawing the office curtains shut. Yes, Mrs. Bai, rest assured, we will handle this matter as you instructed. I understand. Children at this age are prone to rebellion and mischief. Mrs. Bai only wishes the best for her child, not wanting him to stray down the wrong path and encouraging him to retreat from difficulties. You could trust us. We will definitely make headlines, facilitating the reconciliation of the two brothers. After ending the call, Sean Gongsai's obsequious demeanor shifted instantly. TSK, a mother hiring entertainment reporters to attack her own son. The entertainment industry never ceases to amaze. What a pity it cannot be reported. Otherwise, it would be far more sensational than any brotherly feud. Having served as the director of Real Entertainment for quite some time, he had taken on numerous such tasks, becoming quite adept at it. And he did not take it lightly. It was a job that allowed him to manipulate the adored stars of the entertainment world, openly ridiculing those who usually stood so high above, and yet he received substantial compensation for it. For Sean Gonkai, it was an opportunity too good to pass up, and it invigorated him immensely. As he stepped out of the office, he briefed the staff on this new assignment, instantly igniting a chorus of enthusiastic cheers. Despite the less-than-stellar reputation of Real Entertainment, its performance remained high, and they had never truly been abandoned by the public. Everyone in the company believed they were a unique entity within the realm of entertainment gossip, leading the industry while remaining distinctly different, convinced that their downfall was not on the horizon. Chapter 054. A frantic strike against scoundrels with a clandestine assembly of individuals fervently stoking the flames across various channels. It has become nearly impossible for Si Huang to remain unnoticed. In a remarkably short span, the entire network and entertainment gossip circles have been abuzz with this affair. A multitude of onlookers and detractors have descended upon Si Huang's Weibo, their comments evolving from diverse opinions to heated quarrels with her loyal supporters, culminating in a chaotic frenzy of scornful jibes and vile insults flooding the screen. The speed of this bombardment has even begun to show signs of wear on her fanbase. As the victim, Si Hua has summoned the courage to issue a statement. Thus, one must ponder, if you are innocent, why do you not dare to respond? How predictable it is that a leopard cannot change its spots. I have long maintained that Si Huang harbors a dark psyche and a notoriously foul temper. Where is the coward? Weren't you quite arrogant before? I find such duplicitous individuals utterly revolting. Silence. His Majesty is undeniably correct. You should all vacate His Majesty's Weibo. Out. Knife. Crying, with a facade so charming, yet a heart so dark. It is no wonder she is an actress. She truly embodies her role. Si Huang has refrained from posting any updates on Weibo recently, and these trolls have taken to mercilessly attacking every previous post, while unsolicited private messages from unfollowed accounts flood in at no cost. Your Majesty, the little pinks have dwindled. The little blacks have surged. Although Wu Bao is aware of Si Huang's plans, the data still evokes a sense of discomfort and apprehension. Having consistently garnered faith value alongside Si Huang, it has never experienced such a drastic decline in followers nor a rapid increase in detractors until today. This has left Wu Bao in a state of panic, its voice trembling. Are you frightened now? Si Huang sat upon the living room sofa, a laptop resting on her lap, silently communicating with it through her thoughts. Wah! Wu Bao feigned a cry. Si Huang smirked, reassuringly indicating that everything would be all right. With this assurance, Wu Bao sprang back to life. I knew your Majesty would be just fine. Si Huang found herself at a loss for words. Wu Bao's trust in her seemed almost excessively blind. In truth, it was not merely Wu Bao who harbored such unwavering faith. Yuxian was monitoring the online situation when his phone suddenly pinged with a message from Duchang. Sender, Duchang content. Yuxian, I did not mean to intrude, but I wanted to inquire about His Majesty's well-being. Is she hurt? The girls from a Knight's Brigade are quite worried. Rest assured, we all believe in His Majesty. Regardless of what others may say, we stand by her side, so please convey to her not to mind those trolls, nor to let Si Jia and the others trouble her. stand up bravely. During their time on the set of Imperial Path, Du Chang had served as Si Huang's makeup artist and subsequently exchanged numbers with Yu Xian. As Yu Xian read the message, a warmth spread through his heart, though the final line caused a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. Si Huang, take a look at this. He extended his phone toward her. After reading the message, Si Huang softly replied, "Tell them the truth." Yu Xian understood immediately and proceeded to respond to Du Chang. Home. Du Chang was engrossed in her work on the computer when she heard the sound of her phone. She immediately picked it up to check the message. Zenda, Yu Xian. Content. There is no need for concern. Si Huang is fine, but he is temporarily unable to make an appearance. Having worked in the entertainment industry for several years, Du Chang was well acquainted with its intricacies. Upon reading the message, her eyes brightened instantly. Temporarily unable to make an appearance implied that he would eventually return. Du Chang murmured to herself, "What matters most is that His Majesty is not saddened by the disgraceful actions of his father and brother." Upon receiving this news, she refrained from sending further messages to disturb Yu Xian. Instead, she opened her group chat on Penguin and briefly explained Si Huang's situation to the Knights League. Subsequently, she privately messaged Liu Yin and a few others, assuring them, His Majesty surely has his own plans and countermeasures, and he cannot clarify matters for now. Therefore, there is no need for concern. All those who dare to challenge His Majesty will meet a fitting end. The Knights League had been initially founded by Liu Yin and her companions, and it had now grown to nearly 1,000 members, with various subgroups. With such a large number, it became challenging to discern the authenticity of each individual. Furthermore, as most members were from Huang Art School, the possibility of infiltrators from Si Hua's side could not be ruled out. Thus, Du Chang would privately message sensitive and significant information to only those she knew well and trusted. With Du Chang's update, Lu Ningning and the others felt reassured, their spirits buoyed for the upcoming battle. If His Majesty does not retreat, neither shall we. No retreat. No retreat. Despite their fervor, they ultimately remained outnumbered by the vast army of netizens, and their comments were quickly drowned out. As a day passed, the flames of conflict intensified, with countless observers covertly watching the unfolding events, giving rise to other trending posts. On the Huang Art School forum, a post that surfaced that morning swiftly ascended to the top of the popular threads. Comparing goods leads to loss. Comparing people